In terms of aptitude, he ranks last. In terms of talent, he is nearly non-existent. Yet, in his original world, he was an unparalleled system genius. A lack of aptitude and talent is of no consequence. As long as one possesses a system, all cultivation becomes mere simple operations. Don't believe it? Then just wait and see. Chapter 1. The Accusation. Please hold on. Currently retrieving world information. Shungbing Dalu. A high martial world where cultivation reigns supreme. The system recommends the optimal career option, swordsman. Please confirm your profession. Confirm, Su Fei said with a serious expression. Profession has been confirmed. The system is merging. Fusion at 10, please wait. Fusion at 20, please wait. Bang! Suddenly, someone kicked open the door to Su Fei's bedroom. Father, mother, it's him. He's the one who stole the family's sword art. Very well, Su Fei, come out here. Upon hearing this, Su Fei had a rough idea of what had transpired. It seemed he would not be able to smoothly complete the system fusion for the time being. He calmly rose and approached Su Yin, asking, Brother, you say I stole the family sword art? Do you have any evidence? Of course I do. Su Yin glared at Su Fei with fury, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then please present it. Su Fei, confident that he had not stolen any sword art, showed no fear. I am the evidence. Seize him. Su Yin, who had never been rational, insisted on framing Su Fei for the theft of the sword manual, effectively aiming to put Su Fei to death. Wait, Su Fei glanced at his parents by the door and asked, Father, mother, do you believe my brother's words? His father, Su Tong, replied coldly, Whether we believe it or not, you must provide an explanation to everyone. The sword art in the library has indeed been stolen, and your brother claims to have seen you there. You, with an aptitude of only 0.1, have no right to enter the library. Even if you did not steal the sword manual, you will still face punishment from the Elder Council. Mother, do you think so as well? Su Fei looked at his mother. His mother, Madame Ya, also wore a cold expression. My opinion does not matter. What matters is that the entire clan believes you stole the sword art. If you do not return it, you will face a slow death at the hands of the Elder Council in 3 days. Father, you are also a member of the Elder Council. Do you mean to say that you conduct your affairs so hastily, without discerning right from wrong? Su Fei questioned Su Ting. Su Tong snorted coldly. How the Elder Council conducts its affairs does not require guidance from a waste with an aptitude of only 0.1. Seize him. Yes. 2 level 10 swordsmen from the Elder Council rushed forward to restrain his arms. Get off me. I can walk on my own. Su Fei glared at Su Tong with arrogance. Su Tong frowned, visibly dissatisfied, and gritted his teeth, saying, Let him go. Yes. Elder Council, kneel. The clan leader sat in the great hall with a grim expression, his voice filled with oppressive authority. I did nothing wrong. Why should I kneel? Su Fei stood tall in the great hall, facing the 18 elders of the clan, showing no sign of fear. The clan leader slammed the table forcefully, and with a resounding crash, the table split in 2 under the impact of his mighty palm. Su Ting, is this the son you raised? He dares to disregard even me, the clan leader. No wonder he had the audacity to infiltrate the library and steal the sword manual. Seize him and administer punishment. Yes. Crack, crack, crack. The executioner's whip fell repeatedly upon Su Fei's back. Not to mention the pain coursing through Su Fei's body, the executioner was already drenched in sweat from merely wielding the whip. If this continues, Su Fei, at such a tender age, might not survive, someone murmured. Indeed, he is not yet 15. Even if he has made a mistake, it is only natural. Such torture is truly excessive. A wave of murmurs began to ripple through the Elders' Council, with many elders feeling that treating a mere 14-year-old child in this manner was somewhat outrageous. Su Tong, his face contorted with rage, stepped forward and shouted, Su Fei, even in this situation, you still refuse to speak the truth? Quickly confess where you have hidden the sword manual. Su Fei's clothes had been shredded by the whip, and the bloody welts crisscrossing his back were of no concern to Su Tong. At this moment, the father remained solely focused on the whereabouts of the sword manual. Su Fei trembled in pain, sweat cascading down his forehead. He managed a bitter smile, gritting his teeth, and asked, Father, tell me, what is more important to you, the sword manual or your son? Su Tong's expression darkened, his hands clasped behind his back as he glared coldly at Su Fei. What time is it? You're 14 now, no longer a child. You must take responsibility for your actions. If you do not hand over the sword manual, we shall sever our father-son relationship from this day forth. At these words, a buzzing filled Su Fei's mind, and disappointment filled his eyes. So, the sword manual is indeed more important? You know clearly what matters more. In the Shungding continent, A waste like you, with a cultivation talent of merely zero point 0.1, is of little use in this world. If you wish to survive, hand over the sword manual immediately. Otherwise, once 3 days pass, even I, your father, will be unable to save you. Eh. Su Fei laughed again. If I am of no great use, what difference does it make whether I live or die? I have said before, I have never possessed the sword manual, nor have I ever visited any library. I am wrong. Wronged? What do you mean? Do you imply that your own brother would falsely accuse you? Su Tong's face was a mask of fury, his fists clenched as if he could strike Su Fei dead at any moment. Su Fei knew that his brother possessed a cultivation talent of 5. Though such a talent might not be remarkable across the entire Shangding continent, in Demo Town, it was considered the pinnacle. His brother had always been regarded as a treasure by their parents, and some believed he would one day inherit the position of clan leader. Yet, in truth, a mere 5-level talent held no weight in Su Fei's eyes. In his previous life on that other continent, he had been a master of systems, capable of creating a system to compensate for his lack of cultivation talent. He was certain that as long as he survived, he would eventually surpass his brother in cultivation. However, it now seemed that his prospects were bleak. He had an opportunity today to merge with a system, but his brother had thwarted him at the final moment. He sighed wistfully, closing his eyes and falling silent. Crack, crack, crack. The executioner's whip continued to lash against him. His back was already a mass of wounds, blood staining the grand hall, yet he steadfastly maintained his standing posture. To kneel before them was a form of weak submission. He was wronged and had no need to bow before anyone. Stop! As his consciousness began to wane, suddenly a girl's voice rang out from the entrance. Father, what crime has Su Fei committed to deserve this treatment? Qianmo, do not act foolishly, step back. Su Qianmo? How did she arrive here? She was the daughter of the clan leader, 3 years older than Su Fei, and throughout the clan, only Qianmo had always cared for him the most. Chapter 2. The thief who cries thief. Su Qianmo strode into the Elder Council's grand hall. Step aside, she commanded coldly, pushing the executioner away with a swift motion. Miss Qianmo, what are you doing? The executioner exclaimed in astonishment. I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Su Qianmo glared icily at him. The executioner, flustered, bowed his head and replied, Miss, this is the Patriarch's intention. Well, the Patriarch, does he have the right to take lives indiscriminately? Su Qianmo shot a frigid glance toward the Patriarch. The Patriarch, suppressing his fury, showed a flicker of distress in his otherwise murderous gaze. Su Qianmo, what exactly do you intend to do? How can you oppose your father for a talentless fool whose potential is merely a score of 0? 1. The Patriarch's expression grew increasingly complex. Su Qianmo held the Patriarch's gaze for a protracted moment. In the grand hall of the Elder Council, an oppressive silence enveloped everyone present. Finally, Su Qianmo moved again. She approached Su Fei, her heart aching as she supported his battered body. Su Fei trembled, and upon seeing Su Qianmo enter, he managed to suppress his pain and forced a natural smile, saying, Qianmo, thank you, but you should leave. This matter does not concern you. Su Fei, don't speak yet, Su Qianmo said with concern, casting a glance at him before turning her face toward the Patriarch. Father, regardless of Su Fei's mistakes, I implore you to spare him. Su Fei felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. At such a moment, someone was willing to stand up for him. He looked at Su Qianmo with immense appreciation. Surely, among the Su clan, only Su Qianmo would offer such unconditional support. The Patriarch furrowed his brow, asking, Qianmo, do you even know what crime he has committed? Outsiders claim he stole the sword techniques from the library, but I know he is innocent. Su Qianmo asserted confidently. The Patriarch snorted coldly, retorting, on what grounds do you believe him? Do you truly understand his character? Qianmo, you are still young. These matters are beyond your concern. I order you to leave at once. Su Qianmo remained resolute, insisting, Father, do you possess any evidence? I do not, the Patriarch admitted. Then on what basis can you punish him? Even if his cultivation talent is merely 0, 1, and he may never achieve greatness, he is still a person. As Patriarch, how can you condemn him without evidence, so indiscriminately? Qianmo, how dare you? I am your father, and you speak to me like this in front of the entire clan's elders. Guards, seize her. The Patriarch's fury escalated, his face pale with rage as he glared at Su Qianmo. Who dares? Su Qianmo shouted fiercely. In the grand hall of the council, no one dared to lay a hand on the chieftain's daughter. Suddenly, Su Tong stood forth and coldly remarked, Miss Qianmo, you seek evidence, do you? While the chieftain possesses none, I certainly do. You? Su Qianma thought to herself, sensing impending trouble. Su Tong had always held disdain for Su Fei, and she feared that this time he might not only jeopardize himself, but also her. Indeed, my son Su Yin serves as the evidence. Summon him at once. Yes. A look of triumph adorned Su Tong's face, as though Su Fei were not his son at all. In a moment, Su Yin arrived at the council hall. Gazing at him, Su Tong's eyes brimmed with affection as he said, "Yinner, please tell Miss Qianma who it was that pilfered the sword technique from the library." With a slight smirk, Su Yin pointed disdainfully at Su Fei and declared, "It was he, though he is my biological brother. I find it hard to acknowledge this sordid truth, yet I indeed witnessed him sneaking into the library, being a member of the Su family, even as his elder brother. I cannot turn a blind eye to such misdeeds." A hint of derision escaped Su Fei's throat. "What are you laughing at?" Su Yin's expression darkened instantly. "Nothing. I merely find it amusing. Given your so-called fairness, as a level 20 swordsman, why did you not stop me, a mere waste who is barely level 5? When you saw me infiltrate the library, at that moment, I was merely momentarily confused. I thought to myself that you were still my brother. Capturing you on the spot would bring shame upon our family. And now you feel no shame?" Su Fei glared at Su Yin with utter disdain. As the most despicable waste in the family, how dare he look at the family's top genius in such a manner? My mind has become muddled," Su Yin stammered, uncertain of how to continue. The elders, however, were not oblivious. They recognized this as a classic case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. The one who had infiltrated the library to steal the sword technique was none other than Su Yin himself. Yet, when it came to choosing between a genius and a waste, the elders of the family had to make a decision. Sighs filled the air as the elders exchanged glances and murmured amongst themselves. This child, Su Fei, is indeed quite pitiable, having such a genius-level brother while his own talent is but a meager 0.1. The stark contrast between the two must weigh heavily on his heart. Indeed, their parents are very concerned about their reputation. Many in town have belittled them because of Su Fei's existence. It seems they can no longer tolerate him. Sigh. It is no wonder he would resort to stealing the sword technique from the library. His heart must be filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. After all, he is merely a 14-year-old child. It is only natural that he fails to see through certain matters. However, he has stolen the sword technique, and as a mere waste with a talent of 0.1, he is utterly unqualified to enter the library. Those who err must face punishment. Alas, it is evident that everyone already knows who the book thief is, yet their words are clearly intended to shield Su Yin. Suddenly, Su Tong's expression hardened as he said, "Patriarch, you must not waver. Without rules, there can be no order. If we, the elders, let Su Fei, this little thief, go today, it will embolden more thieves to breach clan regulations, potentially leading to far graver consequences." Upon hearing this, the patriarch subtly nodded, saying, "Qianma, you have witnessed it all. The evidence is here, sufficient to prove that the sword technique from the library was undoubtedly stolen by Su Fei. If he returns the sword technique today, he may escape the death penalty, but he cannot evade the punishment altogether." The implication was clear. If he does not surrender the sword technique, he will undoubtedly meet his demise in 3 days. Yet, everyone already knew that the sword technique was not in Su Fei's possession. It appeared that Su Fei was doomed. Seeing everyone siding with him, Su Yan's face brimmed with satisfaction. Su Qianma coldly smiled, saying, "Father, do you truly not see the kind of person Su Yin is? We cannot trust his words. In any case, if anyone dares to lay a finger on Su Fei today, they should be opposing me. Su Qianma, you." The patriarch's face flushed with anger. "Qianma, if you continue in this manner, I shall punish you alongside him." "Very well, you have grown accustomed to wrongfully accusing the innocent. I fear nothing." Su Qianma stood her ground resolutely. Good. This is my well-taught daughter. Seize them both and send them to Lingyan Pavilion." The patriarch trembled with fury. "Stop!" Su Fei shouted with the last of his strength. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he looked at Su Qianma, gratefully saying, "Qianma, you need not go to such lengths. I, Su Fei, am a man of integrity, and I fear nothing, even in death. However, if you were to be implicated because of me, I could not rest in peace even in death." Chapter 3, Awakening. Su Fei, wake up. At some unknown point, Su Fei had finally exhausted himself and lost consciousness. When he awoke again, blinking his sleepy eyes, he found himself lying in a dry cave. Beneath him lay a thick bed of hay, and beside him burned a smokeless stove that ignited with spiritual energy, providing warmth. The girl who had been caring for him was none other than Su Qianma. In her hands, she held a bowl of dark, thick medicinal soup for his injuries. "Qianma, where am I?" he weakly asked, attempting to move and discovering that the pain in his back had lessened considerably. "Sure." Su Qianma gestured for silence. "Drink the medicine first." "All right." Su Fei gulped down the bitter healing potion, sighed deeply, set the bowl aside, and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to channel his family's internal cultivation technique. A warm current coursed through his body, and soon, his breath stabilized considerably. "By the way, Qianma, how long have I been unconscious?" "Half a month." "What? Has it really been so long? What exactly happened afterward?" "You were confined in Lingyan Pavilion. Did you save me?" "No." Su Qianma shook her head and said, I only possess a third-tier talent. Even though I'm already 17, my cultivation level is merely at the 15th rank. Lingyan Pavilion is heavily guarded. It is not something I could easily breach to rescue anyone." "Then who is it?" "I do not know who he is." "Sukyamorikov." It was already dark when he stealthily entered my room and asked me to guide him to Lingyan Pavilion to save you. Once we arrived, he subdued 30 level 18 guards with just one move. "What? Just one move?" Su Fei exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, it was just one move," Su Qianma affirmed. I was utterly stunned. In all of Damo Town, not even my father could take down 30 level 18 guards with a single strike. "True. But what technique did he employ?" Su Fei inquired. "I am uncertain. I have never seen such a sword technique before. Could you describe it simply?" "It is beyond description." Su Qianma replied. "It was too dark, and his actions were too swift for me to comprehend." Su Fei pondered for a moment. Since the individual sought Su Qianma as a guide, it was evident that he was unfamiliar with the layout of the Su family estate. This indicated that he could not be a member of the Su family. Yet, who else would be willing to rescue someone as notoriously inept as himself? Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Oh, right, when he left, he asked me to give this to you. What is it?" "A string of candied hawthorn." Su Fei was finally certain that it was Mu Jian. Indeed, it was her. "Who?" Su Qianma gazed at Su Fei with astonishment. "No one." Su Fei had promised Mu Jian that he would not reveal her identity to anyone until the time was ripe. The person who came to rescue him must have been sent by Mu Jian. However, to incapacitate 30 level 18 guards with a single move, he cannot possibly be a swordsman below level 30. The royal decree clearly states that any swordsman above level 30 is strictly prohibited from entering remote towns like Damo. Should the royal family discover any violations, severe punishment would ensue to serve as a warning. It is far too dangerous. What she did was incredibly reckless. "Su Fei, it seems you know something. If there is anything, you must not keep it bottled up inside." Su Qianma had been observing Su Fei intently. "Is everything all right?" she inquired. "Really, nothing's wrong?" With a slight furrow of her brows, she pressed on. "Yes, truly nothing is amiss." Impossible. Her woman's intuition, combined with her understanding of Su Fei, allowed her to perceive the subtle signs on his face. If she were not mistaken, he had forged connections with outsiders. In Damo Town, and indeed throughout the entire Shengding continent, many archaic and backward families strictly prohibited mingling with foreign clans, and the Su family was no exception. Su Fei was well aware of this. He had no desire to deceive Su Qianma, for she was the only one in the Su clan who treated him with kindness. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether revealing the truth would lead her to harbor resentment towards him. "Qianma," he said, "you need not concern yourself with this matter. If I manage to survive, one day you will surely learn the reasons and the truth." "So it's true? You really have befriended outsiders?" She pressed. "Yes." Ultimately, he could not bring himself to deceive Su Qianma with a lie. Since she had asked, he felt he could not utter even a half-truth, even at the cost of his own life. Upon hearing this, Su Qianma exhaled deeply, her expression transforming into one of relief. "In that case, I can rest easy. I have been worrying that the family could no longer accommodate you, and that you would have to leave Damo Town to survive, with nowhere to go. Since you have ties with outsiders, once you recover, you should seek them out." "Qianma, you do not blame me?" he asked. "Why would I blame you? Staying within the clan would yield you no prospects. Your only future would be to toil as a peasant in the countryside from dawn till dusk. Being a farmer among outsiders is not fundamentally different from being one within the clan," she replied with a forgiving smile. "Is that truly how you feel?" Su Fei was visibly moved. Su Qianma patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. I am not so narrow-minded. The fact that you have established connections with outsiders, and that they are willing to send skilled warriors to Demo Town to assist you indicates you will find happiness there. I'm genuinely pleased for you." Upon hearing her words, Su Fei found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude. As a 14-year-old boy, he should have been enjoying the protection of his parents and growing up joyfully. Yet now, Su Tong had severed their father-son relationship, leaving him an orphan, utterly alone. While all others stood by, watching as his brother conspired against him, choosing to defend the so-called prodigious sibling in the eyes of the clan. Only Su Qianma had unconditionally chosen to stand by him, the one deemed a failure by their kin. This kindness was something he could not repay at that moment, but he vowed to keep it forever in his heart. "If I can leave this place alive, I shall repay you in the future." He sighed heavily, gazing at Su Qianma with unwavering determination, and said, "Thank you, Qianma." Observing his serious demeanor, Su Qianma smiled gently and replied, "Oh, come now. We're we to each other. No need for thanks, just ensure that you live well." With that, she stood up, and with an apologetic tone, added, "I'm sorry, but I can't be out for too long. If my father finds out, it would be disastrous." "That's all right," Su Fei said with a calm smile. As he watched Su Qianma leave the cave, he finally activated the sword cultivation system implanted within him. "Merge with me," he commanded inwardly. "Please hold on. The system is identifying host identity. Identification complete. The system is merging 10. Please hold on. The system is merging 20. Please hold on. The system is merging 80. Please hold on. The system is merging 100. The system has successfully fused with the host. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the sword cultivation system." Chapter 4. The Deficient System. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Fei was secretly reveling in joy, an alarm sounded from within the system. Host cultivation level is too low to fully activate the sword cultivation system. The system is redefining the host's basic information. Definition complete. Please hold on. Host cultivation talent. 01. Aptitude. 15. Level. 4. Host has cultivated the Family S internal power technique. Technique level. 1. Host has cultivated the Family S sword technique. Technique level. 1. Host is not equipped with any swordsman gear. Host meridians are not opened. Host meridians are in a closed state. Host carries 0 golden soul coins. Definition complete. The system's basic evaluation of the host. Worthless, super. The host is penniless. A complete destitute, super. Beep, beep, beep. System rebooting. Rebooting, please hold on. Reboot complete. Sorry, unable to fully activate the sword cultivation system. Partial operational system activated. Please enter the system to view relevant system information. What? Worthless super? Penniless super? How dare you mock me? Closing his eyes, he inwardly commanded, "Open." A sound echoed, and in an instant, a dimly lit small room appeared before him. In this small room, there was a 10-inch system operation interface before him. The interface was surrounded by a bluish glow. With a sudden thud, a small square emerged from the screen. "Master, please claim your novice gift package," he solemnly affirmed. "Confirm receipt." The system responded, "The host has claimed the novice gift package. Equipment obtained. Level 1 Holy Spirit Sword. Level 1 Holy Spirit Robe. Equipment can be upgraded. Consumables acquired. Level 1 Holy Spirit Potion. The potion can be used an unlimited number of times. Skill obtained. Level 1 Holy Spirit Sword Manual. The manual can be upgraded. Treasure acquired. 100 golden soul coins. Special item obtained. 1 system boss ticket. One could defeat a boss daily. Additionally, a unique ring has been acquired. Spatial ring. Capable of storing personal items. With a sigh of relief, Su Fei felt a weight lift from his heart. Although many operational interfaces were yet to be unlocked, he believed that by proceeding step by step and persisting diligently, he would eventually unveil all hidden system functionalities. Upon claiming the novice gift package, the small square from the system promptly vanished. The incomplete operational interface displayed 5 fundamental options: character, skills, experience, forging, inventory. The character interface was undoubtedly a dismal sight. As for skills, it was evident that they comprised the Family S sword technique and internal cultivation, both at a mere level 1. Next, he could focus on cultivating the Holy Spirit Sword Manual. What about the experience interface? He opened it to find subcategories as follows: noble rank, divine artifacts, medals, illustrated compendium. Noble rank? In the Saint Ding continent, one's noble rank signifies their social status. Divine artifacts, on the other hand, can rapidly enhance an individual's combat prowess. As for medals, they reflect a person's overall strength, encompassing wings, equipment enhancement, refinement, forging, internal cultivation, dragon soul, and skill training levels. The higher these levels, the greater the medal's rank, all of which are esteemed honors conferred by the royal family. Regarding the illustrated compendium, it consists of collectibles obtained from vanquishing certain high-level bosses. It is said that upon collecting a sufficient number of illustrations, one might even become a formal member of the boss house in the future. Formal members of the boss house have daily opportunities to confront exclusive bosses, and the more illustrations one possesses, the greater the number of bosses they can challenge. However, contemplating these matters now was undeniably a daunting endeavor. Although Su Fei was already 14 years old, he realized that he had to start from square one. Upon opening the backpack interface, I retrieved the Sacred Spirit Garb and the Sacred Spirit Sword. Selecting the Sacred Spirit Sword manual, I clicked to learn it. Congratulations, you have mastered the Sacred Spirit Sword manual. Next, I donned the spatial ring on my left pinky finger. The ring, custom-fitted, felt as if it had seamlessly melded with my finger, becoming an integral part of my being. Finally, I took out the system boss voucher. A moment of hesitation struck me. Would I be obliterated by the boss if I entered? With a resounding thud, the system interface displayed a message. Shall you proceed to eliminate? Yes. Regardless of the outcome, any misfortune would be an internal matter of the system. I could always start anew. Congratulations, you have successfully vanquished the system boss. Rewards, 1,000 experience points. Rewards, 10 Dragon Soul coins. Rewards, Level 1 Sacred Spirit Belt. Rewards, Level 1 Sacred Spirit Boots. Astonishment washed over me. Was it truly over before I even engaged? The system crafted by Su Fei was adaptive, automatically discerning the world's information and aligning with the host's needs. The operations were equally self-sufficient. I had anticipated that the system boss could be swept away with a mere click. What a needless scare. However, what was this 1,000 experience points? Upon inspecting my backpack, I found no sign of the experience points. Thus, I scoured the operational interface. Finally, I opened the character interface. To my shock, it turned out that the character's cultivation level was also upgraded by the system. Gaining 1,000 experience points had catapulted me directly from level 4 to level 15. I was now a level 15 swordsman. Above the character interface, there was a comprehensive combat power rating. Equipped with the level 1 Sacred Spirit Sword, the level 1 Sacred Spirit Garb, the level 1 Sacred Spirit Boots, and the level 1 Sacred Spirit Belt, my combat power surged from 80 to an astounding 2,000 points. This represented a remarkable increase of 1,920 points. What an extraordinary concept. What this truly meant, however, remained uncertain. On the surface, I appear to be quite formidable. I couldn't help but wonder, how would a level 20 swordsman like Su Yan fare in this system's combat power assessment? Clearly, that question would remain unanswered for the time being. Taking a deep breath, I acknowledged that today had indeed marked a significant advancement. I then glanced at the requirements for upgrading my equipment and skills. To enhance my gear, I would need to access the forging interface, engaging in equipment refinement and crafting, all of which required specific materials. To acquire these materials, one must either purchase them in the market, mine them personally at the quarry, or venture into the wilderness to battle formidable bosses. Clearly, none of these options are effortless. Similarly, upgrading skills requires one to expend a substantial amount of gold soul coins at the family's library, with the assistance of the family elders. Suddenly, a voice called out his name from outside. Was that Qianma? Ignoring the pain in his back, Su Fei sprang up and dashed out of the cave. Indeed, Qianma had returned, but she was not alone. Following her were several elders from the family, including his father, Su Teng, and his brother, Su Yan. There were at least 50 individuals, each gazing at him with lethal intent. Su Fei, don't worry about me, just run. Su Qianma was being held by two level 18 swordsmen, her brow furrowed, anxiety etched across her face as she looked at Su Fei. He quickly scanned the elders, his gaze finally settling coldly on the two swordsmen restraining Qianma. You want me? Then release her. Let her go, and I will come with you. Who do you think you are? A traitor to the family, a fugitive everyone denounces. What right do you have to negotiate with us? Chapter 5. Is it not simply a desire for my demise? Indeed, a person of his ilk is unworthy of any terms. What a delusion. Enough. Let's not waste our breath. He is, after all, quite pitiable. If we bring him back, he will undoubtedly face a torturous death. For someone on the brink of death, why should we take his words to heart? True enough, many in the family regarded Su Fei with sympathetic eyes. The elders observed in silence, while Su Yan's expression radiated smugness. Su Fei turned to his father, but Su Teng's indifferent gaze chilled him to the bone. Huh, he laughed. What are you laughing at? Su Yan's countenance darkened at the sound of his laughter. Oh, nothing. I merely find it amusing that for a so-called waste in the eyes of the entire clan, you have gone to such great lengths to capture me. It is quite laughable. Su Fei found it utterly ridiculous, casting a disdainful glance at the clan leader. And you, as the clan leader, of mature years and a level 28 swordsman, are willing to disregard your own daughter in the pursuit of me. Truly, it is laughable. You Su Fei, be silent. Su Qianma's expression was intricate as she exclaimed, "Do not speak further. The situation has reached this point, and I can no longer assist you. I only hope that in death you harbor no grievances. To die early is to transcend early. Let us consider all of this as fate." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. Su Fei furrowed his brow tightly, a sudden pang in his heart. What a notion, to die early and transcend. Is this truly my fate? For 14 years, I have endured countless humiliations within the Su family. Throughout these years, no one has regarded me as a human being. It appears that everyone believes it is their right to bully someone as extraordinarily useless as I am, a rarity in a century. Whenever someone mentions me, it is only to express disdain or to mock mercilessly. Even my own parents are no exception. My brother, Su Yin, has never shown me even the slightest care and often conspires with outsiders to torment me. It seems as though everyone revels in the pleasure of trampling me underfoot. To add to the absurdity, I must always wait behind everyone else for clothing and food. I have never worn a single new garment. Even the hand-me-downs from my brother rarely come my way. All my clothes are those that the servants have worn out and deemed fit for disposal. As for meals, I must wait until the family is finished, and only after the servants have dined do I get a chance to eat. Sometimes even a family dog feast before I do. I often go without even a morsel of food. Over the years, I have endured immense suffering and indignities. After over a decade of toil to create this sword cultivation system, I believed I had finally glimpsed a chance for redemption, only to find myself on the brink of death. At this moment, I longed to weep, yet for reasons unknown, the tears would not come. A bitter laugh escaped me. Let this all be fate. Instead, I laughed louder, and once my laughter subsided, I gazed at Su Tong with disappointment, coldly stating, "Come now. Is it not your desire to kill me? Father, you gave me this life. Now, please take it back yourself." Su Ting was moved by his words. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Fei was indeed his biological son. Moreover, he had thoroughly investigated the matter and confirmed that Su Yin had indeed framed him. Now that the sword technique had been returned intact to the library, if Su Fei's whereabouts remained unknown, this matter would likely fade away. Yet, he had not expected this turn of events. Alas, perhaps this is what they call destiny. Su Yan's actions were indeed unjust. Had he not gone too far this time, Su Fei would not have faced such an outcome. However, in the presence of a genius son and a useless one, as a father, he felt compelled to make a choice. If the truth were to be revealed before everyone right now, the one destined for demise would undoubtedly be Su Yin. He is not only a father, but also a member of the Elder Council. Thus, he must contemplate the future and prospects of the family. Su Yin is the family's foremost genius and is highly likely to be the sole heir to the position of clan leader in the future. Very well. As Su Tong pondered these thoughts, a fierce expression crossed his face, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Sword, come forth." As a level 27 swordsman, his sword had long since become an extension of himself. With a forceful command, his right hand grasped the air, and a long sword emanating a faint earthy glow materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, the long sword trembled in the air, unleashing a tempest outside the cave, causing the underbrush to rustle violently. My goodness, is this the manifestation of Qi into a blade that can only be cultivated at level 25? Although this Qi transformation was merely at level 1, the sword pressure was insufficient to instill fear in swordsmen of the same rank. However, Elder Su Tong's attributes were grounded in earth and wood, making the densely vegetated surroundings highly advantageous, enhancing his combat prowess by at least 5%. Yet behold, Su Fei appeared unaffected by the sword pressure. Could it be that Elder Su Tong's Qi transformation had yet to generate any sword pressure? A member of the Elder Council raised a question. So heavy. The two level 18 swordsmen who had been restraining Su Qianma felt the air grow dense, their bodies trembling involuntarily. It was only natural that they, not yet having reached level 20, could not withstand Su Tong's sword pressure. Clang, clang, clang. Following closely behind the elders, dozens of swordsmen below level 20 found their bodies weakening, unable to maintain their stance, their grip on their swords faltering. Their long swords clattered to the ground as they knelt on one knee, faces contorted in agony. Su Qianma, a level 15 swordsman, was also drenched in sweat. Furthermore, even the prodigious Su Yan, revered by the entire clan, was gasping under the weight of the intangible sword pressure. However, as a celebrated genius, Su Yan could not allow himself to display even the slightest hint of distress. Moreover, having recently broken through the barrier of level 20, he forced himself to endure, mustering his strength to counteract his father's sword pressure. What could be happening? All swordsmen below level 20 were affected. Yet why did Su Fei seem entirely unperturbed? Could it be that he had yet to cultivate sword chi within him, rendering him impervious to the sword pressure? The members of the Elder Council were filled with disbelief. The clan leader observed Su Fei with a complex expression, seemingly discerning some clues, yet he remained silent. Su Fei himself felt a sense of incredulity. He had previously witnessed Su Tang's chi transformation. Just recently, he had inadvertently approached Su Tang's training room, where Su Tang happened to be practicing the transformation. At that time, Su Tang had yet to fully master the technique of transforming chi into blade. However, it was already apparent that the oppressive sword intent emanating from him was formidable enough to cause his opponent to bleed from all 7 orifices and remain unconscious for a full 3 days. Yet this time, Su Tang's transformation had evidently taken shape. Why was it that he felt nothing at all? Was it due to the system? Or was Su Tang intentionally holding back? Chapter 6. Allowing a genius to remain a wastrel. Su Tang, what are you waiting for? Strike! The clan leader commanded with a fierce tone. Cease at once. Suddenly, a masked figure riding a sword of blue light descended from the void above. With a swift motion, the figure appeared 10 meters above the crowd, suspended in midair, hands clasped behind him, clad in black robes and obscured by a veil, rendering his features indistinguishable. Upon his arrival, the previously oppressive sword intent released from Su Tang dissipated into nothingness. Could it be the fabled chi transformation technique? All swordsmen below level 20 exhaled in relief. The clan leader gazed upwards, a grave expression crossing his face. Only those who had attained level 35 could cultivate the chi transformation technique. Who was this individual? It is known that any swordsman above level 30 is strictly forbidden from appearing in remote low-level towns. Moreover, this person's cultivation level exceeded 35. Su Ting, you truly are becoming senile. After all these years, you lack even this little discernment. The masked figure's voice was hoarse, seemingly deliberately disguised. Su Ting was the father of Su Qianma and the patriarch of the Su clan. Who are you? Su Ting scrutinized the masked figure, sensing a hint of familiarity emanating from him. Who I am is of little importance. I have come today to demand a person. A person? Who do you seek? Su Fei. Su Ting pondered silently. Thus, you are the one who rescued Su Fei from Ling Yan Pavilion last time? Indeed, the masked figure affirmed. Su Ting's countenance darkened instantly. Are you aware that as a swordsman above level 35, your presence in the skies over Damo Town has already violated royal prohibitions? And what of it? If anything happens to Su Fei today, I shall ensure that the entire Su clan pays with their lives. The masked figure's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any overt hostility. Nevertheless, fear flickered across the faces of all present. It was essential to recognize that the opponent was a swordsman above level 35, wielding the chi transformation technique, rendering all swordsmen below level 30 powerless to utilize their sword energy. Even Su Tang's technique of transforming chi in a blade was effortlessly subdued by him. One could only wonder how many more terrifying sword moves he possessed. In the face of such an adversary, the Su clan found themselves utterly devoid of hope. As clan leader, Su Ting was compelled to make a decisive choice. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, "My lord, there is one matter that perplexes me. What merits does Su Fei possess that you would dare to transgress the royal taboo for his sake?" A mocking laughter escaped the masked figure, who retorted, "Su Ting, have I not already indicated that you grow more bewildered with age? You squander a talent, treating him like refuse. Sooner or later, you shall lament the actions you have taken against Su Fei today." A talent? Su Ting cast a profound glance at Su Fei, and his expression shifted instantaneously. Beside him, Su Yin nearly erupted in laughter, musing, is this so-called talent merely a superfluous waste with an aptitude of 0.1? The masked individual exhaled lightly. Su Ting, do you still not perceive that Su Fei is no longer the same as before? The sword pressure unleashed by Su Tong earlier exceeded 1,300, rendering all swordsmen below level 20 breathless. Yet Su Fei remained unperturbed. Does this not elucidate the matter? Su Ting had indeed noticed this aspect. His gaze shifting once more to Su Fei, he observed the latter's calm demeanor, devoid of any trace of fear, seemingly brimming with confidence. How can a waste, with an aptitude of 0.1, possess such confidence? Su Ting grappled with this thought but dared not delve further, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Well then, Su Ting, if you surrender Su Fei to me, I can bestow upon you a substantial gift. Let us consider today's events as though they never transpired, shall we? The masked figure proposed. Su Ting hesitated momentarily. With a grand gesture, the masked figure produced a level 30 secret realm token from the space ring on his left pinky. Without a second thought, he cast it into Su Ting's hands, stating, "What say you? Is this sufficient?" Within the secret realm lie countless rare treasures, open to the public once a year, and this token allows for unlimited access, typically reserved for the nobility. Moreover, this was a level 30 secret realm token, a notion so far-fetched for the remote Su clan that it felt like a dream. Many within the family gazed at it with shining eyes, their expressions brimming with excitement. Yet, despite holding the secret realm token, Su Ting's face remained troubled. If this is insufficient, then what of these? The masked figure, seeing Su Ting unmoved, unhesitatingly retrieved over 100 martial arts manuals from the space ring and tossed them to Su Ting. These were ancient secret techniques long lost on the Saint Ding continent. It was astonishing that the masked individual would so casually bestow such treasures upon the Su family for someone notorious as a waste. Upon closer inspection, Su Ting discovered the presence of the transforming chi technique among the manuals. The peculiar power of this technique had already been demonstrated, leaving all in awe. Very well. Henceforth, Su Fei shall no longer be a member of our Su family. You may take him at any time. At last, Su Ting consented to the exchange. Excellent. The masked figure applauded repeatedly, expressing satisfaction. In that case, Su Fei, let us depart. As the words left his lips, he waved his hand decisively. Up. Su Fei's body was lifted by an enigmatic force, gently settling upon the masked man's azure sword. This marked Su Fei's inaugural experience of soaring 10 meters above the ground while standing atop a blade. Peering downward, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Do not fear. Steady yourself and grasp my shoulder tightly. The masked man gently advised, the upcoming speed will be swift. Ensure you do not fall. Wait, senior. Su Fei stabilized his footing, clutching the masked man's shoulder, his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed down at Su Tong. Oomph. Su Tong merely scoffed, sheathing his long sword, his countenance frigid, casting not even a single glance at Su Fei. Sigh. Su Fei silently shook his head, a sense of disappointment escaping him. At this moment, had Su Tong uttered even a kind word, it might have somewhat alleviated his heartache. If Su Tong were to acknowledge his errors, Su Fei would even be willing to offer the Su family a chance to retain his talents. It seemed, however, that Su Tong lacked the understanding of what to cherish. Turning his gaze back to Su Ting, he spoke calmly, "Clan leader, the reason Qian Mo saved me is not to oppose the Elders' Council. Her actions stem purely from benevolence. I hope you will not impose any punishment upon her." Through the earlier spectacle, Su Ting had already discerned that Su Fei was no longer the same as before, and the masked man's willingness to bear such a hefty cost to take him away promised a bright future for Su Fei. When Su Fei had looked at Su Tong with a complex expression, Su Ting had felt a flicker of uncertainty, hoping Su Tong would speak to retain Su Fei. Yet now, it appeared that all hope was lost. He quietly contemplated that offending Su Fei at this juncture would likely bear ill consequences for the entire Su family's future. As the clan leader, after careful consideration, he offered Su Fei a courteous smile. "Su Fei, rest assured, I understand that you and Qianmo have been good friends since childhood. After all, she is my daughter. I shall not trouble her. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, many within the clan stifled their amusement. Good friends? Su Ting had long opposed the association between Qian Mo and Su Fei. Now, witnessing Su Fei's imminent rise, he openly acknowledged their friendship before all. Clearly, Su Ting was merely a petty man who elevated some while trampling others. Regardless, Su Ting displayed a keen sense of timing. Su Fei could finally breathe easy, nodding appreciatively at Su Qian Mo, a silent acknowledgement of her care over the years. His expression then darkened. "Senior, let us proceed." "Very well. Hold on tightly," the masked man commanded, and with a whoosh they were off. With a whisper, the sound of the wind rustled in their ears as they stepped upon the azure blade, soaring into the vast expanse like celestial beings. Chapter 7. Qinjian Mountain. Elder, where is your stronghold located? Have you heard of Qinjian Mountain? Qinjian Mountain? Are you referring to the one that only those who have attained level May 25th enter? Do not worry. The level 25 requirement merely pertains to certain perilous areas within Qinjian Mountain. As for the other regions, anyone below level 40 may enter freely. Ah, I see. Su Fei nodded, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. After a moment, he inquired further, "By the way, Elder, you really were sent by Mu Jian?" "Indeed. How has Mu Jian been lately?" "She is well and has been thinking of you." Speaking of Mu Jian, she hails from the nobility of the Qin kingdom, possessing royal lineage. They have known each other since childhood. If memory serves, it was 7 years ago. At that time, Su Fei was 7 and Mu Jian was 6. Mu Jian appeared in Damo Town under grave circumstances, severely injured. Had it not been for Su Fei's expertise with the system, implanting an automatic healing mechanism within her, she might have perished. Out of gratitude, Mu Jian vowed to repay Su Fei's kindness one day. Su Fei had always been impoverished, and from that moment on, he worked daily in town to earn gold soul coins. However, due to the exorbitant costs of system creation, he was left with but a single gold soul coin. Though Mu Jian had recovered, she still required sustenance to regain her strength. Understanding his financial plight, she requested only a string of candied hawthorns, promising that if they were to meet again, it would be their token of recognition. This is why, upon spotting the string of candied hawthorns in the cave, Su Fei could instantly deduce it was from Mu Jian. Notably, despite being only 6 years of age, Mu Jian possessed a staggering talent, achieving level 15 at the mere age of 6. One wonders how formidable her cultivation has become after all these years. The wind howled around them, growing ever more intense. In the blink of an eye, they traversed mountains and deserts, finally beholding a mist-shrouded emerald peak. That was Qinjian Mountain. A sudden tension gripped Su Fei's heart. Growing up in Damo Town, although surrounded by mountains stretching for miles, they were modest in stature and lacked majesty. In contrast, Qinjian Mountain was an awe-inspiring sight, its numerous peaks resembling a multitude of swords piercing the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled reverence. The Mu clan resided on the 100-meter slope of the main peak of Qinjian Mountain. The area was lush with shrubs, filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrant blossoms, painting a picture of flourishing vitality. Although the Mu family resided deep in the mountains, they possessed a vast, idyllic city that seemed to exist apart from the world. The seemingly endless street wound around the grand peak of Qinjian Mountain, resembling a sinuous dragon coiling majestically in its domain. Countless golden halls and a multitude of tribespeople gave the entire Mu family an air of bustling vibrancy, befitting their noble status. "Look, it's the Grand Elder's blue sword. The Grand Elder has returned. The Grand Elder has returned." Outside the Qinqiu Hall, dozens of young children from the Mu family gathered excitedly, gazing skyward with anticipation etched on their faces. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the blue sword plummeted, stirring up a tempestuous wind that rustled the bushes outside the hall. Upon landing, the blue sword vanished into thin air. "Wait, it seems the Grand Elder is not alone. Who is that young man behind him? Let's go see." Su Fei walked alongside the masked figure towards the Qinqiu Hall. The elegantly dressed children surged forward, encircling the two of them. Su Fei, in a disheveled state, quickly scanned the faces of his peers but was disappointed to find no sign of Mu Jian. Nevertheless, he remained calm as he took in the scene. Since his soul had traversed into the Saint Ding continent, he had never experienced such fervent gazes from so many people. This long-lost sensation left him somewhat unaccustomed. The masked figure removed his veil, revealing a kindly visage. At 40 years of age, his dark complexion and beard contrasted with the warmth emanating from his eyes, which invited familiarity, marking him as a commendable elder. It was no wonder the young members of the Mu family were so thrilled to see him. The children clustered around, eagerly inquiring, "Grand Elder, who is he? Please introduce him to us." "He is Su Fei, hailing from the distant Dama Town." "Dama Town? What sort of place is that?" For these nobles, Dama Town was exceedingly remote. Many were unaware of its existence. The Grand Elder patiently explained, "Dama Town is merely a secluded little settlement. It is understandable that you are unfamiliar with it. However, remember this. Although Su Fei is from an outside tribe, from this day forth, we shall regard him as one of our own. Do you understand? Yes, Grand Elder. The majority of the children responded obediently. Yet, a few among them exhibited glimmers of curiosity and skepticism in their eyes. They stood beneath the imposing dragon gate, 3 zhang high, outside the Qinqiu Hall, their expressions tinged with indifference. Zishi, do you see his pitiful appearance? Surely, he must be a servant picked up from the countryside by the Grand Elder, one remarked. Indeed, that seems plausible, replied Mu Zishi with a detached nod. She continued, Mu Zhen, regardless of the circumstances, we must not defy the Grand Elder's wishes. Since he wants us to treat him as one of our own, we absolutely must not bully him. Do you understand? Understood. Mu Zhen obediently replied, Zishi, rest assured, I am known for my kindness and have never been one to oppress the weak, as you well know. Mu Zishi shot him a cold glare before finally stepping towards Su Fei. Sister Zishi and brother Mu Zhen have arrived. Everyone, please make way. Upon seeing Mu Zishi and Mu Zhen, the younger clan members respectfully parted to create a path for them. Hello, Su Fei, I am Mu Zishi. From now on, we shall all be like family, Mu Zishi said, halting before him and offering what seemed to be a polite greeting. Su Fei looked at her and discerned that her courtesy was merely a superficial facade, veiling a sense of noble pride and disdain for the impoverished. Yet he remained composed, replying calmly, Miss Zishi, greetings. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Mose elevan disdainfully scrutinized his disheveled appearance. Her expression suddenly turning frosty as she declared, while others may not know who you are, I am all too aware. If I am not mistaken, you are the so-called waste of the Su family that Mu Jian frequently mentions, correct? Indeed, that is me, Su Fei acknowledged without hesitation. He is the legendary waste with a talent score of merely 0. 1. How could the Grand Elder possibly bring back such a useless individual? What is the situation here? Upon learning that he was the much-discussed waste of the Su family, a peculiar expression swept across the faces of everyone present, causing them to instinctively step back, their expressions rife with disdain. In the face of such attitudes, Su Fei remained unfazed. He had encountered similar scenes countless times before. At that moment, even Mu Zhen was taken aback and whispered to Mu Zishi, did you not just say that we must not bully him? How can you? Mu Zishi pushed Mu Zhen aside, crossing her arms defiantly, and declared loudly, how can this be considered bullying? I merely wish to unveil the truth, fostering understanding between us all. Is there something wrong with that? But could this be perceived as excessive? Mu Zhen mused silently. Chapter 8. The Xintian Battle Team. In front of the Qinqiu Hall, Su Fei found himself encircled by this unfamiliar group of peers. As a person deemed a superfluous waste with a talent score of only 0. 1, he bore no trace of self-doubt in his eyes. Instead, he radiated an aura of remarkable composure. It is evident to all that he possesses an extraordinary confidence. However, such self-assurance emanating from one deemed a talentless individual with a mere aptitude of 0. 1 is indeed perplexing. He was personally brought back by the Grand Elder. Yet the Grand Elder refrained from intervening in the conflicts among the younger generation, choosing instead to observe the subtle changes in Su Fei's expression. Witnessing his remarkable composure at such a tender age, the Grand Elder felt a surge of admiration and unconsciously nodded in approval. At some point, he quietly distanced himself from the crowd. Zishi, Mu Zhen, do you two have nothing better to do? A slender girl dressed in a coral-hued gown emerged from the treehouse beside the Qinqiu Hall. Her voice was gentle and delicate, resonating with a comforting quality. As her words reached their ears, everyone instinctively turned to look. It was Mu Jian who had arrived. Rumor had it that this waste of the Su family had saved Mu Jian, though the truth of that claim remained uncertain. Even if it were true, what significance did it hold? This waste would only be relegated to the role of a mere servant within our Mu family. The fact that the Grand Elder personally brought him here might represent the pinnacle of his existence. Everyone harbored their own opinions about Su Fei's presence, yet none were palatable to others. Let's all refrain from excessive chatter. Mu Jian approached Su Fei, her voice soft. As the daughter of the clan leader and the most gifted young genius of the Mu family, she commanded great respect from her peers. Her words silenced the crowd. Even Mu Zishi and Mu Zhen dared not utter another syllable. Su Fei, I am delighted to see you. Please do not take their words to heart. In my eyes, you are the true genius. Mu Jian grasped Su Fei's hand with an enthusiasm that surpassed everyone's expectations. Rest assured, I'm not so petty. Su Fei's face lit up with genuine joy at the sight of Mu Jian, reciprocating the clasp of her delicate hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Standing nearby, Mu Zi, she let out a cold, derisive laugh. True genius? Mu Jian, what do you mean by that? Do you really believe that this talentless individual with an aptitude of 0 1 surpasses us, who possess talents above 50? Indeed, although his cultivation talent may be a once-in-a-thousand-years rarity at 0 1, he is undeniably the most astonishing prodigy I have encountered among my peers. Should you dare to show him disrespect again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Mu Jian's countenance was unusually grave. Typically, she was polite to everyone and advocated for peaceful coexistence. It was surprising to witness her adopting such a sharp demeanor in defense of someone deemed a talentless waste from a Su family. Moreover, Mu Zishi stands out as an exceptional talent among the younger generation, boasting a natural aptitude of 52 and a qualification of 30. Such remarkable innate attributes, combined with her noble lineage from the Mu family, have enabled her to reach level 17 in cultivation by the tender age of 15. However, what truly fills the Mu family with pride is not merely her accomplishments, but her profession. She is recognized as the most distinguished control archer among her peers. Achieving a talent level of 52 as an archer is already formidable, and with a qualification of 30, she is regarded as an unparalleled control archer, a once-in-a-century prodigy. It is said that among 10,000 archers, finding a control archer with a qualification of 30 is a rare occurrence. In future team battles, a control archer is bound to significantly enhance the overall strength of the team. It is no surprise that her contemporaries within the family, who possess only average talents, hold her in high esteem. Even the elders of the family shower her with affection. Unexpectedly, Mu Jian has shown such favoritism towards a waste from the Su family. Oof. Mu Zishi scoffed disdainfully, declaring, Mu Jian, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. We have always kept a position for a main attacker in our team, and it is absolutely impossible for this Su family waste to occupy that role. Upon her words, everyone was taken aback. They all understood that the four most illustrious young talents of the family, Mu Zishi, Mu Zhen, Mu Shuangshuang, and Mu Jian, have been designated by the elders to train together in a prominent team named Xiantian. Mu Zishi, as a control archer, occupies a crucial position in the backline, capable of striking enemies from afar while ensuring team output. In the Xiantian team, her role is indispensable. Mu Zhen, on the other hand, is a warrior with a talent of 53, having honed a formidable exterior through rigorous training, making him the unyielding frontline shield of the Xiantian team. His qualification of 90 marks him as an extraordinary genius in the frontline. Mu Shuangshuang is a pharmacist with a talent of 55, although not a fire-type pharmacist. Her qualification of 50 undoubtedly positions her as a singular talent in the realm of alchemy. Supported by the noble Mu family, she has become a pillar of the Xiantian team, irreplaceable in her contributions. As for Mu Jian, she is a prodigious master of prohibitions with a talent of 65. Such a high talent level is already fearsome, but her astonishing qualification of 100 elevates her status to that of a rare master of prohibitions in the entire Shengding continent. What does being a master of prohibitions entail? It signifies one of the most formidable classes of specialized auxiliary control professions on the Shengding continent. Though their offensive capabilities may be limited, having a professional auxiliary, especially one proficient in control, in any team is enough to astound the entire continent. At present, they are still young. As long as they persist in their beliefs, in due time, they will undoubtedly become an illustrious team on the entire Saint-Ding continent. However, their squad has consistently lacked a primary attacker. Mu Jian, being the daughter of the clan leader and an extraordinary talent with a potential of 65, holds the position of captain in the Xiantian team, granting her the privilege to select a reserve member to become the core primary attacker of the team. To everyone's astonishment, she has chosen Su Fei for this pivotal role. The disbelief among the crowd is palpable. If Su Fei were to assume the position of primary attacker, even with 4 unparalleled super talents in the Xiantian team, it would be exceedingly difficult to secure a place on the Saint-Ding continent. Indeed, is this not akin to sabotaging their future? In the face of the collective dissent, Mu Jian resolutely declared, enough. I am the captain of the Xiantian team, and the decision regarding the primary attacker is mine to make. No one shall contest it. Upon hearing this, Mu Zishi let out a cold, disappointed laugh, saying, Mu Jian, I am perplexed by your transformation. If you insist on being obstinate and face the ire of everyone for the sake of this talentless fool with a potential of merely 0-1, then I advise you to reconsider. Should you persist in allowing this waste to join the Xintian team, I regret to inform you that I shall withdraw. Indeed, I shall withdraw as well. Mu Jun, who has grown up alongside Mu Zishi and shares a profound bond with her, has always stood by her side. Thus, he too would not remain if she chose to depart. Zishi, Jun, you are both well aware of my rules. If you choose to leave the Xintian team today, you shall never be permitted to return. Even in the face of the departure of two prodigies, Mu Jian remained unfazed, which only deepened the confusion among their peers within the clan. What merit does this Su family waste possess? Could he truly surpass Sister Zishi and Brother Jin in prowess? It seems unlikely. No matter his capabilities, with a meager potential of 0-1, it is hard to believe he could possess any miracles. Yet, everyone understood that Mu Jian is cautious. Anyone she personally selects must possess commendable qualities. Indeed, did you not hear earlier? Mu Jian stated that he is a once-in-a-millennium talent. Although his potential is only 0-1, it is challenging to find another individual like him on the entire Saint Ding continent. Is that so? Did Mu Jian actually say this? While it may not have been her exact words, the essence is quite similar. In light of this situation, many of their contemporaries within the clan engaged in lively discussions. Some considered Mu Jian's actions impulsive, even foolish, believing it unwise to clash with two of the clan's greatest talents over a Su family waste. Meanwhile, others remained steadfast in their belief that Mu Jian's discernment could never be in error. Confronted by the bewilderment and speculation of the crowd, Mu Zishi, with a fierce expression, declared, "Very well, Mu Jian, you have said it yourself. Mu Jun, let us depart." Just then, the Grand Elder reappeared. Clad in a flowing black cloud robe and wearing a matching crown, he appeared even more imposing and dignified than before. Mu Zishi halted her steps and stated, "Grand Elder, you have heard as well. This is a choice made by Mu Jian herself. As the captain of the Xintian battle team, she must take responsibility for her decisions. Do not act impulsively." The Grand Elder strolled from the Qinqiu Hall with a serious demeanor, saying, "You have all grown up together as friends. Any matter can be calmly discussed among us." Mu Zishi turned her face away, displaying a defiant attitude. The Grand Elder, unfazed, stepped between them and spoke amiably. "In truth, Su Fei is not the useless individual you all perceive him to be. Although his talent is rated at 0-1, his aptitude stands at 1-5, placing him solidly within the realm of a genius main attacker." "Grand Elder, you are clearly grasping at straws," Mu Zishi retorted coldly. "Even if his aptitude is remarkable, how can someone with a training talent of only 0-1 possibly fulfill the role of the main attacker for the Xintian battle team? Do you not believe me? If not, how about we place a wager?" "A wager? On what grounds?" Mu Zishi regarded the Grand Elder with skepticism, utterly perplexed by his intentions. The Grand Elder stroked his long beard and smiled enigmatically. "Let us wager on whether Su Fei can indeed assume the position of main attacker for the Xintian battle team. If you win, you shall personally select the main attacker. If you lose, you will comply with Mu Jian's arrangements. What say you?" "Very well, Grand Elder. You have said it." Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Zishi agreed, though she wondered what Mu Jian thought of this. All eyes turned to Mu Jian. It is known that the only way to test a main attacker's competency in a battle team is to form a group and venture into the wild to slay beasts that match the team's average combat strength. Everyone believed Su Fei to be a complete failure, likely possessing a combat strength of less than 100. If he were to team up with a genius-level battle team like Xintian, boasting an average combat strength of a terrifying 1200, he would likely become a meal for the beasts before even touching their hides. Mu Jian was uncertain of Su Fei's current strength and, gripping his hand tightly, hesitated. "Su Fei, what do you think?" Su Fei had not initially cared about joining the Xintian battle team, but through the discussions he had overheard, he began to grasp that the existence of the Xintian battle team was synonymous with the future of the entire Mu family. As an outsider who had already received immense favors from the Mu family, failing to showcase his talents in return would be a grievous betrayal. He had always understood the importance of gratitude from a young age. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Moreover, the Elder has rescued him from the very brink of death, granting him a second chance at life. This grace he cannot afford to forget. Thus he nodded earnestly, saying, "Very well, I accept." "Elder, when do you intend to commence the test?" The Elder had already witnessed Su Fei's prowess. to remain unperturbed under the pressure of Su Tung and its 1,300 points of sword intent, without so much as a flutter of breath, indicated that his combat capabilities were certainly not inferior to the existing average of the Xintian battle team. Fixing his gaze upon Mu Zixie's countenance, he stated, "Zixi, if anyone is reluctant, it is you. The timing of the test shall be at your discretion. How does that sound?" Mu Zixi was more than willing to take on this challenge. Casting a provocative glance at Su Fei, she coldly remarked, "Su Fei, do not blame the Mu family for bullying you, an outsider. Considering your meager talents, I shall grant you the authority to decide when you believe you are ready for the test. We shall be at your service anytime." It seemed that Mu Zixi was not as detestable as one might have imagined. As a talented archer among the younger generation of the Mu family, her responsibilities lay with the Xintian battle team and the future of her clan. Thus, with a calm smile, Su Fei responded, "If everyone has no objections, then let us proceed now." Now, Mu Zixie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? In your current state, do you truly believe you stand a chance of surviving the test? I advise you to reconsider, lest a single misstep haunts you for eternity. The elder has gone to great lengths to rescue you from the Su family. Living is far better than dying. Thank you for your concern. But let us proceed with the test." Su Fei did not waver. Mu Zixi suddenly began to doubt. Was this young man truly unafraid of death? She scrutinized him, noting his tattered clothing and the scars etched across his back, clearly bearing wounds. How could he remain unafraid in such circumstances? Or was it that he was blissfully ignorant of the peril that lay ahead? "What is the matter, Zixi? Speak up," urged Mu Jian. "Wasn't it you who wished to wager? Since Su Fei has agreed to test now, let's commence." Mu Jian understood that Su Fei never engaged in battles without assurance. If he felt uncertain, he would not easily acquiesce. Mu Zixi hesitated for a moment, but her indecision did not linger long. Glancing at Mu Zhen, she commanded, "Go, summon Shuang Shuang. We shall depart in half an hour." "Yes." Mu Zhen complied and swiftly made his way toward the Eternal Life Hall, accessible only to those possessing the qualifications of an alchemist. Chapter 10. A Peerless Genius. Before long, Mu Zhen returned, accompanied by a 17-year-old girl. The young woman stood gracefully, adorned in a delicate pink ensemble that exuded youthful charm. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to possess a straightforward personality, yet she also embodied the qualities of a modest and virtuous young lady. "Behold, Sister Shuang Shuang has arrived. Recently, Sister Shuang Shuang has been sequestered within the Longevity Palace, diligently honing her skills. One cannot help but wonder what level of mastery she has attained by now. Under such circumstances, the higher Sister Shuang Shuang's prowess, the more perilous the situation for Su Fei becomes, does it not? Indeed, it seems that Su Fei, having just arrived at our Mu family, is destined for demise. The elder has taken a considerable risk this time, incurring substantial costs, only to labor in vain. Alas, moreover, the mere mention of Su Fei has led to the omission of the term waste. Clearly, the others have begun to harbor doubts. Su Fei must possess some extraordinary ability that has garnered Mu Jian's significant regard, thus deterring them from offending him lightly. It is unfortunate, however, that they still fail to see Su Fei in a more favorable light. Having just joined the Mu family, he is to undergo an assessment as the primary attacker, and it is likely that his prospects are grim. Mu Zixi, having placed this wager, though her heart may be reluctant, will undoubtedly not relent due to any reason. Upon noticing Sister Shuang Shuang's arrival, she gravely declared, "Elder, please conduct the pre-battle assessment." The pre-battle assessment involves utilizing a testing stone to ascertain their respective combat power values, which are then averaged to determine the target beast's level for their expedition into the wild. The elder cast a glance at Mu Shuang Shuang and surmised her cultivation level to still be at level 17, which eased his mind. Stroking his chin, he replied, "Very well. Follow me." The five of them trailed behind the elder into the Qinqiu Hall, while the others remained outside. Inside the hall, resplendent in gold and jade, the walls bore portraits of the Mu family's ancestors, many of whom were renowned figures from the Holy Ding continent. Some have ascended, while others have met untimely ends. Perhaps this serves as proof that not every genius in the Holy Ding continent is destined to achieve a perfect ascension to the divine realm. Passing through the hall, at the rear of the Qinqiu Hall stood a square platform 2 meters high, upon which rested a 3-meter-tall testing stone. Such testing stones are also present in the Su family. Radiating a lustrous white jade hue, the stone automatically evaluates the tester's innate talent, aptitude, cultivation level, and combat power value upon contact with their hand. I shall go first, Mu Zishi proclaimed as she stepped forward and placed her hand upon the testing stone. In an instant, the stone emitted a dazzling blue light, revealing 4 lines of golden characters. Talent, 52nd rank. Aptitude, 30th rank. Cultivation level, level 17. Combat power value, 1,050 points. As a control-type archer at the tender age of 15, her remarkable combat power is hardly surprising, explaining why she is a key focus of training within the prestigious Mu family. Next, she withdrew her hand from the testing stone, casting a triumphant glance at Su Fei below the platform. I shall go. Mu Jun was the second to step forward. Talent, level 53. Aptitude, level 90. Cultivation level, level 17. Combat power, 1,200 points. As a frontline axe wielder at merely 16 years of age, her combat power surpassing a staggering 1,200 points not only places her among the elite of the younger generation, but also eclipses that of Su Fei's father, Su Tong, whose 25th level sword technique merely exerts a pressure of around 1,300. This alone attests to the boundless potential that lies ahead for Mu Jun. Next, the Grand Elder called out. Mu Shuang and Mu Jian remained rooted in place, unhurried to take their turn. Sister Shuang, would you like to go first? Mu Jian expressed his respect for Mu Shuang, the eldest in the Xiantian battle team. Mu Shuang nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall go first." As she approached, even the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Talent, level 55. Aptitude, level 50. Cultivation level, level 17. Combat power, 900 points. As an alchemist, her combat power was not particularly high. Her duty was to save lives rather than engage in battle. Achieving 900 points was already quite formidable. Next, the Grand Elder turned his gaze to Mu Jian. Finally releasing Su Fei's hand, Mu Jian gracefully ascended the platform. Talent, level 65. Aptitude, level 100. Cultivation level, level 25. Combat power, 1,250 points. As a Grandmaster, her combat power alone could not encapsulate her true terror. It was her control that truly defined her. Remarkably, at just 13 years of age, she boasted the highest combat power among the 4. A combat power of 1,250 points, alongside having surpassed level 25, was indeed an awe-inspiring feat. Not only was Su Fei visibly astonished, but even the other familiar members of the Xiantian battle team were left in disbelief. What? Mu Jian, your cultivation level has already surpassed level 25? Does this mean you can now practice the group immobilization technique? Mu Jian removed her hand from the testing stone and calmly replied, "Yes, I have mastered it, but the mental technique is only at level 1. So the immobilization lasts merely 10 seconds. A 10-second group immobilization?" Hearing this, Mu Jun, the team's frontline shield, exclaimed with excitement, "That's more than sufficient. Coupled with my ghostly charge, we will surely gain the upper hand in battle. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. It is now Su Fei's turn to be tested," Mu Zishi remarked, casting a teasing glance at Su Fei. Su Fei maintained a calm demeanor as he clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd, stating, "I shall now reveal my shortcomings." He ascended the high platform step by step, uncertain of the outcome that would manifest on the testing stone after acquiring the sword cultivation system. Standing before the stone, his emotions were somewhat tumultuous, and for a considerable time, he hesitated to place his hand upon it. "Come on, Su Fei, hurry up. What is the point of dawdling like a grown man?" urged Mu Jun, taking a deep breath. Su Fei closed his eyes and gradually placed his hand on the testing stone. In an instant, the stone radiated a dazzling blue light. However, unlike the others, there were no inscriptions to be found amidst the blue glow. What is going on? Even with a talent score of merely 0. 1, it shouldn't be devoid of any display, right? Could it be that all my data is a fabrication? Am I truly at a talent level of 0, aptitude of 0, cultivation rank of 0, and combat power of 0? Mu Zishi and Mu Jun exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silence, their faces betraying a growing disappointment. "Mu Jian, it seems you have misjudged him. He is nothing but an utter waste of potential." Mu Zishi finally could no longer contain herself and stormed away in frustration. "Wait." The Grand Elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, intoned gravely, "Do not rush to conclusions. Look, what is that?" As the blue light gradually subsided until it vanished completely, the crowd was left in a state of confusion. Suddenly, the testing stone blazed forth with blue light once more. And this time, golden characters emerged within the glow. Not 4 lines, but 8. Innate talent, level 0. 1 acquired talent, level 100. Innate aptitude, level 15. Acquired aptitude, level 15. Innate level, level 4. Acquired level, level 15. Innate combat power, 100 points. Acquired combat power, 2,000 points. Heavens, what is this situation? Mu Zishi found herself rooted to the spot, staring in astonishment at the results displayed by the testing stone. Mu Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the testing stone be malfunctioning? No, this is not a malfunction. We have witnessed such phenomena within the Mu clan before, declared the Grand Elder, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable excitement. A relieved smile finally broke across Mu Jian's tense face. Phew, I understand now. That individual is none other than the most formidable prodigy our Mu clan has ever known, Mu Qingfeng. So, Su Fei is not the superfluous waste in the eyes of the Su family, but rather an extraordinary talent that appears once in a millennium. Upon seeing these results, Mu Zishi felt as though she had been struck hard, her expression turning exceedingly grim. The unsightly expression on her face stemmed not from anger, but from disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she had mistaken an unparalleled genius for an utter failure, publicly challenging his authority and rendering him uncomfortable. It is uncertain how Su Fei perceives himself at this moment. As they prepare to engage in battle within a team, it is evident that Su Fei, with his terrifying innate prowess, is more than deserving of the position of primary attacker in the Xintian battle team. Furthermore, he will undoubtedly become an indispensable core of the team. One can only hope that Su Fei is not the type to harbor grudges. Chapter 11. The Summoning Technique. As far back as 13,000 years ago, the Mu family had once produced a postnatal prodigy with an innate talent of 100 and a postnatal aptitude of 150, an extraordinary genius whose abilities were perfectly aligned. This individual, Mu Qingfeng, currently governs the supreme divine realm of the Holy Ding continent. Those familiar with the Mu family understand that their rise to nobility in the Qin kingdom is attributable not merely to their royal lineage, but significantly due to the existence of such an unparalleled genius in their ancestry. Little did anyone anticipate that, 13,000 years later, another genius, akin to Mu Qingfeng, would descend upon the Mu family. It seems that heaven has indeed bestowed particular favor upon them. The elder remarked, in my view, given that Su Fei's postnatal strength has reached such heights, should we not consider canceling the outdoor assessment? Indeed, the original 4 members of the Xintian battle team had an average combat power of 100, but with Su Fei's inclusion, it has soared to 280, a remarkable increase of 180 points in average strength. Thus, the proposed outdoor test appears redundant. However, the fact that Mu Zishi took the initiative to propose this request surprised everyone. Those present were well aware that Mu Zishi was not one to be easily swayed, often remaining resolute until the very end. Her willingness to make such a suggestion clearly indicated that she had been utterly captivated by Su Fei's formidable postnatal prowess. Whether to cancel the test is not for me to decide. It should be determined by the 5 active members of the Xintian battle team, the elder stated, reluctant to overly interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Mu Zishi turned to Mu Jian and inquired, as captain, what is your opinion? Mu Jian replied, in 3 months, the secret realm will reopen, attracting not only hundreds of noble sects from the Qin kingdom, but also experts from the northern Qi kingdom, the southern Yin kingdom, the western Zhao kingdom, and the eastern Wei kingdom. Even without a test, we cannot afford to let our training wane for a moment. Indeed, Mu Shuang, who had remained silent until now, concurred. Today marks the first day that the Xintian battle team has assembled a complete roster. The best way for us to familiarize ourselves is to engage in battle together. Yes, Mu Zhen nodded in agreement. This was a vote of 1 against 3. Yet Mu Zishi still turned to Su Fei on the elevated platform, expressing her respect. Su Fei, what are your thoughts? Only then did Su Fei withdraw his hand from the testing stone. He had never anticipated that after acquiring the system, his innate talent would surge dramatically the very next day. Previously, he had refrained from examining the character profiles within the system's realm, but he seized the opportunity to take a furtive glance while they conversed. To his astonishment, both his acquired talent and aptitude had reached perfection. However, this state of perfection was only attainable through the system's assistance. Moreover, he received a new task from the system, to form a team and venture to the gate of the other world to slay the orc leader. Overwhelmed with excitement, he turned to Mu Zishi with a subtle smile and said, I will heed Mu Jian's counsel. Mu Zishi, witnessing his expression, found herself utterly perplexed as to his thoughts. Could it be that he had forgiven her? Yet, his smile seemed not directed at her. She was completely at a loss. With a gaze filled with complexity, she remarked, "Very well, since you all agree, may the Grand Elder bestow the talisman." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder waved his hand, producing a dark talisman from his spatial ring and handing it to Mu Jian. "This is a level 20 talisman. You must kill the orc leader. Should you encounter unforeseen circumstances, do not linger in battle. Do you understand?" "Understood. Let's set off," Mu Jian declared as he took the talisman, prompting the 5 of them to exit the Chinchio Hall together, making their way towards the gate of the otherworld on the back mountain amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Observing their retreating figures, the peers within the clan began to whisper among themselves. "They truly are going. It seems Su Fei is doomed today." "Not necessarily. Can't you see?" The Grand Elder, Su Fei, and Mu Jian, who has always defended Su Fei, all appear quite relaxed. It does seem that way. Could it be that Su Fei possesses some extraordinary ability? Within the family, aside from a few individuals present at the testing stone, no one was aware that Su Fei was a remarkable genius with both innate talent and aptitude perfected. Given this, it was only natural for the others to harbor doubts regarding Su Fei's strength. In the blink of an eye, the 5 members of the Xiantian squad materialized at the gate of the otherworld on the back mountain. Before them stood a towering stele 2 meters high, inscribed with ancient runes, embedded within the stone wall of the main peak of the Qinjian mountain, its surface shimmering with a brilliant blue light. "This is the portal," Mu Jian whispered to Su Fei. Indeed, Su Fei gazed at the portal with a complex expression. Although the Su family possessed such gates, his lowly status had never afforded him the opportunity to witness one. This was his first encounter with the true form of the gate of the otherworld. Little did he expect to reap such rewards on his very first day at the Mu family, leaving him overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion. "Is everyone ready?" Mu Jian held a level 20 talisman, swiftly casting a glance over the faces of the 4 individuals. With a graceful motion of her right hand, Mu Zishi conjured an elegantly crafted longbow, which materialized in her palm, accompanied by a quiver laden with 20 arrows upon her back. With a solemn expression and a composed demeanor, she declared, "I am prepared." Similarly, Mu Zhen executed a comparable gesture, summoning a colossal axe weighing 1,000 pounds into his grasp, while a similarly hefty broadsword was slung across his back. Despite bearing an immense weight of several thousand pounds in weaponry, he remained unfazed, akin to an ordinary person wielding a standard iron sword. Just by observing Mu Zhen's imposing presence, one could discern that his prowess was indeed extraordinary. With a single swing of that axe, even a mighty bull could be cleaved in twain. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he beamed at Su Fei, proclaiming, "I am ready as well." Next was Mu Shuang, who held a seemingly exquisite red jade fan. She nodded at Mu Jian, but refrained from speaking. Subsequently, akin to her companions, Mu Jian gestured, and an amber scepter appeared in her hand. This scepter towered over her by half a head, appearing rather disproportionate in her grasp. Yet, any discerning individual would recognize its exceptional lineage. It was an ancient artifact of great value to the Mu family, reserved solely for those with a qualification of 100 as a Grand Mage. As everyone prepared, their gazes converged upon Su Fei, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The so-called waste of the Su family had already astonished them with a surprise that reverberated throughout the entire Holy Ding continent. Would he be capable of delivering even more astonishing revelations? How would he summon his weapon, and what form would it take? Faced with the expectant stares, Su Fei suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Though he had attained the sword cultivation system, and his innate talents had reached perfection, he had been disregarded within the Su family due to his initial cultivation talent being a mere 0-1, leaving him devoid of any opportunity to engage with such matters. He was entirely oblivious to how they summoned their weapons from thin air. With an awkward scratch of his head, he chuckled, "Everyone, could you possibly enlighten me on how you conjured your weapons?" "Wait, what is going on?" At his words, everyone fell silent. A prodigious talent whose gifts rivaled those of the divine monarch, Mu Qingfeng, could not even perform such a simple maneuver as summoning his weapon. This was not a surprise. It was sheer horror. Mu Zishi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Su Fei, you can't possibly be jesting. How could you not know?" Coughing softly, Su Fei continued to scratch his head, sincerely stating, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I genuinely do not know." Is it true that you don't even know the most fundamental summoning technique? Mu Zishi, still incredulous after being overwhelmed by Su Fei's formidable innate power, gazed at him in disbelief. Summoning technique? What is that? Su Fei replied, utterly perplexed. You must be joking. I assure you, I am not jesting, he retorted. In this regard, he was indeed an utter novice. Since childhood, he had remained entirely oblivious to the realms of cultivation and martial comprehension. Even mastering the ancestral internal cultivation methods and basic swordplay took him nearly a decade longer than others, yet he had only reached a mere first-level proficiency. Perhaps this was one of the significant reasons why the Su family looked down upon him. Oh no, if that is the case, there's no way I can enter today, he lamented, realizing they were on the brink of the otherworldly gate. How could he have not even learned the summoning technique? Without a weapon, the portal would surely reject him. Mu Zishi, visibly disappointed, felt a surge of frustration. Mu Jun, equally disheartened, remarked, if you start learning the summoning technique now, it will take at least a few months. Not only will you miss entering the otherworldly gate, but you might also miss the annual secret realm competition in 3 months. Enough. Mu Jian's expression darkened as he stepped forward to confront Su Fei. It matters not. I have complete faith in you. Do not heed their words. I shall teach you the summoning technique right now. Faith? On what basis? Mu Zixi scoffed. Is it merely because he is more ignorant than anyone else? Learning now, no matter how terrifying his innate power may be, he cannot possibly grasp it so swiftly. Her countenance soured once more. Mu Jian furrowed his brow, shooting a cold glare at Mu Zishi, and asserted loudly, I have said enough. If you were in his position, an innate talent score of 0, subjected to abuse by your own family since childhood, you might be even more ignorant. Mu Zishi frowned, turning her face away in anger, rendered speechless. Mu Jian had long recognized Su Fei as a rare genius, undeniably gifted with a dual perfection of innate talents and qualifications, undoubtedly linked to the system he had developed. His unfamiliarity with the summoning technique surely stemmed from his status within the Su family. If she imparted this knowledge to him now, with his talents rivaling those of the divine king Mu Qingfeng, he would undoubtedly learn it quickly. Thus, disregarding the opinions of others, she raised her delicate, alabaster hand and gently placed it on Su Fei's forehead, softly instructing, close your eyes. Understood. Su Fei, accustomed to being underestimated, remained unfazed by their lack of faith. He closed his eyes, his mind tranquil as still water. In an instant, a warm, brownish glow emanated from Mu Jian's fingertips. Simultaneously, a cascade of golden characters flooded Su Fei's vision. Is this the essence of the summoning technique? He pondered. Do not speak, just absorb it. Mu Jian edged. Understood. The golden script surged into Su Fei's brow, and before he knew it, the sword cultivation system within him activated and commenced its operation. The system was in the process of learning the foundational technique for all professions. The summoning technique. Please stand by. Learning at 10. Please stand by. Learning at 50. Please stand by. Learning at 100. Congratulations. The host has successfully mastered the foundational technique for all professions, the summoning technique. The system will attempt to summon a level 1 Holy Spirit sword in 15 seconds. Please wait. Chapter 12. The Terrifying Genius. A mere 15 seconds, fleeting in nature. Mu Zishi's anger had not yet dissipated, while Mu Jun was already prepared to enter the realm of the alien domain once again, lacking a primary attacker. Su Fei, however, kept his eyes tightly shut, quietly awaiting the passage of time. 15 seconds may seem inconsequential to others, yet he felt an inexplicable tension. His consciousness had entered the system's inner vision realm. The system is attempting to summon a level 1 Holy Spirit sword for the host. Please wait. Successfully retrieved level 1 Holy Spirit sword. Weight 10 pounds. Length 3 feet. Characteristics: lightweight and agile, able to cut through iron like mud. Summoning requirements: agility must exceed level 10. The system is currently checking the host's agility level. Please wait. Check complete. Result: apologies, the host's agility level is at level 0. The system is attempting to elevate the host's agility level. Please wait. The system expresses its helplessness. Apologies, the host system backpack and spatial ring lack agility stones. The system is attempting to locate the host's surrounding environment. Please wait. Location complete. Result: Qingjian Mountain at the main peak, 300 meters high, entrance to the alien domain. The system is searching for gem shops near Qingjian Mountain. Please wait. Search complete. Result: there are 201 gem shops nearby. The system is attempting to make a purchase. Please wait. Purchase complete. Payment made, 100 Dragon Soul Coins. Acquired, 20 Level 1 Agility Stones. The system is attempting to synthesize the Agility Stones. Please wait. Synthesis complete. Acquired 1 Level 3 Agility Stone. The host is requested to embed the Level 3 Agility Stone into the Level 1 Holy Spirit Garment. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Fei opened the system backpack and indeed found a green Level 3 Agility Stone. He selected it and directly dragged it onto the Holy Spirit Garment in the system's character interface. The system promptly sent another notification. Congratulations, host. The Level 1 Holy Spirit Garment has been embedded with a Level 3 Agility Stone, granting Agility Level 10, allowing the summoning of a Level 1 Holy Spirit Sword. The system is making a second attempt to summon a Level 1 Holy Spirit Sword for the host. Please wait. Suddenly, a mysterious gust of wind swirled within a 5-meter radius around Su Fei. Was it successful? Mu Jian immediately withdrew her hand, her toes lightly touching the ground as she gracefully soared backward for a distance of 15 meters. Simultaneously, Mu Zixi, Mu Zhen, and Mu Shuang all instinctively evaded in unison. Su Fei remained rooted in place, his eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, a swishing sound resonated through the air. To his astonishment, Su Fei's previously empty right hand now grasped something substantial, a 3-foot-long sword materializing out of thin air. The sword weighed a mere 10 pounds, its blade remarkably thin, with the majority of its heft deriving from the ivory-hued hilt. A faint white glow shimmered along the blade, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from the hillside, falling precisely upon the edge of Su Fei's sword. He did not move, yet, as the leaf made contact with the blade, it was instantaneously cleaved in two. With his eyes now opened, Su Fei observed this spectacle without a trace of excitement, as if such an occurrence were utterly commonplace for him. Was he not considered a superfluous individual with a mere talent score of 0-1? Should he not be elatedly leaping for joy at mastering the summoning technique so swiftly? The other 4 members of the Xiantian battle team witnessed this astonishing scene with wide eyes. Wow, you learned it so quickly? Mu Zixi stared at Su Fei as if he were a monster. Mu Zhen's lips curled into a ghostly smile. Ah, so this is the terror that defines a true genius. Even those of us with talents exceeding 50 require months to cultivate the summoning technique. Yet he accomplished it in under 5 minutes? In terms of surprise and excitement, the reactions of the other members of the Xiantian battle team were entirely appropriate. The wind swirling around gradually dissipated. Mu Zhen strode forward, delivering a hearty slap on Su Fei's emaciated shoulder. Impressive, brother. How did you achieve this so quickly? Quickly? Su Fei's lips slightly twitched, revealing a hint of disappointment. He felt he was still too slow, having required a second summoning due to his movement technique being below level 10. In his original understanding, such a scenario was non-existent. This was an unexpected occurrence, and one that he could not tolerate. Had this been in the midst of battle, he might have met his demise before even summoning a level 1 Holy Spirit Sword. This was an exceptionally grave concern. However, fortunately, there were no enemies in sight at the moment. Upon closer examination of the data within the system's realm, it became clear that this level 1 Holy Spirit Sword, along with the level 1 Holy Spirit Sword manual previously gifted by the system, was primarily based on agility, placing high demands on the host's movement skills. However, due to my previous negligence, I failed to observe the situation thoroughly, resulting in a lack of preparation in this unfortunate blunder. Fortunately, everything progressed relatively smoothly. The system automatically retrieved nearby gem shops, and I was grateful for the 100 gold soul coins previously gifted by the system. Otherwise, not only would I have faced disdain, but Mu Jian would also have been subjected to criticism alongside me. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, Mu Zhen regarded me with confusion. Hey brother, you don't seem pleased at all. Do you understand what it means to have swiftly mastered the summoning technique? What does it signify? I inquired, gazing at Mu Zhen with a look of bewilderment. You genuinely don't know? Mu Zhen scrutinized me with skepticism, feeling that I was unlike anyone he had previously encountered. I remained composed, seemingly unaffected by excitement over any matter. How could such a person be merely a 14-year-old boy? Within me resided the spirit of an aged sage, weathered by the vicissitudes of life and accustomed to the parting of souls, a centenarian with graying hair. Otherwise, how could a 14-year-old, perceived as a worthless member of the Su family and subjected to years of contempt, maintain such composure after mastering the summoning technique? Was he not at all excited about this remarkable turn of fate? Or perhaps he had already foreseen everything that was to come? A person capable of glimpsing the future would naturally be prepared and thus find little cause for exhilaration. But could he truly foresee the future? At that moment, Mu Zhen regarded me with an expression of profound complexity. Mu Zixi stood at a distance, her initial resistance towards me gradually transforming into a fondness. Well, since everyone is prepared, shall we proceed now? Wait, I suddenly exclaimed. Wait for what? Mu Zixi asked, taken aback. Do you have any other techniques suitable for me? I wish to learn a bit more before we enter, to ensure absolute certainty, I said, scratching my head awkwardly. In truth, I had learned nothing at the Su family. With the experience from earlier, I could not afford to make any further elementary mistakes. What would you like to learn? Mu Zhen inquired. Is there any particularly swift footwork or something akin to lightness skill? I responded, struggling to articulate the names of those specialized techniques, merely able to describe my needs. Mu Zixi, who had just begun to like me, now looked at my ignorance with a mix of pity and exasperation. She placed a hand on her forehead and sighed. In that case, I shall teach you the phantom step, a technique used by archers for escape. Should you find yourself unprepared for battle once inside, this will at least ensure your survival. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your guidance, I replied gratefully, welcoming the opportunity. Chapter 13, Extraordinary Talent. The most prominent characteristic of the Void Phantom Step lies in its remarkable agility, swiftness, and the ability to appear and disappear without a trace, making it elusive and difficult to grasp. What you perceive may not necessarily be what you truly see. What you hear may not be the reality you think it is. Mastering the Void Phantom Step demands a high level of skill, should one's proficiency be lacking. It becomes exceedingly challenging to fully harness the capabilities of this technique. Do you understand? As she spoke, Mu Zixi gradually approached Su Fei, mirroring the earlier demeanor of Mu Jian, her delicate, jade-like hand gently resting upon Su Fei's forehead. In an instant, a faint crimson glow erupted from her slender fingertips. Su Fei closed his eyes, and a cascade of golden characters unfolded before him. The system re-entered its self-initiated and self-operating state. Notification. The system has received the essential techniques of the Void Phantom Step. The learning process is underway. Learning at 10, please hold. Learning at 50, please hold. Learning at 100, please hold. Congratulations. The host has successfully learned the Void Phantom Step, achieving a skill level of 1. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Su Fei slowly opened his eyes and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Zixi. You. Mu Zixi stared wide-eyed at Su Fei, astonished that he had mastered it in less than a minute. Indeed, Su Fei nodded, directing the system to activate and select the Void Phantom Step for use. Whoosh! A rush of wind surged past his ears as his body felt weightless, lifting him effortlessly into the air, where he stood suspended 3 meters high. In a flash, he punctuated the void with his toes, sending forth a beam of white light. Whoosh! Another gust resounded as he executed a second leap in midair, ascending another 3 meters. Whoosh! 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 He did not pause, repeating this exhilarating motion several times, completing a total of 10 leaps in the blink of an eye. Initially, he only understood how to propel himself higher, but soon he experimented with lateral, downward, forward, and backward movements, discovering that he could maneuver freely in all directions. Having mastered the Void Phantom Step, he found that even while suspended in midair, he could traverse the space as if it were solid ground. The entire sequence, from initiation to conclusion, transpired within a single breath. Indeed, the speed was as astonishing as Mu Zixi had claimed. Finally, with a resounding whoosh, Su Fei spread his form and landed safely. The entire process was executed at the waist of the peak of Qingjian Mountain, towering 300 meters high. Ethereal mists swirled around him, and from a distance, all that could be seen were flickering beams of white light weaving through the enchanting fog, rendering his figure nearly indistinguishable. In his inaugural attempt at employing the Void Phantom Step, he was taken aback by the extent of his proficiency. Although he had not yet achieved the ghostly elusiveness described by Mu Zixi, his performance was sufficiently astonishing. Mu Zixi was utterly astonished. The elusive Phantom Step, which she had painstakingly mastered over 3 years, was seamlessly learned by Su Fei in less than a minute. Moreover, as a mere level 15 swordsman, he could execute a staggering 10 consecutive rebounds. What does this signify? Su Fei, have you truly attained a level 10 in agility? Just barely at level 10? Su Fei's expression conveyed a hint of resignation, as if he was not entirely satisfied with this rank. What do you mean, just? You are a swordsman, not an archer. Achieving level 10 agility at level 15 is nothing short of remarkable. Mu Zishi found it inconceivable. Could it be that the people of the Su family were blind to such a prodigious talent, perceiving this extraordinary genius as an utter failure? Were those fools of the Su family truly as dim-witted as pigs? This unparalleled prowess was strikingly evident. How could the members of the Su family dare to belittle his existence with such arrogance? If they were to grasp the magnitude of Su Fei's learning ability, they would surely regret it deeply. It was utterly perplexing. Not only Mu Zishi felt this way, the other 3 members of the Xiantian team shared her bewilderment. Even Mu Jian was taken aback by Su Fei's extraordinary talent. Previously, she had held unwavering confidence in him, yet she never anticipated his strength would ascend to such heights. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly learned the summoning technique in under 5 minutes, and now, he had mastered the Phantom Step, a skill typically reserved for archers. In less than a minute, what terrifying talent was this? Even across the entire Holy Ding continent, there was no one who could compare. This completely surpassed her imagination. It was simply inconceivable. It seemed that the Mu family had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. As Su Fei landed, his expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by his recent feats. This humble demeanor was truly admirable. Mu Jian tightened her grip on the amber staff and proposed, "How about this? Mu Zhen, sister Shuang Shuang. Let us each impart a unique technique to Su Fei and see if he can master them all. What do you think?" "Indeed, I find this feasible." Mu Zhen was the first to agree. "I am quite eager as well." Mu Shuang Shuang, though few of words, could not suppress her excitement upon witnessing Su Fei's astonishing talent and gazed at him with eager anticipation, curious if he could similarly grasp the exclusive techniques reserved for alchemists. As they spoke, Mu Zhen had already taken the initiative to approach Su Fei. "Brother, are you ready?" Mu Zhen regarded Su Fei with eyes filled with respect. He was already older than Su Fei and held a higher status within the Xiantian battle team. More importantly, he was also a noble of the Mu family. To his astonishment, however, he found himself gazing at Su Fei, a figure deemed a complete failure in the eyes of the Su family, with a sense of respect. Su Fei found nothing peculiar about this. Rather, he considered it perfectly natural. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Are you prepared? However, I must first ask, what do you intend to teach me? Have you heard of the Xianmen Qi shield?" "The Xianmen Qi shield?" Su Fei shook his head in confusion. "What is that? What purpose does it serve?" Mu Zhen, upon hearing this, displayed a similar sense of exasperation as Mu Zishi had earlier. Nevertheless, he patiently explained, "It essentially utilizes the sword energy within your body to form a defensive barrier. This barrier can resist enemy attacks and, in fact, can completely absorb all incoming assaults, allowing you to seize the opportunity to strike back at your adversaries with devastating force." "Oh, so it can also block long-range attacks?" "Yes. Well then, let us commence." Having grasped the basic concept, Su Fei felt a measure of understanding. "Excellent." Mu Zhen ceased further conversation, placing a hand upon Su Fei's forehead, his fingertips igniting with a dark, ethereal glow. Su Fei closed his eyes, and golden characters began to materialize before him. The system was reinitiated. Observing Su Fei's focused expression as he shut his eyes, Mu Zishi couldn't help but express her astonishment. It seemed this individual was indeed disregarded within the Su family. He had never even heard of such a commonly known technique as the Xianmenqi shield, yet he possessed such extraordinary talent. It was almost unbelievable without witnessing it firsthand. Mu Jian shot a disapproving glance at Mu Zishi. "Zishi, do refrain from speaking so much. Even if he has not heard of it, what of it? Let us watch and see how long it takes him to learn this technique designed specifically for axe and sword wielders." "Exactly. Will you perish if you keep silent?" Even Mu Shuang Shuang cast an annoyed glance at Zishi. "Fine, I shall remain silent." Mu Zishi pouted, stepping back a few paces, her gaze returning to Su Fei, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 14. A surge in power. With his eyes tightly shut, Su Fei delved once more into the system's inner vision realm. Notification. The system has received the Xianmenqi shield's fundamental techniques. The system is attempting to learn. Please wait. Apologies, learning failed. Reason for failure. Host's internal energy level is too low. Now detecting host's internal energy level. Please wait. Detection complete. Host's internal energy level is at level 0. Attempting to elevate host's internal energy level. Please wait. Regrettably, The host's system backpack and spatial ring contain insufficient gold soul coins, less than 100, to elevate the internal energy level. With a sigh, he gradually opened his eyes. Mu Jun withdrew his hand, astonished. Could it be? So soon? Has it not even been 30 seconds? Have you already mastered it? No. So fade play. His gaze fixed calmly on Mu Jun. What? No. How can that be possible? If it were anyone else, failing to learn in such a brief span would be understandable. Yet, this was Su Fei, whose remarkable learning aptitude had been witnessed by the four present. The fact that he had not succeeded astonished them all. The four exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the reason behind this unexpected turn of events. Is there some sort of trouble? Mu Jian inquired gently as she approached. Su Fei turned his gaze toward Mu Jian, his expression softening considerably. It's because I have exhausted all my gold soul coins. Gold soul coins? At this, Mu Zishi, standing 5 meters away, appeared utterly perplexed. What connection could there possibly be to the gold soul coins? Su Fei refrained from elaborating further. Had he not depleted his gold soul coins, he would have had the opportunity to master the Xianmenqi shield. According to Mu Jun's description, mastering the Xianmenqi shield would significantly enhance his defensive capabilities. The system indicated that upgrading his internal skill level required a substantial amount of gold soul coins. Without a considerable reserve, progressing his internal skill level would prove exceedingly difficult in the future. Mu Jian asked, "Are you suggesting that if you receive gold soul coins now, you could learn the Xianmenqi shield?" "I'm not entirely certain," Su Fei replied. "Regardless, it's worth a try. How many do you need?" Mu Shuang, who had been rather reticent, approached with a concerned expression. 100 gold soul coins. 100? Very well, I shall provide it. Mu Shuang generously retrieved 100 gold soul coins from her spatial ring and handed them to Su Fei. Su Fei accepted the coins, stating calmly, "Consider it alone." Understood. As a member of the noble Mu family, Mu Shuang thought little of the mere 100 gold soul coins. Conversely, Su Fei, who had grown up in poverty, felt no thrill upon receiving the coins from her. He remained composed, as if he were not holding money at all. It is worth noting that during his time working as a laborer in Damo Town, he earned only 1 gold soul coin per day, meaning it would take him 3 months and 10 days to accumulate 100 gold soul coins. Yet, here was Mu Shuang casually presenting him with that very amount, and he remained entirely unmoved. After receiving the 100 gold soul coins, he closed his eyes once more. The technique for the Xianmenqi shield had already been stored in the system and did not require a second interpretation from Mu Jun. He entered the inner vision realm of the system, opened the skill tab, and glanced at the technique section, where the Xianmenqi shield remained in gray font. He then navigated to the internal skill interface of the secondary skill menu and clicked on Upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Internal skill level 1 achieved, consuming 10 gold soul coins. Ding! The upgrade was successful. The internal skill reached level 2, consuming 10 golden soul coins. Ding, ding, ding. After tapping 10 times consecutively, ding, the upgrade succeeded, and the internal skill reached level 10, consuming another 10 golden soul coins. 100 golden soul coins vanished in the blink of an eye. To upgrade further, the required amount of coins doubled to 20. Su Fei began to grasp the situation. He then exited the internal skill interface and returned to the martial arts interface. Selecting the Xianmenqi shield, he clicked to learn it. A prompt appeared. The system is attempting to learn the Xianmenqi shield. Please wait. Congratulations! The host has successfully learned the Xianmenqi shield at level 1, significantly enhancing his strength. Phew! Had he finally mastered it? He let out a long sigh and opened his eyes once more. The members of the Xintian battle team were all watching him. So did you learn it? Mu Jun asked anxiously. Yes, Su Fei nodded, manipulating the system to select the level 1 Xianmenqi shield. With a muffled thud, a white glow erupted from Su Fei's body. The white light surged, forming a radiant defensive wall around him. This barrier, resembling a golden bell, enveloped Su Fei, reaching a frightening diameter of 10 meters and a height of 3 meters, exuding an air of formidable strength. The surrounding bushes rustled, and even the portal to the foreign realm emitted a deep hum from the force of this power. An oblivious bird flew overhead and was instantly struck down by the shield's energy. All 5 members of the Xintian battle team were protected within this defensive wall. My goodness, it's enormous, Mu Jun exclaimed, glancing around before fixing his astonished gaze on Su Fei. This can't just protect you, can it? Have you truly surpassed level 10 in your internal skill? Yes, precisely at level 10, Su Fei replied calmly, maintaining his composed demeanor. You, seriously, can't you tone down the showiness? Mu Jun exclaimed. Level 10 internal skill qualifies you to participate in the Secret Realm contest in 3 months. Unlike Mu Zishi, who might have been intimidated by her teammate's strength, Mu Jun was visibly thrilled, despite his words. Su Fei paid little mind to his reaction. It mattered not to him. What was significant was that his strength had seemingly undergone a tremendous enhancement. With level 10 agility, he had learned the summoning technique and mastered the archer's escape skill, the Void Phantom Step. Now, with his internal skill also at level 10, he had acquired the Shinmen Chi Shield, a technique typically cultivated by axe and sword masters. An intangible force surged within him, and Su Fei felt capable of striking down a bull with a single punch. Nevertheless, he remained tranquil within. Bowing respectfully to Mu Jun, he said, "Thank you, Mu Jun." "Not at all. Why are you so quick? What have you done with those 100 gold soul coins?" Mu Jun asked, bewildered as she composed herself. The other 3 gazed at Su Fei with eager anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. Su Fei replied calmly, "It's nothing. I will elaborate later." Understanding his reluctance to divulge further, Mu Jun stepped back a few paces and said, "Sister Shuang Shuang, it's your turn now." Without uttering a word, Mu Shuang Shuang approached Su Fei and pressed a single hand against his forehead. A delicate pink glow erupted from her fingertips. Su Fei withdrew the Shinmen Chi shield and closed his eyes. Unlike before, he did not immediately perceive the appearance of golden characters. However, the system had activated once more, and he had entered the internal realm of the system. He could hear Mu Shuang Shuang's concerned voice. "Su Fei, learning the solid chi technique may be somewhat painful. If it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to stop. Do you understand?" Mu Shuang Shuang was not a traditional alchemist. While a true alchemist required fire attributes, she possessed earth attributes. For a non-traditional alchemist to learn the techniques of an alchemist was, in itself, a torment, subjecting her to the searing flames that tormented her body. Perhaps this was one of the reasons she had remained reticent and seemingly unhappy over the years. Upon hearing her words, Su Fei responded with a firm, "It's fine. I can endure." His simple declaration was enough to move Mu Shuang Shuang, who too had been enduring hardships daily. Her expression softened slightly as she replied, "Very well. Let us begin." No sooner had she spoken than a stream of golden characters surged into Su Fei's forehead. Chapter 15, The Blue Pool. Xi. How long do you think it will take Su Fei to learn the solid chi technique? Mu Jun inquired softly from 5 meters away. Mu Xi, standing beside him and gripping her longbow tightly, speculated, "It shouldn't take too long. Given his talent, it won't exceed 5 minutes. Mu Jun nodded in agreement, his expression one of approval. Mu Jian stood with them, silent but with a look of concern etched on his face as he observed the changes in Su Fei's expression. Time ticked by. After a full minute, the pink glow at Mu Shuang Shuang's fingertips began to fade, while a look of anguish spread across Su Fei's face. Suddenly, Su Fei furrowed his brows and let out a muffled groan. What is happening? Mu Shuang Shuang's expression darkened. Previously, he had learned so many techniques without any such incident. What was occurring? Mu Jian noticed the anomaly and rushed forward, anxiously glancing at Mu Shuang Shuang. She too was visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she said, "I sense a force within him that is repelling me." Repelling? Mu Jian appeared deep in thought. Could it be that he was unable to master the alchemist's techniques? I am uncertain. Just as she pondered, Mu Shuang Shuang felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips, as if struck by electricity, prompting her to finally relent and withdraw her hand. Meanwhile, Su Fei remained with his eyes tightly shut, his expression one of torment. Su Fei. Mu Jian anxiously gazed at him. "How are you? If it's too much, please don't force yourself." The alchemist's solid chi technique demands a high affinity for fire attributes, and as a water attribute swordsman, you may truly be incapable of mastering it. Perhaps it is best not to push yourself. Su Fei continued to keep his eyes closed and remain silent. No one knew what trials he was enduring within his consciousness. Mu Jian reached out to touch Su Fei's arm. His body felt scalding, akin to boiling water at 100 degrees. Startled, Mu Jian hesitated to make further contact. Su Fei, can you hear me?" Without the elders nearby to provide protection, many of the cultivation methods were beyond the comprehension of these young practitioners. And Mu Jian was deeply concerned for his well-being. "Let us step aside for now, so as not to disturb him." Mu Shuang Shuang understood well that for those without fire attributes, attempting to cultivate the alchemist techniques was an excruciating ordeal. At this moment, a fierce fire must be raging within Su Fei, and for him to endure beyond a minute was indeed a remarkable feat. This technique had been imparted to him by Mu Shuang, who likely comprehended its intricacies best. Observing Mu is gradually coming diminuer. Mu Jian felt reassured that there would be no grave consequences. Thus, the two of them stepped away from Su Fei. Suddenly, Su Fei exhaled deeply. From his mouth emerged a wisp of black mist. What could that be? Mu Zishi had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It is the waste qi from his meridians. Mu Shuang explained. Waste qi? Mu Zixi inquired, puzzled. I know that there are impurities in the meridians, but I have never heard of waste qi. What does that entail? Mu Shuang replied, it is not surprising. Every person is born with their meridians blocked. Besides expelling impurities to clear the meridians, eliminating waste qi is also essential. How so? Mu Zishi asked, curiosity evident on her face. These are things my master explained to me. The specifics remain unclear, Mu Shuang admitted. Well, that is hardly informative. Mu Zishi retorted, rolling her eyes. Undeterred, Mu Shuang continued. Ultimately, what matters is that Su Fei's current condition is undoubtedly due to his meridians not yet being unblocked. During the process of cultivating the solid qi technique, a blue pool will form within the body. Before the blue pool can take shape, one must first unblock the hand Xiaoyang and foot Tai meridians, and only then can the qi si within the Ren meridian be open to store the blue pool. Nearby, Mu Jian listened attentively, nodding continuously. The blue pool? What is a blue pool? Mu Zishi, however, wore a perplexed expression. While she was quite familiar with the hand Xiaoyang, foot Taiyin, Ren, and Du meridians, the concept of a blue pool was entirely foreign to her. Explaining this would indeed be somewhat complicated. Mu Shuang remarked, in truth, every cultivator can cultivate a blue pool. However, apart from alchemists and grand restriction masters, cultivators of other professions do not have high demands for the blue pool and generally do not pursue its cultivation, as merely unblocking the qi si suffices. What does that mean? Mu Zishi still did not fully grasp the concept. Mu Shuang pondered for a moment, unsure how to elucidate further, and fell silent. At that moment, Mu Jian interjected. To put it simply, if an alchemist or grand restriction master has not formed a blue pool within their body, they cannot survive within a battle team. As these two professions have exceedingly high requirements for the blue pool, Mu Zishi clearly remained confused. However, Mu Zhen, standing nearby, seemed to have an epiphany and remarked, could it be that this is akin to the blood pool we, as axe and sword wielders, cultivate? Clever. Mu Jian turned to Mu Zhen and nodded, saying, as the front line of the battle team, the axe and sword wielders primarily cultivate external skills. Yet the internal skill requirements are also quite high. They often lead the charge. And if the blood pool does not contain sufficient blood, they can easily be felled by a single strike from the enemy. Indeed, Mu Zhen nodded in agreement. Mu Jian continued, moreover, if an alchemist lacks a blue pool, they cannot continuously perform alchemical techniques, nor can they provide swift healing to their team members. The same applies to grand restriction masters. Without the aid of a blue pool, they cannot execute higher-level techniques, nor can they maintain prolonged confinement. Oh, upon hearing this, Mu Zhen began to comprehend the matter to some extent. Meanwhile, Mu Zishi, who had previously appeared bewildered, also nodded subtly, as if gaining insight. The group's attention shifted back to Su Fei. Mu Zishi inquired, how long will this take him? I do not know, Mu Shuang replied with a profound gaze. It took me 10 years to form a blue pool in my qi si, but Su Fei possesses exceptional talent, so I am uncertain how much time he will require. 10 years. That figure was indeed astonishing. Mu Zishi reflected on her own experience, having spent several years mastering the void hidden ghost step, while Su Fei had accomplished it in a mere minute. If calculated at that pace, he should be able to form a blue pool in his qi si in no more than 5 minutes. But is the blue pool significant for him as a swordsman? Mu Zishi continued to question. Mu Shuang wore an expression devoid of emotion, evidently reluctant to respond to the inquiry. Mu Jian remarked, a plethora of skills enriches the self. The formation of the blue pool is beneficial in any profession. Very well, I shall also endeavor to cultivate the blue pool, declared Mu Zishi with unwavering determination. Mu Jian smiled non-committally. For the cultivation of the blue pool demands a considerable investment of time and energy, and it alters one's constitution. Should you squander your time on this, it would become exceedingly challenging for you to fulfill the role of an archer in a Xiantian battle team in the future. Upon hearing this, Mu Zishi was rendered speechless. For her, becoming an archer in the Xiantian battle team was a mark of great honor. With Su Fei's recent addition, The team's prospects were undoubtedly bright. To voluntarily relinquish the position of archer at such a juncture would be an exceedingly foolish decision. Suddenly, Su Fei's countenance contorted with pain as he furrowed his brow tightly, plunging his sword into the ground before sitting cross-legged. With a gasp, he expelled a copious amount of dark blood from his mouth the moment he sat down. Su Fei, witnessing this scene, Mu Jian tightened her grip on the amber staff. Her expression tinged with anxiety. The other three members also wore solemn expressions, unable to suppress their concern for Su Fei. Su Fei remained with his eyes firmly shut, his body drenched in sweat, steam rising from his head, indicating he had entered a crucial phase. Mu Shuangshuang grasped Mu Jian's hand gently, offering comfort. Do not worry. With his endurance, he will surely overcome this challenge. The fact that he has expelled the dark blood congealed within his meridians in such a short time suggests he has already unblocked the Yang Pool and the heavenly aperture. Having undergone similar experiences, Mu Shuangshuang spoke with conviction. Yes, I understand. Mu Jian nodded firmly, her faith in Su Fei evident, though her gaze still bore traces of concern. Chapter 16. Unexpected Gains. Su Fei, you must hold on. In such a brief span, could a water attribute swordsman truly master the solid chi technique? At this moment, his consciousness remained ensconced within the system's inner vision realm. No one outside was aware of the trials he was enduring. The agony in his body was of little concern to him. Having endured humiliation since childhood, he had forged an indomitable will. What surprised him, however, was that even with the aid of the system in his cultivation, his body still bore the torment of searing flames. In prior practices of the weapon summoning technique, the Void Phantom Step, and the Xianmen Qi Shield, he had felt no discomfort at all. He had not anticipated that cultivating the solid chi technique would be so excruciating. Was it truly as Mu Jian had suggested, that as a water attribute swordsman, this technique was inherently more suited to fire attribute alchemists? Water and fire are incompatible, leading to such a predicament. Sigh, let's set aside our concerns for now. His body grew increasingly heated, and his true form exhaled a plume of black smoke once more. His consciousness remained intently focused on the system interface. First level interface, skills. Second level interface, extraordinary meridians. Fein, Du, Chong, Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, Yang Wei. Su Fei engaged in system cultivation, which diverged from the conventional methods practiced by others on the Holy Ding continent. Cultivating the extraordinary meridians required a minimum cultivation level of level 10. At this moment, he had already reached level 15, thus satisfying the prerequisites. Required materials, spiritual energy. Spiritual energy cannot be procured with gold soul coins. Even with the system, one must cultivate spiritual energy daily to elevate the level of the extraordinary meridians. Just earlier, he utilized the system and the essential techniques from the solid chi method to expel the stagnant energy and tainted blood from his true form's extraordinary meridians. Mu Shuangshuang observed this, mistakenly believing he had merely unblocked the Yang Pool and Tianjing within the Shaoyang meridian. However, in his system interface, there was no option for the Shaoyang meridian. He was not particularly knowledgeable about the extraordinary meridians. Upon seeing only the Ren, Du, Chong, Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei listed, he assumed these might indeed be the extraordinary meridians often mentioned by his kin. Regardless of that, the interface displayed that his remaining spiritual energy stood at 700 points. Having just upgraded the Ren meridian to level 1, he had consumed 100 points of spiritual energy. Next, he would focus on the Du meridian. He clicked to upgrade directly. Consumption, 100 points of spiritual energy. Congratulations, the host has successfully unblocked the Du meridian, achieving cultivation level 1. The operation was quite simple. The cultivation was complete. Yet, the burning sensation within him intensified, and his body's temperature had long surpassed human limits. The mist above his head thickened, sweat poured from him like rain, his brows furrowed tightly, yet his complexion appeared inexplicably rosy, brimming with vitality. His true form once again spewed forth a significant amount of fresh blood, causing the other 4 members of the Shantian battle team to wear anxious expressions. So soon? Had he unblocked another meridian? Mu Shuangshuang could no longer comprehend the situation. Even if this were the case, if he had indeed opened the Qi Si within the Ren meridian, he should not have expelled black blood, but rather released black impurities through his body's capillaries. What was truly happening? Each person was eager to discover the answer. However, Su Fei had yet to open his eyes. Next, he selected the Chong meridian. Upon viewing the description of the Chong meridian, it indicated the regulation of qi and blood among the 12 meridians. For a cultivator, regardless of profession, qi and blood are the lifeblood. If a person suffers from insufficient vitality, no matter how extraordinary their talent may be, it all becomes mere vapor. Without hesitation, he selected to upgrade. Consumption, 100 points of spiritual energy. Congratulations, the host has successfully opened the Chong meridian, achieving level 1. With a gasp, he coughed up another mouthful of dark blood. The burning sensation within him intensified, and sweat poured out of his body as if someone were pouring water over him. Although his consciousness had entered the realm of the system's internal vision, he remained acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. If he did not hasten his progress, completing the cultivation of the solid qi technique today would surely prove difficult. Thus, he hesitated no longer. He glanced at the spiritual energy interface, 500 points remaining. If that were the case, all meridians in the 8 extraordinary vessels could be upgraded to level 1. He clicked continuously 5 times. Die Meridian upgraded. Upgrade successful. Die Meridian level 1. Yin Xiao Meridian upgraded. Upgrade successful. Yin Xiao Meridian level 1. Yang Qiao Meridian upgradet. Upgrade successful. Yang Qiao Meridian level 1. Yin Wei Meridian upgraded. Upgrade successful. Yin Wei Meridian level 1. Ah! The faster he clicked, the more intense the pain became. He cried out in agony, nearly losing consciousness as his vision blurred. Yet he could vaguely discern that the remaining spiritual energy had dwindled to 0. At the bottom of the 8 extraordinary vessels, an option appeared: ascend. His body was already exhausted, and his consciousness waned. With great difficulty, he raised his hand and decisively clicked. Ascend for me, he roared in his heart. Congratulations, the host has successfully ascended, breaking through to the first realm. With a gasp, another mouthful of dark blood spewed forth. This time, the sweat flowing from his body had transformed into the black sludge that Mu Shuang had previously mentioned. Had he succeeded? The first realm? What did that signify? The system interface seemed to provide an introduction, but his body was far too weak. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted instantly. Uncertain how much time had passed, he heard a gentle voice nearby. Su Fei. Su Fei? As he opened his eyes weakly, he found himself lying on the ground, his head resting on Mu Jian's coat. The other 4 members of the Xintian battle team surrounded him, watching him with concern. Mu Jian knelt beside him, using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. She was the daughter of a noble clan leader, personally tending to Su Fei, whom the Su family considered a useless individual. If others were to discover this, they would surely be left speechless in astonishment. Yet, due to her identity as Mu Jian, Su Fei's expression remained largely unchanged, his demeanor calm as he inquired, Mu Jian, did I faint just now? Yes, Mu Jian nodded, concern evident in her eyes, though she uttered not a word. Noticing her reddened eyes, reminiscent of recent tears, Mu Jun, standing nearby, exclaimed with excitement, Brother, impressive. Sister Shuang, just check your pulse. And to our surprise, you've swiftly advanced to the first level of the Meridian Realm. Truly, you are a rare genius with unparalleled innate talent. Is that so? The first level of the Meridian Realm, is it truly remarkable? Su Fei's demeanor remained serene, finding little significance in the achievement. From the system, he had learned that the highest Meridian Realm encompassed 100 levels, and he had merely reached the first, rendering it insignificant. However, Mu Jun wore an envious expression, remarking, You, as a prodigy, cannot fathom the struggles of ordinary individuals like us. If calculated at a normal pace, it would take me at least 2 years to break through to the first level of the Meridian Realm. Oh, Su Fei was unsure how to respond. Yet Mu Jun, regarded as a genius within the Mu family, humbly referred to himself as an ordinary person before Su Fei. Quite a display of modesty. Do you comprehend what reaching the first level of the Meridian Realm signifies? Mu Jun continued. What does it mean? Su Fei, still disoriented from his previous fainting spell, had yet to peruse the system's descriptions. It means your combat power has doubled. The excitement in Mu Jun's eyes was palpable. What does that entail? Su Fei inquired, his confusion deepening. It signifies that your combat power now stands at 4,000. 4,000? Upon hearing this figure, even Su Fei was taken aback. Could the cultivation of the meridians truly yield such substantial results? Eager to uncover the truth, he slowly rose, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes once more. Delving into the system interface. Upon opening the meridian interface, he was astounded. Indeed, The first level of the Meridian Realm could double one's combat power. Within his character profile, his combat power had unequivocally risen to 4,000 points. To think that Mu Shuang's importation of the solid chi technique had unexpectedly activated the Meridian cultivation interface and directly doubled his combat power. This could be deemed an unforeseen boon. He pondered how his cultivation would rank among his contemporaries across the entire Holy Ding continent. Though the Mu family was formidable compared to the Su family, in the grand scope of the Holy Ding continent, they were not particularly distinguished. Despite Mu family's genius regarding Su Fei's exceptional prowess, he remained unperturbed by pride. Regaining his composure, he selected the skill interface for the solid chi technique and clicked to learn it. Congratulations! The host has successfully learned the solid chi technique, skill level 1. Notification: the system is attempting to form a blue pool within the Chi Sea. Please wait. Congratulations! The host has successfully formed a blue pool within the Dantian. Chapter 17, ready. Phew, it's done. As a swordsman, having a blue pool within one's body significantly increases the capacity for storing sword energy. Storing sword energy in the blue pool is evidently superior to the meridians, as the blue pool possesses a unique ability, an infinite cycle of inflow and outflow. Henceforth, even if the cultivator falls into a state of slumber, the sword energy within the blue pool can autonomously restore itself to fullness. As a cultivator, regardless of one's profession, there are countless responsibilities to attend to, and at times, one may not have the luxury to focus solely on cultivating sword energy. Now, with the sword energy residing in the blue pool, it can sustain itself, ensuring that before reaching level 30, there will be no depletion of sword energy. Su Fei let out a long sigh and opened his eyes once more. The 4 members of the Xintian team were brimming with anticipation. How do you feel now? The one most concerned was Mu Shuang. After all, it was she who personally imparted this technique to Su Fei. Su Fei nodded at her, saying with a hint of calmness, "Thank you, Sister Shuang. It has been accomplished." Referring to her as Sister Shuang was merely in line with the group's camaraderie. As she was the eldest in the Xintian team, to form a blue pool within half an hour, Su Fei, you truly are a genius. Mu Shuang was not one to lavish praise easily. She had never complimented even Mu Jian, the Mu family's greatest talent in a century. It was evident that she had fully recognized Su Fei's capabilities. Mu Zixi face radiated with excitement, declaring that with Su Fei as the team's main attacker, the Xintian team would surely secure a spot in the upcoming Shenlong rankings at Qingjian Mountain in 2 months. Shenlong rankings? Su Fei appeared passive. Hadn't they previously mentioned preparing for the Secret Realm competition in 3 months? Why was there suddenly talk of the Shenlong rankings? Oh, you truly know nothing at all. Mu Zixi shook her head. I apologize. I am indeed quite uninformed, Su Fei admitted with a hint of embarrassment. No worries. In the future, if you have any uncertainties, just ask me directly, Mu Zixi reassured him, patting her chest. In fact, what I mentioned about the Shenlong rankings is also a prerequisite for entering the Secret Realm. Only those who secure a position within the top 30 of the Shenlong rankings will qualify for entry into the Secret Realm. Oh, Su Fei bonded, sighing. Then what did you mean regarding the Xintian team's spot in the Shenlong rankings? Is there another ranking before the Shenlong rankings? Clever. Indeed, there are the Huolong rankings and the Baihu rankings preceding the Shenlong rankings. Hearing Su Fei's inquiry, Mu Zixi admired him even more. He was clearly no fool, as he paid attention to such details. What do the Huolong rankings and Baihu rankings signify? Su Fei still did not comprehend. Mu Zixi patiently explained. The Dragon rankings represent a global standard. The Fire rankings are national, while the White Tiger rankings pertain to the power dynamics within each region, ours being the Qingjian Mountain area. All teams aspiring to compete in the Dragon rankings must secure a position within the top 30 of the Fire rankings. Similarly, those contending for the Fire rankings must also attain a top 30 status in the White Tiger rankings. Furthermore, any team wishing to participate in the White Tiger rankings must possess a level 30 Secret Realm token. Otherwise, they are ineligible to compete. Thus, to gain entry into the Secret Realm, we must ultimately rank within the top 30 of the Global Dragon rankings. Otherwise, we shall have no opportunity to enter. So that is how it stands. Su Fei recalled that the elder of the Mu family had previously bestowed upon Su Ting a level 30 Secret Realm token. This implies that the Su family might indeed form a team to compete for the White Tiger rankings. The Su family is affiliated with the Lanya Fortress region. and the White Tiger rankings they aim to enter must pertain to Longya Fortress. It seems reasonable to expect that, with Su Yan's aptitude of 50, leading the Su family into the top 30 of Longya Fortress should pose no significant challenge. If the Xiantian team could secure a top 30 position in the Qingjian Mountain White Tiger rankings, they might yet have the opportunity to contest against Su Yan's team in the fire rankings of Qin. Contemplating this, Su Fei felt an inexplicable complexity in his emotions. After all, the Su family is where he grew up, and Su Yan is his own elder brother. If a confrontation were to occur in the fire rankings, given the talent of the Xiantian team, the Su family team would stand no chance of victory. Su Fei, you seem troubled, Mu Jian remarked, his concern for Su Fei evident in his attentive gaze. Nothing much, Su Fei replied, fully aware that the patriarch of the Su family, Su Ting, had already severed ties with him, declaring he was no longer a member of the Su family. Were it not for the Mu family's intervention, he might well have met a dire fate. Moreover, his father, Su Teng, had shown no inclination to retain him before his departure from the Su family. Not to mention, Su Yan had bullied him since childhood and had gone to great lengths to bring about his downfall. With a heavy heart, he exhaled deeply and stated with solemnity, "Let us proceed, Mu Jian. Do you still intend to teach me a unique technique of the Grand Forbidden Master?" Upon hearing this, the other three exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of its feasibility. The Grand Forbidden Master profession is inherently unique, requiring stringent qualifications for those able to learn its techniques. A qualification of 100 is essential. Otherwise, it is utterly unattainable. Just because Su Fei could master the unique techniques of archers, axe wielders, and alchemists does not imply he could grasp the Grand Forbidden Master secrets. His audacity in making such a request reveals his ignorance. However, Mu Jian nodded and replied, "Let us give it a try, as long as your body can withstand it." "I am ready." Su Fei felt invigorated, his meridians now fully unblocked, brimming with an inexhaustible energy. "Very well, let us commence," he declared, with a soft hum. Su Fei closed his eyes. Mu Jian raised her delicate hand, her slender fingers gently resting upon Su Fei's brow. In an instant, a faint brown glow emanated from her fingertips, and a cascade of golden characters danced before Su Fei's eyes. His consciousness delved into the system's inner realm, seamlessly absorbing the techniques imparted by Mu Jian in the blink of an eye. Single target immobilization technique? He pondered, reading the description. Level 1 single target immobilization technique. Capable of holding the target in place for 3 seconds, during which the target cannot move or execute any skills. Excellent. A surge of excitement welled within him, prompting him to immediately attempt to learn it. System notification. Learning single target immobilization technique. Please wait. Learning requirements. Meridian level 1. Requirement met. Initiating learning process. 10. 50. 100. Learning successful. Congratulations. Host has successfully learned the exclusive technique of the Grand Forbidden Master, single target immobilization technique. Level 1. With a long exhale, Su Fei slowly opened his eyes. Mu Jian gazed at him, astonished. "That was under 20 seconds, how?" "Indeed, I have mastered it," Su Fei replied, snapping his fingers. A glimmer of white light burst forth from his fingertips, swiftly landing on Mu Jian. Instantly, Muzenes Bodhistifenet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The full 3 seconds elapsed. This is impossible. He truly learned it? Even witnessing it firsthand, Mu Zishi found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Mu Shuang squinted, a slight smile gracing her lips, clearly thrilled by Su Fei's extraordinary talent, as he too was a member of the Xiantian battle team. Mu Jian's gaze toward Su Fei shifted, now tinged with a hint of fear. He had been caught completely off guard, immobilized by Su Fei. Had Su Fei been an enemy, with his combat prowess of 4,000, Mu Jian would likely have faced instant annihilation, with no chance to retaliate. Mu Jian remained remarkably composed. Learning the unique techniques of the other three professions was already exceptional. Acquiring yet another technique from the Grand Forbidden Master was merely an extension of her abilities. She looked at Su Fei with concern, gently inquiring, "Su Fei, are you ready now? If so, we can proceed through the gate of Otherworlds." "Absolutely, I am prepared." Su Fei felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, eager to step into the gate of Otherworlds and test his mettle. Chapter 18. Instant Annihilation. Mu Jian retrieved the level 20 talisman given to her by the Grand Elder and tossed it into the portal. The seal passed through the teleportation portal was detected. A resonant hum echoed as the portal opened, revealing a corridor aglow with a cerulean luminescence. Let us proceed. The five of us stepped into the corridor of blue light in succession. First was the steadfast tank Mu Jun, followed by the support Mu Jian, the primary attacker Su Fei, the healer Mu Shuang, and finally the archer Mu Zishi. Leading the group, Mu Jun wielded a heavy axe that hummed ominously, emanating a dark glimmer. "What is happening ahead, Mu Jun?" Mu Jian inquired, trailing closely behind, her amber staff also vibrating, casting a brownish light, a warning to her master. "I cannot discern," Mu Jun replied, the corridor winding and lengthy, obscuring his view of what lay at its end. Could it be an invasion by foreign entities? The last in line, Mu Zishi, wore a grave expression, her longbow restless, pulsating with red light. "Let us not dwell on uncertainties. We'll assess upon entry." Mu Shuang decisively tucked away her red jade fan, her gaze alert and intent on the path ahead. Strangely, why did Su Fei's sword remain unresponsive? Mu Zixi, observing from the rear, noted this peculiarity. Su Fei's level 1 sacred sword appeared unchanged, offering no warning to its wielder. Mu Shuang cast a glance at Su Fei's sword, unable to fathom the mystery it concealed. Normally, upon entering a teleportation portal, any weapons would alert their owner to the presence of nearby foes. Could it be that Su Fei's sword was too low in rank to possess such sensing capabilities? Mu Jian turned to Su Fei, her voice gentle yet firm. "Su Fei, regardless of what we encounter, you lack combat experience, so stay close to me. Understood?" Su Fei nodded, though inwardly he felt dismissive. It was precisely due to his lack of combat experience that he needed to hone his skills. Trailing behind Mu Jian would not serve him well. After all, he was the primary attacker, tasked with delivering lethal blows to the enemy, not merely a rear support. Time passed in the corridor, and at last, a glimmer of white light appeared at its end. "We are nearing. Everyone be cautious," Mu Jian warned, his tone serious. Mu Jian's expression turned grave as she glanced back at Su Fei. "Remember my words, Su Fei. It is perilous within. If an invasion occurs, they will not come with good intentions. If you can strike, do so without hesitation. If not, do not linger in battle. Understood?" Though Su Fei had never traversed the portal to another realm, he was aware that sometimes individuals from other families would stealthily infiltrate another's realm to seize resources. If discovered, the usual fate was swift and merciless. It is unexpected that the Mu family, as the sovereign of Qingjian Mountain, would have anyone daring enough to seize the exotic beasts within their territory. In an instant, they approached the end of the passage. A thunderous roar reverberated in their ears before they could even ascertain the situation within. "Quick, it's the red beast. We cannot allow them to take it." Mu Jian, assuming the role of captain, issued a commanding shout. "Understood." Mu Jian's expression turned icy as he brandished his heavy axe, summoning a tempestuous gale around him. With a swift motion, he dashed into the radiant white light at the passage's end, moving with remarkable agility. The other four followed closely behind, hastening their steps. They had entered. Within the white light lay another realm, the fabled gateway to the exotic domain. Towering mountains stretched endlessly before them, an entirely different scene from what they had envisioned. Is it truly this vast? They emerged at the foot of a 100-meter-high mountain, facing an expansive meadow. Before they could steady themselves, a cacophony of agitated roars filled the air. As they heard the sound, countless half-beasts suddenly emerged from the once empty mountains. The half-beasts swarmed the landscape, wielding an array of weapons: knives, forks, swords, and halberds, each displaying unique postures. There were pig-headed humanoids, bull-headed figures, and serpentine beings with human torsos. So this is the legendary half-beast. "Kill!" Mu Jian, having long grown accustomed to the bizarre, shouted with fervor. With a hum, Mu Jian, positioned to the front, was the first to plunge into the throng of half-beasts. His movements were swift. With each swing of his heavy axe, 3 to 5 half-beasts were cleaved in two. The sheer number of half-beasts surged forward relentlessly, resembling an overwhelming tide. "Su Fei, do not be alarmed. This is merely a beast tide. As long as we slay the beast leader, these lesser creatures will be tamed and lose their ability to attack." Mu Jian joined the fray, wielding her staff. Each time she swung it, the amber atop the staff emitted a brownish glow, shooting forth towards the surrounding half-beasts. Though her technique lacked significant offensive power, it ensnared all half-beasts within a 5-meter radius in a state of paralysis for 10 seconds, a duration ample enough for Mu Jian. With a hum, he executed crescent slashes in the air, capable of striking thrice in a single second. It is worth noting that his heavy axe weighed over 2,000 pounds, and combined with the arcane force he unleashed with each strike, the magnitude of his power was unimaginable. Not only could he easily cleave through the flesh and bone of the half-beasts, but he could also effortlessly carve through mountains and rocks. Even though he may occasionally miss a shot or two, Mu Zishi's arrows possess the remarkable ability to pierce through the heart of a beastman from 100 paces away. Each arrow release strikes directly through the center of a beastman's brow, ensuring instant death. Mu Shuang, on the other hand, does not engage in attacking the beastmen. Her attention is fixated on her teammates, ready to take immediate action should she notice anyone sustaining injuries. However, with the ease of dispatching these lesser creatures, no one suffers harm. Su Fei, several times eager to assist, is restrained by Mu Jian, who advises him to remain calm. There are foreign invaders. You are a trump card. Observe first, identify the position of the beastman leader, and check the surroundings for any additional adversaries. Nodding in agreement, Su Fei maintains his composure, scanning the area. Indeed, he spots a 2-meter-tall red beastman amidst the tide of creatures 50 meters to the west. Is that the beastman leader? From a distance, the red beastman appears rugged and heavily armored, making it seem a formidable foe. Moreover, the colossal axe it wields is likely 10 times heavier than the one in Mu Zhan's possession, each swing generating a gust of wind that keeps ordinary foes at bay. Consequently, it becomes evident that another team is engaged in battle with this red beast. Upon seeing this, Mu Jian glances back and recognizes members of the Li family. Mu Zhan, upon hearing this, bellows fiercely, regardless of who they are. Anyone attempting to snatch resources from our Xintian battle team shall be met with no mercy. With that, he brandishes his heavy axe and charges forward without hesitation. With a hum, he cleaves through the air, creating crescent slashes that leave rivers of blood in their wake. Li Chun, cease your assault immediately. If you do not comply, you shall face dire consequences. His voice resounds with authority. The Li family's team finally notices their presence. Oh no, it's the Mu family. The support member, Li Yingxiong, turns pale upon encountering Mu Zhan. What are you afraid of? Continue your fight. These individuals are mine to handle. Li Chun, the team leader, issues a command, determined to claim the red beast for himself. It is known that the red beast possesses immense treasures for cultivators below level 30. Any single item it carries could significantly enhance their combat prowess. Do you truly believe that as a level 16 swordsman with 50 aptitude, you can challenge me? Li Shen scoffs. Mu Zhan, we haven't properly competed in years. Do not think that your Xintian battle team's talents grant you superiority over Qingjie Mountain. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power is. Before his words fade, he sharply flicks his sword, conjuring a crescent arc from thin air. A roar reverberates, as if from a dragon, emanating from the edge of his blade. The dragon's roar is so potent that even the treasure-laden red beast cannot withstand it. Dropping to one knee and gasping for breath, the tide of beasts within 100 meters is effortlessly subdued. As Mu Zhan approached Li Chun, an overwhelming sword pressure rendered him breathless. A surge of heat filled his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face twisted in resentment, yet his limbs were powerless. The heavy axe clattered to the ground, and his body followed suit with a thunderous crash. To suppress a warrior of 1,200 combat power to such an extent, just how formidable was Li Chen's sword pressure? Was it 2,000 or even 3,000? This could not be good. Could it be the ancestral dragon's roar technique of the Li family? Mu Jian, having reached level 25, remained unscathed thanks to her internal energy shield, though she had lost her combat capability. Meanwhile, Mu Zishi and Mu Shuang appeared anguished, their bodies nearly buckling under the weight of the sword pressure. Was this truly Li Chun from the Tiannu Peak of the Li family? How could he suppress even the Xian Tian team, renowned for its exceptional talent? It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. This scene was beyond the wildest imagination of the ever-proud Xian Tian team. Fortunately, they still had Su Fei as their trump card. Although only at level 15, his prowess could not be gauged by mere cultivation levels. Who was he, and why was he seemingly unaffected? Li Chun furrowed his brow at Su Fei, a look of confusion in his eyes. Let it not be forgotten that Su Fei had already opened the 8 extraordinary meridians and transcended the first level of internal energy, possessing greater mastery than Mu Jian. Moreover, his combat power had reached a staggering 4,000 points. In an instant, Su Fei executed the phantom step. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and his form transformed into streaks of white light, vanishing into the ether. Excellent. Mu Zishi felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, witnessing Su Fei's ability to perform the phantom step at such a critical moment. At last, someone was safeguarding the honor of the Xian Tian team. However, it was hard to believe that Li Chun had mastered the Dragon's Roar technique at merely 12 years of age. Was his talent truly only 50? Had the Li family concealed his true potential? Otherwise, how could a 12-year-old boy with a mere 50 talent possibly learn such an intricate technique? After all, this was an ancient skill that even the elders of the Li family struggled to comprehend. Just when the 4 members of the Xian Tian team were still reeling from the shock, Su Fei revealed himself before them. He gracefully landed behind Li Chun, and with a flash of his sword, Li Chun's head was severed from his body. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was left in stunned silence. A one-hit kill? The Xian Tian team, including Mu Jian, understood that Su Fei was their ultimate trump card. Yet none had anticipated that he would be entirely unaffected by the Dragon's Roar technique and could execute the kill with such ease. In their astonishment, Su Fei's sword did not cease its relentless assault. Slash, slash, slash. In a swift succession, 5 swords were unleashed. His movements were so rapid that no one could discern how he drew his blade. The 5 members of the Li family battle team, including the Red Beast, were all slain in a single stroke. The entire encounter lasted less than 2 seconds. With the demise of the Red Beast, the tide of beasts was quelled. Instantly, the entire realm of the Foreign Gate fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 19, Earth-Level Techniques. It concluded. Every member of the Xian Tian battle team exhaled in relief. Had it not been for Su Fei's presence today, the once-renowned Xian Tian team would surely have met its demise at the hands of the formidable opponents from the Qingjian Mountain. It was Su Fei who safeguarded the honor of the Xian Tian team. This unparalleled genius, once deemed an utter failure by the Su family, effortlessly vanquished adversaries capable of overpowering the Xian Tian team, highlighting the terrifying prowess he possessed among his peers. If the Su family were to witness this scene, their hearts would surely be filled with rage. Even Mu Zishi, who had always harbored doubts about Su Fei, now gazed upon him with admiration, her eyes brimming with affection, marveling at Mu Jian's discerning eye. Nevertheless, they found it perplexing. How could Li Chun, with a mere talent score of 50, comprehend the Dragon's Roar technique at the tender age of 12? There must be some hidden intricacies. Regardless, the victory ultimately belonged to the Xian Tian team. However, Su Fei's slaying of Li Chun would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. Li Chun was the son of the Li family patriarch, and although they had been the aggressors in invading the Mu family's realm, his death would surely provoke a vengeful response from the Li family. But that was a matter for another time. Su Fei, see what resources the Red Beast has dropped. Gather them all and return them to the Hall of Benevolence. Yes, this was Su Fei's first encounter in the Foreign Gate, facing beasts. He himself had not anticipated that defeating a level 20 beast leader could be accomplished with such ease. He had not even employed any sword techniques. It was merely a series of ordinary strikes. In the past, during his time with the Su family, his father, Su Teng, would often take his elder brother Su Yan to the Foreign Gate to hunt beasts, predominantly targeting level 10 creatures, occasionally daring to challenge level 20 beasts, which would consume the better part of the day. Moreover, each time they succeeded in defeating a level 20 beast, they would become the center of attention within the family, and the elders would bestow praise and rewards upon Su Yan. Clearly, for the current Su Fei, vanquishing a level 20 beast and the 5 members of the Li family team was a trivial matter, effortlessly accomplished and hardly worthy of mention. Upon inspecting the spoils dropped by the beast leader, he found 1 level 2 mystic axe, 1 complete set of level 2 defensive armor, 10 fragments of red gear, 10 refining stones, and 500 gold soul coins. Moreover, the remains of the 5 members of the Li family S-team revealed numerous martial arts manuals and professional equipment. Li Chun was a veritable treasure trove, possessing not only the ancient technique, Dragon's Roar, but also a complete set of level 2 red equipment, including weapons, battle armor, helmets, necklaces, wrist guards, gloves, belts, rings, and boots, all of which were of level 2. It is no wonder that Li Chun's prowess was so extraordinary. The multitude of treasures he bore significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Su Fei, we cannot take these items, Mu Jun stated, meditating to regain her composure, her complexion quickly returning to normal. Understood. Su Fei had heard tales of childhood about how every piece of equipment used would bear the owner's soul imprint. If they claimed these items as their own and were discovered by the Li family, they would undoubtedly become a liability. Mu Jian, What do you plan to do with these items? Mu Jun turned to Mu Jian. As the captain of the Xuantiang battle team, Mu Jian had the authority to make such decisions. The dragon's roar was a terrestrial-level technique. Discarding it would indeed be a waste. Su Fei, since this is your spoils of war, why not keep it for now? Mu Jian reasoned that given Su Fei's aptitude for learning, mastering dragon's roar should not pose much difficulty. Su Fei was acutely aware that possessing this technique was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb, liable to detonate at any moment. When that day arrived, he would inevitably become a target for the Li family. Although he was unaware of the extent of the Li family's influence in Qinjian Mountain, he knew that it was a level 3 region. The ruler of a level 3 region was a marquis granted authority by the royal family. The Mu family governed Qinjian Mountain, which meant Mu Jian's father was undoubtedly the marquis. A marquis wielded the power of life and death over countless individuals, a position of immense importance. Given that the Li family dared to seize resources on Mu family territory, their strength could not be underestimated. While Su Fei was not particularly knowledgeable about martial arts, it did not imply he was a fool. Contemplating these matters, he unconsciously shook his head and remarked, "Forget it, it's merely a terrestrial-level technique. It's not worth the risk." "What? You call it merely?" Mu Zishi exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Do you know that even our Mu family's library contains very few terrestrial-level techniques? How can you dismiss it so casually? It seems your ignorance is as mismatched with your strength as can be. Is a terrestrial-level technique really that formidable?" From witnessing Li Chen's execution earlier, Su Fei felt no pressure. He genuinely did not perceive Dragon's roar as particularly impressive. However, upon hearing Mu Zishi's words, he began to question whether he had indeed misjudged its value. If even the Mu family struggled to locate terrestrial-level techniques, they must possess significant merit. Perhaps the same technique wielded by different individuals would yield varying effects? Forget it. Explaining this to someone like you is truly exhausting. I do not wish to converse further. Mu Zishi retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. Su Fei felt quite helpless. As he had spent his childhood working odd jobs in the town and had a profound lack of knowledge regarding cultivation, he turned to Mu Jian and inquired, "Do you truly wish for me to learn the dragon roar technique?" Mu Jian nodded and replied, "The martial arts of the Holy Ding continent are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Indeed, earth-tier techniques are rare, and it would be a pity to let them slip away. Moreover, having more skills does not hinder one, as long as you do not practice them openly. It is unlikely anyone will discover it." That is a valid point. "Very well, I shall keep it for now. But what about the other items?" Su Fei inquired. Mu Jian pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us take everything with us and later consult the Grand Elder's opinion." Acquiring the Dragon Roar technique implied that they were unafraid to acknowledge the fact of having slain Li Chun, thus rendering the other martial arts manuals and professional gear unnecessary to discard. Without further ado, Su Fei stuffed all the items into his spatial ring. Observing that the others had nearly completed their recuperation, Mu Jian spoke in a solemn tone. "Let us depart. We shall return now." In the blink of an eye, they retraced their steps. Although no one explained to Su Fei why it was unnecessary to use a level 20 talisman to open the teleportation gate on their return, he had heard whispers about it. As long as the red beast was slain, the exit of the teleportation gate would automatically open. It is worth noting that once the portal of the Yirjumun Otherworld Gate is activated, the team that opened it can remain within the realm for a full day. After a day has passed, to re-enter on the following day, they must submit another level 20 talisman. Furthermore, if the team fails to slay the red beast within the allocated time, there will be no way back. The teleportation gate will never reopen for that team, which could very well lead to their demise. This is one of the significant reasons Su Teng would not easily bring Su Yin to hunt the level 20 Ishok, Otherworld Beast, without absolute certainty. Chapter 20, Outer Sect Disciples. What? You killed Count Xiaoyan's son? In the Mu family, at the Qinqiu Hall, upon receiving the news of Li Chun's death, the Grand Elder, concealed beneath his black cloud robe, trembled slightly. His fists clenched within his sleeves, and his countenance shifted to one of grave concern. It must be noted that Li Chun was the son of Li Xiaoyan, one of the 30 hereditary counts in the Qin Kingdom. In the Qin Kingdom, all hereditary counts are the patriarchs of families who have made outstanding contributions to the state. As a hereditary count, Li Xiaoyan held significant power and was regarded as a high-ranking official of the royal court. Should Li Xiaoyan discover that it was Su Fei, the main attacker of the Xintian battle team, who had slain Li Chun, this matter would undoubtedly become quite troublesome. Speak quickly, what exactly transpired? The Grand Elder's brow furrowed deeply. Mu Jian succinctly recounted the incident of Li Chun leading a team to invade the Mu family's otherworld gate, which greatly alleviated the Grand Elder's expression. Fortunately, regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed the Li family that holds the initial fault. The Grand Elder sighed deeply, emphasizing that this matter must not be disclosed. The information must be contained. As long as we do not acknowledge it, Li Xiaoyan cannot take any action against us. Moreover, all the equipment retrieved from the children of the Li family should be sent to the Yin-Yang Hall for the 7th Elder to handle. As for the dragon chant technique, both Su Fei and Mu Jian have stated that it is your spoils of war and rightfully belongs to you. However, even after mastering the dragon chant technique, you must refrain from using it indiscriminately. If the Li family discovers that you were the one who killed Li Chun, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Mu family to protect you. Do you understand? Implicitly, this means that should this matter come to light, the Mu family would be compelled to cast Su Fei aside to avoid conflict with the Li family. Su Fei felt a twinge of disappointment, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. The Grand Elder's expression darkened as he continued. As for the other resources obtained from slaying the Red Beast, they should be sent to the Shankai Hall and entrusted to the 6th Elder for distribution. Understood. Being an outsider, Su Fei did not expect to receive a significant portion of the resources, even though he was the principal contributor to the defeat of the Red Beast. The Mu family comprises a hall, 2 pavilions, 3 towers, 6 palaces, 7 courtyards, and 14 halls. The Qinxiu Hall is situated at the highest elevation, approximately 150 meters above the peak of Qinjian Mountain. The Yin-Yang Hall is located around 100 meters from the summit. To reach the Yin-Yang Hall, they must traverse a considerable distance downhill. The mountain path is rugged, requiring a lengthy journey with numerous long streets. They must pass through the Changshan Hall, Jury Hall, Guangwu Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Fengming Hall, Pejun Hall, Wangshan Hall, Jishang Hall, Jinjiao Hall, Qiankuan Hall, and Luyan Hall before finally arriving at the Yin-Yang Hall. Accompanying Su Fei to the Yin-Yang Hall is Mu Jian, while Mu Zixi, Mu Shuangshuang, and Mu Zhen have returned to rest. Their mode of transport is a splendid golden carriage. Along the way, Mu Jian enthusiastically introduced each location they passed, even providing Su Fei with a new outfit. Mu Jian remarked that he looked splendid in black, thus selecting a black robe for him. This was the first new attire Su Fei had ever worn in his life. Crafted from high-quality fabric, costing a staggering 300 gold soul coins for just this one set. Everyone along the route recognized Mu Jian's carriage, treating him with the utmost respect. The two shared laughter and conversation within the carriage, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. This scene was unprecedented for Su Fei since his arrival in the Holy Ding continent. He rarely experienced such joy and carefree laughter as he did today. Mu Jian's genuine kindness towards him was indeed astonishing, a level of goodwill he had never anticipated. Although Mu Jian had promised to repay him 7 years ago, he never harbored any lofty expectations. The mere fact that the Mu family had come to his aid was beyond his imagination. Furthermore, after joining the Mu family, he successfully became a member of the Xiantian battle team, earning the recognition of all its members, which was a delightful surprise beyond his wildest dreams. Outside the Qinxiu Hall, those from the Mu family who initially held little faith in Su Fei, upon witnessing him emerge unscathed from the portal of the foreign realm, began to realize the significance of his existence. However, Su Fei's postnatal strength remained undisclosed to the public. His prowess was a mystery known only to the members of the Xiantian battle team and the Grand Elder. Regardless, he had ultimately validated his worth and garnered the acknowledgement of all in Qinxiu Hall. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. This entire experience was a gift from Mu Jian. The kindness she had shown him left him at a loss for how to repay her, and he was willing to go to any lengths to protect her. As the saying goes, a gentleman would die for a confidant. He would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for her in the future if necessary. Returning to the matter at hand, the 7 Elder presided over the Yin-Yang Hall. Coincidentally, just as they arrived outside, the 7 Elder returned from outside. He was a peculiar man, appearing to be around 40 years old, of average height, with dark skin, a goatee, and a thin, wiry frame, his shifty eyes giving an impression of untrustworthiness. Like the Grand Elder, he was clad in a black cloud robe, adorned with a cap bearing an emblem representing his rank. Accompagné de Mu Jian, Su Fei brought forth the gear and resources obtained from the 5 slain members of the Li family's battle team. The 7 Elders squinted at Su Fei and remarked in a sardonic tone, "Su Fei, I heard from the Grand Elder that you were the one who killed the Leaf family members? Yes, that was indeed me, Su Fei admitted. You are quite the troublemaker. The Seven Elder grumbled, waving his hand to summon a 2-meter-tall furnace that materialized before them. Flames blazed within the furnace, and without further ado, he tossed in all the equipment and martial arts manuscripts. A sizzling sound erupted, followed by a series of explosive noises. Within merely 10 seconds, the furnace spat out 20 black stone orbs. It was later revealed that these were enhancement stones, useful for augmenting equipment. However, it was noted that practitioners could not enhance their gear until they reached level 30. All right, you may leave now. What a bother you are. The Seven Elder collected the enhancement stones, shot a cold glare at Su Fei, and turned to retreat into the Yin-Yang Hall. Once the Seven Elder was out of sight, Mu Jin gently remarked, "The Seven Elder has a foul temper. Su Fei, please do not take it to heart. It's all right. Are we heading to the Shankai Hall now?" Yes. The Shankai Hall was overseen by the Sixth Elder. Located adjacent to the Yin-Yang Hall, 2 silver-armored guards stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Mu Jin, they greeted her with great respect. "Miss, are you here to hunt the red beast again today?" "Yes." "Is the Sixth Elder present?" "Apologies, the Sixth Elder is out today." "Are you here to submit resources, miss?" "Yes." "Then please follow me." The guard led them into the Hall of Shankai. Inside, the hall was resplendent, adorned with treasures that dazzled the eye. Upon reaching a counter, the guard said, "Please present your items. I will assist you with the registration." Su Fei retrieved supplies from his spatial ring and placed them on the counter. The guard glanced at the items, noting the presence of 2-level equipment. After swiftly completing the registration in the ledger, the guard turned to Su Fei and inquired, "I don't believe I've seen you before. My name is Su Fei. I have just arrived today. I hope to receive your guidance in the future," Su Fei replied, displaying a humble demeanor. The guard assessed Su Fei and awkwardly remarked, "Young Master Su, you jest. With your noble bearing, you hardly require my guidance. It is I who should seek your assistance." "Noble bearing?" Su Fei cast a glance at his attire and smiled silently. Indeed, he was clad in garments bestowed upon him by Mu Jin, worth 300 gold soul coins, which could certainly be deemed extravagant. "Very well, Su Fei. I shall now escort you to the Hall of Light Martial to meet the Second Elder. There you will register and receive the Light Martial token, officially making you an outer disciple of the Mu family," Mu Jin stated. Outer disciple? Although Su Fei was not well versed in the customs of large families, he had heard enough to understand. He was not a member of the Mu family. Regardless of their regard for him, he would never have the opportunity to join the inner circle unless he were to wed a direct descendant of the Mu clan. Chapter 21. The imminent Great War. Half a month later, on the peak of Qinjian Mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist and abundant spiritual energy, the surroundings remained as vibrant as ever, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a scene of flourishing vitality. In the early morning, as an outer disciple, Su Fei diligently worked in the miscellaneous yard each day. Fetching water, chopping wood, washing clothes, and cooking had become essential routines. This life seemed no different from his time in Demo Town. However, all members of the Mu family, whether inner or outer disciples, treated one another with remarkable kindness. Even though Su Fei was an outer disciple, and his formidable latent strength was unknown to many, he received equitable treatment from his peers. No longer did he face derision or gossip behind his back. Here, he found a sense of belonging, despite engaging in the most ordinary tasks daily. His heart had never experienced such tranquility. "Hey, Su Fei, I heard you're the main attacker of the Xintian battle team. Why do you spend your days with us lowly workers? The White Tiger rankings will soon commence. Should he be training with the young ladies at the Yirjamun?" The person speaking was Zhang Shan, who, like Su Fei, was of similar age. He was neither an inner disciple nor an outer disciple, but simply a worker in the Mu family. Since Su Fei became an outer disciple of the Mu family, he has not participated in the training of the Xintian battle team. This is not due to a lack of regard from the Mu family, but rather a form of protection. His innate prowess is exceedingly formidable compared to his peers. Just half a month ago, within the gates of the foreign realm, he effortlessly dispatched Li Chunyun, the son of Li Shaoyan. Li Chun, having mastered the Dragon Roar technique at the tender age of 12, possesses a talent that far exceeds the rumored level of 50, likely rivaling Su Fei's own extraordinary innate gifts. The loss of such a gifted youth as Li Chun would not be taken lightly by the Li family, regardless of his lineage. Although the Li family has not made any significant moves in the past fortnight, they have intermittently sent individuals to observe discreetly, assessing whether anyone among the younger generation of the Mu family possesses the capability to have slain Li Chun. Despite multiple visits, the Li family has uncovered no evidence against the Mu family. Ultimately, the Mu family remains the sovereign of the Qinjian mountain region. Even Li Xiaoyan, the hereditary earl of the Qin kingdom, would hesitate to act against them without tangible proof. In response to Zhang Shan's curiosity, Su Fei merely smiled in silence. Speaking too much could lead to complications, as Mu Jian had advised him. The Mu family's courtyard is chaotic on the surface. It appears filled with individuals laboring for a living. Yet any of these servants could potentially be spies planted by outsiders. The principle of a tree that stands out will inevitably be blown down by the wind applies here. Because of Su Fei's remarkable innate strength, maintaining a low profile is essential for his safety. Only by preserving his life can he fully realize his talents and repay the Mu family. Su Fei, why are you silent? Is it that the Mu family treats you poorly, bullying you for being an outsider? Zhang Shan continued to chatter beside him, his tone laden with implications. No, Su Fei shook his head, returning to his task of chopping wood. Mu Jian had also cautioned him against displaying his exceptional abilities before ordinary people, lest he provoke envy. There are too many petty individuals in the world. Once envy is aroused, one may be subject to schemes and persecution. He harbored absolute trust in Mu Jian, thus refraining from employing any techniques while chopping wood, relying solely on his physical strength, and soon he was drenched in sweat. Zhang Shan scrutinized him from head to toe, observing his labored breathing, and thought to himself, how could such a person possibly be the main attacker of the Xiantian battle team? He appeared to be an ordinary individual. With a light chuckle, he remarked, Su Fei, you must have come from the countryside. You seem unaware of the rules of the great families. The Xiantian battle team is the most elite genius team of the Mu family, and only the most exceptional talents within the family are qualified to join. You are merely an outer disciple, and your abilities appear rather unimpressive. Their invitation for you to join the Xiantian battle team may well be a mere facade. I suspect there is a significant conspiracy lurking in the shadows. Oh, Su Fei, however, remained unfazed, focusing solely on chopping wood. After sharing so much with you, all I receive in response is a no? Su Fei, let me tell you, the Li family is currently recruiting a group of robust miners, with reports suggesting they can earn 20 gold soul coins daily. Given your physique, why not give it a try? Not going. Su Fei fermi declined. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. What kind of miner could possibly earn 20 gold soul coins in a single day? Was that not akin to a pie falling from the sky? The fear was that it might not be a pie, but rather a knife. Undoubtedly, there existed some undisclosed secrets within this situation. It should be noted that even as a member of the Xiantian battle team, one could only receive 10 gold soul coins daily from Shanghai Hall. How could a mere miner amass 20 gold soul coins in such a brief span? The thought seemed preposterous. Su Fei, I believe you are somewhat foolish. You still cling to your identity as the main attacker of the Xiantian battle team and an outer disciple of the Mu family, do you not? Let me be honest with you. With your qualifications, it is utterly impossible to join the Xiantian battle team, or even to remain an outer disciple of the Mu family. They merely assign you menial tasks here, never allowing you to participate in training, correct? Trust me, come with me to the Li family to work as miners. We will enjoy the good life together, sharing both fortune and adversity. Zhang Shan's words were grounded in reality. Working as a handyman in the Mu family only earns 3 gold soul coins daily, a relatively high sum in the entire Qinjian mountain region. Typically, ordinary families offer a mere 1 gold soul coin for such labor. Yet, the Li family's offer of 20 gold soul coins per day is undeniably alluring for those who rely on hard work for their income. In 10 days, that amounts to 200 gold soul coins. In 100 days, it totals 2,000 gold soul coins, more than sufficient for a family to live comfortably. Nevertheless, Su Fei merely shook his head, responding, you go if you wish. I still need to chop some more wood and fetch a few buckets of water, as the reservoir in the kitchen is nearly empty. Alas, Zhang Shan shook his head in resignation, feeling that Su Fei lacked ambition. Dejectedly, he said, forget it. I initially thought you were quite honest and that we could look out for each other if we went together. Since you want to join me, I shall go alone. However, you must not divulge this to anyone. If others find out, I shall never be able to work here again. Su Fei replied with an affirmative sound. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret. Thank you. Tomorrow, I shall go take a look. If it doesn't work out, I will return and we can chop wood together. It seems he is not entirely foolish, understanding the necessity of leaving a way out. should he fail to secure the work with the Li family. There remains the opportunity to return to the Mu family for employment. The following day, indeed, Zhang Shan was not seen at the workshop. However, by the third day, the unfortunate news of Zhang Shan's demise reached Su Fei through a colleague. On the fourth day, tranquility enveloped everything. Su Fei arrived early at the workshop, reflecting on Zhang Shan's death, feeling a twinge of remorse. Had he exerted every effort to dissuade Zhang Shan, perhaps he would still be alive. Strangely enough, Zhang Shan returned. Upon his reappearance, he greeted everyone with the same charm as before, yet the expressions of those who beheld him were akin to witnessing a specter. Later, in the woodshed, it was just Su Fei and Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan recounted that he had believed his end was nigh. The young practitioners of the Li family were cultivating the blood fiend technique, and to expedite their progress, many lives had already been claimed. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have become a lifeless corpse. He further asserted that the Li family was resolutely set on opposing the Mu family, even aspiring to supplant them in their position at Qinjian Mountain. The veracity of his claims remains uncertain. Nevertheless, with the White Tiger rankings imminent, the Li family's most gifted combat team had already been annihilated by Su Fei, compelling them to prepare a new team for the competition. Regardless, when the battle for the White Tiger rankings commences, the truth shall inevitably surface. Chapter 22. By Heaven's Design. The Blood Fiend technique is an arcane-level skill. The cosmos is a tapestry of mystery. The arcane level is reasonably commendable. Cultivating the Blood Fiend technique does not impose stringent requirements on one's cultivation level. Achieving level 10 suffices. In fact, Su Fei possesses a tome of this technique within his system backpack, a reward obtained from completing the task of forming a party and vanquishing the orc leader. The text elucidates that mastering the Blood Fiend technique necessitates the sacrifice of thousands of lives, using blood to nurture blood, thereby augmenting the thickness of the blood pool. Upon reading such a description, Su Fei promptly opted to forego its study. Regardless of the practitioner's vocation, a thicker blood pool diminishes the likelihood of being slain. However, the notion of bolstering one's strength at the expense of others' lives struck him as excessively cruel. If indeed the youth of the Li family are pursuing such a malevolent technique, it is likely they have already claimed numerous lives. It appears that the Li family is indeed far from virtuous. Su Fei, just as he was splitting wood, an unexpected voice called out to him. Isn't that Miss Mu Zishi? Su Fei, is she here for you? Zhang Shan expressed his astonishment at the sight of Mu Zishi, seemingly perplexed that someone of her stature would seek out Su Fei. It is important to note that Mu Zishi, as the archer of the Xiantian team, hold a significant position within the Mu family, with her father being the fourth elder. Having grown up in comfort, she possesses the temperament of a young lady, and few dare to offend her within the Mu household. Moreover, she often visits the miscellaneous courtyard, where she chastises the idle servants without restraint. That she would take the initiative to seek out Su Fei, and appears so amicable, is quite astonishing. Su Fei, however, remained unfazed, approaching her calmly and inquiring, Zishi, what brings you here? You need not concern yourself with the chores here. Come with me. Mu Zishi seemed preoccupied, as if troubled by some issue. All right. Su Fei asked no more questions, setting aside his axe and removing his dust cloak before following Mu Zishi out of the miscellaneous courtyard. Many onlookers were left bewildered. Could it be that Su Fei was indeed a member of the Xiantian team? If so, why was he working in the miscellaneous courtyard? It was rumored that he was a disciple from the outer court, having only recently arrived at the Mu family to acclimate himself by working for a while. This was not entirely unreasonable. A multitude of whispers circulated in the background. Most perplexed was Zhang Shan, who had never held Su Fei in high regard and even suspected that he might befall misfortune, especially considering Mu Zishi's notoriously spoiled temperament. Her kindness towards Su Fei, an outsider from the countryside, surely concealed some ulterior motive. Zishi, where are we headed? Su Fei finally ventured to ask during their journey. Mu Zishi, walking ahead, wore an expression of seriousness, replying, do not ask too many questions. You will understand when we arrive. Thus, they made their way up the mountain, passing by various establishments such as Xiaxia Tower, Chunfeng Tower, and Puyin, traversing through the outer court, inner court, Listening Snow Tower, Weiyang Palace, Yuxiu Palace, Tei Palace, Xinghui Palace, and Qinxiang Courtyard, until they finally reached Yuqing Courtyard. The path was winding and steep, with each street lengthy and bustling with numerous shops and throngs of people. Curiosity filled the faces of those who saw Su Fei and Mu Zishi together. Who is he? What brings him here? Although Su Fei had spent nearly 20 days in this vicinity, he had mostly been working in the miscellaneous courtyard, resulting in few acquaintances. Su Fei, we have arrived. Mu Zishi paused outside each courtyard, her seriousness more pronounced. Su Fei, puzzled by her expression, noticed two maidens in delicate attire stationed outside, their countenances reflecting subservience and respect as they regarded them. Zishi, what is this place? This is the residence for unmarried young ladies of the Mu family. Come. Let's enter and refrain from asking too many questions. With that, Mu Zishi stepped inside. Greetings, Miss Zishi. Greetings, young Master Su. The maid at the entrance bowed respectfully to the two individuals, revealing her acquaintance with Su Fei. Upon entering, Su Fei found an abundance of maids in the courtyard, alongside the elegantly dressed young ladies of the Mu family, whose beauty was truly captivating and numerous. This place seemed to be a residence for girls. Su Fei was left perplexed as to why he was brought here. The elder had instructed him to select a Mu family lady as his bride. Suddenly, Mu Zishi's tone turned rather cold. What? Su Fei was taken aback. I'm still young. Isn't this inappropriate? What is appropriate or not? Mu Zishi retorted. The elder has declared that once you are engaged to a Mu family lady, you shall become an inner courtyard disciple, no longer required to toil in the outer quarters. Most importantly, outer disciples are barred from participating in the Baihu ranking battle. As a member of the Xintian battle team, your presence in the Baihu ranking is essential. Su Fei yearned to partake in the Baihu ranking. Without that, his hopes of competing in the Shenlong ranking would be futile. He was also curious about his standing among the younger generation of the Holy Ding continent. However, he hesitated, expressing that he was unprepared for such a commitment and that he was unfamiliar with the young ladies of the Mu family. Yet, Mu Zishi approached a maid and commanded, "Inform all the young ladies to gather in the back courtyard." Yes. At this point, Su Fei found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat. The maid, seemingly already aware of the situation, cast a surprised glance at Su Fei. Perhaps even she found it strange that Su Fei possessed the audacity to choose a bride from the esteemed Mu family's Yuqing courtyard. After a brief interval, the back courtyard was filled with Mu family ladies, ranging from ages 13 to 20, each embodying diverse forms of beauty, a sight that could dazzle any ordinary man. Facing the assembly, Su Fei suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. Since his soul had traversed to the Holy Ding continent, he had never encountered so many beautiful women gathered in one place, and now they were all available for his selection. Zishi, I still feel that this matter do not speak, simply observe. I must inform you that there are nearly 300 Mu family ladies present, with only 28 being direct descendants, including myself. However, I warn you, you cannot choose me. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. To his surprise, even Mu Zishi was eligible for selection. Why can I choose you? Do you already have someone you fancy? Su Fei whispered, ensuring no one else could hear. Mu Zishi's expression turned frosty as she replied sternly, "Do not speak carelessly. I've heard from those in the outer quarters that you are a modest and reticent person, but I never anticipated you could be so glib." Ah! Su Fei smiled silently, casting a swift glance over the assembly of young ladies from the Mu family, only to be surprised to find Mu Shuang among them. However, his expression soon turned to one of disappointment as he remarked, "I am truly sorry, but none of them capture my interest. Is there truly no other way to participate in the White Tiger ranking besides this?" Given that the Mu family presided over the Qingjian mountain and boasted such a multitude of noble maidens, it was astonishing that none had caught his eye. If this sentiment were to circulate, it would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. Mu Zishi, already aware that Su Fei was no ordinary individual, likely destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, was unfazed and confidently replied, "No, there isn't." Su Fei's disappointment deepened. Possessing an astute intellect, Mu Zishi seemed to sense a hint of the underlying issue and gently inquired, "Is it because Mu Jian is not present?" A flush crept across Su Fei's face at this suggestion. Observing his reaction, Mu Zishi felt increasingly certain. Forget about Mu Jian. She is the daughter of the clan leader and has been promised to the royal heir since childhood. Once the heir ascends to the throne, she may become the queen of the Qin kingdom. You two are simply not meant to be. The prospect of her becoming queen was indeed astounding. Having heard rumors of the royal bloodline within the Mu family, the engagement of Mu Jian being the daughter of the clan leader to the royal heir seemed too fantastical to be true. Regardless, Su Fei felt an inexplicable sense of despondency. As a mere country boy, even if Mu Jian were not betrothed to the heir, he questioned how he could ever be worthy of her affection. Sighing internally, he decided not to dwell on it further. Since participation in the White Tiger ranking required being a disciple of the Inner Academy, and, as an outsider, he needed to become engaged to a Mu family maiden to enter the Inner Academy, and with Mu Jian seemingly out of reach, he resigned himself to his fate. With a quiet sigh, he pointed at a young lady and said, "Then I will choose her." Her? Mu Zishi followed the direction of his finger, immediately shaking her head and declaring, "She is not suitable. She is not a direct descendant. And what?" Su Fei interrupted her. If it were a prerequisite to select only direct descendants, why gather so many? They could have simply summoned the 28 direct descendants directly. Since they are all here, I should be able to choose whomever I wish without issue. Are you certain? Mu Zishi asked once more. Without even glancing at the maiden, Su Fei affirmed, "I am certain. It is her." "Very well, Mu Cheng, from this moment on, you shall follow Su Fei. He is your fiancé." Mu Zishi called out emphatically, then shook her head in quiet resignation, muttering to herself, "Perhaps this is fate." Mu Cheng, possessing mediocre talent and unable to cultivate, had lost her father at a young age. Many whispered that she was a harbinger of misfortune, ranking lowest among all the young ladies of the family. Upon hearing this, the other maidens collectively sighed in relief, joyously leaping with delight. It appeared they were all aware of Su Fei's origins from the remote Demo town, and none wished to be chosen by him. Su Fei then turned his gaze towards a young lady named Mu Cheng. Is she not a miss from the Mu family? Why is she clad in servant's attire? Indeed, she is a miss of the Mu family, albeit of a lower status. If you regret this now, it is not too late, Mu Zishi advised. I merely pointed at random, trusting in fate, since fate has dictated thus. Why should I go against it? Su Fei was never one to follow the will of fate, yet upon witnessing Mu Cheng's solitude amidst the crowd, he inexplicably perceived a reflection of his former self in her. Chapter 23. Kindred Spirits in Misery. Mu Cheng, congratulations. At last, a man has chosen you in this world. Although he hails from the countryside and is but a poor lad, he is nonetheless the main attacker of the Zhantiang battle team. No one in the Mu family shall dare to bully you henceforth. The ladies in the courtyard congratulated Mu Cheng in unison. From a distance, Mu Cheng gazed at Su Fei, her eyes revealing a trace of incomprehensible sorrow. Perhaps this outcome was not what she desired? As the least esteemed miss of the Mu family, she had no voice in matters. From birth until now, nearly all her affairs were left to the whims of fate. Su Fei's casual gesture was a manifestation of destiny. Her inexplicable selection was equally an inescapable choice of fate. Alas, she sighed inwardly, offering a helpless smile to her companions without uttering a word. Su Fei observed her from afar, his gaze profound, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Mu Cheng was slender, her hair a dull shade of yellow, rendering her rather inconspicuous among the other misses of the Mu family. Yet, upon closer inspection, her features and demeanor were exceptional. It was merely her attire that appeared ordinary, and her spirit seemed somewhat diminished. In her eyes, which bore a hint of sorrow, there flickered a semblance of resolute determination as she met Su Fei's gaze without a hint of wavering. Clearly, within her heart, there resided no trace of inferiority, but rather a subtle pride. What was she grieving? And what was she proud of? Su Fei felt an overwhelming curiosity towards her. Seeing their mutual gaze, Mu Zishi secretly smiled and remarked, "The White Tiger ranking will commence in 3 days. Su Fei, with your prowess, you may take this time to rest well or cultivate a bond with Mu Cheng." Indeed, Su Fei understood her implications and took the initiative to approach Mu Cheng, saying, "Mu Cheng, should you be unwilling, we may treat this matter as a jest. I, Su Fei, a man of honor, would never impose upon you." Mu Cheng, a year younger than Su Fei and half a head shorter, looked up at him in astonishment. As the main attacker of the Zhantiang battle team, his engagement with a miss from a Mu family had been orchestrated by the elder, leaving no room for dissent. She could hardly fathom that Su Fei would grant her the opportunity to refuse. In the Mu family, she had never experienced such privileges, not even in matters of her own attire or meals. To her surprise, Su Fei respected her innermost thoughts, compelling her to regard him with newfound appreciation. As their proximity increased, they began to understand one another more clearly. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, Su Fei felt an instinctive desire to protect her. In turn, Mu Cheng found an unprecedented tranquility while gazing at Su Fei up close. This marked the first time in her life that she focused intently on a man, and never had her heart been so serene as it was today. They were both wanderers in a vast world, encountering each other as if fate had intertwined their paths for a reason. Perhaps they could see reflections of themselves in each other's eyes. Mu Cheng remained silent, quietly observing Su Fei for an extended period. Since this was the hand of fate, what right did a frail woman have to defy it? She nodded softly, a hint of acquiescence flickering in her gaze. It seemed she harbored no aversion towards Su Fei. Very well, since you have no objections, then no. Mu Cheng abruptly interrupted him. Even if I harbor no objections, I must consult my mother. If she disapproves, I cannot marry you. The customs of a prominent family dictated that personal decisions were not to be made lightly. Yet this was all orchestrated by the elder. And even if Mu Cheng's mother disagreed, Su Fei's insistence would leave no room for negotiation. Nevertheless, Su Fei continued to honor Mu Cheng's wishes, nodding in agreement. Then, I shall meet your mother at once. That is not advisable, Mu Cheng exclaimed, waving her hands in distress. My mother has a temper, and if she discovers that she had intended to mention that Su Fei was merely a poor country boy, and that being chosen by someone of his background would surely displease her mother. However, to preserve Su Fei's dignity, her words faltered, and she redirected her response. What I mean is, this matter is too sudden. I need to return home and inform my mother first to gauge her reaction. Indeed, you are right. This is indeed too abrupt. In that case, return and consult your mother. I shall come back once you have an answer. Thank you. Let us meet at the entrance of the Pu courtyard tomorrow morning. Mu Cheng felt grateful for Su Fei's respect. In the Mu family, she had never experienced such deference. Her words had seldom been given any weight. The following day, in the morning, Su Fei arrived early at the entrance of the Pu courtyard. However, instead of Mu Cheng, he was greeted by a striking woman in her mid-30s. The woman's features bore a resemblance to Mu Cheng's, with exquisite features and an extraordinary presence, exuding vitality. Yet, the only flaw in her beauty was the unmistakable hint of sorrow reflected in her eyes, which should have been filled with tenderness. It is evident that her soul bears an immense burden of suffering. The lady is adorned in luxurious attire, possessing a figure that is neither too plump nor too slender, and her demeanor exudes grace. Were she to be a decade younger, she would undoubtedly resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. With light and graceful steps, she approaches Su Fei, clearly a master of internal martial arts. Are you Su Fei? Upon noticing the figure standing at the entrance of the courtyard, her gaze becomes instantly indifferent, tinged with a hint of contempt. I am. May I inquire if you are Mu Cheng's mother? Having beheld the enchanting lady for the first time, Su Fei has already surmised her identity. Just yesterday, he had heard from Mu Zishi that Mu Cheng's mother is named Li Waner, a member of the Li family and the younger sister of the clan leader, Li Xiaoyan. More than a decade ago, Li Waner married into the Mu family, yet she has never harbored love for her husband, her heart forever filled with resentment towards him. It was only after his passing that she recognized his affections, but alas, it was too late. Following his death, she transferred her bitterness onto Mu Cheng, believing that her existence was the cause of her husband's demise. For years, she has treated Mu Cheng with disdain, never regarding her as a daughter. In her eyes, Mu Cheng is even less than the lowliest servant of the Mu household. Since her marriage, not a single day has brought her joy, her heart perpetually consumed by resentment. This reflection leads Su Fei to think of his own mother, who has looked down upon him since childhood. Although their circumstances differ, there is a semblance of similarity. Regardless, she remains Mu Cheng's mother, and before her, Su Fei maintains a respectful demeanor befitting a younger generation. Your discernment is commendable, but if you wish to become my son-in-law, I fear it will not be so simple. Her words, while not a complete rejection, suggest that there are conditions to be met. Thus, Su Fei vows respectfully, stating, Madam, please feel free to articulate your conditions. Anything within my capacity, I shall fulfill without hesitation. My demands are not excessive. I have heard that you intend to participate in the upcoming Baihu ranking competition in the Qingjian Mountain region. Given the talent of the Xiantian team, entering the top 30 should pose no challenge. If you can lead the Xiantian team to the dragon ranking and secure the top position, I assure you that Mu Cheng shall marry no one but you. Goodness, such demands are hardly modest. The dragon ranking is a global competition, and to secure the top position is to claim the title of the finest team in this iteration of the dragon ranking. Although the challenge is formidable, with her conditions laid bare, Su Fei can only nod in affirmation. Rest assured, madam, I will do my utmost. Such platitudes are unnecessary. Let us speak again once you have attained the pinnacle of the dragon ranking. For now, you are still an outer court disciple. I can temporarily arrange for Mu Cheng to be betrothed to you, facilitating your entry into the inner court of the Mu family. However, you must refrain from pursuing a relationship with Mu Cheng until you have attained the pinnacle of the Divine Dragon rankings. Her pristine reputation must not be tarnished by a mere country bumpkin like you. It appears that those of noble birth harbor considerable prejudice against those from humble origins. A hero's worth is not defined by their origins. What does it matter if one comes from the countryside? Upon hearing these words, Su Fei felt a flicker of discontent within, yet he maintained a serene demeanor and resolutely stated, "Thank you for your understanding, madam. Rest assured, I am not a frivolous or reckless individual. Until I have earned your recognition, I would not dare to overstep my bounds." Well, that is reassuring. With that, Li Wanner prepared to depart. However, she suddenly recalled something and turned back with a look of suspicion, saying, "By the way, I heard your talent is merely 0-1. How did you manage to join the Xiantian battle team?" This, Su Fei believed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Thus he bowed slightly and replied, "Some matters are best left unspoken, madam. For you, the outcome is what truly matters, is it not?" After all, she was a member of the Li family. And Li Chun was her own nephew. Su Fei had taken the life of her dear nephew, and in her eyes, Mu Cheng's existence might not hold a candle to that of Li Chun. Should Su Fei reveal the truth before her, it was likely that the Li family would soon come knocking at his door. At that time, even if he possessed the sword cultivation system and reached the pinnacle of dual perfection and talent, he had yet to become a true powerhouse. If the Li family placed him on their hit list, he might not even see the moon tonight. Chapter 24, Apprenticeship. In 2 days, the White Tiger rankings will commence. Su Fei successfully engaged with Mu Cheng and received the Guangwu Gold Token, an emblem reserved for inner disciples. The reverse side of the token bore the character for inner, signifying his status as an inner courtyard disciple. With the gold token in hand, it meant that he no longer needed to toil in the miscellaneous courtyard. Moreover, he could select any senior swordsmanship master from the Guangwu Hall to be his mentor. Su Fei, you are now an inner disciple of the Guangwu Hall. There are 18 swordsmanship masters present. You may choose any one of them to take you as a disciple, including myself, the second elder said, handing the gold token to Su Fei with a hopeful expression, secretly wishing to become Su Fei's swordsmanship teacher. It is noteworthy that, in the Holy Ding continent, many swordsmanship masters possess neither exceptional talent nor terrifying levels of swordsmanship. Yet, the ability to cultivate a disciple who stands at the pinnacle of the world is enough to carve their name into history. Su Fei pondered for a moment. Although he wielded the sword cultivation system, he was entirely unfamiliar with many swordsmanship theories of the Holy Ding continent. Therefore, he cautiously asked Second Elder, "In terms of swordsmanship theory, which of the teachers in the Guangwu Hall is most distinguished?" Upon hearing this, the Second Elder's expression darkened noticeably. Although he held the esteemed position of the Second Elder of the Mu family and was the highest-ranking swordsman in the Guangwu Hall, he had become increasingly negligent in the study of sword theory over the years due to the mundane affairs he was required to manage daily. Consequently, many theoretical concepts had grown distant from his grasp. With a sense of resignation, he gestured towards an inconspicuous elderly man with white hair nearby and remarked, "This is Ming Daoren, the senior brother among our 18 sword instructors. While his swordsmanship is rather mediocre compared to other venerable swordsmen in the Guangwu Hall, when it comes to sword theory, he is undoubtedly the foremost authority. Very well, I shall choose him. Is that acceptable?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Fei made his decision. At that moment, Ming Daoren was dozing beneath the golden pillars of the Great Hall, completely oblivious to their conversation. Typically, whenever a new prodigy joined the inner courtyard of the Guangwu Hall, seeking a master, Ming Daoren had never been considered, nor had he entertained such aspirations. It had become a habit for him to doze off in the hall. Ming Shixiao awakened. An elder nearby nudged Ming Daoren. "Oh, what is it? What is happening?" Ming Daoren awoke with a start, quickly rubbing his face and blinking in confusion. "Someone wishes to take you as their master and is asking for your consent," the elder replied, crossing his arms with an air of impatience. "What? Take me as their master?" Ming Daoren thought he had misheard. He blinked and surveyed the hall. Indeed, a youth clad in black, slightly over 14 years of age, stood proudly before him. The boy's build appeared somewhat slender, yet it was evident that years of labor had rendered his hands larger and thicker than those of typical aristocratic youths. His physique was well-proportioned, with a commendable strength. "Young man, is it you who seeks to take me as your master?" Ming Daoren approached Su Fei, circling around him and scrutinizing him closely. He stroked his white beard and shook his head, a standard waist, though not entirely beyond redemption. Ah, Ming Shi Xiao, you err in your judgment. This young man possesses a post-heaven talent of 60 and an innate aptitude of 15, marking him as a rare genius among primary attackers. If this is considered a waste, I fear that within the entire Mu family, aside from Mu Jian, no one else could be deemed worthy of the title genius. Another swordsman cast a disdainful glance at Ming Daoren. Within the Mu family, apart from the members of the Xintian battle team and the Grand Elder, no one was aware of Su Fei's true post-heaven strength. The claim of a post-heaven talent of 60 was merely a fabrication by the Grand Elder to obscure Su Fei's actual capabilities, a benevolent falsehood. Even asserting a post-heaven talent of 60 was already regarded as a commendable endowment. What do you understand? When I refer to him as worthless, I was speaking of this body. Its lineage is exceedingly ordinary. Regardless of talent, it is challenging to achieve anything significant. Moreover, the meridians and soul power within this vessel are far too feeble. To suggest cultivating the sword path would be a disservice. Any form of training would be ill-suited for him. Should he insist on defying fate, the best course of action would be. At this point, for reasons unknown, Ming Daoren suddenly ceased speaking. Everyone in the Grand Hall awaited his continuation, particularly Su Fei, who was filled with anticipation. What is the matter? Have you run out of things to say? The contempt from the sword instructors in the hall towards Ming Daoren was becoming increasingly palpable. However, Ming Daoren appeared unfazed, chuckling lightly as he scratched his head, stating, "I apologize, I've been rather drowsy lately. My thoughts are somewhat muddled. I shall need to consult some resources." Consult resources? Who cannot do that? If merely consulting resources were sufficient to become an instructor, then the threshold for the sword instructors of the Guangwu Hall would be exceedingly low. The attendees were all veterans of the sword path, ranging in age from 30 to 80. Ming Daoren was the eldest among them at 80 years. Yet he had the fewest disciples. To date, it is said he has only taken one apprentice, who suffered severe injuries in the previous Baihu rankings and has since been rendered incapacitated. Nonetheless, these details are inconsequential. Even if Ming Daoren could not articulate a coherent explanation, the others would not stoop to his level of understanding. However, his mention of needing to consult resources elicited a degree of ridicule from the instructors. Faced with their mockery, Ming Daoren exhibited an admirable indifference, as though nothing had transpired, demonstrating a temperament beyond the ordinary. Yet, the second elder held Su Fei's future potential in high regard, and inquired once more, "Su Fei, are you certain you wish to take Ming Daoren as your master?" In the entirety of the Holy Ding continent, once a teacher is chosen, one must uphold the principle of respect for the master, never to seek another teacher. Any violation of this would be deemed an act of treachery, inciting the wrath of both heaven and earth, and the Mu family would pursue retribution with unwavering resolve. "Yes, I am certain." Su Fei observed Ming Daoren's profound gaze, filled with confidence and pride. He was indeed a unique mentor. If I'm not mistaken, his earlier hesitance to continue was not due to forgetfulness, but rather a desire to keep certain truths concealed. "Very well, Brother Ming. I shall entrust Su Fei to your guidance." The second elder expressed profound disappointment at this outcome. "Fear not. I will ensure he receives thorough instruction." After many years, receiving a disciple once more brought Ming Daoren indescribable joy. As he turned to look at Su Fei, there was a glimmer of calculation in his expression, as though he had already devised a teaching plan. Meanwhile, the other 17 sword instructors wore expressions of discontent. In the inner courtyard, the emergence of a rare talent was unexpectedly overshadowed by the arrival of Ming Daoren, a teacher of the least repute, which left the other 17 instructors feeling a sense of despondency. Even the second elder could not suppress his sighs, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Alas, what could be done? The situation was beyond repair, and Su Fei had already made his decision. No one could alter the outcome now. Chapter 25. Cultivating the heart before the sword. The Guangwu Hall, specifically the Ziwagong, was a place of remarkable austerity. Within the Guangwu Hall, there were 18 sword instructors, each presiding over their respective sword palaces. Among these, only the Ziwagong lacked grandeur, devoid of opulent chambers or servants, resembling a humble abode with merely 2 pavilions and 3 thatched cottages. Accompanying Ming Daoren to the Ziwagong, Su Fei was not taken aback by the sight before him. "Master, you mentioned that I am inherently unfit for cultivation, with a mediocre bloodline and weak meridians and spiritual power. How might I improve this?" At this moment, this was Su Fei's foremost concern. Ming Daoren, with an impassive countenance, inquired, "Can you cook?" "Cook?" Su Fei was momentarily taken aback, doubting his comprehension. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Ming Daoren sauntered into the courtyard, lazily reclining on a lounge chair, his eyes half closed as he remarked, "Disrespectful. I'm asking you a question. Simply answer me." "Yes." Su Fei found himself perplexed. Was he misjudging his mentor, or was this a test from Ming Daoren? Regardless, he resolved to accept the situation. After all, cooking was a trivial task. "Very well, you shall prepare today's meal, as long as it is to my liking. I shall teach you how to enhance your physical constitution," Ming Daoren declared before closing his eyes once more and resuming his nap. The sun was high in the sky, and Su Fei wandered about the Zhuangong alone. The two pavilions contained no books, and the three cottages were devoid of inhabitants. Bored, he settled down in the courtyard to meditate and opened the system to peruse its records. Suddenly, a low, unfamiliar voice broke his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an 18-year-old youth clad in servant's attire, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, with 2 bundles of firewood resting on his shoulders. Evidently just returned from gathering wood in the mountains. "You must be senior brother Jingjai. Greetings. I am Su Fei, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future," Su Fei said, rising to salute him respectfully. "Su Fei, I don't believe we've met before. Are you a new junior brother?" "Indeed. I just joined the master's tutelage today." "Senior brother, is there anything you require assistance with?" Jingjai was tall, but appeared quite frail, his skin a sickly yellow, and even carrying 2 bundles of firewood left him breathless, a veritable picture of ill health. However, he appeared quite amiable at first glance, leading one to believe he must be a commendable individual. Noticing his apparent struggle, Su Fei took the initiative to approach him and offer assistance. No, I can manage this small task myself," he insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Lowering his voice, Jingjai added, "Su Fei, let us converse elsewhere so as not to disturb the teacher's rest." "Understood." Su Fei nodded, inadvertently casting a glance at Ming Daoren, who lay on a reclining chair, unexpectedly discovering him squinting back, seemingly not truly asleep. Thus, he became increasingly convinced that Ming Daoren was indeed testing him. "Brother, where shall we go now?" Su Fei inquired. "Let us first head to the woodshed. I shall place the firewood properly, and later I will take you to the kitchen to prepare some delightful food." "The kitchen? Brother, is it you who usually cooks for the teacher?" "Indeed. The teacher relishes my culinary creations. As long as he enjoys his meal, he imparts upon me some knowledge." A satisfied smile graced Jingjai's face. Observing him, he seemed not to embody the rumored condition of cerebral palsy. Perhaps it was merely a matter of poor physical health. "Brother, just now the teacher mentioned that I am to prepare today's meal. I am uncertain of his preferences. Do you have any good suggestions?" "None," Jingjai shrugged, shaking his head in resignation. "The teacher is not a picky eater. He consumes everything, but satisfying his palate is quite challenging." "Ah, I see. Thank you for the guidance." "Brother," Su Fei gleaned that without demonstrating some genuine skill, it would be quite difficult to impress the teacher's discerning taste. "You're welcome." As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the woodshed. Jingjai set down the firewood and then led Su Fei to the kitchen. Upon entering, Su Fei realized that the absence of any books in the study was due to their relocation to the kitchen. "Brother, do you usually read here?" "Yes. I often read while preparing meals for the master." Jingjai handed Su Fei a book titled Fundamentals and Practices of Sword Cultivation, saying, "This is an essential read for all disciples of our Ziwu Palace. You must memorize it during your leisure time, as the teacher may quiz you at any moment, and failure to respond could result in severe penalties." "Oh." Su Fei took the book and observed that the contents were divided into theoretical foundations and practical applications. Opening to the first page, he read, "What is sword cultivation? Why must we study sword cultivation?" The text explained that sword cultivation refers to the practice of the sword path. Before officially embarking on this journey, one must comprehend the rationale behind pursuing sword cultivation. In the ancient times of the Shangding continent, it was not a realm ruled by humanity. During that era, monstrous beasts roamed freely, and humans were merely prey to these creatures. The initial purpose of our swordsmanship practice is to combat the aberrant beasts and bring peace to the human realm. The youth of the new era are well aware that every family possesses a portal to another dimension. However, have you ever pondered why each family has such a gateway? Why do the elders within these families lead their kin to this portal daily to eradicate the aberrant beasts? The answer is rather simple. The portal is a mystical formation established by our ancestors. This formation governs the growth of aberrant beasts. As long as we enter the portal each day to eliminate these creatures, they cannot mature into higher-tier beasts, thus preventing them from breaching the portal and inflicting calamity upon humanity. Moreover, the treasures obtained from these beasts confer boundless benefits upon our practitioners. Therefore, every young individual embarking on the path of swordsmanship must first grasp a fundamental truth. The intention behind our ancestors' creation of swordsmanship was not to incite rivalry, conflict, or bloodshed among humans, but rather to subdue the aberrant beasts and usher in peace for our world. Upon reading this, Su Fei seemed to have an epiphany. Eagerly, he turned to the second page, titled Levels of Swordsmanship Training and the Evolution of the Sword Path. The text elucidates that swordsmanship encompasses a total of 200 levels. From levels 1 to 80, practitioners are merely ordinary swordsmen. Upon reaching level 80, they attain new titles: Sword Master, Great Sword Master, Sword King, Great Sword King, Sword Emperor, Great Sword Emperor, Sword Venerable, Sword Saint, Sword Immortal, Sword Sovereign, Great Sword Sovereign, and the esteemed title of Sword God. From levels 80 to 200, every 10 levels grants a new title, totaling 13. In essence, only upon entering the realm of the Sword Master at level 80 does one begin to grasp the fundamentals of the sword path. Once the swordsmanship transcends the Sword Venerable realm, practitioners gain the power to move mountains and fill seas with a mere stroke of their sword, shaking the very heavens and earth. Furthermore, upon breaking through the Great Sword Sovereign realm, one attains an indestructible body, immortal and eternal, sharing longevity with the cosmos. As for the title of Sword God, it is a supreme realm that few can hope to achieve. Throughout history, it has seemed more a legend than a reality, with no authentic records of such a being, leaving the true extent of the Sword God's terrifying power shrouded in mystery. Additionally, the history of the evolution of swordsmanship spans millennia. In the earliest chronicles of its development, swordsmanship was not categorized into so many levels, and the initial techniques were merely rudimentary slashes and thrusts, aimed solely at facilitating the extermination of aberrant beasts. It was only later, as humanity harnessed supernatural powers and learned to manipulate the energies of heaven and earth, using spiritual energy as the primary source to drive sword chi, that the infinite wonders of swordsmanship training began to unfold, revealing mysteries akin to those of the universe, captivating and enchanting all who sought its depths. Subsequently, a genius of swordsmanship attained immortality through their cultivation and became the sovereign of the Holy Ding continent. As time accumulated, they comprehended the heavenly principles and evolved into a timeless deity. It was from that moment that the art of swordsmanship was categorized into numerous distinct levels, delineated by the enhancement of the swordsman's abilities. For millennia, through relentless efforts, the tradition of sword cultivation has been passed down through generations, enabling us to master a multitude of sword techniques, all thanks to the endeavors of our ancestors. Therefore, while we engage in sword cultivation, we must express gratitude towards our forebears and deities, avoiding selfishness. As we refine our own skills, we should cultivate a sense of appreciation, striving for the welfare of all beings and future generations, rather than unleashing slaughter and calamity upon the human realm. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Su Fei nodded repeatedly, realizing that the essence of swordsmanship lies in the cultivation of the heart, confirming that he indeed chose the right path. Chapter 26. A Scholar Dies for a True Friend. Cultivating swordsmanship begins with the heart. Su Fei, who uttered this phrase, was questioned by Jing Zhai, who was curious to know where he had acquired such wisdom. "It is merely an insight I just conceived," Su Fei replied, having gleaned considerable understanding from the first 2 pages of the fundamentals and practice of swordsmanship. "Is that so? In fact, my master often imparts this wisdom to me. He also remarks that if a skilled swordsman cannot master their heart, they will inevitably become a demon of the Holy Ding continent, a bloodthirsty sword of slaughter." Su Fei silently nodded, finding considerable agreement with this philosophy. Observing Jing Zhai's remarkable recall of their teacher's words only reinforced his belief that Jing Zhai could not possibly have suffered the fate of being rendered incapacitated, as rumored. Rather, it seemed likely that physical limitations hindered his further cultivation. Curiously, he asked, "Brother, has your body always been in this condition?" "Not always," Jing Zhai replied, a depth beyond his years flickering in his eyes. He shook his head in resignation and sighed. "In fact, I was once like everyone else, capable of cultivation. However, during the last White Tiger ranking, I fell victim to a malevolent attack, resulting in the destruction of my spiritual foundation, and I can no longer continue my practice. Spiritual foundation? Su Fei, unfamiliar with such concepts in cultivation, inquired, what is that? Jing Zhai explained, having just perused the initial pages of this book. You should understand that the source of power required by our sect of sword cultivators is spiritual energy. To become a true master of swordsmanship, one must cultivate a spiritual foundation within. Without it, no matter how high one's talent may be, one will forever be unable to transcend the barrier of level 15 in sword cultivation. Is that so? Su Fei pondered, perplexed as to why he had not received experience points or advanced in his cultivation during recent tasks in the system. The answer to his dilemma lay here. Yet, what exactly is this spiritual foundation? Jing Zhai, observing Su Fei's heavy heart, feared that he might overthink and stray from the right path. It promptly questioned, Su Fei, do not be overly eager for quick results. Everything must adhere to the teacher's guidance. Until the teacher permits you to cultivate the spiritual foundation, do not recklessly attempt it. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Why such a warning? Su Fei appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of the matter. Jing Zhai continued, do not ask so many questions. Keep this book for now and read at your leisure. As for cultivating the spiritual foundation, when the time is ripe, the teacher will naturally reveal it to you. For now, let me familiarize you with the surroundings. You still need to prepare lunch, do you not? Ah, indeed. With lunchtime fast approaching, delay in cooking would surely lead to a late meal. Should he mismanage the timing on his first day, it could potentially displease the teacher, making future days quite unpleasant. Under Jing Zhai's guidance, Su Fei swiftly became acquainted with the kitchen's facilities, and the ingredients were all readily available. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat, everything one could wish for. Having traversed the Holy Ding continent, Su Fei had not indulged in meat for many years. During his stay at the Mu family, he had dined with the servants of the modest courtyard, and the meals had been rather meager. Now, confronted with an abundance of dishes, he felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Recalling his past life, he had been a pampered young master, commanding respect and possessing all that he desired. Su Fei, stop dawdling and get to work, or time will escape you. Yes, understood. Su Fei finally began to labor. His hands and feet moved deftly, and within moments, he had prepared a dish that was a feast for the senses. The aroma of the food wafted through the kitchen. Jing Zhai remained by his side, assisting with chopping wood and tending the fire, patiently instructing Su Fei, be sure to add a bit more salt. The teacher has been rather drowsy lately and prefers stronger flavors. When cooking the meat, it must be done over gentle heat. Burnt meat is intolerable to the teacher. Also, given the teacher's age, please include more vegetables. Keep the oil to a minimum and make it light. And do not forget, soup is essential. The teacher has a habit of drinking soup before every meal. If the soup does not please him, all your culinary efforts will be in vain. Jing Zhai spoke with a gentle tone, his demeanor radiating warmth akin to that of an elder brother or father. This unexpectedly warmed Su Fei's heart, making him feel that having such a considerate senior was indeed a blessing. Though his senior could not cultivate, being in his company imbued Su Fei with a unique sense of comfort, dispelling his previous solitude and granting him a newfound joy in companionship. Rest assured, senior brother, I am but a country lad from humble beginnings, and such tasks pose no challenge to me. In the kitchen, flames blazed fiercely, and Su Fei found himself not only in charge of cooking, but also chopping vegetables, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction as he chatted cheerfully with Jing Zhai. However, Jing Zhai seemed to have drifted off, oblivious to Su Fei's words. Consequently, Su Fei's expression grew serious, and he tentatively inquired, if you don't mind, could you share with me the events of the White Tiger ranking? What truly transpired last year? And who was responsible for the destruction of your spiritual foundation? Jing Zhai snapped back to reality, and a flicker of pain crossed his previously clear eyes. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, it has been so long since it happened. What good would it do to speak of it now? They are all noble scions. While I'm merely a poor country lad, I'm already grateful for the opportunity to become a disciple in the inner court of the Mu family. I dare not harbor further aspirations. Upon hearing these words, Su Fei felt a deep empathy. He too was a poor boy from the countryside, yet he did not find it surprising to become a disciple of the Mu family. Rather, he considered it a natural outcome. In his view, given his abilities, he should command the utmost respect from the royal family, even if he were to venture to the capital in the future. However, that was a matter for another time. Brother, have you never thought of seeking revenge? He asked, A bitter smile of resignation appeared on Jing Zhai's face. Revenge? Do you truly believe that, given my current circumstances, I have any chance of vengeance? They are nobles of the Qin kingdom, and what am I? Just a useless wretch who cannot even cultivate. Were it not for the care of my teacher, I would probably have been expelled from the Mu family and reduced to a beggar. These words pierced Su Fei's heart. Brother, you must not give up on yourself. Even if you cannot cultivate, you have me. We are brothers. I will help you avenge your grievances. Su Fei declared earnestly, devoid of any semblance of jest. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Jing Zhai, he felt a profound affinity for him. In the brief span of their acquaintance, he had already resolved that they would become the most trustworthy companions in each other's lives. As the saying goes, a gentleman would sacrifice himself for a true friend. For this special bond, Su Fei was willing to go so far as to avenge Jing Zhai or even lay down his own life if necessary. Jing Zhai looked up at Su Fei, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. You? No, it's impossible. You could never achieve that vengeance. Even if I cannot, as your brother, I believe I have the right to know the truth. Unless you do not wish to regard me as your junior, Su Fei asserted with unwavering determination. No one could easily sway his resolve, even if the one who wronged Jing Zhai was a royal prince. As long as Su Fei took the initiative, he would ultimately seek justice for Jing Zhai. Jing Zhai lifted his gaze to Su Fei, his expression revealing a myriad of complexities. They were both unfortunate souls. Su Fei, raised by his parents, lived a life worse than that of a dog. In contrast, Jing Zhai had endured a childhood devoid of parental care. Initially, he was merely a servant in the Mu family, later elevated to the inner court through the favor of the nobility, and with the guidance of a mentor. He had managed to lead a somewhat stable existence. However, an unexpected defeat in the White Tiger rankings left him utterly despondent, transforming him into a complete failure. Memories flooded back, and while he felt immense sorrow, he was also profoundly moved by Su Fei's impassioned words, nearly brought to tears. Su Fei, I must tell you, they are members of the Li family. What? Another member of the Li family? It seemed that the Li family was indeed brazen in the Qinjian mountain region. How could a mere ranking cause such devastation, ruining lives to the point where one could never tread the path of the sword again? The cruelty of the Li family was truly despicable. Su Fei furrowed his brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His expression darkened, and he crushed the porcelain plate in his hand, shattering it to pieces. With a resounding crack, the fragments clattered to the ground, yet Su Fei paid them no heed. His voice filled with righteous indignation. Tell me, who was the one that harmed you? What is their status within the Li family? One day, I shall avenge you. Seeing Su Fei in such a state of agitation, Jing Zhai began to worry for him, even regretting having shared so much. With a heavy sigh, he cautioned, do not inquire further about the identity of that individual. In any case, if you consider me your senior brother, refrain from seeking revenge against the Li family. You are no match for them. Is that so? Su Fei scoffed dismissively. Noticing Su Fei's indifference, Jing Zhai's expression grew serious. Remember my words. The most formidable aspect of the Li family lies not in their sheer strength, but in their unscrupulous tactics, often defying logic and catching their opponents off guard. Chapter 27. Could he also be a dragon? Jing Zhai's admonitions resonated deeply with Su Fei. Nevertheless, he had resolved to avenge Jing Zhai and seek justice from the Li family, undeterred by his senior's disapproval. However, that was a matter for another time. Finally, the meal was prepared and served, a delightful spread of 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Ming Daoren had a habit of enjoying soup before the meal, having tasted the finest broth from around the world. Yet, the soup prepared by Su Fei was unlike anything he had ever encountered, igniting his curiosity. He picked up a spoon and savored it carefully. This soup is remarkable. What is it, and what is its origin? Ming Daoren nodded repeatedly, setting down his spoon with a satisfied expression. It seemed he had successfully passed his first test. Master, this is tomato and egg soup. Su Fei's culinary skills were not acquired after his soul traversed to the Holy Ding continent. Rather, they were rooted in the memories of his previous life. The tomato egg soup was not a popular dish in the Holy Ding continent, and here, tomatoes were referred to as red heart fruits. Upon hearing the peculiar name of the dish, Ming Daoren's face lit up with curiosity. What a strange name. Who invented this soup? Su Fei could only recall that this dish, originating from ancient times, was introduced to the Central Plains from Western countries, specifically Peru, if he remembered correctly. However, he was uncertain about the specific individual behind its invention. Thus, he whimsically replied, "It was created by a senior from a place called Peru." "Peru, you say?" Ming Dao Run pondered for a moment, then shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it. Sufadi man saident. It was perhaps better that he had not heard of it. Otherwise, it would lead to further complications. Just then, Ming Daoren took up a ladle and sampled the soup, then swiftly scanned the table, his gaze fixating on a piece of perfectly roasted meat. "What is this dish called? Why are the meat pieces cut so large?" "Master, this is braised pork, also known as dompa meat." Observing Ming Dao Ren's childlike curiosity, Su Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment. If he continued to ask questions, the tales he spun would multiply endlessly. "Dompa meat? Who invented that?" Ming Dao Ren pressed on, using a dagger to slice off a piece of meat, savoring it as his expression brightened. Su Fei's countenance grew less cheerful. His mind raced. The only names that came to mind were Huangzhou, Kaifeng, and Su Dompa. Su Dompa, originally named Su Shi, shared his surname. If he claimed that Dompa meat was invented by the ancient figure Su Dompa, Ming Daoren would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Moreover, Kaifeng did not sound like a person's name. Thus, he fabricated once more, it was invented by a man named Huangzhou. "Master, do you find this dish to your liking?" The dishes are delightful, but the names are truly quite unfortunate," Ming Daoren remarked as he ate. In truth, the dishes Su Fei prepared included dompa meat, Huang braised chicken, stir-fried mushrooms with greens, stir-fried potatoes with cucumbers, stir-fried red chili peppers, and the tomato egg soup. While these were all rather ordinary dishes, they were executed with remarkable precision, exhibiting an exquisite balance of color, aroma, and flavor. Especially with the guidance of Senior Jingzhai, the seasoning was just right, perfectly aligning with Ming Dao Ren's taste. Before long, the table was cleared, the three of them having devoured every last morsel. "Ah, today I am thoroughly satisfied, Su Fei. Come with me." After the meal, Ming Daoren stood, patting his belly and stroking his white beard, his eyes brimming with affection as he regarded Su Fei. "Su Fei, hurry. The teacher is in a good mood today. He will teach you anything you wish to learn." Jingzhai nudged Su Fei's waist with his elbow as a subtle hint. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Su Fei recalled his prior agreement with Ming Daoren. As long as he could prepare a dish that pleased the teacher, he would reveal to Su Fei how to improve his physical shortcomings. Eagerly, he rose and followed Ming Daoren to the back mountain. Within the back mountain lay a damp stone cave. A mysterious white liquid trickled down the rocky walls, evoking a sense of unease. Ming Daoren walked ahead, hands clasped behind his back, his steps steady and swift, betraying none of the frailty typically associated with an octogenarian. "Su Fei, whatever you see or hear next, do not question or overthink it. Simply follow my instructions. Do you understand?" "Understood." In the blink of an eye, they had ventured 50 meters into the cave. Su Fei anticipated that the deeper they went, the darker it would become. To his astonishment, however, the winding cave opened into a hidden expanse, a crescent-shaped pool with a diameter of 30 meters. Above the pool loomed a sinkhole 3 times its size. Yet its summit seemed sealed by some unseen force. Although sunlight filtered through, the external scenery remained obscured. A delicate mist hovered above the water's surface, gradually ascending to coalesce into the form of a white dragon suspended in the air. The dragon exhaled a constant stream of white liquid, which cascaded down the cave walls. The white liquid he had observed earlier was, in fact, emitted from the dragon's mouth. Witnessing this scene left Su Fei profoundly astonished, flooded with countless unanswered questions. Was this dragon real or merely an illusion? Did a formidable sealing power exist at the top of the sinkhole? How had all of this come to be, and when? He longed to unravel these mysteries, yet he remembered Ming Daoren's explicit instructions: no questions or excessive contemplation. He endeavored to calm his mind, treating the spectacle as an ordinary event in the sacred Ding continent. Indeed, your kind heart and pure essence enable you to remain untainted by the evil dragon's influence, allowing you to maintain inner tranquility in this place. It seems you truly have the potential to cultivate the sword of benevolence. Observing Su Fei's serene demeanor in the presence of the ancient evil dragon, which had been sealed for millennia, Ming Daoren recognized the purity of his heart, free from the mundane distractions of the world. In his eyes, only such individuals were worthy of learning the true path of the sword of benevolence. Evil dragon? Influence? Sword of benevolence? As Su Fei stood bewildered, a sudden clarity washed over him. Earlier, upon glimpsing the book titled Fundamentals and Practices of Sword Cultivation, He had surmised that Ming Dao Run espoused benevolence and opposed slaughter. Yet, the troubling reality remained. Many regions in the Holy Ding continent were fraught with peril, particularly in the advanced areas where a mere glance could provoke someone to unsheath their sword and deliver a fatal strike. The sword of the benevolent? Was it truly suitable for survival in the Holy Ding continent? Before he could ponder further, Ming Dao Ren's voice cut through the air. Su Fei, remove your clothing and attempt to enter the dragon pool. No matter how much pain you endure, you must not falter. Do you understand? With a resolute nod, Su Fei swiftly shed his garments and leapt into the dragon pool without hesitation. The pain was excruciating. As his body submerged, he discovered the water of the dragon pool was painfully icy, akin to 1,000 blades slicing against his flesh, as if his very organs were being pierced by the frigid essence. Hold on, Ming Dao Ren shouted. If you can immerse yourself in the dragon pool for 2 hours each day, you will absorb sufficient dragon energy. In less than 3 months, your constitution will undergo a fundamental transformation, and then you shall begin cultivating your spiritual foundation. 2 hours daily? Persevere for 3 months? Transform my constitution? Cultivate a spiritual foundation? Upon hearing these words, Su Fei gritted his teeth silently, vowing to endure regardless of the agony. At this moment, he should have been trembling from the cold, crying out in distress. Yet, inexplicably, as he closed his eyes and centered his mind, his expression swiftly transformed into one of tranquility. Even the pain began to dissipate, leaving a sense of comfort in its wake. Ming Dao Run, standing nearby, had initially been anxious for Su Fei. However, witnessing Su Fei's rapid acclimatization to the harsh environment of the dragon pool, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this young man truly was a prodigy. But how was he achieving this? The frigid water of the dragon pool was infused with the resentment of a malevolent dragon, yet Su Fei appeared completely unaffected. Could it be that he too possessed dragon lineage? Chapter 28. Rebirth. After closing his eyes, Su Fei's consciousness delved into the system's inner realm. Beep, beep, beep. System prompt. Host constitution is undergoing changes. The system is detecting the cause of the constitution change. Please hold on. Detection at 10, please wait. Detection at 50, please wait. Beep, beep, beep. Apologies, detection failed. Reason for failure. Unknown entity. System prompt. Please exercise caution in your surroundings and prioritize your safety. Is the system malfunctioning? Despite the failed detection, Su Fei remained unfazed internally. Even though the system perceives Su Fei's situation as perilous, he possesses unwavering confidence in Ming Dao Run. Su Fei believes in his ability to discern character. Ming Dao Run is magnanimous and benevolent, grounded in virtue, leaving no rationale for persecution against him. He decisively withdraws from the system's internal perspective, calming his mind to genuinely experience the frigid waters of the cold pool. Surprisingly, he finds that his body has rapidly acclimated to the previously bone-chilling temperature. Suddenly, an anomaly occurs within the system. Attention! The system is rebooting, please hold. Booting 10, please wait. Booting 20, please wait. Booting 50, please wait. Booting 100, please wait. The system has successfully rebooted. Please attempt to enter the system's internal perspective with your consciousness. What is happening? Su Fei is utterly bewildered. He has never encountered such a situation before. His consciousness promptly enters the system's internal realm. Without further contemplation, the interface begins to display a series of notifications. Notification. Welcome back to the system's internal perspective. The system is repairing an unknown failure. Please wait. Repairing 10, please wait. Repairing 20, please wait. Repairing 50, please wait. Repairing 100, please wait. Repair completed. The system is conducting a re-evaluation. Target. Unknown entity. Evaluating 10, please wait. Evaluating 50, please wait. Evaluating 100, please wait. Evaluation complete. Result. Ancient Evil Dragon. Oh, there is additional text. This ancient evil dragon hails from a distant land of ice, having been suppressed and sealed here by the great sword god Mu Qingfeng 13,000 years ago, harboring persistent resentment. The dragon has transformed its grievances into a pool of icy water, awaiting a fated individual to absorb its dragon energy. Those who absorb the dragon's essence will undergo a profound transformation, inheriting the bloodline of the evil dragon. For the fortunate few, there lies the potential to claim the dragon's soul and become its master. However, upon absorbing the dragon's soul, one must vow to rescue the dragon from this place within a century and safely return it to its icy homeland. Failure to do so will incite the dragon's wrath after a century, unleashing a vengeful fury. Should the dragon seek revenge, the blood and soul within it will turn against the host, transforming them into a bloodthirsty demon, enslaved to the evil dragon's will. Attention! The system is attempting to assist the host's true self in absorbing the dragon's essence. Please wait. Absorbing 10, please wait. Absorbing 20, please wait. Absorbing 50, please wait. Absorbing 100, please wait. Congratulations. The host's true form has successfully absorbed the dragon's aura. What? So soon? Su Fei was taken aback as he noticed a dragon-shaped icon suddenly appear on the system interface. Upon examination, the dragon's aura was at full capacity, indicating that no further absorption was possible. Suddenly, another prompt appeared on the interface. Please note, the system is attempting to assist the host's true form in absorbing the dragon's soul. Please wait. Absorbing 10, please wait. Absorbing 20, please wait. Absorbing 50, please wait. Absorbing 100, please wait. Congratulations. The host's true form has successfully absorbed the dragon's soul. What the heck? Was it all this fast? Su Fei felt an inexplicable excitement. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed in his ears. What is happening? Su Fei was startled. As the roar faded, an ancient and unfamiliar voice resonated beside him. Human, you have absorbed my dragon's soul and must make a vow. Within a century, you must rescue me from this place and escort me back to the land of ice, or face divine retribution once the 100 years are up. Who is speaking? Su Fei was startled and quickly exited the system's inner vision, opening his eyes to find the area around the cold pool utterly deserted. Even the soul guide run was nowhere to be seen. Do not be afraid, human. You have received my dragon's soul and awakened the dragon's consciousness. This is our spiritual connection. What? Are you saying you are an ancient evil dragon? Su Fei's mind buzzed. Could it be that he had been cursed? Rest assured, you're not cursed. Huh? It can hear his inner thoughts? I told you, this is a spiritual connection. We can hear each other's inner voices. All right then. Su Fei remained uncertain if he had indeed been cursed. Do not overthink it. My name is Ji Tsong, an elder of the dragon clan from the land of ice. 13,000 years ago, I lost my mind while practicing the dragon soul technique and inadvertently fell into the holy Ding continent, causing irreparable calamities. I was subsequently suppressed and sealed here by the great sword god Mu Qingfeng, waiting for a full 13,000 years until someone could absorb my dragon soul. From this day forth, you shall be my master. TCH, referring to yourself as this seat in front of your master? Such a lack of sincerity. Apologies, master. It is a habit. Ji Tsong immediately expressed regret. Su Fei chose not to hold it against him and replied indifferently. Since the seal was set by the great sword god Mu Qingfeng, are you certain I can rescue you from here within a century? Ji Tsong remarked, you need not worry about this. Not only have you absorbed my dragon energy, but you have also inherited half of my dragon soul. Your constitution will commence a fundamental transformation. The bloodline of the dragon is the most esteemed among all in the universe. It is evident that you are an exceptionally gifted swordsman, and I firmly believe that within a century, your cultivation will surpass that of Mu Qingfeng. However, Su Fei, despite possessing the sword cultivation system, harbored no absolute confidence. The great sword deity is immortal, enduring as long as the heavens and earth. If he were indeed to surpass Mu Qingfeng, would that not imply he too could achieve immortality? Contemplating this notion stirred a peculiar excitement within him, yet he maintained a semblance of skepticism. Ji Tsong, pray tell, into what form will my constitution evolve? Ji Tsong responded, with dragon blood coursing through your marrow, possessing dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon energy, and half of my dragon soul. What do you think? How should I know? Though Su Fei had resided on this continent for a full 14 years, he remained utterly oblivious to such esoteric matters. Ji Tsong, instead of answering, posed a question, and the profundity of its words felt akin to a fantastical tale. Sighing in resignation, Ji Tsong continued, never mind. You are still young. In due time, you will comprehend these truths. At this moment, further explanations are inconsequential. What truly matters is that you have received my bloodline inheritance. From this day forth, you have undergone a metamorphosis, no longer the ordinary human with a mediocre bloodline. Indeed, if within a century I can truly transcend to the great sword deity realm, I will certainly return to rescue you. However, let's agree on this. Should I fail to possess the ability to save you within that time frame, you must not place any blame upon me. Certainly not. I would never hold you accountable. However, The dragon blood and dragon soul within you must exist for a century. Should you fail to venture to the icebound land and utilize the secret arts for final fusion, even if you attain the great sword deity realm, you shall meet an untimely demise. Does that mean that within a century, I must break through to the great sword deity realm and accompany you to the icebound land to survive? One could say that. This is quite awkward. Yet, as the saying goes, one must gain at the cost of loss. Su Fei had never subscribed to the notion of effortless fortune. The current predicament ignited a sense of urgency within him, amplifying his desire to break through the cultivation bottleneck. Secretly channeling his energy, he indeed felt a current of dragon energy coursing through him, accompanied by a certain special power. Even without activating the system, his physical strength surpassed his former self. Even his breath had become more regulated, each inhalation resonating with the essence of the universe, his consciousness strikingly clear. It appeared that not only had he not been possessed, but he had truly undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 29. The Icebound Dragon Pattern. At a certain moment, as I cast my gaze downward, I discovered, quite unexpectedly, a dragon totem emblazoned upon my chest, resembling a tattoo. This totem, approximately the size of 2 palms, was not crude like a typical tattoo. Rather, it appeared exquisitely crafted, as if it were a part of my very flesh. The dragon motifs upon it were vividly lifelike, as though a genuine dragon resided within. The surface of the totem felt remarkably smooth. When I touched it, a flash of blue light emanated from the dragon design, strikingly bright yet fleeting. In that ephemeral moment, I seemed to perceive a subtle movement within the intricate patterns of the totem. As shock coursed through me, the voice of Jitsong echoed once more. Do not fear. This is the Ice Dragon Totem. The mention of the Ice Dragon Totem left me utterly bewildered. The sudden emergence of such an oddity on my body, though devoid of pain, instilled a profound sense of discomfort within me. Jitsong continued, the Ice Dragon Totem is the mark of my soul. You have absorbed half of my dragon essence, which signifies that you have inherited half of my soul's memory. From this moment forward, you're a part of me, and I'm a part of you. What? This proclamation was rather excessive. Judging by the tone, Jitsong must be male. The phrase you are a part of me, and I'm a part of you sounded strangely awkward. There is nothing awkward about this. You must believe that this is the arrangement of fate. You need to learn to adapt and accept rather than resist. Hearing Jitsong dispense such philosophical wisdom at that moment was rather disconcerting. Yet what could I do? This entity had fused with my flesh. I could not simply take a knife to sever it. Even if you attempted to cut it off, the Ice Dragon Totem will remain connected to your life force. As long as you live, the totem shall persist upon your body, Jitsong teased, seemingly attuned to my thoughts. Ugh, I found myself a loss for words. I speak only the truth. If you doubt my words, feel free to try severing it with a blade, Jitsong continued. Shut up. I never expected you to be such a dragon. I had presumed that a creature who had lived for over 13,000 years would exhibit a level of maturity, yet I was met with such childishness. Over 13,000 years. The exact number eludes even me. If you were sealed away in such a desolate place for 13 millennia, you might be even more naive and bored than I. There was a hint of sorrow in Jitsong's words. 13,000 years without freedom, confined to such a limited space. One could only admire the resilience it took to remain sane. After a prolonged silence, I spoke with genuine regret. I apologize. That was not my intention. Do not say any more. With a heavy sigh, Jitsong lamented, alas. After expressing his weariness, his voice grew notably fatigued and somber as he addressed Su Fei. What you witnessed today must remain a secret, not even to your mentor. You have drained a significant amount of my dragon essence, and even half of my dragon soul has been taken. For the next century, you must diligently cultivate your powers to rescue me from this place. I am currently exhausted and require an extensive period of recuperation to regain my vitality. From now on, I will be of little assistance to you. Everything depends on your own efforts. However, you must remember to keep your secret hidden from everyone. Otherwise, it will surely bring about your demise. Should anyone discover your secret before you possess the strength to safeguard your life, you must eliminate them immediately to prevent the leak of this knowledge. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Although Su Fei had grown up in a remote town, he had heard numerous legends from the Saint Ding continent in his youth. He could vaguely conceive that the Saint Ding continent was a realm both cruel and sanguinary, far from the friendly narratives depicted in the texts of the underworld path. The future remained uncertain, and Jitsong's words were indeed sage advice, each one deserving of remembrance. I am glad you can heed my counsel. Jitsong's voice carried a note of relief. Before he could finish, he suddenly warned, enough of this. Your mentor is returning. The sound of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Indeed, it was not long before Ming Dao Ren reappeared. Su Fei, the time is not yet up. Why have you emerged early? Ming Dao Ren's tone was icy, seemingly displeased with Su Fei's premature exit from the dragon pool. Su Fei was at a loss for words. Should he reveal everything he had just experienced to his teacher? Clearly, that was unwise. His best response was to maintain silence. As Ming Dao Ren approached him, he scrutinized Su Fei with suspicion. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Stroking his white beard, he murmured, could it be that success has come so swiftly? That cannot be right. It has barely been 2 hours. How could it be possible? Teacher, what are you saying? Su Fei clearly heard him, but he preferred to act as if he had not. The thought was unsettling. Fortunately, he had exited the dragon pool before being seen by Ming Dao Ren. If the mentor had noticed the icy dragon pattern on his chest, he would have been at a loss for words. Though Su Fei held absolute trust in Ming Dao Ren, the icy dragon pattern might serve as his trump card in the future. So it was best that fewer people were aware of it. Nothing, he replied. Ming Dao Ren, lost in contemplation, regarded Zhao Yu with a gaze rife with skepticism. Suddenly, even he, a seasoned sage who prided himself on his discernment of human nature, began to perceive that the 14-year-old youth before him was far more complex than he initially appeared. It was evident that Su Fei harbored numerous astonishing secrets. Yet Ming Dao Ren, with his own depth of character, chose not to speak further in Su Fei's presence. His expression abruptly darkened as he coldly declared, enough. It seems the dragon pool will no longer serve any significant purpose for you. Henceforth, your visits are unnecessary. Understood, master. In truth, prior to Ming Dorn's return, Jitsong had already entered a state of dormancy. Jitsong had been ensnared here for a full 13,000 years. And with the sudden absorption of half of its dragon soul by Su Fei, Jitsong's form had grown exceedingly frail. Thus, the dragon pool had indeed lost its efficacy. Before Ming Dorn's arrival, Jitsong had explicitly stated its intention to utilize the coming century to continue its cultivation. Confident that its fragmented dragon soul would soon be restored and the dissipated dragon energy would coalesce once more. As they were about to depart the stone cave, with no immediate plans to return, Su Fei glanced up at the white dragon suspended in the void, his eyes suddenly brimming with gratitude. He could sense the augmentation of his own strength, and within the icy dragon emblem on his chest lay an ominous yet formidable dragon power. Chapter 30, Hidden Perils. Upon exiting the stone cave, Su Fei observed that the white liquid along the rock walls had lost its previous viscosity. It seemed Jitsong's condition had deteriorated to its nadir. What had transpired 13,000 years ago? Why had Mu Qingfeng chosen to seal Jitsong for such an interminable duration? Why did the master refer to Jitsong as the ancient evil dragon? Told Su Fei, Jitsong did not appear as malevolent as its moniker suggested. Perhaps the title was laced with wrongful slander. Su Fei, tell me honestly, what transpired within the dragon pool? As they neared the cave's exit, Ming Dao Ren inquired, seemingly still troubled by Su Fei's rapid transformation. Recalling Jitsong's profound words, Su Fei hesitated. Master, may I refrain from disclosing? Without a moment's thought, Ming Dao Ren replied coolly, you may. Thank you. Su Fei expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Yet, Ming Dorn's demeanor suddenly turned grave. Su Fei, still unfamiliar with Ming Dorn's temperament, could not ascertain whether this matter would weigh heavily on his mind. Regardless, Ming Dao Ren remained his teacher. Hence, Su Fei shifted the conversation, asking, Master, when may I commence my cultivation of the Spear Foundation? Gazing outside, he noted the day was still young. In 2 days' time, the White Tiger rankings would commence. Su Fei believed he had already qualified for the cultivation of the spiritual foundation. He aspired to elevate his skills to a higher level before the commencement of the White Tiger rankings. He vowed to seek justice for his senior brother Jing Zhai from the Leaf family, promising that should the opportunity arise to confront a member of the Leaf family in battle, he would show no mercy. Are you anxious about cultivating your spiritual foundation? The reaction of Ming Dao Ren was peculiar. He seemed reluctant to impart the methods of cultivation to Su Fei so swiftly. As a teacher, did he not desire his students to progress more rapidly? Wouldn't the accelerated achievements of his students be a source of pride for him as an educator? Teacher, am I not yet qualified to cultivate the spiritual foundation? Su Fei asked in astonishment. Don't ask so many questions. We shall discuss it later, Ming Daoren replied, his expression darkening as he quickened his pace back to the Ziwagong. Upon returning to the Ziwagong, Ming Daoren reclined on a lounge chair in the Luyuan, adopting a languid posture. Su Fei, you will prepare dinner. If it pleases my palate, I shall teach you how to cultivate the spiritual foundation tomorrow morning. All right, Su Fei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had initially thought that Ming Daoren was still upset about his concealment of the events in the Longtan, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. Jing Zhai, standing nearby, expressed his surprise. Teacher, could it be that Su Fei has already qualified to cultivate the spiritual foundation so soon? Snore, snore. Ming Daoren offered no response, and instead, a thunderous snoring ensued. Sigh. Choosing such a gluttonous and slothful teacher indeed left them with little choice. Brother, shall we go prepare dinner? Yes, indeed. Su Fei re-entered the kitchen alongside Jing Zhai. This time, Jing Zhai refrained from offering guidance. All the tasks were solely handled by Su Fei. Jing Zhai, meanwhile, sat cross-legged beside the bookshelf, engrossed in the reading of the mysterious relationship between sword soul and sword intent. Su Fei did not disturb him. Instead, he focused intently on his cooking. He thought to himself that as long as dinner met the teacher's taste, he would be able to commence the cultivation of the spiritual foundation the following morning. According to Jing Zhai's previous words, once the spiritual foundation formed within his body, he would have the opportunity to break through the 15th level cultivation barrier. The mere thought of this ignited a sense of inexplicable excitement within him. The kitchen was ablaze with roaring flames. Su Fei busied himself, yet unlike before. He was not drenched in sweat. Not a single drop graced his brow, and his movements were several times swifter than previously, as he wielded the heavy iron wok. Flipping and tossing the ingredients effortlessly, he felt no strain at all. Even when his fingers grazed the hot edge of the wok, he experienced no pain. Noticing these peculiar occurrences, Su Fei felt a surge of delight within himself. It appears that my physical constitution has indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. I no longer succumb to fatigue as an ordinary person might, nor do I dread the harshness of winter or the sweltering heat of summer. Even flames seem incapable of inflicting harm upon my body. Perhaps, in the days to come, further delightful surprises will reveal themselves through practice. Dinner was swiftly prepared, differing from the midday meal. It consisted of braised fish, spicy chicken, sautéed greens, straw mushrooms with cauliflower, a medley of vegetable hearts, accompanied by a beef and radish soup. As in the afternoon, the meal comprised 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup. When the food graced the table, Ming Daoren's face radiated satisfaction. He savored each dish, nodding in approval while incessantly inquiring about various aspects. Su Fei patiently addressed each query, though most of his responses were fabrications. Half an hour later, the table was cleared, the meal devoured by the 3 of them. Su Fei gazed expectantly at Ming Daoren and inquired, Master, what do you think? Are you satisfied with tonight's offerings? Ming Daoren, aware of the underlying meaning in Su Fei's words, wore a peculiar expression, his eyes half closed, one hand stroking his white beard thoughtfully. After a moment, he shook his head and stated, I am not satisfied. No sooner had the words left his lips than he unexpectedly burped, leaving Ming Daoren in an awkward predicament, his gaze flitting about, clearly lying. Su Fei recognized that he was simply being obstinate. When faced with someone determined to act in bad faith, there was little one could do. Ultimately, satisfaction rested solely on his word. Su Fei understood that this was quite unfair, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts, instead rising quietly to clear the dishes. As Su Fei retreated to the kitchen to wash the plates, Jing Zhai looked at Ming Daoren in confusion and asked, Master, why? If you were truly dissatisfied, you would not have eaten so much. Are you deliberately preventing Su Fei from refining his spiritual foundation? Mind your tongue. Ming Daoren shot a cold glare at Jing Zhai. Indignant on Su Fei's behalf, Jing Zhai stood and said, Master, I believe your actions are unjust. Since Su Fei has met your requirements, and you previously set clear terms with him, why not teach him to refine his spiritual foundation? Sighing heavily, Ming Daoren acknowledged the truth in Jing Zhai's words. He recognized that Jing Zhai was an exceptionally filial student who had never contradicted him. Today, however, Jing Zhai's statements held undeniable merit. The dishes prepared by Su Fei were indeed to Ming Daoren's taste, and they were all novel creations that he had never before encountered. They were not only fresh, but also truly delectable. Upon introspection, he was 100% satisfied. Yet, he grappled with his own burdens, uncertain whether he should voice them. Observing Jing Zhai's concern for Su Fei, he hesitated for a long while. Sighing again, he remained silent. Sighing, Jing Zhai remarked, "Can you not perceive the change in Su Fei since he emerged from the stone cave? I am uncertain whether he still requires the cultivation of his spiritual foundation. Perhaps he has transcended our conventional methods of training." Jing Zhai, renowned for his exceptional intellect, though currently in poor health, was not as incapacitated as the rumor suggested. Upon hearing Ming Doran's words, his expression swiftly shifted to one of gravity, his brow furrowing as he speculated. Could it be that Su Fei has fallen under the control of the evil dragon, no longer resembling the Su Fei of old? I too am in the dark. Ming Doran gazed deeply toward the kitchen, his visage betraying a hint of latent fear. It seemed he was consumed by numerous thoughts, many of them terrifying. Yet before Jing Zhai, he refrained from disclosing the entirety of the truth. In fact, prior to Jing Zhai, Ming Doran had taken on another student, who had also undergone a remarkable transformation in a short span. He recalled distinctly that it had taken merely a month. Such a rapid alteration in one's constitution was already extraordinary. At that time, Ming Doran was elated and imparted the secrets of cultivating a spiritual foundation to the student. However, the outcome led to lifelong regret for Ming Doran. Once that student cultivated the spiritual foundation and began to draw in a continuous influx of spiritual energy, it was initially a cause for celebration among practitioners. Yet, the issue lay in the complete lack of control over this influx. As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversals. Within 3 days, that student succumbed to madness and perished due to the excess of spiritual energy within. Chapter 31. It concerns the Leaf family. Although Ming Doran did not reveal the entire truth, Jing Zhai, with his keen insight, quickly discerned that Ming Doran was not intentionally obstructing Su Fei. Thus, he calmly stated, "Master, if there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask." "Very well," Ming Doran replied. "In the coming days, you shall diligently monitor Su Fei's physical condition and report any abnormalities to me without delay. Furthermore, you must firmly instruct Su Fei that he must not engage in the cultivation of his spiritual foundation privately. Do you understand?" "Understood." In truth, Ming Doran's concern for Su Fei was equal to that for Jing Zhai. Both were his students, and he wished to retain them both. Despite Jing Zhai's current frail health, he steadfastly believed that even if a swordsman could not form a spiritual foundation a second time, there must be alternative methods to continue their cultivation. For a long time, many assumed that Ming Doran had grown older, increasingly lethargic and prone to slumber. However, the reality was that since the incident with his first student, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. He was engulfed in self-reproach, regret, and struggle, enduring a prolonged period of despondency and despair. It was not until the arrival of Jing Zhai that the flicker of hope rekindled within him. Yet, fate played its cruel hand, and even Jing Zhai encountered misfortune. Initially, he harbored little expectation for the future. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, Su Fei reappeared, his situation strangely reminiscent of that of his first student, which rendered him all the more cautious. After dinner, the night soon enveloped the vast expanse of Qingjian Mountain. This evening, the moonlight was absent, and stars were a rare sight. Su Fei shared a room with Jing Zhai, and neither could find solace in sleep, each lost in their own thoughts. "Su Fei, please do not blame the teacher. His actions, though difficult, are ultimately for your benefit," Jing Zhai said, his kind heart fearing that Su Fei might overthink. "Indeed," Su Fei replied calmly, "I understand." "You can comprehend?" Jing Zhai was taken aback by Su Fei's response, unsure of how he grasped the teacher's broken promises. "Rest assured, senior brother, I will not hold the teacher in contempt. I know his heart is just, and I believe there must be a reason behind his words," Su Fei reassured him. Jing Zhai, possessing remarkable intelligence, recognized that Su Fei was no fool. Although he was oblivious to the intricacies of cultivation, his exceptional ability to discern character had never led him astray. "I am heartened by your perspective. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to gather firewood and perhaps catch a few fish by the Zaiwa River." Jing Zhai's voice radiated warmth akin to that of an elder brother or father. "Good night, senior brother," Su Fei replied. "Good night, Su Fei." They exchanged farewell wishes before descending into silence. Su Fei relished this atmosphere, feeling as though he had returned to the embrace of his family from a previous life, one with a loving father and a caring mother. Clearly, being here was far more comforting than his time at the Su family residence. In the Su household, he was incessantly labeled a waste. Even his biological parents, for the sake of appearances, never regarded him as a person. His petty and selfish elder brother viewed him as a thorn in his side, wishing for his untimely demise. Reflecting on the 14 years spent in the Su family felt like a life devoid of humanity. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Regardless of how detestable those individuals were, they remained his closest kin in this world. This bond, forged by blood, rendered it impossible for him to easily forget the past. With a heavy heart, he found himself unable to suppress a quiet sigh. Jing Zhai had not yet succumbed to slumber when he heard Su Fei's sigh and inquired, "Su Fei, what occupies your thoughts?" "Nothing, senior brother. You should rest early," Su Fei replied, reluctant to broach the subject of the past. He preferred that everything that had transpired be relegated to the realm of an illusory dream. "Indeed, you should also retire for the night," Jing Zhai affirmed. The following morning, the forest was alive with the chirping of unfamiliar birds, their cacophony resonating through the air. The morning light pierced through the delicate mist of dawn, once again bestowing brilliance upon the earth. Su Fei had risen early, seated cross-legged upon a large green stone in the courtyard, his countenance radiating an exuberant vitality. His complexion markedly improved beyond measure. When he closed his eyes, even without activating the sword cultivation system, he could sense the purest spiritual energy in the air through his innate talent. Although he had yet to cultivate a spiritual foundation and could not claim this energy as his own, he felt as if the spiritual essence present in the atmosphere was a vibrant life force resonating with his very being. This sensation was refreshingly novel. Though uncertain of its implications, he relished this breakthrough. Unbeknownst to him, Ming Dao Run and Jing Zhai had appeared together in another corner of the courtyard, maintaining a respectful distance from Su Fei. Ming Dao Run observed Su Fei from afar, a hint of concern etched upon his features as he asked, "Did you notice anything unusual last night?" Jing Zhai shook his head, acknowledging that while there were no significant anomalies, it was evident that Su Fei harbored some unspoken thoughts. "Indeed," Ming Dao Ren nodded silently, thoughtfully stroking his white beard. "Everyone has their burdens. That is not the crux of the matter. Continue your observations diligently, and do not overlook any detail. Do you understand?" "Yes, rest assured, master. I shall exert my utmost effort," Jing Zhai responded earnestly. "Very well. Take him out to gather firewood and fish," Ming Dao Run commanded before turning back to retreat into the house. Jing Zhai approached Su Fei from behind, a cheerful expression adorning his face as he asked, "Su Fei, after your visit to Longtan yesterday, how does your body feel now?" Upon hearing this, Su Fei immediately opened his eyes and rose, saying, "Senior brother, let us set aside that for now. Shall we go out to gather firewood and fish?" "Yes, let's go at once." Jing Zhai was taken aback by Su Fei's maturity at the tender age of 14. It seemed he had underestimated him previously. Ming Dao Ren had urged him to be vigilant regarding any detail concerning Su Fei, yet with such depth of character, discerning any anomalies in him would not be an easy task. Even if there were indeed any peculiarities, Su Fei would likely make every effort to conceal them. No matter how keen one's perception might be, it is challenging to penetrate the facade of one who is determined to obscure the truth. Furthermore, Su Fei's intellect was no less formidable than Jing Zhai's. Their wisdom was indeed on par with one another. Heading to the back mountain to gather firewood, most of the labor was undertaken by Su Fei. In the blink of an eye, they had nearly collected all the dry wood. Su Fei took the initiative to shoulder 2 bundles of firewood. His face flushed yet steady. He inquired, "Senior brother, shall we head to the Zaiwu River to fish now?" Jing Zhai remained silent, his gaze filled with animosity as he looked down the mountain at a group of people. Peering closer, he recognized the leader, who bore a golden-hemmed banner embroidered with a prominent character for Li. They were from the Li family. The White Tiger list was set to commence tomorrow. They had come to participate in the competition for the White Tiger list. Chapter 32. The Poison of 1,000 Offspring. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. As the ruling family of the Qinjian Mountain region, it was natural for the Mu family to preside over the White Tiger list. The competition venue had long been fixed at the arena in the outer courtyard of the Mu family. The Li family standing in the Qinjian Mountain region was subordinate only to that of the Mu family. Thus, their participation in the contest was to be expected. Senior brother, Su Fei, having learned of Jing Zhai's past, could empathize with his current feelings. He gently patted Jing Zhai's arm, hoping to soothe his troubled spirit. "I'm fine, go ahead and fish. We still need to prepare a meal for the teacher later." Jing Zhai came back to his senses. Offering Su Fei aviterswut is might. The waters of the Zaiwu River were crystal clear, originating from a cavern halfway up the main peak of the Qingjian mountain. They did not venture to the source, which was a 20-meter-long waterfall where the current rushed fiercely, clearly devoid of fish or shrimp. Before they could find a suitable pool for fishing, they noticed a man in a black robe lurking by the riverside, seemingly up to no good. Suddenly, the Ziwu River turned an ominous shade of black. This is bad. Someone has poisoned the water. By the time Su Fei realized, the man in the black robe had vanished without a trace. It was the poison of 1,000 offspring. Jing Zhai, well-read, recognized it immediately. What is the poison of 1,000 offspring? Su Fei Luke vi Wildeth. The poison of 1,000 offspring can thrive in flowing water, burrowing into the ground to produce a toxic progenitor. Even in swift currents, the toxins birthed by the progenitor can continue to flow unceasingly. If the progenitor is not eradicated completely, this Ziwu River may well be rendered useless. Jing Zhai's expression turned grave. He silently suspected that this was undoubtedly the work of the Li family. With the White Tiger list battle looming, the Ziwu River was the lifeblood of the Mu family. Planting the poison of 1,000 offspring upstream in the Ziwu River was akin to severing the Mu family's water source, an exceedingly vicious tactic. It must be noted that once the White Tiger list commences, the duration will range from a minimum of 7 days to a maximum of half a month. With so many mouths to feed within the family, a disrupted water supply would indeed pose a considerable problem. This could potentially incite panic within the Mu family and might also affect their team participating in the upcoming White Tiger list competition. Moreover, the arrival of other factions to participate in the competition will surely lead to numerous grievances. One can only fear that the coming days will be quite tumultuous for the Mu family. Brother, do you have any means to eliminate this toxic mother? Fortunately, Su Fei did not venture into the pond to fish earlier. Otherwise, he might have already been infected by the poison of 1,000 offspring. I am uncertain. Perhaps we should first return to inform the master. Jing Zhai feels utterly powerless in this situation. The two hastened back to the Ziwu Palace. Yet they found no trace of Ming Daorun. Master, how peculiar. Where could he have gone? Look, there's a letter over there. They approached the plow courtyard and discovered an oiled envelope resting on the chair where Ming Daorun often relaxed. Upon opening it, Jing Zhai's expression instantly grew grave. The master had gone on a journey. A journey? Why? Su Fei was taken aback. Having just begun his training, he had yet to learn any skills from Ming Daorun, and with the White Tiger list competition looming, it was bewildering that the master would choose this critical moment to embark on a journey. You may read it yourself. Jing Zhai handed the letter to Su Fei. Su Fei took it and quickly scanned its contents. It turned out that Ming Daorun had set out for cultivation. The letter particularly cautioned that until his return, Su Fei must not practice his spiritual foundation privately, or the consequences would be dire. Although he did not fully understand the reasons, Jing Zhai explained, Su Fei, the master does not wish to hinder your cultivation. It may be due to your constitution. I understand. Su Fei did not wish to dwell on this matter too much. The happenings at the Ziwu River required prompt notification to the others. There is no need, Jing Zhai replied, even if we do not inform them. The Mu family's numerous spies will soon uncover the truth. Indeed, Su Fei mused, realizing that this was not a matter for them to fret over. Yet, he remained curious about the identity of the poisoner. Thus, he clasped his hands in salute to Jing Zhai and declared, Brother, in light of this, I shall step out for a while. Where do you intend to go, given the uncertainty of the situation? With Ming Daorun absent, as your senior, I feel it is my duty to protect you, Jing Zhai said, his concern evident, fearful that Su Fei might encounter peril at such a critical juncture. I will seek out Mu Jian to inquire about the situation. As the daughter of the clan leader, she resides in the Qinqiu Hall, where she is likely to possess more intelligence than we do here in the Ziwu Palace. I shall accompany you, Jing Zhai asserted. Very well. The two set off towards the Qinqiu Hall. Upon departing from the Guangwu Palace, they were taken aback to find it completely deserted. Passing through the Jury Palace, they noted the eerie silence within, and the same was true for the Changsheng Palace, where not a single shadow was seen. Before the Hall of Eternal Autumn, a multitude of peers congregated outside, their faces etched with anxiety. Whispers circulated among the crowd. The lethal poison known as One Mother. 1,000 children is the signature technique of the renowned poison master, Shangwan Sheng, from Northern Qi. Do you think it could be his doing? Impossible. Shangwan Sheng has remained in Northern Qi and has never ventured beyond its borders. Why would he target the Mu family? Indeed, could it be that someone from Qingjian Mountain infiltrated Qi to steal Shangwan Sheng's deadly poison? Uncertainty hung in the air, and before the truth was revealed, It was prudent to refrain from making baseless claims to avoid unnecessary complications. Amidst the murmurs, Su Fei and Jing Zhai paid little heed. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hall of Eternal Autumn, the guards obstructed their passage. "I am here to see Mu Jian. I kindly ask you to relay my request." Su Fei spoke politely. "I sincerely apologize, young Master Su. While I am aware of your prowess as the main attacker of the Xintian battle team, there has been an incident within the Mu family today. As you are not of the Mu lineage, this matter does not concern you." The guard's response was disheartening. Su Fei's expression turned cold. Jing Zhai tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Let us return for now. Today's event could have significant implications. And as we are not of the Mu bloodline, we both stand under suspicion." "What?" Su Fei furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the gathered Mu family members in the square, noticing the subtle shift in their gazes. It seemed that no matter how hard one endeavored, without being of the Mu family, absolute trust would remain elusive. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Very well, brother. If that is the case, we shall depart." Wait, just as they were about to leave, a melodious voice reached their ears. Mu Jian emerged from the treehouse beside the Hall of Eternal Autumn, her tone gentle as she beckoned, "Su Fei, Jing Zhai, come with me." Chapter 33, A Reluctant Fate. In the Hall of Eternal Autumn, at the rear mountain, Mu Jian, adorned in a flowing brown gown, exuded an air of grace and poise, tempered with a hint of maturity. Leading the way, she traversed a dense thicket before halting abruptly. Before them lay an expansive lawn, crowned by a stone watchtower, offering a panoramic view of the valley below. Two silver-armored guards, armed with long halberds, stood sentinel atop the tower. Mu Jian approached first, dismissing the guards with a wave. Turning to Jing Zhai, she clasped her hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "Jing Zhai, I have some matters to discuss with Su Fei. Please wait for us nearby." "Understood." Jing Zhai replied with a courteous nod, stepping aside. Following this, Su Fei ascended the watchtower as well. Mu Jian raised her finger to point at the outer courtyard at the foot of the mountain. "Do you see? Today, there are at least 1,000 people gathered in the outer courtyard. Among them, some are sincerely here to participate in the White Tiger Rankings competition. Some merely come to witness the spectacle, and others are clearly here to create chaos. The Li family harbors ambitions and has begun to entertain thoughts of rebellion. This year's White Tiger Rankings will undoubtedly not proceed smoothly. The Zhou family has always been fickle, appearing loyal to the Mu family. Yet as soon as the Li family gains power, their allegiance will swiftly shift. The Yang family has always looked to the Li family for guidance, obediently following Li Xiaoyan. Therefore, we must be particularly vigilant regarding the influence of these three prominent families." Following Mu Jian's outstretched finger, one could see the outer courtyard thronged with people. A scene bustling with activity, yet was rife with latent hostility. "Mu Jian, what are your thoughts on the matter of the poisonous substance planted in the Ziwu River, which produces 1,000 offspring?" Su Fei was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the White Tiger Rankings competition and the enmity between the Li, Zhou, Yang families and the Mu family. His primary concern was not the rankings, but the toxic substance. Mu Jian shook her head. "You know, this morning, some people saw you at the Ziwu River, claiming that it was you and Jing Zhai who spread the poison. What do you think?" Regardless of others' opinions, as long as Mu Jian retained a modicum of trust in him, Su Fei felt indifferent to what others said. "I know this matter is certainly unrelated to you," Mu Jian asserted firmly. "However, the sudden departure of Ming Dao Ren from the Mu family leaves one feeling uneasy. Could it be that even the teacher is a suspect?" Su Fei internally deemed this unlikely. Until the truth was uncovered, everyone, including himself, was a suspect. Mu Jian's words were indeed fair, and Su Fei felt considerably relieved. Thus, he candidly confessed, "In truth, I've always suspected that this might have been orchestrated by someone from the Li family." Upon hearing this, Mu Jian's expression darkened. "One must always speak with evidence. It's acceptable to voice such claims in my presence, but if others were to hear it, it could provoke significant disputes." Though merely 13 years old, Mu Jian, as the daughter of the Mu family head, had been exposed to a wealth of experiences, often observing the family elders manage various affairs, making her considerations far more astute than those of her peers. Su Fei, with the memories of a past life, possessed a psychological maturity far beyond his 14 years, and he too approached matters with great care. He dared to voice such suspicions only in the presence of Mu Jian and Jing Zhai. Seeing Mu Jian's cautious demeanor brought him comfort, and he remained silent, smiling. "By the way, I heard that you were engaged to Mu Cheng." Mu Jian suddenly broached this topic, her expression tinged with a hint of disheartening disappointment. Why was she disappointed? Su Fei dared not dwell on the matter, responding with a sense of resignation. Fate plays its tricks. Perhaps this is merely the design of destiny. If I were not to be engaged to Mu Cheng, I would have no means to partake in a white tiger ranking competition. Mu Jun, well aware of the underlying complexities, interjected, yet you could certainly opt for a more advantageous condition, could you not? Mu Cheng's position in the Mu family is rather tenuous. Her mother is the biological sister of Li Xiaoyun. Considering you killed Li Xiaoyun's biological son at the gate of the other world, should this truth come to light, it may lead to considerable trouble in the future. I understand, Su Fei admitted, reflecting on his choice of Mu Cheng, unaware of the myriad implications at the time. Had he foreseen such consequences, he would undoubtedly have chosen differently. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The die had been cast. Sighing heavily, Mu Jian appeared preoccupied. Although she spoke of Su Fei and Mu Cheng, her thoughts were far more intricate and concealed. The challenges confronting the Mu family weighed heavily on her. If the Li family rose to power, the Mu family might face decline. The destruction of the Ziwu River had thrown the Mu family into disarray. The elders of the 14th Hall were preoccupied with welcoming guests in the outer courtyard, also tasked with maintaining order there. It was evident that someone had deliberately provoked the Mu family's authority at Qingjian Mountain, yet with so many pressing matters, they could not fully address the situation regarding the Ziwu River. In the forthcoming days, the White Tiger ranking competition promised to bring forth unforeseen developments. An inexplicable weight pressed upon Mu Jian's heart. She sighed deeply, shaking her head and stating, "Never mind, we are all bound by circumstances. Given this, I have nothing further to say. By the way, how is your health now? You seem to be in much better spirits than before." "I am well," Su Fei replied curtly, sensing Mu Jian's heavy thoughts and choosing not to elaborate on his own circumstances. Noticing his reticence, Mu Jian refrained from pressing further and waved to Jing Zhai in the distance. Jing Zhai approached swiftly. Before he could speak, Mu Jian preempted him. "Jing Zhai, we have concluded our discussion. You and Su Fei should return now. Tomorrow morning, take him to the front courtyard for registration." "Me?" Jing Zhai exclaimed, astonished. "Why must I take him?" Mu Jian clarified. "Due to certain special circumstances, the Xintian battle team cannot participate in this White Tiger ranking competition. As Su Fei is newly arrived at the Mu family and requires to establish his reputation, you shall accompany him to the individual competition." "Huh? The individual competition?" Jing Zhai was well aware of the rules. Even if one advanced far in the individual contest or claimed the top spot on the Divine Dragon list, they would not qualify for the Secret Realm 3 months hence. Such a competition seemed to lack significant purpose. Unfamiliar with these intricacies, Su Fei, noticing Jing Zhai's surprise, inquired, "Brother, is there an issue with the individual competition?" Jing Zhai cast a glance at Mu Jian, who had been signaling him persistently. Understanding her unspoken message, Jing Zhai shook his head and said, "It's nothing. You'll come to understand in due time." Although no one had explicitly articulated it, Su Fei, keenly observant, could decipher the underlying sentiments. Regardless of the circumstances, having resolved to compete, whether in team or individual events, one must test their own strength. From the outset, he had not contemplated venturing into any secret realms. He simply wished to gauge his combat prowess among his peers across the entire Shengding continent. Now, compelled to participate in the individual competition, this might align perfectly with Su Fei's intentions. But why was the Xintian battle team barred from participation? Mu Jian offered no explanation, yet the truth would eventually surface. At this moment, Su Fei was not eager to uncover the reality. With the individual competition for the Baihu ranking set for tomorrow, he needed to conserve his energy and prepare with utmost dedication. On his return to the Ziwu Palace, aside from the Qianxiu Hall, the path remained devoid of any ghostly shadows. It seemed, as Mu Jian had surmised, that the disciples of the 14th Hall had all ventured to the outer courtyard to attend to guests and maintain order. However, why had no one informed Su Fei and Jing Zhai? Was it perhaps because they were not members of the Mu family? Upon arriving at the Ziwu Palace, Jing Zhai ushered Su Fei into the kitchen. "Su Fei, I shall prepare today's meal. You can read for a while. Aside from not rushing your cultivation of the Spirit Foundation, absorb as much knowledge as you can." "Thank you, senior brother." Regardless of how others treated him, Jing Zhai remained Su Fei's warmest and most supportive senior brother. The shelves were adorned with a plethora of books, diverse in nature, predominantly theoretical. Perhaps due to the abundance of theoretical texts, those concerning combat techniques and sword manuals were particularly eye-catching. On the lowest shelf, in an inconspicuous corner, lay a dusty sword manual titled 10 Steps to Kill. Su Fei brushed off the dust from its cover and turned to Jing Zhai, asking, "Senior brother, may I take a look at this book?" Upon seeing the manual, Jing Zhai's expression turned peculiar. The 10 Steps to Kill is exceedingly brutal. This is a sword manual created by our master in his youth. Once this technique is unleashed, it is certain to claim a life. The master has always forbidden me from practicing it. Now that he is no longer here, whether you choose to cultivate it is entirely up to you. Understood. Su Fei hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to open the book. In the preface of 10 Steps to Kill, it stated, "I, Ming Dao Run, learned swordsmanship at the age of 6 and took my first life at 10. All those I killed were deserving of their fate. My pursuit has always been the benevolent path of the sword. It is said that the benevolent are invincible. Only with a heart of kindness can one achieve unmatched prowess in the world. Throughout my life, I have crafted countless sword manuals, each imbued with the essence of benevolence. In every endeavor, I leave a thread of mercy, not driven by a desire for victory, nor by a propensity for violence. The technique, known as 10 Steps, one kill, is the most brutal, standing in stark contrast to the initial intent of the benevolent sword path. Those fortunate enough to master this technique must harbor kind intentions and refrain from unleashing indiscriminate slaughter, lest they bring calamity upon the world." Upon reading the preface, Su Fei was suddenly struck by curiosity. "Master, does this imply that our teacher is not merely a theorist, but also a master of the sword?" As Jing Zhai prepared a meal, he perused the book The Mysterious Relationship Between Sword Soul and Sword Intent, authored by Ming Dao Run, and replied with a proud expression, "Surprising, isn't it? In truth, our teacher's swordsmanship has transcended the realm of the Grand Sword Emperor." Huh? Su Fei was taken aback. Wasn't Qingjian Mountain a place solely for swordsmen below level 40? If the teacher had indeed surpassed the Grand Sword Emperor, why did he still reside here? Regarding this, Jing Zhai's eyes sparkled with pride as he explained, "Our teacher consumed a level-capping elixir, sealing his cultivation at level 40, which permits him to remain here." No wonder, Su Fei thought. Theoretical knowledge stems from practice. Without the latter, how could one formulate such profound theories of swordsmanship? Yet, he remained curious as to why the teacher had chosen this path. Jing Zhai continued, "It is to cultivate more exceptional students. Do you believe that the instructors at the Guangwu Palace truly look down upon our teacher? In reality, it is all an act, intended to discern if there are students with discerning eyes willing to study under him. Deep down, they hold immense respect for our teacher and often seek his counsel on the intricacies of swordsmanship in secret." So that was the case. After hearing this, Su Fei felt a surge of gratitude for his resolute choice to follow Ming Dao Run, ensuring he did not miss the opportunity to learn from such a remarkable elder. However, he mused, the schemes of the Guangwu Palace were indeed intricate. To test the students' discernment, they deliberately belittled Ming Dao Run in the Grand Hall. Witnessing such a scene, even if a student initially chose Ming Dao Run, a momentary wavering in resolve could result in the loss of the finest teacher in the Guangwu Palace. It is essential to remember that the Grand Sword Emperor represents a level 130 swordsman. Upon reaching this rank, there are few places across the entire Shangding continent that remain inaccessible. It is said that within the Qin Kingdom, there are not many swordsmen who can break through to become a Grand Sword Emperor. To think that Su Fei had the fortune to study under one was exhilarating. Suddenly, he recalled Mu Jian's words, expressing concern over Ming Dao Ren's departure from the Mu family at such a critical juncture. Perhaps it was precisely due to Ming Dao Ren's strength as a Grand Sword Emperor that he could resolve all internal disputes within Qingjian Mountain. Of course, discussing these matters now would bear little significance. Ming Dao Run has embarked on a journey of cultivation, with no set date for his return. Su Fei, with a calm and focused mind, diligently peruses the sword manual titled 10 Steps to Kill. However, as he continues to leaf through the pages, he discovers that the subsequent sword patterns are not composed of ordinary characters. Rather, each stroke and line forms intricate designs that seem to conceal profound sword intentions. This revelation leaves Su Fei perplexed. "Senior brother, have you perused this manual? What exactly does it contain?" Jing Zhai shook his head in response. "I have seen it, but I too cannot comprehend it." Despite his remarkable intellect and earlier initiation into the path of swordsmanship than Su Fei, Jing Zhai's inability to decipher the text suggests that few may truly grasp its meaning. A thought struck Su Fei. Why not utilize the system for assistance? With a decisive thought, he ceased to speak, closed the manual, and settled into a meditative posture, gently closing his eyes to activate the sword cultivation system with his consciousness. Ding! Notification. System has been activated. His consciousness entered the inner realm of the system. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a strange, mechanical voice resonated beside him. Welcome back, Master, to the inner realm of the system. I am your system sprite. You may call me Little Plane. How may I assist you? Little Plane? The sudden voice startled him momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Could it be that this system had an automatic upgrade feature? In such a short span since his last visit, it had already acquired voice interaction capabilities. Thus, he attempted to communicate through his consciousness. Little Plane, could you help me discern the contents of the 10 steps to kill in my possession? Am I currently capable of learning it? Yes, Master. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the operational interface automatically logged the contents of the 10 steps to kill. Moments latte. The mechanical voice of Little Plane announced, identifying the contents of 10 steps to kill. Please hold. This time, no progress updates were provided, leaving Su Fei to wait in suspense. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Approximately 1 minute later, Little Plane's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, Master. Identification successful. Chapter 35. 10 Steps to Kill. It was indeed a testament to the sword cultivation system's prowess, capable of effortlessly deciphering such an esoteric text. Upon opening the skills interface, he found that he had successfully learned 10 steps to kill. Eager to test its power, he selected the option to release it. Ding! His long sword was automatically summoned through the invoking technique. Remarkably, after mastering 10 steps to kill, the Holy Spirit sword manifested differently from before, its surface radiating a distinct and luminous white gleam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The body moved uncontrollably, and a series of sword flashes erupted from the blade, unmatched in speed. The kitchen walls bore the marks of short sword scars. To avoid harming Jingjai, I executed the empty shadow ghost step and appeared in the grassy field outside the plowing courtyard. Swish, swish, swish. With my mind unburdened, the sword's momentum intensified. Swift as lightning. Clang. Suddenly, I unleashed a powerful strike, as if wielding 1,000 June. The sword aura swept across, and miraculously, a massive marble weighing 1,000 pounds, 15 meters away, was cleaved in two by the formidable sword energy emanating from the blade, the cut smooth and flawless, a testament to the perfection of the blow. Witnessing this scene, even the usually composed Su Fei couldn't help but be astonished. This strike was not executed with full strength. I had utilized merely 10% of my power. Furthermore, according to the system notification, this was merely the first form of 10 steps to kill, sweeping across the army. Jingjai had pursued and also bore witness to this extraordinary moment. Could it be that you have mastered it, Su Fei? I am uncertain, I replied, sheathing my sword. This should be the first form of 10 steps to kill, sweeping across the army. Incredulous, Jingjai's gaze towards me shifted entirely. He never imagined that my talent could be so prodigious. Mastering the first form of 10 steps to kill, which even he could not comprehend, in less than 5 minutes. Was this not a form of genius? However, I quickly regained my composure. Brother, you must keep this a secret from me. No third party should know, not even the teacher. Surprised, Jingjai questioned. Even the teacher must be kept in the dark? Why? Just promise me, I insisted. I realized that Ming Doran's cultivation had surpassed the great sword monarch barrier, indicating he was no ordinary individual. If he discovered that I had learned the first form of 10 steps to kill so swiftly, he would undoubtedly grow more curious about me. I wished to keep the secret of the system hidden from more people, fearing that Ming Doran's attention might reveal something. Thus far, only Mu Jian was aware of my ability to wield the system. All right, I promise you. Jingjai, ever indulgent, did not press further for details and readily acquiesced to my request. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude for having such an understanding senior brother. The following morning, birds chirped in the forest with a peculiar cacophony. I had risen early, meditating cross-legged on a large bluestone outside the plowing courtyard. Jingjai observed silently, reminiscent of his own diligent past, and quietly prepared breakfast in the kitchen before approaching me from behind. Su Fei, take a break. After breakfast, I will take you to the outer courtyard to register. As Su Fei opened his eyes, he was met with Jingjai's concerned expression, filling his heart with warmth. During their meal, Jingjai incessantly advised him, emphasizing the importance of vigilance, whether in individual competitions or team matches, particularly against the insidious maneuvers of the Li family. He cautioned Su Fei not to seek revenge on his behalf, as they lack the strength to confront the Li family and must learn to endure. Do you understand? I understand, Su Fei affirmed. His resolve was steadfast and would not waver at Jing Zhai's words. If he were to encounter a member of the Li family, he would show no mercy. After their meal, without even washing the dishes, Jing Zhai led him toward the outer courtyard. As they passed by Yuqing courtyard, Su Fei couldn't resist stealing a glance inside. Not seeing Mu Cheng, he curiously inquired, "By the way, brother, I've heard that only after our foreign clan members are engaged to a young lady from the Mu family can they join the inner courtyard. Who is the lady you are engaged to? Do you truly wish to know?" Jing Zhai's eyes dimmed at the mention of this topic. Su Fei nudged his shoulder against Jing Zhai's arm. "Come on, just tell me. It's just the two of us here." After a moment's hesitation, Jing Zhai slowly replied, "It is Mu Zishi." "What?" Su Fei was taken aback. "You mean Mu Zishi from the jury hall? The archer of the Xiantian team?" "Yes, that is her." Jing Zhai sighed heavily as he spoke. "You must be surprised. At that time, like you, I randomly pointed and chose Mu Zishi. She does not hold me in high regard, so our engagement is merely nominal. We have never shared any personal connection." "I see." It became clear to Su Fei why Mu Zishi had previously stated that anyone could be chosen except for her. She had already been chosen by Jing Zhai. Yet, if that were the case, why had she added that all young ladies from the Mu family could be selected, including herself? This statement seemed to disregard her engagement to Jing Zhai, almost a public denial of it. "Brother, do you have feelings for Mu Zishi?" Su Fei noted Jing Zhai's troubled expression and, despite his reluctance to delve deeper, found himself still intrigued by the matter. "What does it matter if I do or do not? Given my current state, do you think I am worthy of her? She is a lofty young lady from the Mu family, an archer of the Xiantian team with an immeasurable future ahead of her, while I am merely a useless person." As he spoke, Jing Zhai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for it is often said that a man does not easily shed tears, but only when he is deeply pained. It seemed that Jing Zhai was indeed particularly affected by this. Su Fei silently tucked this matter away in his heart, but as they approached the outer courtyard, he refrained from further pressing the issue. "Come, let us head to the registration office," Jing Zhai said, regaining his composure with a calm tone. "All right." Su Fei could deeply empathize with the emotions of the moment. Silence was the utmost expression of respect towards Jing Zhai. Before long, Jing Zhai led Su Fei to the entrance of the outer courtyard, where he presented the Guangwu Golden Order to the guards, thus gaining unfettered access. The registration was bifurcated into team competitions and individual contests, with the former witnessing a large turnout, necessitating a queue. In contrast, the individual competition boasted only a handful of participants, most of whom donned modest attire, seemingly hailing from ordinary families. "Su Fei, what brings you here to register? Are you not a member of the Xiantian battle team?" The instructor at the registration desk was none other than the sixth elder of the Shankai Hall, who regarded Su Fei with evident astonishment. "It was Mu Jian who directed me to this side," Su Fei replied. "Mu Jian," the sixth elder pondered, recalling that he had distinctly seen Mu Jian, a member of the Xiantian battle team, registering for the team competition. Why then would Su Fei, as a member of the Xiantian battle team, opt for the individual contest instead? Even as the sixth elder of the Mu family, he could not discern the underlying motives at play. However, since Su Fei appeared oblivious to the circumstances, he refrained from further inquiry, registering Su Fei for the individual competition and presenting him with a scoring tablet. This tablet is the sole criterion for determining victory or defeat. Once the competition commences, someone will instruct you on its usage. Please take it. Thank you. Chapter 36. The individual competition of the White Tiger ranking receiving the scoring tablet signified Su Fei's successful entry into the individual competition. By the way, sixth elder, how many participants are there in this individual contest? Su Fei Wei. The sixth elder glanced at the registration sheet. Not many. There are currently only 11. 11? May I ask how many can advance to the Fire Dragon ranking? Unlike the team competition, the individual contest had a limited number of participants, with only the top 3 eligible for advancement to the Fire Dragon ranking. The sixth elder explained patiently. "And the rules?" "You will naturally learn the rules once you arrive at the arena," the sixth elder replied, declining to elaborate further. "Very well. Thank you for your guidance, sixth elder." In the afternoon, the individual competition of the White Tiger ranking commenced, with the final count of participants fixed at 11. Aside from Su Fei, the other 10 competitors appeared destitute, clad in tattered garments. Jing Zhai remained steadfastly by Su Fei's side. The surroundings of the arena were thronged with spectators, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The stands were filled with nobility, numbering no less than 5,000. At the center of the arena stood a massive cage. Its dimensions approximately 100 meters by 100 meters, totaling 10,000 square meters. The air within the enormous cage was thick with the scent of blood, clearly indicating a venue steeped in lethal intent. In the competitor's preparation area, only Su Fei had someone by his side. What are the rules? To this day, no one had informed Su Fei of the regulations governing the individual competition. I'm uncertain as well. Zhai shook his head. Although he had spent considerable time within the Mu family, he had never paid attention to the individual competitions and was therefore unaware of the specific rules, rendering him unable to elucidate. Beside him, a youth clad in tiger skin scoffed. You do not even know the rules. What brings you here to compete? Judging by your opulent attire and frail physique, you must be a pampered young master from a prestigious family. Clearly, this arena is ill-suited for you. It would be wiser to return home and rest rather than unbecomingly vie with us common folk. His tone was particularly grating. However, Su Fei, having also emerged from humble beginnings, chose not to take offense. Instead, he replied amiably, I am Su Fei. May I inquire your esteemed name, my friend? I am Lu, the bravest man from my tribe. This time, the victory in the individual competition is assured for me. Lu exuded confidence, brimming with self-assurance. It was unexpected to learn that Lu hailed from a tribe, as tribes had become a rarity in the state of Qin. Whether large or small, tribes consisted of the most impoverished individuals. Some survived through hunting, while others relied on farming and herding. Yet, all those from tribes shared a common trait. They were unable to cultivate. Members of tribes were regarded as outcasts, inherently inferior and among the most ordinary of people on the sacred Ding continent. However, Lu displayed not a hint of shame in mentioning his tribal origins. Rather, he seemed to take pride in it. What could account for such an attitude? Su Fei harbored no disdain for him. Instead, he regarded him with respect. Lu, you appear to be older than I. This must not be your first participation in the individual competition, correct? Indeed, Lu confidently thumped his chest. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have secured the top position in every edition of the White Tiger ranking individual competition. Oh, Su Fei raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lu. Although he possessed a robust physique, his apparent strength did not seem extraordinary enough to warrant such accolades. Was it truly possible for someone of his caliber to claim the title of top contender in the White Tiger ranking? It appeared that this competition was indeed lacking in merit. Instantly, Su Fei's interest in the White Tiger ranking competition waned. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to ask, if you have consistently held the top position, why do you still choose to compete? Lu sneered, are you truly dim-witted or merely feigning ignorance? The top contender in the White Tiger ranking receives a reward of 1,000 gold soul coins, and, naturally, I am here for the prize. 1,000 gold soul coins? Su Fei mused, aware that his current attire was worth 1,300 gold soul coins, a gift from Mu Jian, which indicated that, in the eyes of the nobility, the reward of 1,000 gold soul coins was hardly remarkable. Conversely, for Lu, who came from a tribe, 1,000 gold soul coins could represent a year's worth of income. Lu, do you desire to obtain this reward of 1,000 gold soul coins? It is not a matter of desire. That 1,000 gold soul coins are undoubtedly mine. Lu was filled with confidence. Although Su Fei was still unfamiliar with the rules, he believed that with just a little effort, the title of the White Tiger ranking would undoubtedly belong to him. However, seeing how much Lu valued the 1,000 gold soul coins, he felt a twinge of compassion and contemplated whether he should hold back. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a servant from the arena entered the contestants' preparation area. The servant distributed a golden card to each of the 11 competitors, which contained an introduction to the competition rules. It turned out that the individual competition was divided into 4 rounds. The criteria for advancing in the first round required the hunting of at least 10 level 10 red beasts. The second round required the hunting of at least 5 level 20 red beasts. The third round required the hunting of at least 3 level 30 red beasts. The fourth round required the hunting of at least 1 level 40 red beast. Note 1. All red beasts in the arena do not possess martial skills and lack powerful attacks, but they have exceptionally high defenses, making time the most critical factor. Each competitor has 15 minutes for hunting in each round, with the final number of successful kills serving as the standard. Note 2. Each level 10 red beast killed adds 1 point to the scorecard. Each level 20 red beast killed adds 5 points. Each level 30 red beast killed adds 10 points. Each level 40 red beast killed adds 20 points. Note 3. When a contestant successfully ranks in the top 3 of the White Tiger ranking and advances to the Fire Dragon ranking, their points will not reset. Upon reviewing the rules, Su Fei began to hesitate about whether to hold back. His goal was to strive for the Dragon ranking. Even if the individual competition was not highly regarded, shouldn't he give it his all? Every contestant came to compete for the top position, and among the 11 participants present, all but Su Fei were from the tribe. Perhaps only by fully committing could he truly show respect to his opponents in the arena. Suddenly, a bell rang in his ears. The arena's overseer approached with a solemn expression and announced loudly, "Contestant number 1, please prepare. You will enter the arena in 30 seconds." With a clang, the prison gates of the arena were opened by 2 silver-armored guards wielding long halberds. Contestant number 1, clad in rough hemp clothing and armed only with an iron rod, appeared robust and likely possessed considerable strength. As he reached the entrance of the arena's cage, he handed his scorecard to a nearby guard. "Release," bellowed another guard. A howl echoed through the air. Then, from an iron door 100 feet away, a massive black wolf burst forth. It was estimated that the black wolf weighed over 2,000 pounds and was larger than an ox. What breed of wolf was that? Su Fei had never encountered a wolf of such magnitude. Jing Zhai elucidated that is a mutated wolf, a creature capable of cultivation. Should one encounter it within the realm of the Yugin, its aggression is formidable. However, the mutated wolves in the arena are rather commonplace, possessing merely enhanced defenses. Ordinary blades fail to pierce their flesh. For one who is not a cultivator, hunting such a wolf is a daunting task. At this juncture, contestant number 1 had been confined within the arena's cage. Inside, he faced off against the mutated wolf, establishing a tense standoff. From the perspective of an observer, contestant number 1 appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage. The wolf was overwhelmingly robust, while he was merely a barbarian from a tribe, incapable of cultivation. With only 15 minutes to prove himself, could contestant number 1 truly slay 10 mutated wolves? Chapter 37. A Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Outside the arena, the stands filled with 5,000 noble spectators erupted into fervor. "Kill! Slay it! Dispatch it swiftly!" The audience shouted incessantly, teetering on the brink of madness. Such resounding cries stirred an inexplicable exhilaration within the crowd. Contestant number 1, engaged in a tactical dance with a mutated wolf, hesitated to strike, his steps faltering, even hinting at retreat. The howls of the wolves echoed relentlessly, not only from the one in the cage, but also from the many more trapped within the wolf enclosure. It was evidently a clash between man and beast. The nobles in the stands rallied for the contestant trapped in the cage, while the mutated wolves in the enclosure cheered for their kindred. As time ticked away, a full 3 minutes elapsed. During this interval, contestant number 1 and the mutated wolf remained locked in a stalemate, neither daring to initiate an attack. TCH, are they still going to fight? This is utterly pointless. Many nobles in the stands began to show signs of impatience. Seated in the preparation area, Su Fei remained composed, observing from a distance as contestant number 1 trembled, his gaze wavering and fear evident in his demeanor. He harbored little hope for the man's survival. It seemed this contestant was fated for misfortune. Su Fei shook his head in silent disapproval. Before even engaging in battle, he deemed him worthless. Dalu, witnessing the scene, was filled with a quiet fury. How dare such a worthless fool disgrace himself here? I wager he will be devoured by the mutated wolf within minutes. Strangely enough, upon hearing Dalu's words, the other contestants in the preparation area seemed to harbor a secret anticipation for the moment when contestant number 1 would be consumed by the wolf. Indeed, approximately 1.5 minutes later, contestant number 1 was swiftly dispatched by the wolf's razor-sharp fangs, his neck severed, becoming a meal for the mutated beast. Contestant number 2, please prepare. Confronted by the gruesome spectacle within the arena, the overseer appeared utterly unfazed, accustomed to the carnage that unfolded. According to the rules, regardless of the events transpiring within the arena over the next 15 minutes, the iron gates could not be opened for rescue. All competitors were required to mentally prepare themselves for the grim possibility of death. Though the beasts within the arena had yet to grasp martial techniques, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary humans, making any confrontation with them a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, contestant number 2 was poised for action. Clad in animal hide and wielding a hefty silver spear weighing 500 pounds, exuding an aura of formidable strength, and already exceeding the age of 30. As he rose to stand before the iron gates, Duru stood up to rally him with fervent encouragement. Go get them, my friend. Contestant number 2 flashed a confident wink back at Daru, assuring him, "Don't worry, my friend, just watch me." With a clang, the iron gate swung open. A deafening howl echoed forth. In a flash, contestant number 2 displayed remarkable agility, darting forward like a cheetah towards the mutated wolf 100 meters away. He swiftly brandished the silver spear. Suddenly, leveraging his muscular strength, he leapt high into the air, reaching a height of 10 meters. Gripping the end of the spear, he executed a powerful whirl before hurling it with great force. The sound of the spear slicing through the air resonated. Another howl erupted, this time signaling the demise of the mutated wolf, which had been effortlessly pierced through the skull from several dozen meters away. The swiftness of that strike was astonishing. The 500-pound spear, lacking any embellishment, was simply propelled by raw muscular force to slay the seemingly impervious beast. The magnitude of that strike was undoubtedly immense, perhaps equating to a force of 10,000 pounds. The aristocrats seated in the grandstand, numbering 5,000, were finally stirred to fervor. "Well done. Keep it up. Continue the slaughter." According to the regulations, once a mutated wolf was slain in the arena, the beastmaster across the way was obliged to release the second mutated wolf. With a growl, the second mutated wolf sauntered into the arena, appearing composed and resolute, its gaze fixed intently upon contestant number 2, devoid of any fear. Contestant number 2 slowly approached the corpse of the first mutated wolf, extracting his silver spear, which splattered him with the beast's blood. Yet, this only heightened his excitement. As he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, with a practiced flourish, he wielded the silver spear, adopting a stance, ready to hunt the second mutated wolf. At this moment, the scoreboard of contestant number 2 had recorded 1 point. Just 9 more points would secure his advancement to the next round. Truly, he was the second warrior of the Daru tribe. Commendable indeed. Seated beside Su Fei, Daru's face gleamed with quiet satisfaction. Su Fei listened intently, realizing that they hailed from the same tribe. The arena was exceedingly noisy, leaving little room for further inquiry. As the subsequent mutated wolves appeared, contestant number 2 effortlessly dispatched them, his demeanor unruffled and breath steady. 5, 10, 15, 20. Finally, upon slaying the 23rd mutated wolf, contestant number 2's scoreboard displayed a total of 23 points, and the 15 minutes had elapsed. "Oh, well done. Keep it up. Excellent." The noble spectators erupted into fervent cheers. Contestant number 2 reveled in their applause, bowing graciously towards the audience as he walked out of the cage, his body splattered with blood. Daru was the first to rush forward and pat contestant number 2 on the shoulder, whispering encouragement. "My friend, just advance to the 3rd round, and a top 3 finish on the White Tiger ranking will be assured." "Yes, I understand." Contestant number 2 spoke little, yet his eyes brimmed with anticipation. It would later become apparent that since the inception of individual matches in the White Tiger rankings, only Daru had managed to reach the 4th round from the Qingjian Mountain region. Thus, in recent years, Daru had consistently claimed the top position, a feat that had become commonplace in the region. Subsequently, contestant number 3 finished with 20 points, followed by contestant number 4 with 17 points. Contestants 5, 6, and 7 perished, resulting in 3 consecutive deaths. Upon the entrance of contestant number 8, who appeared slightly unsteady, he managed to secure 10 points. Contestant number 9 mirrored this achievement with another 10 points. Then came Daru. As Daru stepped onto the arena, the noble spectators erupted into even more fervent cheers. "Daru! Daru! Daru! Daru!" They chanted his name incessantly, their excitement palpable. Indeed, his appearance was the most eagerly anticipated of all. With a clang, Daru entered the cage, wielding an enormous blade that weighed 1,000 pounds. With a hum and a buzz, he swung the massive sword effortlessly, its weight seeming negligible in his skilled hands. Even Su Fei found himself brimming with anticipation at his performance. Having consistently topped the Baihu list of the Qingjian Mountain region, despite his inability to cultivate, he appeared remarkably formidable, leaving one to ponder the extent of his terrifying physical prowess. "Come on, release 3 at once," Daru boldly proclaimed upon entering, audaciously questioning how a mere barbarian, untrained in the arts, could possess such strength. Yet the rules permitted it. "Release 3 for him," bellowed the arena supervisor, prompting a flurry of whispers that swiftly reached the beast tamers. With a chorus of wolf howls echoing, 3 massive mutated wolves surged into the expansive confines of the arena. "Ha! This is splendid," Daru exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he threw his head back in a triumphant howl, brandishing his heavy blade with the agility of a tempest, charging towards the three wolves that dwarfed him. A frenzied, bloodthirsty gleam sparkled in his eyes, as if he yearned to devour their blood in a savage delight. The mutated wolves responded with their own furious howls, strategically spreading out to form a triangular assault, encircling Daru at the center of the cage. Unfazed, Daru swiftly assessed the three wolves, his gaze imbued with a murderous intent that seemed to promise a gruesome fate for the beasts before him. With a fierce determination, he swung his immense blade, propelling himself like a cannonball towards one of the mutated wolves. The blade sliced through the air with a resonant hum, and before the wolf could react, Daru's weapon cleaved its massive body in two. The resultant spurt of searing wolf blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the cold ground, creating a hauntingly beautiful yet gruesome tableau. The remaining two wolves, witnessing this carnage, let out despondent howls, their demeanor shifting to one of palpable fear as they instinctively recoiled. However, Daru sneered contemptuously, his bloodlust ignited. Having just slain one wolf, he charged at another. With a flash of steel, another wolf met its demise before it could even comprehend its impending doom. The third mutated wolf, witnessing the slaughter of its companions, emitted a frantic howl, crouching slightly, its visage twisted in rage, prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Yet, Daru, his expression laced with disdain, offered no respite, leaping forward to deliver yet another decisive blow. In a swift motion, the blade flashed once more, and yet another wolf was cleaved in twain. Wow! Truly deserving of the title of the foremost champion of the Baihu list. Such ease in vanquishing the formidable mutated wolves suggests that the reigning champion is undoubtedly Daru. The noble audience in the spectator stand could hardly contain their exhilaration as they witnessed Daru's unparalleled prowess in the slaughter of these beasts, relishing the experience as if they were partaking in the action themselves. Each face radiated excitement. Observing from the preparation area, Su Fei was secretly astonished. Brother, is he truly achieving this through sheer physical might? No. Jingjai, well-versed in knowledge, shook his head. Though Daru is not a practitioner, if I'm not mistaken, he must be an exceptionally skilled ancient martial artist. An ancient martial artist? What profession is that? Su Fei, encountering yet another intriguing vocation, was filled with curiosity. Jingjai explained. In ancient times, when people were unaware of the means to cultivate their strength, ancient martial arts served as humanity's best defense. Each ancient martial artist places significant emphasis on body refinement. Attaining a certain level of refinement could yield muscle strength exceeding 100,000 jin. 100,000 jin of muscle strength? Su Fei found this hard to fathom. Indeed, Jingjai continued. It is said that the limit of human body refinement is 1,000,000 jin of immense strength, though these are mere legends from antiquity, akin to the tales of the sword god, lacking any historical records. What then is the extent of Daru's muscle strength? Su Fei pondered with curiosity, yet he found it utterly inscrutable. Jingjai closely observed Daru within the arena's cage, noting how he wielded a 1,000 jin blade as if it were a simple iron sword in the hands of an average person. If I am not mistaken, Daru's muscle strength must be no less than 50,000 jin. 50,000 jin? Su Fei clenched his fist, feeling inferior. He wondered how such muscle strength would translate into combat power for a practitioner. Of course, this was something impossible to verify at present. 15 minutes elapsed in the blink of an eye. The noble spectators outside the arena had fervently cheered for a full quarter of an hour, evidently thrilled by the rare spectacle of such carnage. 96. In the brief span of 15 minutes, Daru had astonishingly slain a terrifying 96 mutated wolves. With a clang, the iron gate of the arena's cage swung open once more. Daru emerged, exuding confidence, the 1,000 blade effortlessly resting on his shoulder as he strode forth with a swagger. Daru, 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 Daru. Even as Daru stepped out from the cage, the cheers of the noble audience continued unabated. Clearly, Daru's popularity here was immense. Next up was Su Fei. Just as he was about to take the stage, Mu Jun, who he had not seen for many days, unexpectedly approached him. Su Fei, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you, Mu Jun beckoned. Su Fei rose and followed Mu Jun to a secluded corner outside the preparation area. Is there something on your mind, Mu Jun? He inquired. With a grave expression, Mu Jun cautiously surveyed their surroundings before speaking in a hushed tone. There are members of the Leaf family in the stands. They're already aware that you are the primary attacker of the Xintian battle team. By the way, Have you learned the dragon's roar technique yet? Not yet. I haven't even begun, Su Fei responded, fully aware of the formidable influence the Li family wielded in Qingjian Mountain. Should they discover that he was the one who killed Li Xiaoyun's biological son, a furious reprisal from the Li family would be inevitable. As Jingzhai had said, they currently lacked the strength to confront the Li family. If he were to master the dragon's roar technique, it would be tantamount to revealing his hand. That's good. Mu Jin continued. The Li family is here to assess your abilities. So during the match, you must not display your full strength. Conceal your power, especially any techniques outside of swordplay. Do you understand? Understood, Su Fei replied, expressing his gratitude with a respectful bow. At that moment, the arena supervisor called out, "Contestant number 11, please prepare." Su Fei turned and approached the entrance of the arena's cage, handing his scorecard to the guard. With a clang, he stepped into the cage, activating the system and invoking the summoning technique to conjure a level 1 divine spirit sword. Ever since he mastered the first form of the 10 steps to kill, the sword had radiated a distinct white glow. This luminescence bore a subtle, hidden strength, rendering the level 1 divine spirit sword feel weightier in his grasp, as though it were drawing energy from him. This sensation was enchanting, as if he and the sword were one, with a continuous stream of power coursing into the blade. Su Fei, I hear you're the primary attacker of the Xintian battle team. How many do you plan to take on at once? The arena supervisor, aware of Su Fei's status as a disciple of the Mu family's inner court and his extraordinary position among the younger generation, treated him with the respect he deserved. Although Su Fei believed he could handle 10 or more opponents simultaneously, the presence of the Li family in the audience necessitated caution. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Just 4, for should be manageable for him," and he was certain it would surpass Daru's performance. Regardless, his goal was to ascend to the Divine Dragon rankings. And as a member of the Xintian battle team, failing to secure the top spot on the White Tiger rankings would likely arouse suspicion from the Li family regarding his intentions, thereby drawing even more scrutiny and complicated matters. Chapter 39, Individual Match Record. With a loud crash, 4 mutated wolves burst into the arena's cage, surrounding Su Fei from all sides. At that moment, 5,000 pairs of noble eyes were fixed upon Su Fei from the stands, eagerly anticipating a splendid spectacle. Most of them were aware that Su Fei was the primary attacker of the Xintian battle team, yet they had never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Moreover, the fact that Su Fei, a member of the Xintian battle team, had chosen to participate in an individual competition astonished many. Whether Su Fei emerged triumphantly from the first round or fell prey to the mutated wolves, their emotions would remain largely unaffected. In their hearts, Su Fei was always perceived as an outsider. Regardless of the outcome, they would accept it with equanimity. Was he truly the main attacker of the Xintian battle team? Surely, it must be a ruse. The Xintian battle team represented the future hope of the Mu family. How could he deign to enter such a trivial contest? Aside from members of the Mu family, some other nobles had also come to spectate, harboring their own doubts about Su Fei's capabilities. They had heard whispers that he was merely an outsider within the Mu clan. An outsider seeking complete trust from the Mu family would surely need to demonstrate genuine skill. Would he not? Genuine skill? Did he possess any? Just look at his frail frame. With such a slight build, it would be a miracle if he were not devoured by the mutated wolves. Not necessarily, did you not notice? He has chosen to face 4 opponents at once. Face 4? What of it? Would you dare to challenge 4 mutated wolves simultaneously? This statement silenced many. Well then, since they themselves could not, it was best to refrain from idle chatter and observe the situation. Many engaged in spirited discussions in hushed tones. However, the individuals from the Li family remained silent, their focus unwavering as they scrutinized Su Fei, unwilling to miss a single detail. Suddenly, Su Fei moved, although he did not employ the phantom step. His movements appeared remarkably light and swift. Whoosh! The air crackled with sword energy, enveloping Su Fei in a shroud of lethal brilliance. What sword technique was that? No one could discern the exact maneuver he employed. His speed and agility were simply too formidable. All that could be seen were dazzling arcs of sword light, mesmerizing and fearsome. When the brilliance faded, the 4 mutated wolves within the arena's confines had been reduced to mere pulp by the overwhelming sword energy. Not chunks of flesh, but pulverized remains. Witnessing this scene was enough to leave all skeptics of Su Fei's strength gasping in astonishment, effectively silencing their doubts. Just as Daru was about to rise from the preparation area to ready himself for the second round the following day, he found his steps halted abruptly. stunned by the spectacle before him. How could this be? How on earth did he accomplish this? Beside them, Jingjai spoke in a calm tone. There is nothing remarkable about it. He is the main attacker of the Xiantian team, possessing an extraordinary talent for cultivation. So it is not surprising that he can achieve such feats. What? He belongs to the Xiantian team? Daru's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. It seems that the title of the White Tiger rankings will likely change hands this time. Sighing, the second contestant from Daru's tribe, witnessing this scene, also looked utterly disheartened. Our Daru tribe has lost the honor of the White Tiger rankings. I can only imagine the unjust treatment we will face now. These words inexplicably cast a heavy gloom over the atmosphere. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jingjai inquired, Daru, did you come to compete merely for the 1,000 gold soul coins? Daru shook his head in disappointment. You noble scions could never comprehend the struggles of our tribespeople. Even if I explained, you would not understand. Enough of this. We must return to rest for the second round tomorrow. Well, take care. Jingjai had many more questions, but seeing their reluctance to elaborate, he chose to remain silent out of respect. Meanwhile, in the arena cage, Su Fei was ruthlessly dispatching his foes, having already slain 57 mutated wolves in the blink of an eye. Jingjai found nothing astonishing about this, yet he was puzzled as to how Su Fei, at merely level 15 and without a foundational spirit core, could repeatedly execute the first move of 10 steps to kill, the sweep of thousands. Logically, any sword technique within 10 steps to kill would consume a significant amount of inner spiritual energy. At level 15, without a formed spirit core, Su Fei should not possess such abundant spiritual power. How, then, was he able to accomplish this? Could it be that he was not utilizing the sword moves from 10 steps to kill? Although Jingjai could not cultivate at present, his discerning eye sensed that Su Fei harbored many astonishing secrets. Meanwhile, several members of the Li family in the noble stands began to converse privately. What do you think? With his strength, what are the odds he could defeat young Master Chen? He probably doesn't even have a 1 in 10 chance. On what basis do you say that? Look at him. Though his swordplay is swift and his steps are light, his techniques are rudimentary, consisting only of basic slashing and thrusting. Clearly, he is not a master of the sword arts. That may be true, yet his speed is remarkable. Moreover, his agility seems to have surpassed level 10. So what? Young Master Chun possesses the dragon's roar technique. With such abilities, he would never be able to close the distance. Indeed, that is a valid point. The Li family members pondered for a while, yet they ultimately failed to reach a definitive conclusion. Their doubts regarding Su Fei's capabilities remained unresolved. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. With a flurry of motion, as Su Fei vanquished the last mutated wolf, his score solidified at 144 points. This score indicated that within the span of 15 minutes, he had dispatched 144 mutated wolves. In contrast, Dalu had eliminated 96, with the Beast Master releasing 3 wolves at a time, resulting in a total of 32 releases. Su Fei, however, had faced 4 wolves per release, totaling 36. In truth, Su Fei had not exerted his utmost. Even while holding back, his speed in eliminating 4 mutated wolves slightly surpassed Dalu's pace with 3. Only those truly knowledgeable might comprehend the nuances of this disparity. Yet, even the uninitiated could perceive that the gap was vast, akin to a chasm. For Dalu to aspire to surpass Su Fei's record on the White Tiger leaderboard in the Qingjian Mountain region would be akin to scaling the heavens. Strangely, despite Su Fei's achievement in setting a new record, applause and cheers were scarce. The crowd maintained a demeanor of indifference. As Su Fei emerged from the arena's confines, his peripheral vision caught sight of Mu Cheng and her mother, Li Waner, unexpectedly present at the periphery of the noble's stand. Though uncertain of their intentions, Su Fei felt a sense of relief in having successfully navigated the first trial and secured first place. Whether Li Waner was pleased with this outcome mattered little to Su Fei. What was significant was that he had taken another step closer to his long-cherished aspiration of entering the Divine Dragon list. He relished this feeling. However, just as he retrieved his scorecard and prepared to depart the preparation area, he was confronted by a group of individuals from the Li family. You must be Su Fei? The leader, a fierce-looking man in his 30s with a long beard, inquired. Indeed, that is I, Su Fei replied, having just slain 144 mutated wolves without showing any signs of fatigue. I am the uncle of Li Chun. Recently, Chen encountered trouble while attending to matters for the Mu family. Are you aware of this? Li Shen's uncle? Upon closer inspection, Su Fei noted a striking resemblance between this man and the individual who had poisoned at the Zaiwu River. He was almost certain that the poisoner stood before him. However, lacking concrete evidence, he refrained from making accusations. Instead, he clasped his fists in respect and replied, "I am but a newcomer to the Mu family and am not privy to many matters. I hope you will not take offense. If you have any inquiries, perhaps you might consult the elder." Seeing Su Fei's composed demeanor, Li Chen's uncle, lacking evidence himself and aware that they were on the Mu family's home turf, hesitated to confront Su Fei directly. He scrutinized Su Fei with a swift, assessing glance. What initially appeared to be a mere glance had, in fact, confirmed that Su Fei's cultivation level was a mere 15. No one from a Li family would believe that a swordsman of such a humble rank could vanquish Li Chen, who possessed the formidable longing skill. Thus, their demeanor softened considerably. "Very well. Young Master Su has just emerged from the arena and requires rest. We shall not intrude further. Take care." Su Fei bowed slightly, watching as the members of the Li family departed. Chapter 40. The Descending Green Dragon as Night Fell. Su Fei and Jing Zhai returned early to the Ziwagong. After their meal, the two settled simultaneously on the stone bench in the plowed courtyard, captivated by the enchanting sunset. Their gazes were profound, directed towards the distant west, each absorbed in their own thoughts, maintaining a contemplative silence. Today marked the inaugural day of the White Tiger Rankings competition. The first round of battles had concluded smoothly, yielding results for both individual and team contests. For the individual competition, the results of the first round were as follows. First place, Su Fei. Second place, Delu. Third place, Feng Shi, with the first round's outcomes established. One could only ponder whether the results of the subsequent rounds would yield unforeseen changes. Until the final verdict was announced, no one could provide a definitive answer. In addition, within the team competition, the Xiantian team, lacking a primary attacker, managed to secure third place. First place, Li family's Heavenly King team. Second place, Yang family's Blood Slaughter team. Third place, Mu family's Xiantian team. Fourth place, Zhou family's Earthfire team. Upon learning that the Xiantian team had participated in the team battles, Su Fei experienced a moment of complex emotions. However, during the return journey, Mu Jian had clarified that this decision was made to safeguard Su Fei's well-being. In truth, when Mu Jian registered for the team competition, Su Fei's name was also included, albeit as a reserve member. Have you ever contemplated what path you shall tread once you depart from the Mu family? Suddenly, Jing Zhai's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Su Fei looked at Jing Zhai in astonishment. Does brother wish to leave? Regardless of my own intentions, you will inevitably leave this place. It is evident that you do not truly belong here. From their very first encounter, Jing Zhai had discerned the ambition reflected in Su Fei's eyes. Su Fei was not one to be content with the status quo. In his view, given Su Fei's remarkable talent for swordsmanship, it was only a matter of time before he spread his wings and became a renowned figure across the Shangding continent. When considering the Mu family from the broader perspective of the Shangding continent, they were, in essence, merely an ordinary noble house. For Su Fei, the Mu family represented merely a stepping stone on his lengthy journey through life. Once Su Fei truly matured, the Mu family would be unable to accommodate such a formidable presence any longer. Senior brother, if there comes a day when I truly depart from the Mu family, would you accompany me? From the very first moment Su Fei laid eyes on Jing Zhai, he was filled with an immediate fondness for him. From the outset, he firmly believed that Jing Zhai was a trustworthy companion. Although Jing Zhai was currently unable to cultivate, the two shared a deep affinity, as if they were old friends reunited, making him the first true ally Su Fei had recognized since his soul traversed into the Holy Ding continent. If possible, I would certainly wish to venture into the outside world with you. Alas, given my circumstances, there are many places I cannot reach. A hint of disappointment shone in Jing Zhai's eyes. If you genuinely wish to explore the Holy Ding continent alongside me, I do have a means to help you re-enter the path of cultivation, though it is not something that can be achieved in a mere few days. The method Su Fei referred to involved tailoring a cultivation system specifically for Jing Zhai. However, creating such a system required a substantial amount of crystal, or commonly referred to as waste crystal, ore in the Holy Ding continent. To ordinary individuals, waste crystal ore held little value. Yet among these crystals lay the very elements Su Fei needed to fabricate the system. Unfortunately, waste crystal ore was rare, and not every piece could successfully be transformed into a system. Having lived in Damo Town for 14 years, Su Fei had spent those years laboring to earn gold soul coins, purchasing vast quantities of waste crystal ore annually for system development. After 14 years of effort, He had managed to create merely two systems. The first, an automatic healing system gifted to Mu Jian 7 years prior, and the second, a sword cultivation system that had only recently been integrated. If he were to craft another for Jing Zhai, he could only imagine the time and energy it would demand, not to mention how many more years it would take to possess the fortune required to successfully create a third system. Su Fei, do you truly have a way to help me return to the path of cultivation? Jing Zhai regarded him earnestly, his gaze filled with hope, yearning for a positive affirmation from Su Fei. I cannot guarantee absolute success, but I believe it is worth a try, though it may take some time. In his past life, Su Fei was renowned as a master of systems, and genuinely crafting a tailored system for someone was not insurmountably difficult. Unfortunately, the technological conditions of the Holy Ding continent were lacking, making the successful completion of a single system a significant achievement, let alone the two he had already accomplished. As he prepared to develop a third, he could only speculate on the years that might be necessary. It matters not. I can wait. But how do you intend to assist me? Is it truly possible for you to achieve what even teachers could not? Since being stripped of his spiritual foundation by the Li family during the last White Tiger rankings, Jing Zhai had remained in silence for an entire year. Throughout that time, he had constantly dreamed of one day returning to the path of cultivation. Su Fei once again ignited the hope of returning to the path of cultivation for him. Even though Su Fei had yet to articulate the specific methods he intended to employ, and the notion seemed utterly absurd coming from the lips of a mere 14-year-old, he was still willing to believe. Until the moment of realization, he preferred not to elaborate further. Su Fei did not possess absolute certainty, nor did he dare to speak too definitively. The greater the hope, the deeper the potential disappointment. He did not wish to let Jing Zhai down once more. Well, I shall wait, Jing Zhai declared, refraining from further inquiries, yet his heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. In that moment, the despondency in his eyes quietly vanished without a trace. It seemed that Su Fei's words had indeed rekindled his confidence. As darkness enveloped the sky, a sudden thunderclap resounded. Boom! Crack! Abruptly, the once tranquil heavens became shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with lightning. Behind those dense clouds, a 100-meter-long green dragon descended from the sky. Senior brother, that is. Su Fei, having traversed the Holy Ding continent for 14 years, had never witnessed such an occurrence. A dragon descending from the heavens? What was happening? In an instant, torrential rain began to pour. Jing Zhai furrowed his brow and rose to the lawn outside the pear orchard, gazing in the southeast direction where the green dragon had landed in the deep mountains. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely. The heavens manifest unusual phenomena. Great events are sure to unfold. My teacher once said, when the green dragon descends, chaos will reign. It appears that turmoil is once again brewing in the Holy Ding continent. Su Fei also stood up, peering towards the southeast. After pondering for a considerable time, his expression grew complex. If I am not mistaken, that should be the direction of Lanya Castle. Could it be that the chaos originates from there? Jing Zhai shook his head. The specifics elude me, but my teacher once mentioned that the appearance of the green dragon signifies a tribulation, and to escape the purple lightning's wrath, it must inhabit a human body. Consequently, that person would immediately transform into a demon, unleashing chaos upon the world. Chapter 41. What Wine Blows the Second Elder. The green dragon descends to undergo tribulation, evading the lightning by taking human form. The human immediately becomes a demon, losing their sanity and wreaking havoc. Upon hearing Jing Zhai's words, Su Fei's mind buzzed with thoughts, inexplicably recalling how he had absorbed half of Ji Tsang's dragon soul in the stone cave on the back mountain. He was not well versed in the intricate cultivation methods of the Holy Ding continent and did not know if his situation could be considered as being possessed by a dragon soul. This was troubling. At that very moment, in the Qinqiu Hall, the Grand Elder donned a robe of dark clouds, his expression grave as he stood in the Great Hall. Calculating with his fingers, he murmured, "When two dragons meet, one shall surely be harmed." I did not anticipate that the green dragon would appear at Su's residence. Could this be the capricious hand of fate? The second elder, who presides over the Hall of Light, made his appearance today at the Hall of Eternal Autumn. Upon hearing the words spoken, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his face. "Elder, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that the millennia-long dragon energy of the Qin kingdom has fallen into the hands of the descendants of the Su family?" With a resigned nod, the elder sighed softly. Perhaps this is indeed the will of destiny. The seventh elder, who oversees the Hall of Yin and Yang, wore a grim visage. In my opinion, we cannot afford to let the Su family remain. If we do not act tonight to eliminate Su Fei, we must report to the royal city and suppress the Su family before matters spiral beyond control, thus preventing further calamity. Absolutely not. We must refrain. The elder waved his hand in objection. Do you not recall that 13 millennia ago, our Mu family also had a peerless genius among us? Of course. The seventh elder cast his gaze toward the central portrait in the grand hall, his eyes filled with profound reverence. Our ancestor, Mu Qingfeng, was an unparalleled genius with both innate and acquired talents perfected. The Mu family's current standing owes half its glory to the protection of Mu Qingfeng. The elder's mention of a singular genius hinted at another such prodigy emerging from the Mu family recently. Indeed, he affirmed, I have kept this from you for some time. In truth, Su Fei's innate talent is not rated at 60, but rather at an astounding 100 for innate talent and 150 for acquired talent, placing him on par with our ancestor, Mu Qingfeng. It is well known that after Mu Qingfeng ascended to the divine realm, he ceased to watch over the Mu family. The reasons for this are evident to all. The Mu family wronged Mu Qingfeng, a talent of a millennium, subjecting him to cruelty and humiliation before he had the chance to showcase his extraordinary abilities, even nearly taking his life. Once, Mu Qingfeng was akin to Su Fei in his plight. Su Fei lived a life of inhumanity within the Su family, and it is the Mu family that has rescued him. We have granted him a second chance at life, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. If Su Fei holds any affection in his heart, regardless of his future achievements, he will undoubtedly remember the kindness of the Mu family. Even should another unparalleled genius arise from the Su family, a calamity in human form, we must not act against Su Fei, lest we commit an irreparable error. After the elder's words resonated through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Initially, there was skepticism regarding Su Fei, as he was an outsider, and the Su family lineage was considered mediocre. Few believed Su Fei would attain great heights. Yet now, they realized their misjudgment. Su Fei was indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius of the sacred Ding continent. Consequently, they must reassess the situation and deliberate on how best to confront the formidable challenge of the Green Dragon's emergence. Elder, given this context, what course of action do you propose? The seventh elder, initially the most critical of Su Fei among the 14 elders of the hall, underwent a profound transformation in his demeanor upon learning of Su Fei's extraordinary dual perfect talent. It was common knowledge that if Su Fei truly possessed such breathtaking genius, the Mu family would have a promising future for the next several centuries. After a moment of hesitation, the Grand Elder remarked, the arrival of the Green Dragon will inevitably attract the attention of the royal family. For the time being, this matter does not require our immediate concern. Let us proceed cautiously. However, it is imperative that we ensure the White Tiger ranking competition is conducted smoothly within the Mu family while safeguarding Su Fei's safety. As you may have noticed, the Li family has already set their sights on Su Fei, should they dare to act against him within the Mu family. We must not turn a blind eye, understood? Yes. Once all 14 elders acknowledged Su Fei's remarkable talent, they reached a consensus to take turns guarding him outside the Ziwagong. This marked the highest honor ever bestowed upon anyone in the Mu family's history. Even Mu Jian, universally regarded as the family's foremost genius, had never received such treatment. That night, the second elder volunteered to be the first guardian. He was eager to witness the extraordinary displays of a genius of Su Fei's caliber during his training sessions. As night deepened, the torrential rain had unknowingly ceased, yet the atmosphere remained damp and uncomfortable. Su Fei and Jing Zhai had long retired for the night. On this occasion, Su Fei refrained from practicing any techniques, much to the second elder's disappointment. Nevertheless, the second elder displayed remarkable patience, steadfastly guarding the area without faltering. The following morning, the peculiar birds in the back mountain forest chirped incessantly. Su Fei and Jing Zhai emerged from their quarters almost simultaneously. At that moment, the second elder was meditating on a large blue stone outside the courtyard. Ah, second elder, what brings you here? Su Fei exclaimed, surprised to see him. You finally decided to wake up. Do you even know what time it is? The second elder's expression was grim, his eyes betraying a hint of concealed anger as he regarded Su Fei. Taken aback, Su Fei responded, second elder, are you so free today that you need to oversee our affairs in Ziwagong? How audacious! Mind your words and remember your status. The second elder's countenance darkened as he spoke sternly. As a practitioner of the sword, regardless of your innate talent, If you lack ambition and allow yourself to languish in complacency, in time, you shall become nothing more than a worthless fool. Do not presume that the absence of Ming Dao Ren allows you to be idle. From this day forth, you must diligently apply yourself to your studies. Should I catch you idling again, you shall surely face severe punishment. With that, the second elder huffed coldly and departed. What has come over the second elder today? Su Fei gazed at the receding figure, utterly perplexed. Jing Zhai approached him. You're unaware, are you? Last night, when I arose to use the lavatory, I spotted the second elder meditating outside. It startled me, for I thought the Li family had returned to cause trouble. Oh, upon hearing this, Su Fei suddenly grasped the situation. Could it be that the second elder deliberately came to protect us? Although the second elder had walked far away, he remained attentive, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two brothers. Upon hearing Su Fei's final remark, a smile of satisfaction graced his face as he silently thought, "It seems you possess a modicum of cleverness. I hope you will not hold a grudge against this old man, and I also wish for you to understand that what I said was all for your future." Chapter 42. The second round awaits. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the previously clear sky abruptly darkened. Raising his eyes, Su Fei beheld a celestial tapestry of stars as thousands of white cranes soared by, led not by a crane, but by a robust, celestial white wolf. Both the white cranes and the flying wolf bore riders clad in silver armor. What is this? Su Fei's expression turned to one of astonishment. Jing Zhai, however, remained remarkably composed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Tian's army dispatched by the royal family. The Tian's army? Su Fei pondered. Could it be related to the emergence of the green dragon last night? Indeed, Jing Zhai nodded. The emergence of the green dragon will surely wreak havoc upon the world. The Tian's army serves as the vanguard of the royal family. The rider atop the flying white wolf is a level 60 cultivator, while those mounted on the cranes are all cultivators of level 40 or higher. Their journey to Longya Fortress is likely merely to gather intelligence. Gathering intelligence requires such a large entourage. Su Fei had never heard of anyone needing such a grand display for mere reconnaissance. Indeed, Jing Zhai affirmed, the Saint Ding continent is not as tranquil as it appears. Both Longya Fortress and Qinjian Mountain are merely the most serene of the lesser regions. One day, when you venture to the royal city, you shall come to understand that this world is indeed vast and rather cruel. If the Tian's army is sent to gather intelligence, venturing alone, even if they acquire accurate information, they may not survive to report back to the king. Upon hearing this, Su Fei's expression turned grave. It seems my cultivation level is still too low. Fear not, you are still young. Take your time. Jing Zhai comfortingly patted Su Fei on the shoulder. Indeed, Su Fei smiled faintly, contemplating that perhaps his true objective was not the dragon ranking, but rather to grow stronger. He must never be complacent with his current state, having been reborn in the Holy Ding continent and having chosen the path of a swordsman, the pinnacle of which is the legendary title of Sword God. Perhaps that should be his ultimate goal? Jitsong had also mentioned that if he failed to break through the barrier of the great sword god within a century and could not ensure Jitsong's safe return to the Ice Realm, he would meet a dire fate. Reflecting on these thoughts, he suddenly realized that the second elder's sternness was indeed for his own benefit. From this day forth, he vowed to double his efforts in cultivation. Even with the system's assistance, he could not afford a moment's idleness. The Tian Su army, which had swiftly swept past in the void, soon vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the second round of the White Tiger ranking was about to commence. The future was distant. The immediate priority remained the battle for the White Tiger ranking. In the second round, a minimum of 5 level 20 red beasts must be hunted. These level 20 red beasts were akin to the orc leaders Su Fei had previously slain upon entering the otherworldly gate. However, the orc leaders in the arena possessed several times the defensive capabilities compared to those from the otherworldly gate. While he had achieved instant kills against the orc leaders in the otherworldly gate, whether he could replicate that success in the arena remained uncertain. 2 hours later, the second round of the individual competition for the White Tiger ranking officially commenced. The noble stands surrounding the arena were still filled with 5,000 noble spectators, each appearing exhilarated, the atmosphere alive with fervent cheers. Su Fei, Su Fei. Just as Su Fei entered the preparation area alongside Jing Zhai, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his gaze, he was surprised to see Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng, are you looking for me? Su Fei distinctly remembered that Mu Cheng's mother had explicitly stated that until he secured the top position on the dragon ranking, he was forbidden from any private interactions with Mu Cheng. Her unexpected appearance left him puzzled. Su Fei, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Mu Qing's expression was enigmatic as she glanced around, deliberately lowering her voice as if fearful of being overheard. Su Fei also scanned the surroundings cautiously, finding no suspicious figures, and approached her. What is it? Speak. Mu Qing glanced around nervously, as if fearing eavesdroppers, then tiptoed closer to Su Fei's ear, whispering, Li Yin has bribed the beast tamer. When you enter the arena, all the orc leaders will be released from the otherworldly gate, and they will be highly aggressive. You must be very careful. Oh, Su Fei was not intimidated by the orc leaders from the otherworldly gate, but he understood that Li Yan's actions were merely a test of his strength. Mu Qing, how did you come to know this? Mu Qing hesitated momentarily, lowering her head and murmured, You needn't inquire about this. Just be cautious. With that, her cheeks flushed, and she swiftly turned away, departing from Su Fei's side. Su Fei, is she the young lady of the Mu family with whom you are engaged? Suddenly, Jing Zhai appeared behind him. Indeed, that is she. Gazing at Mu Qing's slender, petite figure, Su Fei felt a pang of discomfort within. Even now, Mu Qing was clad in the attire of a servant. Jing Zhai, with his keen perception, noted this detail as well. Although she was a young lady of the Mu family, her status therein appeared rather lowly. Yet, it was evident that her eyes bore no trace of inferiority or resentment. Instead, they radiated a profound confidence in the future. Perhaps you are kindred spirits. You must treat her well in the days to come. Indeed, should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly do so. From a mere casual gesture of his hand to a deeper understanding of Mu Qing's circumstances, she had undeniably carved a niche in Su Fei's heart. With her coming to deliver a warning, should the Li family discover her presence, the consequences could be dire. He exhaled a long, complicated sigh, acutely aware that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Competitor number 2, please prepare. Suddenly, the arena's supervisor bellowed. Competitor number 2, Feng Shi, distinguished himself in the first round yesterday, successfully slaying 23 level 10 beasts, securing a commendable third place. This time, one wonders how many level 20 beasts he might vanquish. Let us proceed. Senior brother, we should take a look. Very well. The two returned to the preparation area. No sooner had they settled than they were greeted by a cacophony of deafening roars emanating from the arena's cage. Roar. The beastly leader, robust and towering at 2 meters, wielding a 2,000-pound blade, strode forth from the cage with an intimidating presence, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Feng Shi, gripping his silver spear tightly, refrained from recklessly charging as he had the day prior. Instead, he engaged in a tactical dance with the beastly leader within the confines of the cage. Several tentative strikes were made, his silver spear slicing through the air with the swiftness of a full moon, yet failing to graze even a hair on the beastly leader. Clang, clang, clang. The beastly leader, a half-beast with remarkable intelligence, not only wielded weapons adeptly, but also employed tactical evasion, at times feigning vulnerabilities to lure his opponent into traps, seeking opportunities for a counterattack. Feng Shi maneuvered skillfully for a considerable time. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been cleaved in two by the beastly leader's formidable blade. Senior brother, what do you think are Feng Shi's chances? It seems he may not surpass the second round. Jing Zhai has always possessed a keen sense of time. 5 full minutes have elapsed, and the orc leader's fur remains unscathed. With merely 10 minutes left, the prospect of vanquishing 5 orc leaders appears exceedingly unlikely. Chapter 43, The Orc King. Roar. A deafening bellow of the beasts reverberates from the confines of the arena. Clang, clang, clang. The fierce clash of metal resonates, accompanied by the dazzling glint of blades and the sparks ignited by their violent collisions. The orc leader brandishes his massive sword with apparent ease, while Feng Shi wields his silver spear, emanating a calm demeanor despite the tension. The two engage in a fierce confrontation, captivating the noble spectators in the stands, who are already entranced by the spectacle. It is evident that both combatants are evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Perhaps it is this balance that enhances the drama of their duel. Kill it. Slay it. Hurry. Feng Shi, your time is running out. The noble audience fervently cries out, oblivious to the fact that Feng Shi is already beginning to pant. This is troubling. Su Fei observes closely from the preparation area. Should this stalemate persist, Feng Shi's situation could turn perilous. Indeed, he is merely a barbarian unable to cultivate, and merely advancing past the first round is already a commendable feat. Jing Zhai perceives that Feng Shi is nearing his limit, on the brink of succumbing to the orc leader's might. It has been stated before that this is a battle between man and beast. As a fellow human, Jingjai cannot help but feel a sense of concern for Feng Shi. Dalu, who is also preparing nearby, shares a bond with Feng Shi as they hail from the same tribe and compete together, aspiring to secure greater rewards on the White Tiger rankings. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupts from the confines of the arena. Clang! Feng Shi's silver spear, already twisted and bent, is forcefully severed by the orc leader. The spear breaks into two, and the orc leader, undeterred, cleaves Feng Shi's entire right arm asunder. Feng Shi! Hold on, Feng Shi! Witnessing Feng Shi's anguished cries and desperate attempts to evade the orc leader's strikes, Dalu can no longer contain himself. He clenches his fists and shouts, tears glistening in his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. However, the orc leader is in a fervor, wildly swinging his great sword, carving crescent shapes in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At last, blood pours from Feng Shi's right shoulder, his body growing increasingly frail. With a sudden falter, his once robust figure is swiftly reduced to uniform chunks of flesh by the orc leader's blade. Roar! The orc leader triumphantly dispatches Feng Shi, howling towards the heavens, his expression radiating arrogance and madness. By the heavens, I shall not rest until you are slain. Daralu's face turned a shade of green with fury as he glared at the orc chieftain within the arena's cage, his eyes brimming with a palpable intent to kill. Contestant number 3, please prepare. The arena's supervisor, accustomed to such scenes, noted that with the demise of contestant number 2, it was now time for number 3 to take the stage. I'm withdrawing from the competition. Contestant number 3, having witnessed the gruesome spectacle, was already pale with fear, his limbs trembling. I too shall withdraw. Yes, I am withdrawing. Me as well. With number 3's exit, the remaining contestants, numbers 4, 8, and 9, quickly followed suit, each choosing to withdraw. They were acutely aware of their inability to match contestant number 2, who had been reduced to mere scraps by the orc chieftain. Their confidence to continue the fight had completely evaporated. Contestant number 10, what about you? Will you proceed with the match? The arena supervisor would not force anyone to compete. According to the rules, once one opts to withdraw, no rewards would be granted. Contestant number 10 was Daralu. The orc chieftain had slain his comrades, and now, filled with rage, he clenched his fists and stood up abruptly, casting a fierce glare at the withdrawing contestants. Cowards! With that, he turned his furious gaze back to the brazen orc chieftain in the cage and bellowed, "Continue." At Daralu's roar, the 2 guards outside the cage immediately swung open the iron gates. With a clang, as the gates opened, Daralu cast aside his scorecard and dashed inside. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past his ears. Swish! The flash of a blade appeared. Roar! The orc chieftain within the arena let out a final lament before being swiftly dispatched under Daralu's heavy blade. Excellent! Even Jingjai could not help but cheer at such a domineering strike. It seemed Daralu indeed possessed formidable strength. Su Fei too regarded Daralu with newfound respect. Yet, Jingjai suddenly furrowed his brow, shaking his head in regret. It is a pity that he is but a barbarian unable to cultivate, otherwise with such astonishing fighting spirit. His future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Indeed, Su Fei silently nodded. As the scene unfolded, Daralu had begun to lose himself in the frenzy of battle. In a mere 15 minutes, he had successfully slain 50 red beasts. Clang! When he finally emerged from the arena cage, his body was drenched in the blood of the beasts, his expression subtly revealing a hint of exhaustion. Clearly, slaying 50 level 20 red beasts today had taken a greater toll than yesterday's massacre of 96 level 10 ones. Daralu, here is your scorecard. You currently have 346 points. Congratulations. The guard returned the scoreboard to Daru, his expression filled with profound respect. Meanwhile, in the noble stands surrounding the arena, the callous aristocratic spectators were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Observing this spectacle, Su Fei felt increasingly convinced that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the gladiatorial arenas of ancient Rome. The slaves fought desperately in the arena, while the noble audience apathetically watched the events unfold. Sighing inwardly, he gently patted Daru on the shoulder. "Daru, take heart." "Oomph." Daru completely dismissed the gesture, forcefully shaking off Su Fei's hand and coldly retorting, "No need for your feigned sympathy. Had he not participated, we wouldn't have had a fight so fiercely in the second round to determine a victor. So remember, it is you who has caused Feng Shi's demise." "I do. Shall exact revenge." "What?" Su Fei was taken aback. "Daru, what do you mean by that?" "Stop pretending. Feng Shi's death is on your conscience. Daru glared at Su Fei with unbridled hatred, offering no further explanation. It seemed that Daru was indeed an unreasonable savage, devoid of any rationality. The White Tiger ranking was not designed solely for Daru's tribe. How could he blame Su Fei? In time, it became clear that previous individual competitions of the White Tiger ranking in the Qingjian Mountain region had always featured contestants from Daru's tribe. As long as they survived the second round collectively, they would not have to confront the orc leader directly. Should they all fail in the second round, the overall score would simply reflect the results of the first round. This time, however, due to Su Fei's involvement, they were compelled to give their utmost against the orc leader, as only in doing so could they hope to secure the top position. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, Su Fei was completely oblivious and stared at Daru in astonishment, unsure how to respond. Contestant número 11. Are you ready to continue? The arena supervisor called out to him. Continue. Su Fei would not be deterred by Daru's words. Clang. The door of the arena's cage swung open. He stepped inside once more, and no one in the noble stands cheered or applauded him, which came as no surprise. Young Master Su, how many do you intend to fight at once? The arena supervisor continued to show him respect. Daru had just fought 2 at a time, managing to slay 50 orc leaders in a mere 15 minutes. Recalling Mu Cheng's earlier advice, Su Fei felt no fear of the level 20 orc leaders. After a brief moment of hesitation, he declared, "Let us try 4. Very well, for it shall be." The arena supervisor issued the command. Before long, another iron door 100 meters away clanged open. Bang, bang, bang. 4 orc chieftains strode in, and upon seeing them, the expressions of those present instantly transformed. Each chieftain towered at an impressive height of 3 meters, their robust physiques clad in heavy armor, wielding colossal blades that weighed no less than 10,000 pounds. It was evident that these were not ordinary orc leaders. Those with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment. Could it truly be that these were the orc kings? Yet, why was Su Fei pitted against an orc king? This seemed exceedingly unjust. However, who cared about fairness as long as it was visually captivating? Chapter 44, The Cruel Rules. Wasn't this blatant bullying? After all, this was the Mu family's domain. Su Fei, as a member of the Xintian team and a disciple of the inner court of the Guangwu Temple, should have received some preferential treatment. Yet he found himself facing bias instead. The Li family had audaciously resorted to bribing the beast tamers to such an extent. Witnessing the scene, even though Su Fei had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. Supervisor, this is truly unfair. Jing Zhai, as Su Fei's senior brother, felt compelled to stand up for him. However, the arena supervisor appeared indifferent, seemingly oblivious to Jing Zhai's protests, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the unfolding events within the arena's cage. It seemed that even the arena supervisor had been compromised by the Li family. Roar! Within the confines of the arena, the 4 orc kings surrounded Su Fei. Buzz! The orc king standing behind Su Fei coldly swung his heavy blade. Whoosh! Waves of white crescent-shaped blade energy erupted from the edge of the blade. What was this? To his surprise, the orc king possessed the ability to wield the blade with his energy. The sheer weight of the blade, combined with the energy enhancement, suggested that if struck, Su Fei could be cleaved in 2 in an instant. A chill ran down Su Fei's spine, although he could not identify the technique. His body instinctively sensed the imminent danger and knew he must not be hit. He focused his energy and, with a flicker, vanished like a phantom. Bang! At that moment, with Su Fei's disappearance, the energy blades missed their target and struck another orc king instead. Roar! A mournful cry echoed as the 3-meter-tall orc king was cleaved into 7 pieces by the white crescent blades, meeting his demise on the spot. Clang! Simultaneously, the orc king's momentum remained unbroken, bringing his heavy blade crashing down to the ground, embedding half its length into the earth. Whoosh! Finally, Su Fei reappeared. His expression composed as he materialized right before the orc king. Su Fei's physique was already quite slender, and standing before the towering 3-meter-tall orc king, he felt as though he were confronted by an imposing mountain, with half the sky darkened above him. With a thunderous roar, the orc king attempted to react, straining to extract the massive blade embedded in the ground. However, Su Fei's expression turned frosty as he coldly brandished his level 1 Holy Spirit sword, denying the creature any opportunity for reprisal. With a swift motion, he executed a simple horizontal slash, devoid of any flamboyance or even a hint of sword aura, effortlessly severing the orc king's legs. The Orc King let out a pained howl and raised the colossal blade, aiming a fierce downward strike at Su Fei's head. Was it truly this easy? Su Fei himself was astonished. Having acquired the dragon aura from Ji Tsong, along with half of his dragon soul, he had merely intended to test the extent of his physical strength. To his surprise, the Orc King's tough hide and robust frame, typically impervious to ordinary weapons, were no match for him, even without the use of sword aura. As he marveled at his own physical prowess, Su Fei did not pause in his assault. With another swift stroke, the blade flashed, and the towering Orc King was swiftly decapitated. Leaning slightly to the side, he effortlessly evaded the creature's final attack. Surely, this feat could not be accomplished by a mere level 15 swordsman. To dispatch 2 Orc Kings with such ease, many spectators believed their eyes had deceived them. Yet the reality of the situation was unmistakable. With a graceful agility, Su Fei's movements became increasingly rapid, his sword dancing in the air without the aid of sword aura. The remaining 2 Orc Kings fell before him with astonishing swiftness. Another instant kill? Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Li family seated in the noble's box were left in shock. Li Yin, the uncle of Li Chun, who had previously observed Su Fei up close, was certain that Su Fei's cultivation level was merely 15. Yet now, it appeared that Su Fei's strength far surpassed that of a level 15, perhaps even rivaling that of a level 30 swordsman. At that moment, a glimmer of doubt flickered in Li Yan's eyes. Had they underestimated him? Although his cultivation level was only 15, there seemed to be a chilling latent power within him. Latent power? A young man beside Li Yin looked perplexed. Elder, are you suggesting hidden strength? Li Yin fixed his gaze on Su Fei, his expression darkening. If I am not mistaken, he has not employed sword aura. That must be the power of the dragon's soul. What? The young man was taken aback. Are you implying it's the ancient evil dragon imprisoned within the Mu family? Possibly, Li Yin responded, uncertain yet intrigued. Was it truly he who killed Chen Er at the gate of the otherworld? The latter frowned, gazing intently at Su Fei, who was ruthlessly slaughtering the Orc King within the confines of the arena, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. No, that may not necessarily be the case. To this day, Li Yin remained unconvinced that a mere youth, possessing a cultivation level of only 15, could have slain Li Chun, who wielded the dragon roar technique. He shook his head, contemplating, let us not dwell on whether he was the one who killed Chen Er. Once the competition concludes, we shall attempt to recruit him into the Li family. Should he refuse, then? Li Yin made a gesture across his throat. Understood. The other party immediately grasped the implication. Meanwhile, Su Fei's performance within the arena continued to dazzle. In just 15 minutes, he vanquished 100 level 20 red beasts, a staggering number. Only 44 less than the 10 level red beasts he had slain in the first round. More importantly, he had not utilized any sword energy, but relied solely on his physical prowess to defeat the 100 Orc Kings. Finally, the 15 minutes elapsed, and 2 individuals discreetly sighed with relief. Su Fei's senior brother, Jing Zhai, and Mu Cheng, who was betrothed to Su Fei. They seemed astonished that Su Fei could so effortlessly slay 100 Orc Kings within such a short span. Such a feat was unprecedented in the individual competition of the White Tiger rankings in the Qingjian mountain region. The most unwilling of all was Daru, who had lost a friend and, in the second round, had been surpassed by his opponent by a staggering 298 points. This score meant that the third round must continue. Furthermore, he was obligated to participate. If he chose to withdraw, he would forfeit even the second-place reward. Yet in the third round, he would face the Tree Demon. Daru had never encountered a Tree Demon before. A level 30 Tree Demon would undoubtedly possess greater combat strength than a level 20 Orc leader, perhaps even surpassing the Orc King. Clang! The iron gate of the arena opened. The guard handed the scorecard to Su Fei, saying, "Congratulations, young Master Su. Your score has reached 644 points." "Thank you." Su Fei accepted the scorecard and cast a glance at the sullen-faced Daru. Daru snorted coldly at him. "Don't get too complacent. Even if I lost to you in the White Tiger rankings, I will find a way to reclaim my victory in the future." Su Fei could see the determination in Daru's eyes. "Very well, I shall await your challenge." Daru stormed off in a huff. It was then that Jing Zhai spoke up. Earlier, the others from Daru's tribe departed, urging him to withdraw from the competition, yet Daru insisted on persevering, even if it meant risking his life to secure second place for his tribe. Alas, the individual competition in the White Tiger rankings is indeed ruthless. Should Su Fei advance in the third round while Daru fails, he will be eliminated. If Su Fei fails to pass the third round, Even if he secures the top position in the Baihu ranking individual competition of the Qingjian Mountain region, he will still be ineligible to participate in the Huolong ranking individual competition. This rule is undeniably harsh. However, Su Fei has no intention of holding back. Thus far, his ambition remains firmly set on the Shunlong ranking. Consequently, until the final results are revealed, he will exert every effort. Chapter 45. The Recruitment of the Li Family. The results of the individual competition were announced swiftly. However, today's team competition proved to be exceptionally intense, concluding only as the sun dipped below the horizon. Su Fei chose not to attend the live event, returning early to the Ziwagong to meditate and practice. As his senior, Jing Zhai understood the hardships that Su Fei faced in the competition and refrained from allowing him in the kitchen. Later, feeling somewhat idle, he wandered through the Guangwu Hall and, during a stroll, learned of the team competition results from members of the Mu family. First place, Li family's Tianwang team. Second place, Mu family's Xiantian team. Third place, Yang family's Shuetu team. Fourth place, Zhou family's Dihua team. After 2 rounds of fierce competition, the rankings revealed a swap between the Mu family's Xiantian team and the Yang family Shuetu team. It was reported that 73 individuals perished in the team competition, while 185 sustained injuries. Among the injured, 26 were left crippled, possibly never to practice cultivation again. Most astonishingly, among the 73 fallen competitors, there were also members from the front line of the Yang family's Shuetu team. Rumor has it that the one responsible for slaying the frontline axemen of the Shuetu team was none other than Mu Jun from the Xintian team. Upon hearing this news, Su Fei's expression turned to one of profound astonishment. He then returned to the Ziwagong, where Jing Zhai had prepared dinner awaiting his arrival. During the meal, Su Fei sought guidance from Jing Zhai, inquiring, "By the way, senior brother, are the rules of the team competition different from those of the individual competition?" Indeed, Jing Zhai affirmed, the team competition is a contest between teams, and its rules are far more ruthless than those of the individual competition. Having participated in the team competition, Jing Zhai was well versed in its regulations. Reflecting on Jing Zhai's experiences from the previous Baihu ranking, Su Fei began to comprehend. No wonder Mu Jian dissuaded me from participating in the team competition. If I had joined the Li family, along with their affiliated clans, would certainly have targeted me with great ferocity. That is indeed a certainty, Jing Zhai confirmed. Even if the members of the Li family do not act against you, the other teams from the Mu family will certainly do so. You must understand, your presence directly denied many members of the Mu family the opportunity to join the Xiantian team, particularly the son of the 7th elder. He was originally the one among the younger generation of the Mu family with the greatest swordsmanship talent. Had it not been for your emergence, the 7th elder son would undoubtedly have been the main attacker of the Xiantian team. Is that so? Su Fei replied, realization dawning upon him. Upon hearing these words, Su Fei finally comprehended the peculiar demeanor of the 7th elder, who appeared rather dissatisfied with his existence. In his previous life, Su Fei had never relished vying with others for possessions. Thus, upon hearing Jing Zhai's remarks, the notion of withdrawing from the Xintian battle team began to take root in his mind. After dinner, Jing Zhai insisted that Su Fei refrain from clearing the dishes and instead rest, preparing earnestly for the 3rd round of competition the following day. As night descended, the moon hung high in the sky amidst a tapestry of stars. This evening, Su Fei resisted the temptation of an early slumber. Having witnessed the formidable might of the Tiansong army, he realized the vast potential for his own advancement, even with the assistance of the system in his cultivation. He dared not afford himself a moment's laxity. He settled onto the large blue stone outside the plowing courtyard, entering a meditative state that allowed his consciousness to delve into the system's introspective realm. He meticulously input the text authored by his teacher, Fundamentals and Practice of Sword Cultivation, and began to engage in thorough study. Suddenly, as he became engrossed in his reading, a fierce gust of wind surged from the void, enveloping him with an icy chill. The wind howled, causing the underbrush in the rear mountain forest to rustle ominously. Within that tempest, an intangible pressure lingered, rendering him breathless. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an expanse of darkness above. The Tiansong army had returned. Judging by their trajectory, they appear to be heading back to the royal city. As the wind swept past, the atmosphere soon returned to tranquility. Gazing in the direction of the departing Tiansong army, Su Fei was filled with yearning, pondering how much longer it would take until he, too, could soar freely through the skies atop a spirit beast. The night deepened unnoticed. Su Fei continued to immerse himself in fundamentals and practice of sword cultivation, his mind brimming with insights, completely devoid of sleepiness. Indeed, as an outsider, to become the most esteemed primary attacker of the Mu family's Xiantian battle team necessitated far greater effort than that of ordinary individuals, diligently studying even at this late hour. Suddenly, a foreign voice broke through his concentration. Su Fei, alert, opened his eyes and focused on the newcomer. Clad in a flowing white robe, the tall figure possessed a fair complexion and appeared quite youthful, seemingly not exceeding 30 years of age. He recalled that this individual had previously been seen accompanying Li Qin's uncle, Li Yin. If he was not mistaken, this man was likely also a member of the Li family. Had a senior come to visit the Zhuagong at this late hour with the intention of seeking him out? With an air of composure, Su Fei rose, revealing no trace of alarm at the unexpected appearance. Indeed, you may not yet know who I am. To be candid, I am Li Qinghuan, the youngest elder of the Li family. I have come here today to discuss future plans with you. The term this seat evoked memories of Ji Tsong in the stone cave of the rear mountain. Future plans? The Li family was notorious for their cunning and treachery. Their sudden arrival surely harbored ulterior motives. Su Fei harbored no trust for the Li family, yet his expression remained serene. If you have something to say, esteemed elder, please speak plainly. I am still young, and should you choose to speak in convoluted terms, I fear I may struggle to grasp the meaning you wish to convey. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan clasped his hands behind his back and approached Su Fei slowly, halting only when the distance between them shrank to less than 2 meters. His calculating gaze was fixed on Su Fei, seemingly contemplating something inscrutable. Su Fei awaited his continuation with calm composure. After a brief moment, Li Qinghuan finally spoke again. It seems that despite your youth, your mindset is commendable. I have stated my preference for straightforwardness. Su Fei reiterated his request. With a hollow laugh, Li Qinghuan replied, since you are so forthright, I shall be direct. The 18 elders of the Li family hold your talents in high regard. Should you choose to join us, the doors of the Li family shall be wide open to you, and you will be welcomed with open arms. Oh, you are here to recruit me? Su Fei replied, taken aback at Li Qinghuan's proposition. Did they truly remain unaware that he was the one who had slain Li Chun? As a senior elder of the Li family, Li Qinghuan could easily perceive the surprise reflected in Su Fei's eyes. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of pride and satisfaction crossed Li Qinghuan's face as he asserted, Su Fei, there is nothing surprising about this. You need not be agitated over such trivial matters. Once you agree to join the Li family, we shall not treat you poorly. Just look at your current circumstances in the Mu family. You are barred from participating in the team competition for the White Tiger rankings. Should you join us, you could take part in the team competition tomorrow. Moreover, I assure you that from the very day you join the Li family, you will enjoy the same privileges as the noble offspring, unlike the Mu family, who have relegated you to such a dilapidated position. Su Fei listened to this with a secret smile, amused by how Li Qinghuan, as an elder of the Li family, resorted to such insidious flattery for someone so obscure as himself, even offering guarantees akin to those of a street beggar. Perhaps Li Qinghuan would never comprehend that it was precisely his demeanor that deepened Su Fei's disdain for the Li family. Esteemed elder, your words have been duly noted, but this is a matter of great significance in my life, and I must take time to deliberate. Very well, Li Qinghuan responded without haste. I shall grant you 3 days. By then, this round of the White Tiger rankings should conclude. Should you agree to join the Li family, return with us. With that, Li Qinghuan departed, vanishing into the hazy night. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind swept through the air. Brother, you heard the conversation just now, didn't you? Su Fei had already sent someone behind him. What are your thoughts on the Li family's recruitment? My opinion is of little consequence. Such matters, of course, should be judged by you alone. Although I am your senior brother, I shall never interfere with your decisions. Jing Zhai's expression was complex. Deep down, he certainly hoped that Su Fei would not join the Li family. Even if one day Su Fei were to leave the Mu family and join another clan, as a senior brother, would harbor no objections. Yet if Su Fei were to forsake the Mu family for the Li family, then from that moment onward, their brotherly bond would reach its conclusion. Su Fei did not turn to observe Jing Zhai's expression, but he understood that Jing Zhai harbored deep animosity towards the Li family. Brother, I understand. It is getting late, and your health is not well. You should return and rest. He added confidently, furthermore, I can assure you that I have no feelings whatsoever towards the Li family. With your assurance, I, as your senior brother, can rest easy. Jing Zhai recognized that Su Fei still needed to prepare for the third round of the White Tiger Rankings personal competition. So he refrained from further interruption and retired to his room. Meanwhile, that night, the elder of the Mu family safeguarding Su Fei was none other than the seventh elder, who presided over the Yinyang Hall. Concealed within the library of the Ziwu Palace, he awaited Su Fei's response. Clearly, the answer Su Fei ultimately provided was satisfactory to him. At the same time, the seventh elder realized that Su Fei's extraordinary talent made him highly sought after. The late-night visit from the elder of the Li family, who humbly sought to recruit him, indicated that many more families would likely vie for Su Fei's allegiance in the future. Should the Mu family fail to meet Su Fei's expectations, he might very well abandon them. The following morning, the seventh elder quietly departed from the Ziwu Palace and promptly made his way to the Qinqiu Hall. In the Grand Hall, the great elder was taken aback to see the seventh elder arrive so early. Seventh elder, did you discover anything during your time in the Ziwu Palace last night? With a serious demeanor, the seventh elder succinctly recounted the visit of Li Qinghuan to the Ziwu Palace in the dead of night, attempting to persuade Su Fei to join the Li family. He concluded, in light of this, I believe the Mu family should devote all efforts to cultivate Su Fei. If we continue to let him participate in the personal competition, he may grow discontent. No. The great elder shook his head vigorously. Allowing Su Fei to compete in the personal competition is not an act of oppression by the Mu family, but rather an opportunity for him to create a more illustrious and noteworthy history. Create history? The seventh elder was momentarily taken aback. I do not comprehend. The personal competition is the most rudimentary of contests. What sort of history could possibly be created there? The great elder laughed heartily. Oh, seventh elder, sometimes your reasoning is rather simplistic. Have you ever heard of a history in the Holy Ding continent where an individual claimed both the team and personal competition titles? The first place in both rankings? Upon hearing this, the seventh elder's face lit up with a flicker of brilliance. Could it be that he excelled in the team competition as well? Indeed, from the very onset of the Xintian team as participation, I had arranged for Mu Jian to fill the position of a reserve member for him. As long as Mu Jian can lead the team to challenge the dragon rankings, Su Fei will undoubtedly emerge as a dark horse in the team competition. The Grand Elder's foresight is not something that ordinary individuals can comprehend. After hearing this explanation, the seventh elder finally understood that the Grand Elder had been optimistic about Su Fei from the very beginning, and his initial conviction had never wavered. After contemplating for a moment, the seventh elder felt reassured and was filled with anticipation for the future. In that case, I shall wait and see. I am eager to discover the surprises this young man from the Su family can bring us. Ha. The Grand Elder stroked his beard confidently and remarked, I have always prided myself on my judgment. Su Fei possesses extraordinary talent, and the future holds great promise for him. He will undoubtedly continue to deliver unexpected surprises. Indeed, the seventh elder nodded in approval, simultaneously sighing in relief that he had not placed undue pressure on Su Fei earlier, for the consequences could have been dire. By the way, I heard that the supervisors of the individual competition and the beast tamers were bribed by the Li family yesterday. Suddenly, the seventh elder recalled this matter, and his expression darkened once more. No matter. The Grand Elder maintained his composure, saying, Did you not mention that Li Chenghuan visited last night, attempting to win over Su Fei? Although Su Fei remains indifferent to the Li family, he did not outright reject them. I suspect that Su Fei has already discerned the Li family's interference. As long as he keeps them intrigued, they will certainly refrain from making things difficult for him in the subsequent rounds. Upon hearing this, the seventh elder's expression brightened again, and he stroked his beard thoughtfully, nodding repeatedly while asserting, It appears that not only does Su Fei possess remarkable talent, but his intellect should not be underestimated either. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Meanwhile, in the Zhuogong, the birds in the forest behind the mountain chirped noisily. When Jing Zhai rose, he discovered Su Fei still meditating on a large blue stone outside the plowed yard. Approaching with concern, he said, Su Fei, have you not slept all night? As a senior brother, Jing Zhai certainly hoped for Su Fei's diligence, but he also did not want him to toil day and night. Overexertion could lead to adverse effects on his health. Not at all. I just got up not long ago. Su Fei had spent the entire night reading. He had finished the book Fundamentals and Practices of Sword Cultivation, and some parts had been read several times over. He indeed had not slept all night, but he did not wish to cause Jing Zhai worry. So he casually uttered a kind lie. That's good to hear. Jing Zhai, being astute, noticed the morning dew The grass outside the plowed yard was heavy with moisture, yet the large blue stone beneath Su Fei remained quite dry. Evidently, Su Fei had remained in that spot, utterly motionless. As an elder brother, Jing Zhai did not wish to expose him, instead silently wishing that fate would reward Su Fei's diligence, enabling him to make remarkable progress in his cultivation. Subsequently, the two brothers exchanged some casual conversation, after which Jing Zhai headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Su Fei. By the time they finished their meal, the sun was already high in the sky. The third round is about to commence. Su Fei, please wait for me outside. We shall depart shortly, Jing Zhai said, rushing to draw water from the kitchen's water tank. It is worth noting that each time they headed to the arena, Jing Zhai would carry a water flask at his waist. Yet now, he discovered that the water tank had been completely drained. The venom from the mother and child poison of the Zaiwa River had yet to be eradicated. He inwardly groaned at the misfortune. Su Fei's participation would demand substantial physical stamina, and if he could not even drink a sip of water, it would surely hinder his performance. Brother? Suddenly, Su Fei entered the kitchen. Jing Zhai hastily covered the water tank. All right, let us be off. We mustn't miss the time. Su Fei understood that Jing Zhai had a keen sense of time. The urgency in Jing Zhai's words suggested that their time was indeed limited. Thus, without further thought, he replied, "Very well, let us go." In a flash, they arrived at the preparation area of the individual competition at the arena. Daru had long been waiting there. Meanwhile, the noble stands surrounding the arena were still packed to capacity, with the faces of the 5,000 noble spectators brimming with anticipation. Throughout the history of the Baihu Rankings individual competition, no one had ever reached the third round. With Su Fei's participation this year, it was evident that a precedent would be set. Chapter 47, The Li Family Schemes. Daru, are you certain you wish to continue? The arena supervisor looked at Daru, his eyes filled with skepticism. Absolutely. There was not a hint of hesitation on Daru's face. He had resolved that even if it meant death, he would die with honor. Not being able to become a cultivator in this lifetime was his greatest regret. However, he had always possessed an indomitable spirit and a fierce will to fight. It was precisely due to his resilience that he had earned the title of the foremost warrior of the Daru tribe. To retreat without a fight would be tantamount to delivering him a death blow. Daru, you must deliberate carefully. Normally, a level 30 tree demon, even without offensive capabilities, possesses a defensive strength that ordinary individuals cannot easily breach. Without a combat power value exceeding 1,300, it is unlikely one could harm the tree demon in the slightest. Moreover, you are well aware of the competition rules. If you cannot slay 3 or more tree demons, you will not advance to the 4th round. I believe that with Su Fei's strength, killing 3 tree demons should not pose a significant challenge. This implies that even if you exert yourself to the utmost and vanquish 3 treants by the 4th round, you must still eliminate at least 1 demon. Otherwise, you will similarly be deprived of the ranking rewards. The demon, being a level 40 exotic beast, although lacking in a mastery of techniques within the arena, is inherently a formidable creature with both offensive and defensive capabilities, posing a significant threat. Therefore, for your own safety, I implore you to contemplate this matter thoroughly. The arena supervisor, displaying an unprecedented level of patience, clearly harbors great respect for Daru's talents. Without hesitation, Daru remained undeterred by the supervisor's admonition, his gaze resolutely unwavering. Su Fei, seated nearby, was filled with admiration. With a clang, the door of the arena cage swung open once more. Daru hefted his heavy blade and tossed his scoring token to the guard. "Shall I face just one this time?" inquired the arena supervisor, thus conveying a measure of respect towards Daru. "No, I shall confront 2, Daru declared, his eyes betraying not an ounce of fear. Could it be that he possesses some hidden trump card? A martial artist unable to cultivate dares to challenge 2 level 30 treants at once? He is either mad or has attained an astonishing level of prowess among ancient warriors. Are you certain? 2 will be quite challenging," the arena supervisor questioned, doubting his own hearing. "Absolutely," Daru reaffirmed his resolve. "Very well, grant him 2. The arena supervisor, shaking his head in resignation, called out to the attendants below. "Yes," came the echo from afar, and shortly thereafter, another iron door, 100 meters away, creaked open. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, there was no deafening roar of beasts. Instead, a sound akin to that of a great serpent slithering emerged. Indeed, it was 2 trees. Su Fei, witnessing the trance for the first time, was taken aback. The 2 trees lumbered through the iron gate, moving slowly to the center of the arena cage, taking their positions in a standoff against Daru. Upon closer inspection, the trent's roots resembled human legs, with rough, sturdy feet, while their verdant branches took the form of robust arms. Furthermore, the trunks bore faces that were strikingly human-like, exuding a peculiar charm. As for their height, these trees were not particularly tall, seemingly not exceeding 1 meter. However, their girth was substantial, with a trunk diameter of approximately 2 meters. Overall, they appeared diminutive yet remarkably solid. In Su Fei's eyes, anticipation gleamed as he eagerly awaited to witness how these two trees would resist Daru's impending assault. Daru! 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 Even before making a move, the aristocratic spectators surrounding the arena erupted in a fervent chorus of cheers. Buzz! Hearing the audience's fervor, Daru wasted no time. He brandished his heavy blade with icy determination, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the tree demon on his left. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The tree demon reacted swiftly, just as Daru initiated his attack. It vanished from his sight, reappearing 15 meters behind him. This sight left Su Fei astounded once more. Although the level 30 tree demons did not engage offensively, their evasion skills were formidable. It seemed that Daru would require considerable effort to vanquish these two adversaries. Jing Zhai remained silent, his hand resting on his water flask, anxious that Su Fei might unexpectedly request a drink. However, sometimes what one fears most comes to pass. Su Fei suddenly turned to him. "Senior brother, may I have a sip of water?" "Huh?" Jing Zhai coughed lightly. "I apologize, I finished the water just now. I will go out and fetch some for you." "No need." Just as Jing Zhai stood to leave, the arena supervisor approached, offering his flask to Su Fei with a friendly demeanor. "Please, take mine." This unexpected kindness led Su Fei to speculate that the supervisor's change in demeanor was likely orchestrated by the Li family in advance. Thus, he accepted the flask without hesitation. Upon receiving it, however, he was struck by a troubling discovery. The liquid within was a dark, ominous hue. Could it be poisoned? If he drank it, he might unwittingly bear the seeds of poison within him, with dire consequences. This only reinforced his belief that this was another scheme devised by the Li family. Once he succumbed to the toxin, they would send someone to cure him, and, out of gratitude, he would feel compelled to join their ranks. A smirk crept across Su Fei's mind. The Li family's plan was indeed meticulous. Unfortunately for them, their intended target was none other than Su Fei, and they were destined to miscalculate this time. He sealed the flask and returned it intact to the arena supervisor. "Why didn't you drink it?" The arena supervisor had been closely observing Su Fei, astonished that he had evaded their trap. "I suddenly find myself no longer thirsty." With that, Su Fei turned to Jing Zhai, noting his cracked, parched lips, which hardly suggested he had just consumed an entire flask of water. It appeared that there was no water to be had in the Ziwagong either. Recalling the incident where Li Yin poisoned in the Zaiwu River, several days have passed. Now, the consequences are finally beginning to manifest. "Su Fei, you should really drink some. The match is about to commence, and without hydration, how can you muster any strength?" The arena supervisor, concealing malice behind a smile, continued to persuade. Su Fei remained remarkably composed, unperturbed, turning to sit back in his chair. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed supervisor, but I truly do not feel thirsty." After speaking, he respectfully clasped his fists in refusal towards the arena supervisor. The supervisor, perceptive enough to read the atmosphere, recognized Su Fei's awareness and prudently retreated to a distance. At this moment, within the confines of the arena, Daru was already drenched in sweat from exhaustion. 5 minutes had stealthily elapsed, and Daru had yet to defeat even a single treant. He remained uncertain whether he could successfully pass the trial. In Chapter 48, a frantic slaughter, the noble spectators in the stands were not focused on the match, but rather on Su Fei in the preparation area. Observing that Su Fei had refrained from drinking the poison water, Li Yin and Li Qinghuan exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disappointment. It appeared that Su Fei was quite astute. If he could not be persuaded to join the Li family, he would have to perish. Remaining with the Mu family would undoubtedly pose a future threat to the Li family. Li Yin had long been aware of Jing Zhai, who was beside Su Fei. A year prior, Li Yin had personally ordered the dismantling of Jing Zhai's spiritual foundation. Should Su Fei refuse to join the Li family, it was highly likely that he would cause trouble for them in the future due to Jing Zhai. "No," Li Qinghuan shook his head. "I believe we need not rush this matter. Su Fei is still quite young. Some decisions require more contemplation, especially since this is no trifling matter. As it stands, The Mu family's position on Qingjian Mountain still surpasses that of our Li family. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses its tree. Most would likely choose the Mu family over the Li family. Li Yin dismissed this notion. Yet, there is another adage. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Within the Li family, Su Fei can enjoy the same privileges as other noble youth. But do you truly believe the Mu family, given its pride in the Qingjian mountain region, would afford him comparable treatment? Li Qinghua nodded in agreement. True, that is a valid point, but we must not be hasty regarding Su Fei. Li Yan's expression darkened. No more than 3 days. If by then Su Fei still refuses to join the Li family, I demand to see his corpse. Understood. Li Qinghuan clasped his fists in acknowledgement of the command. In stark contrast, Su Fei's gaze remained fixated on Daru within the arena. As the 10-minute mark approached, Daru had exerted nearly all his strength, yet had failed to inflict even a scratch upon the treant. The sound of his heavy blade, swung repeatedly, filled the air. Yet not once did it strike its intended target. Indeed, as the arena supervisor had stated, the defensive prowess of the treants is truly formidable. Not only has Daru failed to slay a single treant, but he has not even managed to graze their tough hide. At this juncture, Daru is utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Yet, perplexingly, he refuses to concede, his eyes still shimmering with extraordinary confidence. This leaves Su Fei baffled. Daru, a mere barbarian incapable of cultivation, has swung his weapon over 1,000 times without landing a single blow. From where does his confidence stem? More astonishingly, there is not a hint of despondency in his gaze. It is simply unfathomable. Daru's performance is a conundrum. However, as the fleeting minutes pass, less than 5 remain. Should Daru fail to vanquish at least 3 treants in the final moments, the outcome is destined to be a regrettable defeat. Brother, do you think Daru still has a chance? Su Fei harbors a deep respect for Daru, yet he remains skeptical about his ability to progress to the next round. The odds are slim. Even Jing Zhai doubts Daru's prospects. Just moments later, a furious roar erupts from the confines of the arena. Buzz. With relentless strikes, Daru emerges as an indomitable warrior, his strength not waning, but instead intensifying with ferocity. Swish, swish, swish. Astonishingly, with merely 1 minute left, the untrained Daru unleashes a flurry of blade energy, executing hundreds of strikes in rapid succession. The white blade energy manifests chillingly, scattering throughout the arena's confines without a single blind spot. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 treants find themselves unable to evade, succumbing to Daru's overwhelming blade energy, left in tatters. Quick, release more. The arena's supervisor watches in disbelief. However, he quickly regains his composure. Time is running short for Daru. Should he manage to unleash an equal level of blade energy in the final moments, even with just a second remaining, it would suffice to advance to the next round. Clang, hiss. 2 more sluggish treants stumble into the arena. Seasoned by countless battles, Daru senses the urgency. Before the treants can steady themselves, he unleashes another barrage of blade energy. Swish, swish, swish. The same technique, the same force, resonating with vigor. The treants barely have time to react before meeting their demise. Wow, how on earth is he achieving this? Is he not devoid of cultivation? Can one who cannot cultivate truly wield blade energy? The noble spectators in the stands erupt in fervor. Daru, Daru, Daru. As the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, with a clang, Daru's grip weakened, and his heavy blade clattered to the ground. His robust frame crumpled with a thunderous thud. He was utterly exhausted. Perhaps never in his life had he felt such fatigue as he did today, lying supine on the ground, nearly incapacitated. A flicker of emotion and a smile illuminated his rugged face. Ultimately, he had triumphed. He felt moved for himself, smiling in self-congratulation. Su Fei, observing from the preparation area, was equally filled with profound admiration and respect. Quick, help him out. The arena supervisor noted the time. It was precisely 15 minutes. The time had elapsed, and in the final minute, Daru had slain 4 tree demons. According to the rules, defeating 3 was sufficient to advance, and thus, with 4 tree demons vanquished, he had successfully passed the 3rd round. Daru, congratulations on your advancement. As the guards assisted him out, Su Fei immediately stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Oof. Daru didn't even glance at Su Fei, letting out a cold snort as he departed the preparation area with the guards' help. Consequently, Daru accumulated a score of 346 from the first 2 rounds, and with the additional 40 points from the 4 tree demons, his total reached 386. This score, had Su Fei not participated, would have been considered an astounding achievement in the history of the White Tiger rankings in the Qinjian Mountain region. Su Fei, it's your turn next, the arena supervisor reminded. Su Fei responded affirmatively, saying, let me try with 10. What? 10? The arena supervisor was taken aback. Are you certain? Absolutely, Su Fei replied confidently. He had observed that the level 30 tree demons possessed no offensive capabilities, merely evading attacks. Even if the entire arena cage were filled with them, there would be no danger to life. The greater the number, the swifter the kill. Moreover, accidental kills would yield additional points. Very well, bring him 10, the arena supervisor commanded. With a clang, the iron gates on both sides swung open almost simultaneously. Su Fei handed his scorecard to the guard and strode confidently into the arena cage, his demeanor remarkably composed. Watching the 10 tree demons sluggishly approach, he felt no anxiety. Certainly more relaxed than during his previous battle with the Orc King. The 10 tree demons resembled 10 trees, albeit with human-like features, yet they appeared quite comical. The noble audience in the arena fell into a hushed silence, once more at Su Fei's entrance. Su Fei's sword remained swift. The 10 tree demons, under the edge of his blade, found themselves with no avenue of escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 15 minutes passed, and although the tree spirit was swift in its evasion, it exerted little effort under his relentless pursuit. 100. My heavens! He actually slayed 100? The arena supervisor could scarcely believe his eyes. In the waiting area, Jingjai, anticipating Su Fei's arrival, wore a look of astonishment. It was evident to him that Su Fei's sword speed today surpassed that of yesterday, and he was consumed with curiosity about how Su Fei achieved such prowess. With a clang, as Su Fei emerged from the arena's confines, Jingjai approached him immediately and inquired, Su Fei, after merely one night, have you enhanced your strength? Su Fei shook his head, replying, no, this is not a matter of strength. It is the indomitable spirit of Daru that has inspired me, igniting my passion for battle. Throughout those 15 minutes, Su Fei did not employ sword energy. Instead, he unleashed his physical prowess, reveling in the sweat of his exertion to vanquish his foes. During this interval, his thoughts were solely occupied with Daru. As a barbarian incapable of cultivation, Daru overcame the ancient martial bottleneck through sheer will, ultimately triumphing over the tree spirit. That scene was truly astonishing. Su Fei believed that Daru's victory held far greater significance than his own. Who knows what incredible miracles Daru might bring forth in the 4th round tomorrow. Chapter 49, The Swordsman. Thus, the 3rd round of the individual competition in the White Tiger rankings came to a close. Daru successfully advanced, accumulating a total score of 386 points, while Su Fei's score soared to an astounding 1644 points. In this 3rd round alone, Su Fei amassed a remarkable 1,000 points. This illustrates that unwavering fighting spirit can indeed elevate one's inner strength to unprecedented heights. If one were to assert that Su Fei achieved an enhancement in power today, it might well be attributed to his comprehension of the indomitable fighting spirit embodied by Daru. Such a spirit is both formidable and commands deep respect. Glancing upward at the sky, he noted that the hour was still early. The team matches were intensely contested and would likely extend until dusk. Senior brother, let us return, Su Fei suggested. Although he had the privilege to observe the team battles, he felt that witnessing the White Tiger rankings bore little significance. The Qinjian Mountain was merely a level 3 region. Having witnessed the Royal Tian Su army, he surmised that the Qinjian Mountain area harbored few genuine masters. Without such masters, there was little of value to be learned. Let us go, he concluded. Jingjai, observing Su Fei's relaxed demeanor, felt a quiet joy for him. Rarely did participants in the White Tiger rankings exhibit such composure. Even in victory, they did not display overt delight, as though the outcome were a matter of course. Upon returning to the Meridian Palace, Jingjai proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Su Fei continued to meditate on the large bluestone outside the plowing courtyard. The sun shone brightly, and the air was tinged with a hint of heat. Strangely, Su Fei remained icy cold, entirely unaffected by the weather. During his meditation, he could distinctly sense the dragon energy within him gathering towards his dantian. The accumulation was gradual, remarkably gentle. Simultaneously, he seemed to perceive a living dragon within the dragon-patterned mark on his chest, infusing him with even more dragon energy. What on earth was happening? He was utterly perplexed. Yet, this sensation did not feel unpleasant. Today, in the arena, he had engaged in battle without activating the system. relying solely on his physical strength to vanquish the tree demon, largely thanks to the dragon energy within him. Fueled by this dragon energy, he could endure a fierce 15-minute confrontation without breaking a sweat, appearing remarkably composed. However, dragon energy was ultimately a consumable resource. Continuous depletion would inevitably lead to exhaustion. To his astonishment, the dragon pattern mark seemed capable of replenishing his dragon energy. While he was filled with shock, he dared not uncover his clothing in broad daylight to investigate further. If discovered, this ace up his sleeve might quickly become public knowledge. Lacking the courage to look, he could only rely on his body to sense it. With focused intent, he felt as though the dragon pattern mark on his chest was subtly moving. On the day he first acquired the mark, he had the distinct impression of a small dragon stirring. He even speculated that it might be a manifestation of Ji Tsang. However, speculation remained just that. As long as the dragon pattern mark proved harmless, why dwell on it? Speaking of which, the Meridian Palace was experiencing a water shortage today, with vegetables but no rice. After lunch, Su Fei inquired, "The Zaiwu River has been contaminated by a mother poison. Does that mean the source of the water is also unusable?" Jing Zhai sighed. "If the mother poison cannot be completely eradicated, we may need to seek new water sources in the future. However, this is not something we need to worry about. The elders will arrange for the servants of the miscellaneous courtyard to handle it. Then, does that mean we will have no water to drink in the coming days?" Su Fei asked again. "Not quite," Jing Zhai replied. "We will check the miscellaneous courtyard shortly. Their water storage tanks should still contain a significant supply. Well then, let us not delay. We shall set off immediately." Agreed. With that, the two brothers descended the mountain together toward the miscellaneous courtyard. Along the way, Su Fei took the initiative to carry the water bucket, as Jing Zhai's health was quite poor, and Su Fei could not bear to have him perform such laborious tasks. From Meridian Palace to the miscellaneous courtyard, one traverses through the Lushang Palace, Xiankong Palace, Ifang Palace, Fengwei Palace, Weiyao Palace, and finally reaches the main hall. Upon departing from the Guangwu Hall, one must pass through the Law Enforcement Hall, Fengming Hall, Pejuan Hall, Wangshan Hall, Jishang Hall, Jinjia Hall, Qinkan Hall, Luyan Hall, Yinyang Hall, Shankai Hall, Tiji Hall, the Library Pavilion, the Linglong Pavilion, Chonglu Palace, Yuqing Courtyard, Qinxiang Courtyard, Xinghui Palace, Tai Palace, Yuxiu Palace, Weiyang Palace, the Listening Snow Tower, the Inner Courtyard, the Outer Courtyard, the Plain Courtyard, Chunfeng Tower, and Xiaxiang Tower, before finally arriving at the outermost miscellaneous courtyard. The mountain path is rugged and winding, resembling a coiling dragon. Jing Zhai, in poor health, and his companion descend the mountain on foot, their pace slow and intermittent. Su Fei has gained fame through his remarkable performance in the White Tiger rankings, and many along the way recognize him. However, none extend their greetings. Quite a few harbor discomfort, believing that as an outsider, he has usurped the position of the main attacker in the Xintian battle team, previously held by the son of Elder 7. After 3:30 in the afternoon, the two brothers finally arrive at the miscellaneous courtyard. Zhang Shan, who has not been seen for several days, is still chopping wood in the woodshed. Upon seeing Su Fei, he approaches with enthusiasm, saying, "Hey Su Fei, I heard you've been making waves in the White Tiger rankings, having already passed the third round?" "Indeed," Su Fei replies, somewhat familiar with Zhang Shan, having worked alongside him for over half a month. "Zhang Shan, may I ask if you have any water left?" "Water?" Zhang Shan gestures dismissively. "Don't even mention it. Ever since someone poisoned the Zaiwu River, we haven't had any drinking water here in the miscellaneous courtyard. If we had water, our supervisor would have certainly sent someone to deliver it to you." Su Fei is taken aback. "No water? How do you manage to cook?" Zhang Shan shrugs. "It's been several days since anyone has eaten. If this continues, we fear the miscellaneous workers like us will soon be dismissed." Hearing this, Su Fei feels an overwhelming aversion towards the Li family. All of this misfortune is their doing. Jing Zhai, too, is filled with loathing, wishing he could flay the skin from the Li family's backs and pull out their tendons. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind sweeps through the sky. Looking up, they witness a translucent, ice-like phoenix soaring through the heavens, streaking towards Lanya Fortress like a falling star. The speed is astonishing, leaving one to wonder if their eyes are deceiving them. What incredible speed! Su Fei observes, clearly sensing that atop the ice phoenix sits a swordsman, whose sword aura is unparalleled in his lifetime. A swordsman. Jing Zhai immediately discerns the individual's level, an 80-level cultivator riding the ice domain phoenix. In truth, the speed is not exceptionally fast. It merely appears so to ordinary eyes like theirs, creating the illusion of swiftness. A swordsman, indeed? Su Fei could distinctly perceive the vast chasm between himself and the swordsman. Should he engage the swordsman with his current strength, it would be a matter of moments before the swordsman, from 100 meters away, could reduce him to mere fragments. Gazing longingly in the direction of the swordsman who had descended upon Lanya Fortress, Su Fei's eyes brimmed with aspiration. Chapter 50. The Female Swordsman. As of now, Su Fei remained unaware that the green dragon, which had plummeted from the heavens, had indeed landed upon the Su family and had taken residence within the body of someone he was quite familiar with. The royal family had dispatched the swordsman to the Su family specifically in response to the incident involving the fallen green dragon. Meanwhile, the Su family was in utter disarray. The situation at the Mu family was scarcely any better. The water in the reservoir of the courtyard had run dry, leaving Su Fei and Jing Zhai completely exhausted. "Senior brother, is there any other place we can find a water source?" Su Fei inquired, noting Jing Zhai's pallid complexion. Having gone a day without water in such sweltering heat, he feared for Jing Zhai's well-being. Jing Zhai could indeed think of a potential source of water. The Leaf family, having come to compete, had poisoned the Ziwu River with a lethal toxin the night before the competition, clearly having made prior preparations. Even if all participants at the Mu family were deprived of water, the Leaf family would undoubtedly not suffer such a fate. However, to beg the Leaf family for water was a fate Jing Zhai would rather not endure. Su Fei, understanding his complex expression, quickly grasped the situation. "Then let us return, as we cannot find water." Indeed, they retraced their steps back to the Ziwu Palace, with Jing Zhai panting heavily. Upon entering the gates of the palace, Jing Zhai felt a wave of dizziness and shortness of breath, collapsing with a thud. "Senior brother, senior brother?" Su Fei reacted swiftly, supporting Jing Zhai and pinching his acupoint. He discovered that Jing Zhai's body was burning with fever. It seemed he had succumbed to heat stroke. Senior brother, please wake up." Suddenly, Jing Zhai erupted into a fit of painful coughs and finally regained consciousness, his complexion ashen and appearing utterly frail. "Senior brother, hold on. I shall assist you back to your quarters to rest." "Yes, thank you." Despite his dire condition, Jing Zhai could not forget his manners. Upon returning to the room, Su Fei carefully helped him to lie down, noting the cracks in his lips. If water could not be found soon, Jing Zhai would surely succumb to exhaustion. "Senior brother, wait here. I will fetch water for you." "Wait," Jing Zhai called out. "I know where you intend to go. Remember my words. Even if I were to perish from thirst, I shall never accept charity from the Leaf family. They are treacherous and vile. It is they who have brought me to this state. If I were to learn that you sought the Leaf family in a state of desperation, henceforth, our brotherhood would be irreparably severed." "Brother," Su Fei furrowed his brow slightly. "It is utterly inconceivable for me to stand by and witness your demise from thirst." "No." Jing Zhai weakly shook his head. "You do not understand the Leaf family. Even if you approach them, they will undoubtedly devise ways to complicate matters for you. Have you forgotten that they have long sought to recruit you into their fold? Perhaps this time, they have cunningly sown poisonous seeds in the Ziwu River to create trouble for the Mu family, seizing the opportunity to poach their talents amidst the chaos. They recognize your potential in the individual competition of the Baihu ranking. Should you seek water from them, they will surely impose conditions, compelling you to join the Leaf family." Indeed, Su Fei had already contemplated this possibility, yet apart from seeking the Leaf family for water, what alternatives remained? Jing Zhai, full of pride, would likely refuse to drink even if he were to procure the water from the Leaf family. A thought struck. "Brother, hold on a little longer. By tomorrow morning, I shall certainly find you something to drink." Last night, Su Fei had meditated outside the Li courtyard and noticed the heavy moisture in the air. If he could collect enough morning dew at dawn, it would surely resolve the impending crisis. Before nightfall, Su Fei had manually extracted a considerable amount of juice for Jing Zhai, yet the juice's thirst-quenching efficacy was evidently insufficient. Nevertheless, after consuming the juice, Jing Zhai's complexion gradually improved. Jing Zhai expressed endless gratitude to Su Fei, which only deepened Su Fei's concern. By 8 o'clock that evening, Jing Zhai finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Su Fei gazed through the window at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, reflecting that tonight would be another sleepless night. Yet, for a good brother like Jing Zhai, all of this was worth it. Ever since his soul traversed to the holy Ding continent, no one had shown him such profound care as Jing Zhai. Although their acquaintance was brief, they felt an instant camaraderie, mutually caring for one another. This bond of brotherhood between men brought Su Fei a long-lost warmth. Not only would he sacrifice a sleepless night for Jing Zhai, but he would gladly lay down his life for him. As the night deepened, he retrieved every vessel from the kitchen that could be used to hold water. The lawn outside the Lee courtyard was strewn with pots and pans, and now all that remained was to wait. Thunder rumbled. At an unknown time, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and suddenly, lightning flashed. Could it be that rain was on the way? A surge of hope filled Su Fei's heart. However, after a prolonged wait, the atmosphere remained oppressive, and not a single drop of rain fell. Within 20 minutes, the clouds dispersed, and the thunder and lightning faded away as quickly as they had appeared. What sort of trickery was this? Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through the sky. Whoosh! Once again, it is that swordsman from the royal city. He must have completed his business and is now retracing his steps back to the royal city from the direction of Longya Fortress. As he passed the summit of Qingjian Mountain, for reasons unknown, he suddenly paused. From a distance, Su Fei could discern the figure of that individual. To his astonishment, it was a woman, of venomous lineage, perhaps. The female swordsman, perched upon the phoenix of the ice domain, muttered something under her breath, casting a glance at Su Fei, who was meditating outside the Zhuagong's plowing courtyard. Their eyes met. Although they could perceive each other's forms, their features remained obscured. Could it be a dragon's soul inhabiting her? The female swordsman's gaze was piercing, as she instantly recognized the extraordinary essence within Su Fei. In a mere 3 seconds, her expression turned cold, and without lingering further, she mounted the phoenix of the ice domain and soared towards the royal city. Later that night, an unexpected snoring erupted from the library. Su Fei was taken aback. Was there someone else in Zhuagong besides himself and Brother Jingjai? Stealthily entering the library, he discovered a plump elder clad in a black cloud robe. This elder had originally come to Zhuagong to safeguard Su Fei, but finding the night serene, he had taken the liberty to doze off within the library. Su Fei was unaware of which hall this elder presided over or the purpose of his visit, and seeing him sleep soundly, he chose not to disturb him. The following morning, Su Fei poured all the collected morning dew into a basin, only to find it insufficient, less than 5 liters. Alas! He hoped Brother Jingjai could endure. Clearly, this amount of water was too meager. He hesitated to drink any himself. After breakfast, he brought the meal and water to Brother Jingjai's bedside. Brother, this water is morning dew I gathered from outside, unrelated to the Li family, so you can drink it without worry. Su Fei sat at the edge of Jingjai's bed, expressing his concern before rising to depart for the 4th round of the Baihu Rankings individual competition. Wait, Jingjai called out to him, take this water with you. Given the current circumstances, you need it more than I do. No, brother, I've already had my share, Su Fei replied, and before Jingjai could respond, he had already left Zhuagong. Chapter 51. Unnecessary Risks. In the 4th match of the Baihu Rankings individual competition, Dalu arrived earlier than Su Fei once again. Meanwhile, the noble spectators in the aristocratic stand were all present. This marked the first time since the commencement of the Baihu Rankings individual competition that it had progressed to the final round. Yesterday, Dalu had appeared utterly exhausted, but after a night's rest, he seemed to be in remarkably good spirits. Good morning, Dalu. Su Fei greeted him with eagerness. Oof. Daralu remained indifferent to him, snorting coldly and not deigning to cast even a fleeting glance at Su Fei. Young Master Su, today you shall face the celestial demon. Do not act as recklessly as you did yesterday. If you were to carelessly lose your life, the Grand Elder may well turn his ire upon me. Today, when the arena supervisor encountered Su Fei, an unmistakable respect gleamed in his eyes. It appeared highly likely that someone from the Elders' Council had spoken to him. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion, Su Fei replied, aware that the arena supervisor had previously been bribed by the Li family. Yet he dismissed such trivial matters from his mind. In his past life, he often heard the saying, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Everyone has their price. The arena supervisor, driven by self-interest, would resort to underhanded tactics against Su Fei, with the Li family being the true instigators. If blame were to be assigned, it would rightly fall upon their treacherous nature. Seeing you so composed, young Master Su, I trust you possess equal confidence for the 4th round. Thus, I shall refrain from further commentary. The arena supervisor took a step back, then turned to Daralu, calling out, Daralu, what of you? The celestial demon is notoriously fierce. Are you certain you wish to continue competing today? Absolutely. Daralu's expression remained unflustered. Su Fei returned to his previous position, eagerly anticipating Daralu's performance. Clang! The iron gate swung open. Daryl casually tossed the scorecard into the guard's hands. Shall we face just one today? The arena supervisor inquired patiently once more. Indeed, Daryl nodded, this time refraining from overexerting himself. Clang! Before long, another iron gate opened 100 meters away. Roar! With a resounding beastly roar, a crimson-skinned flying beast with blood-red wings soared into the arena. Is that the celestial demon? Su Fei's face was alight with astonishment at his first sighting of the creature. The celestial demon was massive. Its wings, when fully unfurled, spanned 10 meters, and its body appeared more robust than that of a black bear. Its skin was as hard as stone, and its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a lion rather than the typical avian or draconic features. Notably, the celestial demon possessed a pair of formidable claws that appeared both sturdy and razor-sharp. From its enormous wings and those resilient claws, it was evident that the celestial demon was indeed a formidable foe, equally adept in both offense and defense, even without mastering any skills. It was crucial to remember that this was a level 40 celestial demon. Roar! In the arena's cage, the celestial demon circled in midair, emitting thunderous roars from its throat. Yet, it did not rush to attack. Instead, it circled continuously, waiting for the opportune moment. Similarly, today, Daryl did not engage in the frenzied blade-wielding of yesterday. He lay in wait in a corner to the left, quietly observing the celestial demon for any openings. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity. For a full 5 minutes, Daryl remained utterly still, fixated on the celestial demon before him, his eyes unwavering and unblinking. By the end of this duration, the rims of his eyes had taken on a reddish hue, yet his gaze remained resolute. What is the matter with Daryl today? Why is he not attacking? Daryl, finish it off. Yes, strike now. Slay it. The noble audience surrounding the arena erupted into frenzied shouts. With the crescendo of their cries, the celestial demon seemed startled, letting out a thunderous roar, its form suddenly sinking low. In an instant, its razor-sharp claws surged towards Daryl in a swift, deadly glide, moving with the speed of a released arrow. Even without its formidable claws, the very force of its charge would surely inflict grave internal injuries upon Daryl. Ah, this is the moment I have awaited. A sinister smile crept across Dar's lips. With a sudden hum, his heavy blade shot upward, slicing diagonally toward the demon's head. A flurry of white blade energy erupted forth, each strike landing on the celestial demon. Surprisingly, despite aiming for its head, the strikes severed the demon's claws instead. The celestial demon, racked with pain, emitted a series of fierce roars. It attempted to flee, abruptly altering its trajectory. Yet, Daryl would not grant it a moment's respite. Another volley of white blade energy burst forth from his weapon. With a resounding crash, the demon's massive, rock-like body was cleaved in two. Oh, how extraordinary! He has truly accomplished it. Well done, Daryl. 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 The noble spectators in the stands were engulfed in wild excitement. It is important to note that by successfully slaying a single celestial demon, Daryl had already secured his passage. This meant that even if Su Fei managed to survive the 4th round, the second place in this edition of the White Tiger ranking individual competition was firmly in Daryl's grasp. Should misfortune befall Su Fei in the 4th round, Daryl would undoubtedly claim the title of first place in the individual competition of the White Tiger ranking. Moreover, this was the first time in his life that Daryl had successfully navigated 4 rounds, signifying his qualification to compete in the Fire Dragon ranking in the Royal City. Daryl, will you continue? The arena supervisor called out. No. Daryl's expression remained composed, believing his previous success to have been mere luck. Perhaps many have not noticed that just moments ago, he severed the talons of the demon with a blade, yet he bore a heavy price for this act. The demon's wings possessed sharp bones, and at the instant the demon altered its flight path, Daryl's chest was grazed by the force of gravity. What is perplexing, however, is that although Daryl was evidently injured, his body did not bleed. What could this mean? Is Daryl's physique somehow extraordinary? With a clang, as Daryl emerged from the confines of the arena, he pressed his hand firmly against his chest, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his expression one of profound agony. Su Fei approached him with concern, inquiring, Daryl, are you all right? Mind your own business, Daryl retorted, swinging his heavy blade and forcefully nudging Su Fei. However, Su Fei remained steadfast, and Daryl nearly lost his footing. Reacting swiftly, Su Fei steadied him. When Daryl next glanced at Su Fei, there was a hint of complexity in his gaze. In that moment, the animosity he had previously harbored towards Su Fei seemed to diminish imperceptibly. "Young Master Su, it is your turn," the arena supervisor suddenly called out. Su Fei replied with a resolute, "I will attempt to face two." "What?" The arena supervisor was taken aback. Had he not stated that recklessness was to be avoided? "Two? Are you certain?" Upon witnessing Duru's injury as he exited the arena, the supervisor was astonished that Su Fei would still insist on such a reckless course of action. "Absolutely," Su Fei affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Young Master Su, you may not be familiar with the rules. In the fourth round, defeating just one demon suffices to pass. There's truly no need to risk facing two at once." The supervisor urged repeatedly. "Thank you for your guidance, but I have made my decision to attempt both." Su Fei regarded this as an opportunity for self-improvement. Soon, he would be preparing to compete in the Dragon Fire rankings. The competition there would undoubtedly be far more brutal than that of the White Tiger rankings. If he could not even handle two level 40 demons, how could he aspire to the pinnacle of the Dragon rankings? Chapter 52. The deadline approaches. Ultimately, the arena supervisor had no choice but to respect Su Fei's wishes and released two demons into the arena. Confronted by two formidable demons, both adept in offense and defense, who circled ominously above, Su Fei stood resolutely at the center of the arena, sword in hand. He fixed his gaze ahead, seemingly unfazed by the demon's movements. Standing tall and motionless, what was he doing? No one knew. To many, he appeared foolish, essentially offering himself as a living target to the demons. Indeed, this seemed an exceedingly reckless action. In the stands, numerous noble spectators expressed their confusion at his behavior. In the center of the arena's cage stood Su Fei, faced with a formidable level 40 demon, his vulnerabilities glaringly apparent. Should two demons simultaneously launch an assault on him, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to cope, leaving him little opportunity to escape. Was he luring the enemy? The elder of the Li family, Lian, discerned a hint of strategy, a flicker of anticipation crossing his visage. It appeared this young man was indeed brimming with confidence, daring to expose such significant weaknesses in the face of two demons. Li Qinghuan, too, awaited Su Fei's subsequent actions with bated breath. The earlier encounter between Dalu and the demons had clearly illustrated the stark contrast between the level 40 demons in the arena and those from the otherworldly gate. The demons from the gate were notoriously ferocious, far beyond the capabilities of a barbarian like Dalu to vanquish with ease. Conversely, the level 40 demons in the arena, though seemingly powerful, were fundamentally hollow, excessively cautious, lacking the absolute conviction to initiate an attack against humans. Thus, Dalu had hidden a corner for a full 5 minutes. Had it not been for the frenzied cheers of the noble spectators, startling the demon, it is likely that even after 15 minutes, the demon would not have dared to engage Dalu. Consequently, Dalu would have faced defeat without a fight. In this instance, Su Fei intentionally displayed his weaknesses to entice the demons into underestimating him and striking. He was acutely aware that he lacked Dalu's popularity, and no one would vociferously rally for him. Suddenly, both demons unleashed a deafening roar in unison, as if some unspoken agreement had been reached between them. With powerful flaps of their wings, they soared through the air, claws poised to attack, one from the left and the other from the right. This was the moment Su Fei had awaited. Unlike Dalu, he refrained from a direct counterattack. Instead, he leapt gracefully into the air, positioning himself perfectly atop the back of the right demon as it glided toward him. The demon, seemingly timid, trembled violently at the sensation of Su Fei landing upon its back, accelerating its spirals within the cage in a frantic attempt to dislodge him. However, Su Fei remained composed, kneeling firmly upon the demon's back, unwavering as a mountain. With remarkable swiftness, his sword pierced through the demon's nape with a swift, merciless thrust. The demon let out a final, sorrowful wail, its body lightening before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Su Fei executed a flawless somersault, landing gracefully, his movements ethereal, his countenance exuding tranquility. A second celestial demon, witnessing this scene, fervently flapped its wings, striving to hover higher in the void. Deterred from making any further attempts against Su Fei, the arena's cage stood at an imposing height of 40 meters. Unless he employed the ethereal steps taught to him by Mu Zishi, it would be exceedingly challenging to approach and eliminate the other celestial demon. However, Mu Zhan had previously cautioned him against employing any techniques beyond those of a swordsman in the presence of the Li family. Thus, he could only activate the system, unleashing both sword pressure and sword energy. Swish, swish, swish. He did not fully unleash his sword pressure. Merely 3,000 points were sufficient to saturate the air within the arena with an overwhelming force. Roar! The celestial demon swiftly succumbed to the influence of the sword pressure, its wing beats growing increasingly feeble as its body gradually descended. How many more hidden cards does this lad possess? Li Yin's expression darkened. The celestial demon boasted formidable defenses, and it was no small feat to not have pierced its neck with sword energy. The fact that his released sword pressure could even affect the celestial demon was astonishing. Cheng Huan, pray tell, how potent must his sword pressure be? Li Cheng Huan's countenance turned grave as he shook his head. Unknown. Li Yin snorted coldly. It appears that Chen could indeed perish at Su Fei's hands. If I'm not mistaken, the sword pressure he just unleashed must have been at least 3,000 points. Judging by his expression, this is not even his full strength. This implies that, at his true capacity, even with the Dragoness Roar technique, Chen would still be no match for him. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng Huan's expression grew even more somber. Should we still pursue his inclusion in the Li family? Li Yin clenched his teeth. We must recruit him. We shall first enlist him, and then exact revenge for Chen. Understood. Li Cheng Huan turned his gaze back to Su Fei, who at that moment raised his hand and with a single stroke of his sword, unleashed a torrent of white sword energy that effortlessly dispatched the other celestial demon. Barely 3 minutes had elapsed. A wealth of time remained for Su Fei. The arena supervisor called out, "Young Master Su, do you wish to continue?" Continue. Su Fei was acutely aware of the rules. In the Fire Dragon rankings, and even in the Divine Dragon rankings, total points would not reset. The more points he accrued now, the easier subsequent matches would become. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. When time was finally up, Su Fei had slain a total of 14 celestial demons. Each demon was worth 20 points, amounting to 280 points, together with the 1,644 points he had garnered in the previous 3 rounds. Su Fei's total personal score had soared to a staggering 1,924 points. In contrast, the Lu had only managed to eliminate a single celestial demon, adding to his previous 386 points, yielding a mere 406 points. Clang! As Su Fei emerged from the confines of the arena supervisor approached him with fervent enthusiasm. "Young Master Su, congratulations. From this moment forth, you are the foremost champion of this year's Baihu ranking individual competition. The award ceremony will be held tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon here, so please do not be late." "Thank you." Su Fei accepted the scorecard from the guard, sheathed his long sword, and prepared to return to the Ziwu Palace. "Young Master Su, please hold on." Li Qinghuan had been waiting outside the preparation area. "Senior, what wisdom do you impart?" Su Fei turned back to see Li Qinghuan's face radiating warmth. Yet beneath that enthusiasm lingered a hint of insincerity and cunning. "Have you given any thought to our previous conversation?" Li Qinghuan had received orders from Li Yin to ensure that Su Fei was brought into the Li family. "Senior, I'm unaware of what you speak." Su Fei had no intention of joining the Li family, yet he had not anticipated Li Qinghuan's prompt approach. "The deadline is fast approaching, young Master Su. Such an important matter. How could you possibly forget? Pray tell, what is your decision?" Although Li Qinghuan smiled, his words were assertive, leaving no room for retreat. Su Fei felt increasingly repulsed. "Could we perhaps discuss this matter after the award ceremony tomorrow?" "Very well." Li Qinghuan hesitated for a moment before consenting with a nod. Chapter 53. The Strong Are Respected. While he had temporarily placated Li Qinghuan, the issue concerning the Li family could not be evaded indefinitely. After Li Qinghuan departed, Mu Cheng's mother, Li Waner, suddenly appeared. "Su Fei, please accompany me." Li Waner's expression was not particularly pleasant, and there seemed to be an underlying hostility. "Yes, my lady." Su Fei said nothing further and followed Li Waner as they left the outer courtyard and headed to the Listening Snow Pavilion. The Listening Snow Pavilion, situated between the inner courtyard and the Weiyang Palace, was a place where scholars and poets engaged in the art of refinement. In the Holy Ding continent, practitioners were not the only inhabitants. Literary figures were equally prevalent. Compared to becoming a practitioner, the threshold for engaging in literary pursuits was evidently much lower. Regardless of one's innate talent for cultivation, as long as one possessed a clever mind and came from a well-off background, the aspiration to become a scholar was not an arduous task. Among the descendants of the Mu family, many had been unable to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, due to their lineage and favorable circumstances, as long as they were not lacking in intellect. They were entitled to enter the Listening Snow Pavilion and become a scholar therein. As Su Fei entered the Listening Snow Pavilion with Li Wan'er, he drew the astonished gazes of numerous scholars. Look, isn't that Mu Cheng's mother? What brings her here? Uncertain. The person behind her seems to be the main attacker of the Xiantian battle team, does it not? Indeed. I heard he is engaged to Mu Cheng? Yes. Numerous scholars whispered amongst themselves, yet none dared to approach with inquiries. Among these literati, they held the least esteemed status within the Mu family. In the Holy Ding continent, martial prowess eclipses literary pursuit, and the Mu family is no exception. Let us ascend to the upper floor, Li Wan'er stated, indifferent to the murmurs surrounding her, as she led Su Fei directly upstairs, seeking a secluded room by the window. Within the chamber, a few scholars were engrossed in their studies, but upon Li Wan'er's entrance, they averted their gazes and discreetly departed. Please close the door, Li Wan'er instructed Su Fei. Certainly, Su Fei replied, turning to shut the door behind them. Li Wan'er approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the heavenly Maiden Peak east of Qingjian Mountain. Do you know what that place is? She inquired. I do. Su Fei responded, following her line of sight, a hint of complexity reflected in his expression. Why did Li Wan'er suddenly pose such a question? Could it be that she, too, was seeking to advocate for the Li family? Reflecting on his time at the Mu family, Su Fei realized it had been quite some time. Recently, the Mu and Li families had appeared unified on the surface, while secretly contending with one another, leading many within the Mu family to harbor doubts regarding the Li family. The heavenly Maiden Peak served as the stronghold of the Li family, and although Su Fei had not visited personally, he possessed a modicum of understanding. Have you ever considered joining the Li family? Ultimately, Li Wan'er broached the topic. Su Fei hesitated for a moment. Madam, do you wish for me to join the Li family? Enough idle talk. First answer my question. Li Wan'er continued to gaze at the heavenly Maiden Peak, her expression equally laden with complexity. Although Su Fei could not discern her exact thoughts, he sensed that the Li family might not hold the significance in her heart that others presumed. To speak candidly, I have never contemplated joining the Li family. Su Fei confessed before Li Wan'er, fully aware of the risks involved. Yet he deemed this risk worthwhile, prepared to pay any price. Who could say that one day he might indeed become Li Wan'er's son-in-law? At that point, she would be his mother-in-law, signifying their bond as family. Before his kin, he would never utter falsehoods. Good. Excellent. Li Wan'er slowly withdrew her gaze, turning to Su Fei with a look of relief. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of solemnity. Remember what you have said today. Should I ever discover your betrayal of the Mu family, I, Li Wan'er, shall not show you mercy. With that, she made a leave. Madam, wait. Su Fei called after her. Do you not wish for me to join the Li family? Are you not a member of the Li family yourself? Li Wan'er stood at the door, her voice cold as she declared, the Li family has wronged me first. From the moment I married into the Mu family, I ceased to be a member of the Li clan. Upon hearing these words, Su Fei finally felt a sense of relief. It was evident that Li Wan'er was earnest. However, after she departed from the Listening Snow Pavilion, Su Fei couldn't shake off a lingering sense of perplexity. Why did she choose to bring herself to the Listening Snow Pavilion to utter such sentiments? It was only later that he understood, due to the numerous informants within the pavilion, that those literary gentlemen, ever eager for gossip, loved to engage in idle chatter, often eavesdropping on conversations when they lacked intriguing material. Su Fei's words would soon spread throughout the Mu family. Fortunately, he had spoken the truth in front of Li Wan'er today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. In the afternoon, upon returning to the Ziwagong, he immediately went to check on Jing Zhai. To his surprise, he found another individual in the room alongside Jing Zhai, clad in a flowing black robe. The person was plump and appeared prosperous. It was none other than the portly elder who had dozed off in the study the previous night. Su Fei gazed at him in astonishment, noticing the elder's expression of mild surprise as he took Jing Zhai's pulse. I came to bring you water, the elder remarked. I saw you collecting morning dew outside last night. Don't you think such behavior is rather foolish? When your teacher is away, you ought to seek assistance from the elders for any issues that arise. Upon seeing Su Fei return, the portly elder's face broke into a warm smile. Water? Su Fei was momentarily taken aback. Although Jing Zhai still lay in bed, his complexion seemed much improved since the morning, and he spoke calmly. This is the sixth elder, who oversees the Shankai Hall. Earlier today, he sent 2 jars of water, enough for a brotherhood for half a month. Ah, so it is the sixth elder. My apologies. Su Fei clasped his fists in respect towards the elder. In truth, He had previously visited the Shankai Hall with Mu Jian, but the sixth elder had been away at that time, and thus they had not met. In the days to come, as an inner courtyard disciple, Su Fei was entitled to receive gold soul coins daily for his cultivation fund. However, wishing to avoid accruing too much debt to the Mu family, he had refrained from claiming even a single coin. This meant he had missed opportunities to meet the sixth elder earlier. Now that he finally encountered him, the sixth elder indeed exuded the dignified aura befitting an elder of the Shankai Hall, appearing quite affluent. Jing Zhai, this is your fault. When your teacher is away, you, as the senior disciple, should have immediately thought to seek help from our elder council in such matters. This cannot happen again. Do you understand? The sixth elder cast a reproachful gaze at Jing Zhai, speaking with earnest gravity. The sixth elder remarked that this time, it was indeed Jing Zhai's fault. Jing Zhai felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the sixth elder, ever since he had been stripped of his spiritual foundation by the Li family. The sixth elder was the first among the Mu family to show him such kindness. The primary reason he refrained from seeking help from the elder council was his and Su Fei's status as outsiders. Given the recent turmoil within the Mu family, he could not be certain that they would extend their assistance to foreigners like them. Of course, Jing Zhai was also acutely aware that the sixth elder's actions were largely influenced by the presence of Su Fei in the Zhiwagong. As Jing Zhai's emotions swirled, the sixth elder suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, Jing Zhai, you should rest well. The affairs at the Shankai Hall are quite hectic lately, so I shall not linger. Thank you, sixth elder. Please take care. Jing Zhai expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Su Fei, you must take good care of Jing Zhai. He is currently very weak and should not overexert himself, lest he harm his vitality, the sixth elder reminded Su Fei before taking his leave. Wait. Su Fei called out softly, inquiring, Sixth elder, we previously visited the Pu courtyard, and they mentioned that many young masters and ladies of the Mu family have gone days without food. How is it that water is still being delivered to the Zhiwagong? That is not your concern. As long as water is delivered, you may use it freely, the sixth elder replied, turning away without looking back. Once the sixth elder had departed, Jing Zhai explained, in truth, across the entire Shengding continent, regardless of place, family, or even individual, the strong are held in high esteem. Because you are a valued talent within the Mu family, even if the Mu family's own young masters and ladies were to perish from thirst or hunger, they would not treat you unjustly. Upon hearing these words, Su Fei suddenly thought of his own parents. During his time in the Su family, he had never received their affection. To be candid, he had often harbored grievances against them. However, after listening to Jing Zhai's words, he found himself gaining a newfound understanding of his parents. Perhaps, as Jing Zhai had said, this world indeed reveres the strong. In the Su family, everyone regarded his elder brother, Su Yan, as a prodigy, while they unanimously deemed Su Fei a complete failure. Under such a paradigm where strength reigns supreme, how could a person universally acknowledged as a failure be expected to receive fair treatment? Chapter 54. The Most Beautiful Woman. Alas, the Su family. That was the source of Su Fei's sorrow. He was reluctant to recall anything related to the Su family, yet it remained his roots, his birthplace. He had lived in the Su family for a full 14 years. How could 14 years of life simply be forgotten? Observing the subtle melancholy in Su Fei's expression, Jing Zhai felt a twinge of surprise. Since Su Fei arrived at the Meridian Palace, he has consistently exhibited a demeanor of composure, stability, grace, and confidence, never once displaying a hint of negativity. However, the melancholy now reflected in his eyes has taken Jing Zhai by surprise. The individual competition of the White Tiger rankings has finally concluded, yet Su Fei, your journey has merely commenced. You must not become complacent. Do you understand? The Fire Dragon rankings shall officially commence in 20 days. And the competition therein will undoubtedly be more intense than that of the White Tiger rankings. Jing Zhai hopes to divert Su Fei's attention with these words. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall give it my all, Su Fei replied, returning to his senses with a casual smile. After dinner, Su Fei took the initiative to clear the dishes and then sat quietly with Jing Zhai in the plow yard, both admiring the enchanting sunset over Sword and Qiuqingshan. Suddenly, a gentle evening breeze swept by. The two brothers exchanged glances, engaging in a heartfelt conversation filled with lofty aspirations for the future, ambitions befitting youth. Jing Zhai contemplated, one day, he hoped to return to the path of cultivation. If all were to progress smoothly, perhaps before turning 20, he could become a respected sword master. Su Fei, however, was not content with merely achieving the rank of Sword Master. He believed that before the age of 20, he should at least attain the level of Sword King. Such words, emanating from the lips of a mere 14-year-old, might strike one as excessively arrogant. Yet, Jing Zhai held unwavering faith in this ambition. As Su Fei's senior, Jing Zhai had been quietly observing him, convinced that with Su Fei's talent and aptitude, he might even have the opportunity to break through to the Great Sword King realm before reaching 20, potentially becoming the youngest Great Sword King in the history of the Qin Kingdom in nearly a century. Though these words were stirring, they inevitably felt distant and unattainable. Sword Master, Great Sword Master, Sword King, Great Sword King, Sword Emperor, Great Sword Emperor, Sword Sovereign, Sword Saint, Sword Immortal, Sword Emperor, Great Sword God, and the titled Sword God. At present, Su Fei's cultivation level is merely at the 15th level, and he has yet to establish his spiritual foundation, perpetually struggling to break through the barrier of the 15th level. To achieve the rank of Great Sword King before 20, one would need to reach the 110th level. Su Fei is already 14. Can he truly ascend from the 15th to the 110th level in 6 years? Until that day arrives, all remains an unknown variable, and no one can rashly draw conclusions. It is worth noting that Su Fei has not cultivated his spiritual foundation since breaking through the 15th level some time ago, and he remains uncertain how much longer he must wait. Moreover, it has been several days since Ming Daoren departed from the Mu family. One cannot ascertain when Ming Daoren shall return. When will Su Fei be able to officially cultivate his spiritual foundation and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation level? With these thoughts, Su Fei fell into a sudden silence. Jing Zhai, feeling unwell, suddenly expressed his fatigue, saying, "Su Fei, I am weary. Please assist me in returning to my chamber to rest. You too have not slept for 2 days and nights. You should take a moment to recuperate and not overexert yourself." "Very well," Su Fei replied, rising to support Jing Zhai back to his quarters for rest. Once Jing Zhai had succumbed to slumber, Su Fei promptly returned to the great blue stone outside the Li courtyard to meditate. The night quietly enveloped the surroundings once more. Yet, the timeless and resplendent moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire Jian mountain as if it were daylight. Such beauty in the night was undeniable. Alas, Su Fei was consumed by his cultivation and had no time to appreciate it. Having gone without sleep for 2 days and nights, he felt, inexplicably, an unbounded energy surging within him, coinciding with the increasing fullness of the dragon energy in his dantian, rendering him completely oblivious to fatigue. He had nearly memorized the foundational text, the fundamentals and practice of swordsmanship, and, through systematic translation over the past few days, he had also developed a conceptual understanding of the sword technique 10 steps to kill. He realized that what he lacked most was foundational knowledge of cultivation. In the Holy Ding continent, a cultivator must possess fundamental knowledge of cultivation. One may lack education, but should never lack common sense. Such foundational knowledge is paramount for a novice cultivator. Thankfully, the kitchen's bookshelf was lined with thousands of related texts. The individual competition of the White Tiger rankings had concluded today, and he had secured the top position, which brought him a sense of relief. With 20 days of leisure ahead, he resolved to strengthen his understanding of the basic principles of cultivation. Without hesitation, he set his plan into motion. The night had deepened, and the kitchen was enveloped in profound silence. He initiated the system, then systematically examined each book from left to right, top to bottom, placing each in the palm of his hand for the little drone to identify. Since its upgrade, the drone's recognition speed had significantly increased. Ultimately, the drone recorded all the book contents into the system, a process that consumed over 3 hours. By the time all the books were entered into the system, it was already midnight. Unbeknownst to him, all his endeavors were observed by the third elder, Mu Ruoshui, who had come to protect him today. At the age of 28, Mu Ruoshui was unmarried and affectionately nicknamed the Divine Healer. Not only was her medical skill exquisite, but she was also breathtakingly beautiful. Recognized as the most stunning woman in the Mu family, wherever she appeared, she invariably attracted the envious gazes of men of all ages. It was rumored that the youngest elder of the Li family, Li Qinghuan, was infatuated with her, having made numerous advances. Yet he was met only with her indifference and disdain. Li Qinghuan accompanied the younger generation to partake in the White Tiger rankings competition. Yet this was merely a guise for personal gain. His true intention was to catch a glimpse of Mu Ruoshui. Unfortunately, Mu Ruoshui, with her serene and ascetic disposition, was as proud as a celestial being. In recent days, she had only ventured out of the Changshan Palace twice, both times concerning matters related to Su Fei. The last occasion was for a meeting at the Qinxiu Hall with the elders, where the focal point was indeed Su Fei. During this assembly, the Grand Elder publicly revealed Su Fei's extraordinary postnatal talent and aptitude, a postnatal talent of 100 and aptitude of 150. Upon hearing such astonishing figures, even a proud fairy like Mu Ruoshui could not help but be moved. It is worth noting that, should Su Fei truly possess such formidable postnatal abilities, and if he were to successfully cultivate his potential and provide ample rewards to the Mu family, they would undoubtedly become the most illustrious clan on the holy Ding continent for centuries to come, perhaps unrivaled in their prominence. However, upon witnessing Su Fei's peculiar behavior in front of the bookshelf, all her expectations for him were instantly diminished. From Mu Ruoshui's perspective, she saw Su Fei retrieve each book without even opening them, merely placing them back in their original positions. This behavior led her to conclude that Su Fei was nothing but arrogant, dismissing the meticulously crafted techniques of the renowned Jian Wang of the Mingdao Rintang. Even with extraordinary talent, he was ultimately nothing more than a mere empty vessel. Chapter 55. The Destruction of the Spiritual Foundation. Mu Ruoshui remained oblivious to the fact that Su Fei was aided by a system. She had no inkling that he held profound reverence for every technique authored by Mingdao Run. Otherwise, he would not have devoted such effort to recording these teachings into the system space for future study. Thus far, Su Fei had not detected anyone covertly observing his every move. After transcribing the contents of all the books into the system, he returned once more to meditate upon the large blue stone outside the Li courtyard. His consciousness re-entered the system's introspective realm, and he prepared to sample a book titled How the Sword Heart is Formed. Suddenly, a rustling sound of fabric slicing through the air reached his ears. Someone was approaching. Su Fei immediately grew alert, withdrawing from the system's introspective state, his eyes snapping open as he sprang to his feet. A white streak of light was emanating from the direction of the Juri Palace, moving with astonishing speed, resembling a sharp sword. As the figure drew nearer, Su Fei felt an oppressive force in the air that was utterly terrifying, as if it sought to crush him into oblivion. His breathing grew increasingly labored. The sword energy surged like a tempest, and the pressure was indeed formidable. Surrounding shrubs crackled as they were ravaged, leaving a scene of utter devastation. On the grassland outside the Li courtyard, all the flora was uprooted, swirling chaotically through the air. Had it not been for Su Fei's prior activation of the system, utilizing his 10th level internal strength for resistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his footing now. Who could this person be? Su Fei could distinctly perceive the chasm that separated him from the individual before him. Should a confrontation ensue, he feared he might be defeated before he even had the chance to strike. Yet, there was no fear in his gaze as he shouted towards the blinding radiance. Curiously, just as the figure was about to close the distance to Su Fei, they suddenly slowed their pace. "It is I." The voice exuded a hint of languor. Before the words had completely faded, the individual had already come to a halt within 2 meters of Su Fei. The sword energy receded, and the oppressive atmosphere in the air dissipated in an instant. Su Fei assumed a defensive stance, remaining vigilant. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the person, a head of white hair and a hand stroking a white beard. None other than Ming Daoren. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Recognizing the identity of the individual, Su Fei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Come out." Ming Dao Ren's expression darkened as he directed a sharp call towards the direction of the library. Following that, a swift sound pierced the air, and Mu Ruoshui, who had been guarding Su Fei within the library, immediately employed her ghostly step technique, soaring to land outside the gate of the plowed courtyard. Who is she? Until now, Su Fei was unaware that members of the Elder Council had personally come to the Ziwu Palace to protect him. "Since the Elder has returned to the Ziwu Palace, I shall take my leave," Mu Ruoshui stated. Rumor had it that Mu Ruoshui was a reticent and frosty beauty, yet before Ming Dao Run, she appeared as obedient as a child. This night, the moonlight was extraordinarily beautiful, and as Su Fei glanced at Mu Ruoshui, he was instantly captivated by her breathtaking beauty. She was already 28 years old, and her physique had matured. She was tall and should have looked stunning. However, she donned a robe of dark clouds, a stark contrast to her age and appearance, making her presence seem incongruous. Judging by her attire, she must belong to the Elder Council. Among the 18 elders of the Mu family, only those from the Chongqing Palace and the Juri Palace were female. Given her astonishing beauty, she was undoubtedly the third elder of the Chongqing Palace. Even though she wore the dark cloud robe, which somewhat obscured her graceful figure, it did not diminish her allure. Her snow-white skin glowed under the moonlight, radiating an ethereal beauty. Furthermore, her eyes, as clear as crystal water, exuded an air of elegance and nobility, rendering her utterly enchanting. The only flaw in her beauty was the coolness that often graced her expression, imparting an impression of unattainable heights. At one moment, she cast a fleeting glance towards Su Fei, their eyes meeting, causing Su Fei's heart to skip a beat. It felt as though he glimpsed a hint of familiarity within Muruo Shui's gaze. This sense of familiarity was hauntingly reminiscent. Where have you ever experienced such a feeling? How audacious! What are you staring at? Without further contemplation, Muruo Shui immediately assumed the imposing demeanor of the third elder of the Mu family, looking down coldly and issuing a stern reprimand. Su Fei quickly regained his composure and bowed deeply. I presume you are the third elder. I apologize for my previous rudeness and humbly ask for your forgiveness. Oomph. Muruo Shui snorted disdainfully, about to take her leave when she suddenly halted, turning her gaze towards Ming Daoren with a look of bewilderment. By the way, what was the intention behind your earlier actions, senior? Merely to test whether my little disciple has shown any signs of idleness these past few days. There is no need for the third elder to take it to heart. Ming Daoren replied, stroking his beard, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Had it not been for the third elder's covert assistance, given my disciple's strength, I fear the outcome would have been dire. I did not aid him. Muruo Shui shot a glare at Su Fei and then turned to Ming Daoren, bowing respectfully. Senior, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well, take care, third elder. Ming Daoren returned the gesture, and the two exchanged the utmost politeness. At last, Muruo Shui departed. Watching her graceful figure fade into the moonlight was truly a sight to behold, as beautiful as a painting. Su Fei, stop staring. She is already gone. Ming Daoren approached Su Fei and lowered his voice. She is not a woman to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. Huh? Upon hearing such words from Ming Daoren, Su Fei felt the elder's esteemed character suddenly crumble. Teacher, I have no such intentions. By the way, when can I begin cultivating my spiritual foundation? There is no rush. Ming Daoren had initially embarked on this journey due to Su Fei's unique physical condition. After several days, he had found the answer. However, seeing Su Fei so eager made him feel less hurried. With his hands clasped behind his back, he reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard and leisurely said, "Come here and give your teacher a shoulder massage." Huh? Su Fei thought he was being asked to perform yet another tedious task. Yet what choice did he have? Ming Daoren was indeed an enigmatic teacher. He could only obediently approach to assist with the massage. Do you know why your teacher suddenly rushed back today? Ming Daoren half closed his eyes in enjoyment. Yet his mouth did not remain idle. Su Fei pondered. Could it be because of me? This is but a trivial matter, Ming Daoren replied. The reason for my hasty return is that the White Tiger rankings are soon to conclude. Last night, Bai Yin passed through Qingjian Mountain and reported that the area has been infested with a mother and child poison, likely the nefarious doing of the Li family. Had I not returned promptly, I fear even more dreadful events might have unfolded. Alas, yet I am still a step too late. Bai Yin? Was it the female swordsman I saw last night? However, that is of little consequence now. A step too late? Su Fei inquired. What do you mean by that? Ming Daoren sighed deeply. Mu Zhen was murdered half an hour ago. Huh? Mu Zhen? What on earth happened? Su Fei's brow furrowed in concern. The destruction of her spiritual foundation has rendered her akin to your senior brother, A. Ming Daoren was reluctant to utter the word invalid. Such a term bore a painful significance for both Su Fei and Ming Daoren. Upon hearing this, Su Fei comprehended the gravity of the situation. At such a moment, he could not afford to focus solely on cultivating his spiritual foundation. Master, I wish to see Mu Zhen. Go ahead. Before arriving from the Jiri Hall, Ming Daoren had conferred with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had entrusted Ming Daoren with certain matters, primarily to gauge Su Fei's response. With Mu Zhen in peril, the elders of the Mu family were eager to discern what Mu Zhen meant to Su Fei. They were comrades in the same battle team. Furthermore, Mu Zhen had personally imparted the Xianmenqi shield technique to Su Fei. Thus, she was both a mentor and a friend to him. Now that she was in trouble, it was only natural for Su Fei to visit her. which was also the reason Ming Dao Run had not hurried to inform Su Fei when he could commence cultivating his spiritual foundation. Simultaneously, he wished to observe Su Fei's reaction upon learning of Mu Jin's fate. Evidently, Su Fei's response satisfied him greatly. Chapter 56, Abundant Resources. The Breaking Army Hall. Among all the battle teams of the Mu family, the frontline practitioners resided in the Breaking Army Hall. The Breaking Army Hall differs from the Guangwu Hall. While the Guangwu Hall comprises one hall and 18 chambers, the Breaking Army Hall consists of one hall, 3 courtyards, and 1 workshop. The 18 chambers of the Guangwu Hall are dedicated to various sword schools, and although divided into 18 chambers, they all engage in sword cultivation. In contrast, the 3 courtyards and 1 workshop of the Breaking Army Hall serve distinct purposes. The Dao Axe Courtyard, the Great Blade Courtyard, the Thick Body Courtyard, and the Heavy Armor Workshop. Naturally, the Dao Axe Courtyard is home to axe wielders, while the Great Blade Courtyard accommodates swordsmen. The Thick Body Courtyard features a blood pool and a physical training ground. The blood pool is a specialized training area designed to enhance the blood pool's density for frontline practitioners, while the physical training ground aims to augment their physical capabilities in various aspects. Additionally, the Heavy Armor Workshop is dedicated to crafting heavy armor tailored for both axe wielders and swordsmen. The heavy armor produced in this workshop offers superior protection to frontline practitioners, minimizing bodily harm during combat. Late at night, Su Fei set out for the Breaking Army Hall, passing through the Jiri Hall and the Changsheng Hall before arriving outside the Breaking Army Hall. Along the way, he could distinctly sense that the perimeters of each hall had been fortified with guards, each bearing a solemn expression, clearly indicating that the news of Mu Jin's murder had spread. Unexpectedly, the guards at the Break Army Hall appeared rather lax tonight, seemingly without any intentional fortification. Outside the hall, 2 silver-armored sentinels wielding long halberds stepped forward as Su Fei approached, promptly halting him. "Young Master Su, you cannot enter. I have heard that Mu Jin is in trouble, and I wish to go inside to check on him. Might I trouble you to convey my request?" Su Fei inquired respectfully, clasping his fists in a gesture of courtesy. "My sincerest apologies," one of the guards replied, his expression a mix of difficulty. "It is quite late. If young Master Su is genuinely concerned, perhaps it would be best to return tomorrow morning." Su Fei understood all too well that each hall of the Mu family had its own rules. It seemed that entry was impossible tonight. With a sigh of resignation, he turned away. "Su Fei?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. "Mu Jin." Upon hearing her, Su Fei quickly turned back. Mu Jin was emerging from the grand entrance of the Break Army Hall. While Su Fei was barred from entering, Mu Jin was permitted, clearly a disparity in treatment. After all, he was merely an outsider. Yet, he revealed no displeasure on his face. He was acutely aware of his standing within the Mu family and felt a sense of contentment in the respect he garnered from some members. He harbored no greater aspirations. However, seeing Mu Jin's grave expression, it seemed the situation was dire. Thus, he approached her with genuine concern. "Mu Jin, what about Mu Jin?" "Let us speak elsewhere," Mu Jin interjected, shaking her head with a sense of helplessness. "Very well." The two of them walked side by side towards an open expanse of grass outside the Break Army Hall. Next to the lawn loomed a perilous cliff over 100 meters high. The winds howled, and under the bright moonlight, the distant mountains stretched for miles, resembling a beautiful poetic scroll. In this enchanting moment, Su Fei and Mu Jin, both young and solitary, found themselves too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery. Mu Jin scanned the surroundings cautiously, ensuring that they were alone, before letting out a sigh and, speaking, it was the work of the Li family. "Who?" "Su Fei Yingwei. Li Shenshuan." "Is it him?" Su Fei's brow furrowed in contemplation. ISNT, the reigning champion of this year's White Tiger ranking team competition, the Tian Wang team from the Li family? And since the competition has concluded, why would he do this? He seeks vengeance for the Yang family. Mu Jin's tone remained calm, yet her expression revealed a hint of bitterness. Clearly pained by Mu Jin's plight. During the previous team competition, Mu Jin had incapacitated the Yang family's frontline defender, and it seemed the Yang family had harbored a grudge ever since. However, what could be said of Li Qinghuan, an elder of the Li family, taking it upon himself to avenge the Yang family? Su Fei was taken aback. On the surface, Li Qinghuan appeared to be a refined gentleman. However, it was shocking that he would resort to such heavy-handedness against a mere 16-year-old junior, whose cultivation level barely reached the 17th rank. This truly validates the saying, "One knows a person's appearance, but not their heart," emphasizing the folly of judging others by their outward appearance. The Li family consists of ruthless, and scrupulous individuals, devoid of any sense of righteousness. Alas, discussing this now is futile. The Shintian battle team has lost a promising frontline genius. Should they enter the Divine Dragon rankings in the future, it remains uncertain whether they can achieve ultimate victory. It appears that the Li and Yang families have reached a mutual understanding. Although Su Fei was not well versed in the intricate familial relationships within the Qin-Jian mountain region, he had heard enough to be aware that the Yang family was a loyal vassal of the Li family, one of their most steadfast subordinate clans. Should the Li family engage in direct conflict with the Mu family in the future, the Yang family would likely take the lead, serving as the vanguard for the Li clan. By incapacitating Mu Zhen's spiritual foundation, Li Qinghuan not only demonstrated loyalty to the Yang family, but also positioned both the Li and Yang families favorably in the Fire Dragon rankings. Seeing Su Fei's complex expression and his prolonged silence, Mu Jian sighed in resignation. Mu Zhen's situation is dire. His spirit has completely shattered. Su Fei, I wish to know if you possess any means to help Mu Zhen regain his vigor. Mu Jian's words hinted at something deeper, clearly inquiring about the system. Su Fei understood all too well. While he certainly had a solution, it was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Is it truly such a dilemma? Mu Jian asked. It is not merely a matter of difficulty, Mu Jian. You are aware that creating a system is no simple task. It requires a substantial amount of waste crystal ore, Su Fei replied. The Mu family also owns a mine. Why not seek assistance there? Mu Jian inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, a spark of intrigue flickered across Su Fei's face. What? You mean the Mu family has its own mine? Where is it? Over there. Mu Jian pointed towards a barren stone mountain to the east. That is the Mu family's exclusive mine, yielding over 90% of the crystal ore produced in the entire Qin-Jian mountain region each year. 90%? Su Fei was momentarily stunned by the astonishing figure. The Mu family truly reigned over the Qin-Jian mountain region, with resources that were indeed substantial. Can we go there now? Not so fast. To access the mine, we must first obtain a passage permit from the elder in charge of the Iron Spider Hall, Mu Jian explained. How can we acquire this permit? Su Fei asked. Mu Jian hesitated for a moment. You need not worry about that. I will personally visit the Iron Spider Hall tomorrow morning. Wait for me at the entrance at 8 o'clock, and once I secure the passage permit, we shall proceed to the mine together. Very well. In response, Su Fei wore an expression of eager anticipation. He had long pledged to restore his senior brother's spiritual foundation, and if he were to discover a suitable source of Fei Jingkong, he might swiftly devise a system for the reconstruction of spiritual foundations. With a stroke of good fortune, it was conceivable that he could create 2 such systems. In that case, Mu Zhen might miraculously rise to his feet once more. When the Li family witnesses Mu Zhen's rapid recovery, it is likely they would be left utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. However, until everything is finalized, all remains uncertain. Even with an abundance of Fei Jingkong, success still hinges on luck. Chapter 57, Summoning the Prince. In the early hours of the morning, Su Fei returned to the Ziwu Palace, his heart a tumult of hope and trepidation. Ming Daoren had not yet retired for the night. Upon spotting the well-thumbed tome, 10 Steps to Kill, on the bookshelf in the kitchen, his expression turned peculiar. Realizing that Su Fei had returned so swiftly, it was clear that the situation had unfolded quite differently from his expectations. He surmised that Su Fei had certainly not encountered Mu Zhen in person that evening. Otherwise, his return would not have been so prompt. Simultaneously, he quietly lamented the short-sightedness of Elder Wu, who had deliberately obstructed Su Fei at the Breaking Army Hall, intending to assert his authority and remind Su Fei that, despite being an extraordinary talent, he was still subject to the rules of the Mu family. As the saying goes, exceptional individuals require exceptional treatment. Alas, that old fifth, Ming Daoren, felt a sense of helplessness. It is worth noting that, as a renowned sword emperor, Ming Daoren could have basked in the luxuries of the royal city of the Qin kingdom, revered by countless admirers. Yet, having once received immense kindness from the Mu family, he chose to remain devotedly within their fold, nurturing new talents for their benefit, even after achieving fame across the lands. He had devoted all his efforts to assist the Mu family, but it was disheartening to see that, after so many years, Elder Wu still exhibited such deplorable behavior. A true case of a rotten wood that cannot be carved. Because of Elder Wu's disposition, the Mu family had already lost numerous talented individuals from foreign clans. With the Li family now creating disturbances, it was likely they would snatch away yet another batch of promising youths from the Mu family. Fortunately, Su fei persist avro admin nature, never allowing himself to be troubled by such trifles. Upon returning to the Ziwu Palace, Su Fei did not retire to his chambers for rest. Instead, he continued to meditate upon the large blue stone outside the plow courtyard. He delved into the inner realms of the system, perusing the books previously entered within. His primary focus remained on the tome, How the Heart of the Sword is Formed. He became immediately absorbed in its contents. It was only with the arrival of dawn that he emerged from his contemplative state. Exhaling deeply, he noted the early hour and promptly set off to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today, he was making enough for 3. Jing Zhai and Ming Daoren had yet to rise. Breakfast was delivered to the rooms of Jing Zhai and Ming Daoren, after which I hastily consumed a modest meal before preparing to depart for the Iron Spike Pavilion. At precisely 8 a.m., Su Fei arrived punctually at the entrance of the Iron Spike Pavilion, invigorated and ready. Upon his arrival, 2 silver-armored guards exchanged furtive whispers upon seeing him. "Is that not Su Fei?" One remarked. "Indeed, I believe it is. I heard he secured the top position in the Baihu Rankings individual competition. It seems so. Quite remarkable, considering his unassuming appearance. Who would have thought he could advance through 4 rounds in the Baihu competition? True, one cannot judge a book by its cover. For an outsider to achieve such success in the Baihu competition is commendable." The guards continued their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, Mu Jian emerged from the Iron Spike Pavilion. Upon spotting her, the guards fell silent. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, presenting an appearance that was both understated and refined, suggesting she had taken care in her attire. The saying goes, "A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes." Was this appearance intended for Su Fei? As Mu Jian approached, her expression bore a hint of regret. Leaving Su Fei somewhat perplexed, "Mu Jian, did you fail to obtain the token?" he inquired. "No," she replied, drawing closer, her presence imbued with a subtle fragrance. From behind, she produced a golden wooden token. "Here is the token for you. However, I have matters to attend to today and regrettably cannot accompany you to the mine. I will arrange for a carriage to take you there. I hope you won't be upset with me." Matters? Su Fei felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Since her arrival at the Mu family, opportunities for interaction with Mu Jian had been scarce. They had known each other for 7 years and should have had much to discuss. He had anticipated that today would provide a chance to reminisce during their journey to the mine. Alas, that was not to be. Yet, reflecting on the recent tumult within the Mu household, it was understandable that Mu Jian, as the daughter of the clan leader, had pressing concerns. Therefore, he refrained from probing further. "That is fine. I can manage on my own. Thank you." Mu Jian felt remorseful for breaking her promise. She smiled softly at Su Fei, grateful that he did not press the issue. Subsequently, she instructed her personal carriage driver to escort Su Fei to the mine. During the journey, Su Fei witnessed a remarkable spectacle, a group of individuals descending gracefully from a flying carpet, landing precisely at the Qinxiu Hall of the Mu family. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, and his curiosity was piqued. However, he soon realized that in the entirety of the Saint Ding continent, only the princes of the royal family could afford to employ such magical artifacts. Judging by their direction, it was clear that this group hailed from the royal city. Curiosity got the better of him as he inquired, "Uncle, who are those people?" The coachman replied, "Young Master Su, I advise you not to delve too deeply into this matter." "Why?" This time, Su Fei was determined to pursue the topic further. The coachman continued, "If I am not mistaken, it is Prince Zhao who has arrived." "Who is Prince Zhao?" "Oh, you do not even know who Prince Zhao is?" The coachman shook his head discreetly, considering Su Fei to be a rustic simpleton. "Prince Zhao is the heir apparent of the Qin kingdom, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He is destined to be our next sovereign." "I see," Su Fei responded, the realization dawning upon him. "Indeed," the coachman declared proudly. "If our young lady can marry Prince Zhao, the Mu family will surely prosper." "That sounds splendid." Su Fei managed a forced smile. He had long been aware of Mu Jian's engagement to the crown prince of the Qin kingdom. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Moreover, Mu Jian's exquisite attire today was not intended for him, but rather for Prince Zhao. How amusing it was to reflect on his earlier self-delusions, now appearing utterly ridiculous. Thankfully, this notion remained solely his own. Should it become public knowledge, he would undoubtedly become the subject of countless jesting remarks. In the blink of an eye, the carriage traversed the courtyard amidst the gaze of many, swiftly descending the mountain, ultimately arriving at the foot of the main peak of Qingjian Mountain. At the base, a river 20 meters wide lay before them. Once adorned with vibrant blossoms, the banks were now barren, evoking a sense of melancholy. All of this was attributed to the Li family. The river's source was the Mu family's Zaiwa River. At this very moment, the water remained a dark hue, flowing gently yet suffused with an oppressive and toxic miasma. The delicate flowers along the banks had succumbed to the noxious fumes. It appeared that the poison within the Zaiwu River had yet to be eradicated. Young Master Su, just ahead lies the mine. Once you arrive, remember to seek out a supervisor named Tai Zhu. Should you require anything, simply inform him. The coachman reminded as the carriage jostled along the official road by the riverbank. Understood. Su Fei expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the guidance, uncle. Not all. Do not take my earlier words to heart. Truthfully, you are quite exceptional. You're the first foreigner who has managed to integrate so well within the Mu family. The coachman, an ordinary man, perceived Su Fei's recognition by the elders of the Mu family and his inclusion in the Xintian battle team as the fruits of his prior life's merits. Little did he realize that the Mu family had truly struck gold in acquiring such an unparalleled talent like Su Fei, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Chapter 58, The Abundant Waste Crystal Mine. Rest assured, uncle, I am not one to harbor grudges. Your words will remain etched in my memory. Since Su Fei's soul traversed into the Saint Ding continent, he has endured numerous tribulations, cultivating an extraordinary and magnanimous heart. Naturally, he does not hold grudges against the carriage driver and finds some merit in his words. Mu Jian hails from a noble family in the Qin kingdom. While Su Fei was born of humble origins, the Crown Prince Zhao is likely to become the future monarch of Qin. In terms of identity, status, and background, Su Fei has indeed faced a profound defeat. When it comes to who can bring greater benefits to the Mu family, it is undoubtedly the Crown Prince Zhao at present. Whether Su Fei can successfully evolve into a true master remains uncertain. Take Jing Zhai and Mu Zhen as examples. Their talents and qualifications are commendable. Yet before they can fully mature, their bodies suffered severe injuries, and their spiritual foundations were destroyed, leaving their future in cultivation shrouded in ambiguity. As for Su Fei, he lacks a formidable background and is about to decline the Li family's invitation, having previously taken the life of Li Xiaoyan's own son. He has already forged a deep enmity with the Li family, who possess numerous informants in the Qingjian mountain region, and it is only a matter of time before they uncover evidence against him. At that point, it remains to be seen whether Su Fei can survive unscathed. Moreover, from the perspective of the carriage driver, he remains unaware of Su Fei's remarkable abilities. His previous remarks were indeed sincere counsel. If Su Fei cannot engage in empathetic thinking, he would cease to be Su Fei. As misstated, Master Su embodies a transcendent grace, truly worthy of being her personally chosen friend. Upon hearing Su Fei's words, the carriage driver was instantly captivated by his extraordinary demeanor. Although merely 14 years old, Su Fei's poise surpasses that of many adults who have lived for decades. Had it been another, they might not have taken a driver's words to heart. It is worth noting that Su Fei is now the principal attacker of the Xintian battle team. Although he is an outsider in the Mu family, he nonetheless holds an exceptionally high status, one that even the ordinary offspring of the Mu clan cannot rival. You flatter me. The truth is, I merely speak candidly. Su Fei constantly admonishes himself to remain low-key, striving to conceal his true capabilities, especially in the presence of ordinary people, to avoid inciting envy. Just as in the Su family, where overt threats are easier to evade than subtle betrayals. Su Yan's malicious acts nearly cost Su Fei his life when he falsely accused him of stealing swordsmanship manuscripts from the library. Here in the Mu family, any inappropriate conduct could invite dire consequences, and he cannot afford to take such risks lightly. There is no need for Master Su to be modest. It is evident that you are indeed an exceptional young man. If you can mature successfully, you may very well become a pillar of support for the Mu family in the future. Sigh. Very well, young Master Su, we have arrived. It was evident that the carriage driver was not a petty person like Su Yan. His compliments to Su Fei were genuine and heartfelt. As they reached the mine, Su Fei jumped down from the carriage and expressed his gratitude. Uncle, the future is far away. Let us not speak of it for now. I shall head inside first. Will you wait for me here? No worries. I shall wait until you finish your business before we depart together. Remember, you have the award ceremony to attend at the Outer Courtyards Arena at 3 p.m. Do not be late, the carriage driver kindly reminded him. Thank you very much. Su Fei inclined his body in a respectful gesture before turning towards the mine. Hey, stop. At the entrance of the mine stood two silver-armored guards wielding long halberds. Upon seeing Su Fei approaching, they immediately stepped forward and called out loudly. Good sirs, I am Su Fei from the Guangwu Hall. Here to find a supervisor named Tai Zhu, Su Fei announced, revealing the golden wooden token at his waist. Upon seeing the golden wooden token of the Iron Thorn Hall, the guard's expressions softened instantly. It is young Master Su. Please proceed. Thank you. Su Fei returned the token to its place and strode confidently into the mine. As he entered, he spotted a burly miner hurrying out of the cave. From a distance, the miner called out to him, Young Master, what brings you here today? Noticing that the man appeared to be in his mid-30s, considerably older than himself, Su Fei respectfully cupped his fists and replied, Greetings, I am Su Fei, and I seek a supervisor named Tai Zhu. May I ask? I am Tai Zhu, the miner said, striding closer to Su Fei and surveying him. Noticing the noble demeanor of Su Fei, he displayed a look of humility. Young Master Su, what can I do for you? So this is Tai Zhu. What a fortunate coincidence. This saves me quite a bit of trouble. Greetings, Supervisor Tai Zhu. I have come today to inquire if there are any surplus waste crystal ores available. If so, I would like to request some. As a disciple of the Mu family's inner courtyard, obtaining some seemingly useless waste crystal ores was indeed not a difficult task for Su Fei. Tai Zhu, having resided in the mine, was unaware of the recent happenings within the Mu family and did not know Su Fei standing there. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he remarked, Young Master Su, you bear the surname Su, not Mu. To take waste crystal ores here, I fear. Su Fei could generally understand. The miners were hard-working individuals who toiled in obscurity, unaware that he was the main assault force of the Xintian battle team. It was not surprising. Fortunately, during the past few days, he had devoted time to completing system tasks and had accumulated a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Therefore, he retrieved a pouch of coins from his spatial ring and presented it before Tai Zhu, stating, Take a look. How much waste crystal or can this buy? Tai Zhu, 2. Harbored doubts regarding Su Fei's identity. Regardless, Su Fei's presence here indicates that he has obtained the approval of the Elder of the Iron Spike Hall. What then? Is Su Fei's true identity? During the earlier exchange, Su Fei exhibited no intention of disclosing this information. Tai Zhu, merely a supervisor of the mining site, held a title that belied his lowly status, which was not much different from that of an ordinary miner. He dared not inquire further, fearing the ire of some formidable figure. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately accepted the pouch of money from Su Fei, cautiously counting its contents, 500 gold soul coins. It is rare for a young man to casually produce such a sum, especially for the purchase of scrap crystal ore. In Tai Zhu's eyes, this was akin to tossing money about in the streets. After a moment of contemplation, he readily suggested, Young Master Su, why not take what you can? Take as much as you wish. Thank you very much. I shall rely on Supervisor Tai Zhu to lead the way. Su Fei possessed a spatial ring bestowed by the system, along with a system backpack. This ring was extraordinary. It could even accommodate a small hill of 20 meters in height. He then accompanied Tai Zhu to the warehouse where the scrap crystal ore was stored. Upon entering the warehouse, Su Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire warehouse was filled with scrap crystal ore piled up to a height of 10 meters. This was the first time Su Fei had encountered such an immense quantity of scrap crystal ore. He opened his spatial ring and, with a simple gesture, instantly absorbed all the scrap crystal ore into it. Tai Zhu, merely a mining supervisor, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing he was imagining things. Upon confirming that everything was indeed real, he broke out in a cold sweat and asked, Young Master Su, is this sufficient? Noticing ties hues trepidación. Su Fei endeavored to appear amicable, responding, I cannot say if it is enough. I will only know after some time. Supervisor Tai Zhu, should there be any more scrap crystal or in the future, please be sure to reserve it for me. Thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. Su Fei's amiability. Felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Chapter 59. The duel first of the White Tiger rankings at Dragon Tooth Fortress. With the successful acquisition of the scrap crystal ore, Su Fei felt an unprecedented joy swell within him. According to the probabilities he had experienced in the town of the Mo, such a vast quantity of scrap crystal ore was bound to yield at least a few system rewards. If fortune favored him within 10 days, Jing Zhai and Mu Zhan could once again embark on their paths of cultivation. The joy Su Fei felt was not merely for the mountain of scrap crystal ore, but for the friends and brothers he cherished, who could now live with dignity and pride. As he departed the mining site, Taiju warmly sent him off, promising that in the future, should Su Fei require it, all scrap crystal or would no longer be sold at a low price to outsiders, but would be reserved exclusively for him. Su Fei felt deep gratitude for Taiju's warmth and support. "Young Master Su, how are you?" The carriage driver did not expect Su Fei to emerge so swiftly, and he was uncertain about the progression of events. Everything has gone smoothly. A smile adorned Su Fei's face as he nimbly leaped onto the carriage. "Congratulations, young Master Su. Can we return now?" "Indeed, let us depart." Retracing their steps, they once again encountered the royal entourage. At this moment, they were gliding on flying carpets, heading back towards the royal city. Why they departed so quickly? Despite the lingering doubts in Su Fei's mind, he chose to remain silent. As they passed the miscellaneous courtyard, Su Fei noticed that the number of workers present that day seemed to have diminished by nearly half compared to before. It appeared that as long as the toxic mother within the Zaiwu River remained, the Mu family would continue to endure dire straits. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Fei arrived punctually at the arena of the outer courtyard. In the individual competition area, the cage in the arena had already been dismantled. A grand 2-meter-high platform had been erected on the expansive grounds. As he walked through the preparation area, a lavish red carpet was laid out along the way, creating an atmosphere of great ceremony. This scene took Su Fei by surprise. They even rolled out the red carpet? Why does this feeling seem so familiar? On either side of the red carpet stood over 30 maids, each adorned with vibrant makeup. Even as maids, their beauty was striking. "Haha, young Master Su. You have finally arrived." The arena supervisor had been awaiting him in the preparation area for quite some time. "Supervisor, why hasn't Daru arrived yet?" "Daru has always been the most enthusiastic among us. It is peculiar that he is so delayed for today's award ceremony. Daru has sustained an injury. We have already privately awarded him his prize. He should have returned to the Daru tribe to recuperate by now," the supervisor replied with a smile. Su Fei glanced at the noble stands surrounding the arena. Although there were not many attendees today, some familiar faces had come to witness the event. Li Qinghuan, the youngest elder of the Li family, Li Waner and Mu Cheng, the mother and daughter, the representative of the Xintian battle team, Mu Zishi, along with Ming Daoren and his disciple Jingzhai. Seeing Ming Daoren present eased Su Fei's mind. Even if Li Qinghuan intended to create difficulties for him, it seemed he would find no opportunity to do so. "Supervisor, where is the Daru tribe located?" "The Daru tribe? Young Master Su, why do you inquire about that?" "It is nothing." Noticing the supervisor's reluctance to elaborate, Su Fei felt no need to press further. From the very beginning of his participation in the competition, he had resolved that should he secure the grand prize of the White Tiger ranking, he would bestow the entire sum upon Daru to compensate for his losses. Upon reflection, perhaps there is no rush, for after the 20th day, we shall meet again in the Dragon Fire rankings of the royal city. Ascending the podium, a young woman clad in a purple robe approached Su Fei, cradling a crystalline trophy in a square, colorful gift box. Su Fei, though still young, had already soared to prominence, being the most outstanding young talent in the region of Qingjian Mountain, having recently claimed the top position in the prestigious White Tiger rankings. Before she could finish her words, the arena supervisor hurriedly ascended the stage and introduced, "This is Su Fei, a remarkable talent who has earned the honor of receiving his award from a master swordswoman of the Tianjin sect in the royal city. Quickly, pay your respects to the esteemed elder." There is no need for such formalities." The young woman shot a glance at the supervisor, signaling him to refrain from further elaboration. She then turned her gaze to Su Fei and calmly stated, "I am Bai Yun, the head of this year's Dragon Fire rankings. I have come merely to present your award, so there is no need for excessive courtesy. After the 20th day, you will participate in the Dragon Fire competition in the royal city. If you find yourself with time, do feel free to stay at my Tianjin sect for a few days." Bai Yun's demeanor was warm and amiable, exuding a sense of approachability. She appeared to be of similar age to elder Mu Ruoshui. "So, she's Bai Yun?" Observing her closely, one could appreciate her grace, though a woman. Her eloquence flowed effortlessly, and she was unbound by societal formalities, possessing a remarkable poise that rivaled any man of 7 feet. Upon further inspection, she was tall and well-proportioned. While not of the voluptuous type, she left an indelible impression upon first sight. Moreover, Su Fei sensed an inexplicable familiarity about her. He recalled that Ming Daoren had mentioned he returned hastily due to a woman named Bai Yun, who had informed him that a poison known as One Mother 1,000 offspring had been planted in Qinjian Mountain. Elder Bai, could it be that you are the one from before? Su Fei immediately thought of the female swordswoman he had encountered the previous night. Shu. Bai Yun raised a delicate finger, silently gesturing for him to be quiet. I have conveyed everything that needed to be said. Here, I have the qualification certificate for the Dragonfire competition, along with the funding for your participation, as well as the address of your lodging. Additionally, on behalf of the Tianjin sect, I present you with a significant gift. A gift? From her actions, it was evident that she was indeed the swordswoman he had seen the other night. As he accepted the package, Su Fei was taken aback. What is this? Just some small tokens, nothing particularly special. Open them when you return to Ziwagong, and you will understand in due course. With that, Bai Yun handed over the trophy and the remaining rewards that were rightfully Su Fei's. He raised his hand to summon a radiant blue sword, a faint smile gracing his lips. Next, I must present awards at Dragontooth Fortress, so I shall take my leave. Do you know who holds the dual titles of first place in both team and individual battles on the White Tiger list at Dragontooth Fortress? Who? Su Fei had not received any news from Dragontooth Fortress since arriving at the Mu family. Your brother, Su Yin. With that, Bai Yin stepped onto the blue sword, transforming into a streak of white light that swiftly vanished into the void towards Dragontooth Fortress. Although Bai Yin did not ride the Ice Phoenix this time, her speed remained astonishing. Watching Bai Yun's retreating figure, Su Fei felt a surge of complex emotions. To think that Su Yin was the first on the White Tiger list. This meant that the two brothers would soon meet again on the Fire Dragon list. Chapter 60. Annulment of Engagement to be fair. Su Fei did not wish to see Su Yin again. Su Yin was narrow-minded, often resorting to underhanded tactics, causing him endless suffering during their 14 years in the Su family, much of which could be attributed to Su Yan's malice. Deep down, Su Fei found it exceedingly difficult to regard Su Yin as his true brother. Yet they were bound by blood. He did not desire enmity with Su Yin, even if Su Yin was a selfish and cruel scoundrel. However, no matter the circumstances, let fate take its course. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. The wheel of fate turns for no one. The more one tries to escape, the more inescapable it becomes. With Bai Yun's departure, the award ceremony, steeped in a sense of solemnity, finally came to a close. The arena supervisor congratulated him repeatedly, and the 30 or so maidservants present cast admiring glances at Su Fei. Yet, to Su Fei, these were mere fleeting shadows, hardly worth his attention. Glancing towards the nobles' gallery, he noticed that the few remaining spectators had long since departed. He understood that what awaited him next was Li Chenghuan's solicitation. He placed the trophy, rewards, and gift packages into his spatial ring and exited the arena empty-handed. As expected, Li Chenghuan was already waiting outside. Su Fei, the 3-day deadline has passed. What have you decided? A day later, Li Chenghuan reappeared before Su Fei, still maintaining an air of refined politeness. Learning that Li Chenghuan had targeted Mu Zhan the previous night filled Su Fei with profound disgust towards his hypocritical demeanor, almost making him feel nauseous. Here was a treacherous and malicious individual, masquerading as a gentleman of grace. Such a person was truly repugnant. Were it not for the tense relations between the Mu and Li families, where everyone was striving to maintain a semblance of peace, Su Fei would have been inclined to confront him and deliver a few slaps to avenge Mu Zhan's grievances. Elderly, Su Fei has made up his mind. Unless the Mu family personally expels him, he shall never betray them. In response to Elder Li's invitation, Su Fei could only express his apologies. Previously, he referred to Li Chenghuan as senior, a term of respect and a temporary measure. Now that the White Tiger rankings have concluded and Ming Dao Run has returned to the Mu family, he harbors no fear of the Li family. At this moment, addressing Li Chenghuan as Elder Li clearly indicates his intention to sever ties with the Li family. In fact, from the moment Su Fei uttered his first word, Li Chenghuan had already surmised Su Fei's decision. Nevertheless, Li Chenghuan remained impassive, revealing his profound cunning. Su Fei, are you certain you wish to decline the Li family's invitation? Li Chenghuan maintained a facade of calm. Indeed, Su Fei affirmed. From the outset, he had no intention of joining the Li family, and this resolve had never wavered. Very well, Li Chenghuan acknowledged Su Fei's final answer. Yet, he did not follow Li Yan's orders to eliminate Su Fei. He understood that Ming Dao Run was Su Fei's mentor, now returned and quietly safeguarding him. At this juncture, he lacked the means to act against Su Fei. Any reckless move would lead to his own demise. Very well, Su Fei replied, equally calm as he regarded Li Chenghuan. Yes, very well. Since you wish to remain with the Mu family, I will not impose. Farewell. With those words, Li Qinghuan abruptly turned and departed hastily. Once Li Qinghuan had retreated, Li Wanner emerged from the shadows. Su Fei, follow me, she commanded. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the listening snow pavilion. The two walked side by side into the pavilion, under the astonished gazes of the scholars, and ascended directly to the second floor. Creak. Li Wanner pushed open a room by the window. Everyone please step outside. Yes. The scholars, upon seeing Li Wanner, immediately rose to leave. This scene, too, felt familiar. Come in, and close the door, Li Wanner instructed. Understood, Su Fei replied, entering and shutting the door behind him. Li Wanner settled into a rosewood chair by the window. Please have a seat. Su Fei took a seat in another rosewood chair beside her. Madam, have you summoned me today for some important matter? Li Wanner suddenly broached the subject. Did you know that Prince Zhao visited the Mu family this morning? A complexity flickered in her alluring gaze, piquing Su Fei's curiosity about her ulterior motives. "Ie m'avir," Su Fei replied nonchalantly. Do you know the reason for Prince Zhao's visit today? The younger generation was uncertain. Su Fei had some conjectures in his heart, but lacking the truth, he did not dare to draw any conclusions. The prince has come to annul the engagement. What? Annul the engagement? Su Fei was taken aback. Indeed, to annul the engagement, Li Wanner reiterated. Prince Zhao has severed his betrothal with Mu Jian. Do you know why he's acted thus? I do not know. Su Fei appeared perplexed. Such matters had never captured his attention, rendering him oblivious to the circumstances. His heart was set on Li Xiaoyun's eldest daughter, Li Ruyan, and their wedding was approaching. Li Ruyan? Upon hearing this, Su Fei's mind buzzed. The prince had forsaken Mu Jian to choose Li Ruyan, which not only dealt a blow to Mu Jian, but also struck a significant blow to the entire Mu family. However, why did Li Wanner choose to reveal this to Su Fei in a gossip-laden place like Listening Snow Tower? What was her intention? Su Fei, you need not overthink. I share this with you not to imply anything. I merely wish to convey that given your current standing in the Mu family, your life still holds many diverse choices, such as marriage. You need not be bound to an engagement with Mu Cheng. You could even relinquish her and opt for Mu Jian. He chuckled, utterly perplexed by her insinuations. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly replied, Madam, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Do you not wish for me to be with Mu Cheng? No. Since witnessing Su Fei's performance in the Baihu List personal competition, Li Wanner had developed an increasingly favorable impression of him, akin to a mother-in-law's admiration for her son-in-law. She not only wished for Su Fei and Mu Cheng to be together, but hoped their wedding would occur sooner rather than later. Yet curiously, she refrained from expressing her true feelings, instead hinting, what I mean is, Mu Jian is no longer bound by an engagement. Perhaps something could still transpire between you two. No, Su Fei interjected, I am not one to waver in my decisions, since I have already made a choice in Yuqing Courtyard. Provided you and Mu Cheng do not oppose, I shall never betray that commitment or willingly annul the engagement. Very well. Upon hearing this, a satisfied expression graced Li Wanner's enchanting face. This was precisely what she desired to hear. In that case, as an elder, I can rest easy. However, I hope you remember the words you spoke today. Regardless of how your relationship with Mu Jian develops in the future, should you ever wrong Mu Cheng, I, Li Wanner, will ensure that I hold you accountable. Indeed, madam, you need not worry about this. Sophia assured her earnestly. It is rumored that Li Wanner has never cared for her daughter Mu Cheng, yet the current situation seems to contradict this notion. In recent days, Li Wanner has consistently brought Mu Cheng to the aristocratic viewing platform of the Baihu ranking personal competition, suggesting that their mother-daughter relationship is not as strained as the rumors imply. Evidently, such rumors are indeed unreliable. Chapter 61. The Venomous Goo. After finishing her remarks, Li Wanner stood to leave. Su Fei intended to follow her out, but was halted by Li Wanner, who requested that he linger for a while longer. Initially, Su Fei found it difficult to comprehend Li Wanner's intentions. However, shortly after she departed, the door creaked open again, revealing a young woman of similar age to Su Fei. She was clad in a yellow tunic. Though slender, she possessed an air of elegance. Upon closer inspection, her features were exquisitely refined, with bright eyes and a delicate face that bore a hint of shyness, resembling a rose poised to bloom. Mu Cheng. This was the first time Su Fei had seen her not dressed as a servant. It appeared that with just a touch of adornment, Mu Cheng could possess an unparalleled beauty. Young Master Su, I heard everything you said just now. Thank you. Just now, Su Fei began to understand. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. It seemed that Li Wanner had orchestrated for Mu Cheng to await in the adjacent room. Otherwise, Su Fei would have struggled to decipher the situation, considering that the Ting Shui Tower was the hub of gossip for the Mu family. Had Li Wanner's words been overheard by others, it would surely have sparked a plethora of rumors. Mu Cheng, I wish to hear your own thoughts. Me? Mu Cheng gazed at Su Fei in astonishment. Young Master Su, you have been in the Mu family for quite some time. Do you believe I possess the right to choose given my status? From your tone, it seems you are not keen on being chosen by me. No. Mu Cheng hurriedly shook her head. That is not my intention, young Master Su. You misunderstood. I simply mean that I am willing to follow your lead. In truth, since witnessing Su Fei's performance in the Baihu ranking personal competition, Mu Cheng had already developed feelings for him. Although Su Fei hailed from the remote Mo town, the Saint Ding continent has always revered the strong. As the saying goes, a hero's origin matters not. Anyone can become the center of attention if they prove to be a true powerhouse, regardless of having once been a lowly beggar. Yet, those matters seem to belong to a distant past. Currently, as Su Fei and Mu Cheng found themselves alone together, an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. In truth, they were not well acquainted. Young Master Su, do you have anything else you wish to say to me? Mu Cheng stood at the door, looking as demure as a quail. Su Fei possessed memories from a past life, granting him a certain understanding of the complexities of romantic relationships. However, he felt that Mu Cheng was still quite young, and the notion of them engaging in a romantic liaison felt rather awkward. Thus, he approached her with the demeanor one would adopt when addressing a child, his expression calm as he spoke. Last night, Mu Zhan's spiritual foundation was destroyed by the Li family. With the imminent Dragonfire rankings battle, we must devise a means to restore Mu Zhan's spiritual foundation. Consequently, I may be quite busy in the near future. Mu Cheng, do you comprehend my intentions? Yes. Mu Cheng's countenance shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing his words. Mu Zhan's spiritual foundation was destroyed? Does that not equate to what happened to senior brother Jing Zhai? Her reference to senior brother was clearly directed towards Su Fei, revealing her adeptness in conversation. Su Fei nodded in acknowledgement. It's somewhat similar, but discussing it now serves little purpose. I must first return to the Ziwu Palace. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. All right, being a girl. Mu Cheng held back her thoughts, recognizing Su Fei's busyness and refraining from further disturbances. Moments later, Su Fei returned to the Ziwu Palace. Upon entering, he noticed Ming Dao napping in a lounge chair within the courtyard, snoring thunderously. Stealthily, Su Fei made his way back to his room, only to discover that senior brother Jing Zhai was absent. It seemed that Jing Zhai's health had improved somewhat. With no one around, he opened his spatial ring and first retrieved the gift package that Bai Yun had given him. Although the package was small, its interior was surprisingly spacious. The method of unsealing the package was akin to that of opening a spatial ring. This package had evidently been inscribed, allowing only Su Fei to access its contents. As he reached inside, he found only a small jade vial within the vast space. Upon closer inspection, he noted 3 red characters inscribed on the vial: devouring poison goo. As the name suggests, this was a type of goo that fed on poison. Adjacent to the 3 characters, a line of smaller text read, the nemesis of the One Mother, 1,000 offspring poison. What? Su Fei was astonished to learn that this item was designed to eliminate the One Mother, 1,000 offspring poison. Given the devastation of the Ziwu River, with nearly half of the Mu family's 100,000 populace unable to access even a drop of water, their plight was dire. With the devouring poison goo in hand, it was evident that a solution to their immediate woes could be swiftly at hand. However, just as he was about to set off for the Ziwu River, he paused. Thus far, the Mu family had yet to identify the culprit behind the poisoning. If he were to go and attempt to cleanse the poison now, it might provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Mu Jian had recently been rejected by Prince Zhao, undoubtedly leaving her in a foul mood. Moreover, as the daughter of the Mu family's head, the news of her broken engagement would likely spread swiftly. At this critical juncture, if Mu Jian could single-handedly eliminate the maternal and offspring poison in the Ziwi River, it might just silence those who had been mocking him. Thus, he hesitated no longer and promptly set off for the Qinqiu Hall. Upon arrival, the guards outside the hall immediately intercepted Su Fei, stating, "Young Master Su, you cannot enter." "Dear sirs, I have urgent matters to discuss with Mu Jian. I kindly ask you to relay my request." Today, Su Fei's demeanor was notably assertive. The guards, having heard of Su Fei's usual humility and courtesy, suspected that he truly had pressing business and replied, "Very well, please wait here." "Thank you." 5 minutes later, Mu Jian emerged from the grand hall, still adorned in the simple white gown from the morning, her face radiating a natural smile, seemingly in good spirits. "Su Fei, what brings you here?" she inquired. "Come, let us speak elsewhere." Of course. In an instant, the two made their way to a secluded patch of grass. With no one around, Su Fei handed the Jidu Gu to Mu Jian, saying, "This is the Jidu Gu. It is said to be capable of eliminating the maternal and offspring poison. Perhaps you should give it a try." "The Jidu Gu? This is a level 80 Gu worm. Where did you acquire this?" Mu Jian gazed at Su Fei in astonishment. "From a Tianjin mountain, by Yun," Su Fei responded. "By Yun?" Mu Jian cast a distant glance towards the direction of the royal city, realizing the connection. "But if you possess this, why not use it yourself instead of handing it to me?" "Because I cannot." Su Fei refrained from voicing his true feelings in order to spare Mu Jian any discomfort. "Very well, then we shall go together, and I will teach you how to use it." "Excellent." With that, the two set off towards the Zihui River. Chapter 62. The objective of Tianjin sect high above the waterfall. The sound of cascading water echoed through the mortal realm. The source of the Zihui River lies at the summit of the Qinjian mountain, within an oval cave at an altitude of 200 meters, measuring 20 meters in width and 15 meters in height. Su Fei and Mu Jian departed from the Qinxiu Hall, situated at 150 meters above sea level, and made their way towards the river's source side by side. In the distance, through the dense foliage, they beheld the waterfall, resembling a black ink ribbon, pouring forth from the cave and cascading into the renowned full moon pool of Qinjian Mountain. The full moon pool is a naturally formed, perfectly circular body of water. Mu Jian remarked that the full moon pool is considered a marvel of the world. On nights of the full moon, 7 moon shadows appear upon its surface. Upon hearing this, Su Fei's mind swirled with curiosity. 7 moon shadows? He was eager to understand why such a phenomenon occurred at the full moon pool during the full moon nights. However, Mu Jian shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge on the matter, and chose not to elaborate further. In Su Fei's mind, he contemplated that this was indeed the Saint Ding continent, a realm where even the most peculiar occurrences imaginable could manifest. The full moon pool must hold profound mysteries within its depths. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would undoubtedly endeavor to explore its secrets. However, discussing such matters seemed far too distant at present. The immediate priority was to swiftly eradicate the pernicious poison from the Zihui River. Within 10 minutes, Su Fei and Mu Jian appeared side by side on the western bank of the full moon pool. They stood upon a large, flat stone, gazing at the impressive 20-meter waterfall cascading down before them. The sound of rushing water roared in their ears, while a dark mist hung heavily in the air. The black fog spread outward, causing the surrounding shrubs and flowers to wither prematurely, as if they had already succumbed to autumn. Both individuals held their breath, their expressions gravely serious. "Su Fei, summon that creature," Mu Jian urged, returning the jade vial to him. "Am I to summon it?" Su Fei initially intended to credit Mu Jian with this feat, yet she had unexpectedly returned the vial to him. "Indeed, this jade vial is inscribed. Only you possess the ability to summon the insect within," Mu Jian explained patiently. "What must I do?" Su Fei, having never encountered such a creature, hesitated to open the vial. "Simply open the vial. The level 80 Gu insect possesses high intelligence. It can comprehend your words and will obey your commands." Mu Jian reassured him. "Is it truly that remarkable?" Su Fei mused, recalling his past life where he had raised a dog, often regarded as humanity's most loyal companion. Can such a mere insect be so obedient? Yet, here in the Saint Ding continent, what could possibly be deemed impossible? Filled with curiosity, he promptly opened the vial. Indeed, nestled at the bottom was an insect. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a cricket. If it were merely a cricket, it might not be extraordinary. However, this Gu insect, resembling a cricket, was adorned with a golden body and a striking green head, presenting an incongruous appearance. If one were to liken a cricket to a warrior, this little creature would be a fighter clad in golden armor, topped with a green helmet. Such a thought only added to the peculiarity. Why did it remain utterly still? Had it perhaps perished from suffocation? Su Fei shook the jade vial, yet the tiny being remained motionless. Impossible. This vial is also a level 80 artifact. Though it appears small, it possesses a significant internal space. You should try calling it. Mu Jian inquired. Call it? Su Fei inquired. How should I do that? Well, Mu Jian fidgeted with a strand of hair at her temple. I'm not entirely sure. Just call out to it casually and see what happens. Ultimately, Mu Jian is merely at level 25. It is entirely ordinary that he cannot comprehend the intricacies of an 80-level magical artifact and an 80-level poison insect. Thus, Su Fei pondered for a moment and called out towards the bottle's opening. "Hello, little creature. Do you have a name?" The small entity seemed to be completely oblivious, remaining motionless at the bottom of the bottle. "Are you called the poisonous goo?" Su Fei inquired again, as the label on the bottle indeed bore those very words. Yet, the little being remained unresponsive. Witnessing this scene, even Mu Jian, who stood beside him, appeared perplexed. "When Bai Yun presented you with this creature, did he not provide you with anything else?" "Anything else?" Su Fei rummaged through his spatial ring. "A trophy, a reward box, and that colorful gift box." Upon seeing the gifts, Mu Jian took the box and examined it thoroughly, but found nothing of significance. Suddenly, a cough resonated from behind them. Both Su Fei and Mu Jian instinctively turned around, only to be met with the sight of Ming Dao Run. "Master, what brings you here?" Su Fei asked. "If I hadn't come, do you think you could coax that little creature out?" Ming Dao Run stroked his white beard, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. "Well, I certainly cannot," Su Fei admitted. Although his combat prowess had surged recently, he was still only at level 15 and had yet to encounter many advanced entities. "What does that little creature look like?" Ming Dao Run suddenly inquired. Su Fei was uncertain about what the small insect resembling a cricket might be called in the Holy Ding continent, so he glanced towards Mu Jian for assistance. "Master Ming, it is a night-crying monster," Mu Jian explained. Upon hearing this, Ming Dao Run pondered for a moment and said, "Goo insects come in myriad forms, each with its own temperament. Since it is a night-crying monster, we shall wait until nightfall to summon it. These creatures roam during the night. Summoning it during the day would diminish its vitality. Indeed, Su Fei deplave. It is already 5 p.m. By now, the little creature should be awake." However, since Ming Dao Run had suggested waiting, they had no choice but to return later in the evening. Upon their return to the Ziwagong, Jing Zhai had already prepared dinner. Noticing that Jing Zhai's complexion had improved considerably, Su Fei felt a sense of relief. Mu Jian also remained at Ziwagong to dine with them. During the meal, they inadvertently discovered that Ming Dao Run had long been aware of Bai Yun's intention to gift Su Fei the poisonous goo. Initially, Ming Dao Run had merely let it slip and was reluctant to elaborate on the matter. However, seeing the keen curiosity of his 3 juniors, he could not help but divulge a few details. Ming Dao Run remarked that the reason Bai Yun gifted such a token to Su Fei was purely to represent a favor from the Heavenly Sword sect to him. However, the underlying motives for Bai Yun's actions were left unspoken by Ming Dao Run. It is indeed perplexing that Bai Yun, a member of the Heavenly Sword sect, would show such courtesy to Su Fei, a commoner hailing from a remote town without even a title to his name. One must bear in mind that the sect leader, Bai Chaochuan, is one of the 8 noble lords of the Qin kingdom. Although Ming Dao Run did not articulate the reasons, he was acutely aware of them. Bai Chaochuan has always been skeptical about Prince Zhao succeeding the throne of the Qin kingdom. The entire Heavenly Sword sect is inclined to support the second prince in his bid for kingship. Su Fei, having absorbed the dragon essence and soul from Ji Tsong, has already gained the divine power of dragon possession. On a previous visit to the Qinjian mountain, Bai Yun witnessed the dragon soul residing within Su Fei, prompting him to promptly report this to the sect leader upon his return. Historically, those fortunate enough to be endowed with a dragon soul have been renowned figures celebrated throughout the ages on the sacred Ding continent. Undoubtedly, Su Fei's future achievements will have a significant impact on the entire Qin kingdom. By extending a favor to Su Fei in advance, Bai Chaochuan is also preparing to cultivate his allegiance in the future. Alas, when it comes to the internal strife within the royal family, Ming Dao Run has always preferred to remain aloof. Nevertheless, his ascension to the rank of Grand Sword Emperor has also been significantly aided by the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, he would not interfere with the sect's goodwill towards Su Fei. Ultimately, all decisions lie in Su Fei's hands. Chapter 63, The Ice Domain Gate. As night fell, Su Fei faintly heard the sound of chirping emanating from the jade vial. The sound was unmistakably reminiscent of crickets. Could it be that the night-singing monster was awakening? Mu Jian approached Su Fei, her delicate face betraying a hint of anticipation. It must be hungry. After dining, Ming Dao Run had originally returned to his quarters, but upon hearing the night-singing monster's calls, promptly emerged. Hungry? Su Fei glanced at the jade vial in his hand. What does this little creature consume? Poison. Ming Dao Run replied. Caring for this creature is no simple task. It must consume poison every night, or it will perish within 5 days. Poison, you say? This little being is known as the poison-devouring goo, and its name suggests its nature. Although Su Fei found this peculiar creature difficult to comprehend, the sacred Ding continent is a place where the extraordinary is commonplace. Let us proceed to the Zaiwu River. As long as it can devour a mother poison that produces 1,000 offspring, the residual toxins should pose no significant issue, Ming Daoren stated earnestly. Indeed, on the very first day that Ming Daoren returned to the Mu family, the elder urged him earnestly to devise a swift means to eradicate the poisonous one mother, 1,000 offspring that plagued the Zaiwu River. At last, Baiyun delivered the poison-eating goo. Provided that all unfolds smoothly tonight, it is believed that before dawn, the waters of the Zaiwu River will regain their former purity. In the blink of an eye, Ming Daoren, accompanied by Su Fei and Mu Jian, ventured towards the full moon pool. Coincidentally, this night coincided with the full moon. Even after nightfall, the surroundings were as bright as day. The surface of the full moon pool was shrouded in a faint black mist, obscuring the presence of the 7 moon shadows within. Su Fei gazed curiously at the full moon pool for a while. Su Fei, summon the night crying creature, Ming Daoren commanded suddenly, standing upon a large stone on the western bank of the full moon pool. Understood. Su Fei promptly averted his gaze and retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring. Upon uncapping the vial, he found the little creature inside bouncing energetically, appearing quite exuberant. Little one, come forth, Su Fei softly beckoned. Gigi, Gigi. However, the little creature, in its pride, emitted a few chirps and hopped about within the vial, refusing to emerge. What is the situation? Su Fei looked towards Ming Daoren. It makes no sense. Ming Daoren admitted, equally perplexed. Logically speaking, the jade vial bore Su Fei's inscription, indicating that he was the master of this creature. Baiyun had gifted it to Su Fei. Thus it should not carry Baiyun's soul mark. This little creature, an 80-level goo insect, possessed a high degree of intelligence and could understand human speech. Yet, upon hearing its master's call, it remained unresponsive. Master, could it be that my calling method is incorrect? Su Fei did not doubt the creature's nature, but felt his own knowledge of such peculiar beings was insufficient, perhaps due to his own lack of aptitude, which hindered his ability to summon it. Then give another try, Ming Daoren suggested, clearly not attributing the issue to Su Fei. Yet he too had yet to comprehend the situation. All right. Su Fei cradled the jade vial once more and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Brother Gu, you must be hungry. There are many delicious treats outside. Would you like to come out and have a bite? To utter such words to an insect would have been deemed foolish in his previous life. However, both Ming Daoren and Mu Jian regarded him with approving glances, evidently considering his approach appropriate. It is worth noting that this was an 80-level goo insect, while Su Fei was merely at the 15th level of cultivation. Perhaps the insect simply did not regard Su Fei as worthy. Gigi, Gigi. The little creature chirped a few more times, yet still made no move to emerge. What on earth is happening? Am I supposed to kneel before it? Su Fei, a man of dignity, would never bow down to a mere insect. Even if it is an 80-level goo worm, it remains nothing more than a slightly formidable bug. After nearly 20 seconds of waiting, that little creature continued to bounce around the bottom of the vial, resembling a simpleton. Mu Jian and Ming Dao exchanged glances, both at a loss as to how to proceed. Su Fei, growing increasingly impatient, darkened his expression and exclaimed, "You refuse to come out, do you? Very well. Then remain inside forever." With that, he forcefully sealed the lid. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the little creature began to call incessantly from within. Although the meaning of its cries eluded him, the tone conveyed a hint of anxiety. Initially, Su Fei merely intended to frighten it, and after about 30 seconds of its persistent chirping, he reopened the lid. "Will you not come out?" Chirp, chirp. The creature yielded, emitting a few submissive sounds before obediently crawling out of the vial. It perched on the back of Su Fei's hand, chirping away, appearing gentle and docile. Now, that is more like it. It seems this little creature is merely a soft persimmon, easily intimidated. Su Fei guoed a satisfied expression, turning towards the direction of the full moon pond, and declared, "Go on, find your own food." Chirp, chirp. The little creature obediently chirped twice, then turned its gaze towards the full moon pond. Upon seeing the multitude of poisonous offspring within, its tiny wings trembled, radiating excitement. With a buzz, it dove headfirst into the pond. Observing this, Ming Daoren stroked his white beard, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of joy. He had thought that even he, as a teacher, would be unable to coax this little creature out. It seemed that Su Fei had accomplished the impossible. Mu Jian also regarded Su Fei with newfound respect. She had always perceived him as a reserved individual, solely proficient in system matters, unaware of his quick-wittedness in other aspects. Teacher, can this night-calling creature swim? Su Fei still viewed the little creature as akin to a cricket. In his recollection, crickets despise even the slightest hint of moisture. Of course, an 80-level goo poison may not possess omnipotence, but it certainly has its capabilities. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. Even the most ferocious torrents of this waterfall could never wash it away. Ming Daorun, having spent considerable time at the Tianjin sect, was well acquainted with Bai Yun and possessed some knowledge of the characteristics of goo worms. Indeed, Su Fei chose not to inquire further, instead quietly awaiting the outcome from a small creature. During this time, not only was Su Fei waiting, but Mu Jian and Ming Daorun were also in anticipation. At this moment, a toxic mist still lingered along the riverbank. The three held their breath, concentrated, and waited for nearly 20 minutes. Suddenly, a buzzing sound heralded the small creature's emergence from the water. Its excited chirps indicated it had found something satisfying to consume. Had it succeeded? A surge of anticipation welled up in Su Fei's heart. However, before the small creature could return, a tremendous commotion erupted beneath the surface of the full moon pool. With a thunderous crash, the waters roiled as if some colossal being was concealed below. Even the ground surrounding the full moon pool trembled violently. Before they could comprehend the situation, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the air. Ming Daorun shielded Su Fei and Mu Jian behind him, his brow furrowed, quietly murmuring, "Could it be that this full moon pool is the fabled entrance to the ice domain?" For many years, the people of the Qin Kingdom had searched in vain for the ice domain's entrance, yet to no avail. Could it be that this entrance had been hidden all along in the mountains behind the Mu family? How could Ming Daorun, having resided in the Mu family for so long, remain oblivious? His gaze deepened as he stared intently at the full moon pool, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Suddenly, another dragon's roar emanated from the depths of the full moon pool. However, this time, the roar gradually receded until it was completely inaudible. As the dragon's cry faded, the toxic mist that had permeated the air around the full moon pool dissipated as well. The sound of the waterfall became distinctly clear once more. The waves stirred by the giant dragon's movement soon calmed down. This night marked a full moon, and the surface of the full moon pool should have displayed 7 lunar reflections, yet there was not a single shadow to be seen, indicating that something extraordinary had transpired. As the dragon departed, the poisonous creature gifted to Su Fei by Bai Yun narrowly evaded disaster. Soaring through the air and seeking refuge in the folds of Su Fei's clothing, quivering with trepidation, it seemed the little creature had experienced quite a scare. "Fear not," Su Fei reassured, noticing the waters of the Zaiwu River gradually restoring their clarity, and he found himself growing fond of the little being nestled in his garment. The creature chirped twice, swaying its head in exhaustion. Consequently, Su Fei retrieved a jade vial, inviting it back inside. The little creature let out another sound, seemingly filled with gratitude towards Su Fei. Soon after, a buzzing noise echoed as it flapped its wings and flew into the jade bottle. "Teacher Ming, was that a dragon?" Mu Jian, still in awe, gazed in astonishment at the full moon pool. This was her first encounter with the presence of a dragon at such close proximity. Although the colossal dragon did not reveal itself, the sensation was far more tangible than the confinement of Ji Tsang in the stone cave behind the Mu family estate. The dragon's roar reverberated as if it were right beside her. As the mighty dragon departed, its roar lingered in her ears. Reflecting on the earlier scene, despite the fearsome sound, it was evident from the dragon's call that it harbored no malice. It merely turned away upon noticing the presence of others outside the full moon pool. The notion that bravery prevails in narrow paths resonated with Mu Jian. In her eyes, the dragon, though formidable, was not one to seek conflict or cause harm, thus revealing its benevolent nature. Outside the full moon pool, the roar of the waterfall was overwhelming, and Teacher Ming had been speaking to himself, unnoticed by Su Fei and Mu Jian. Indeed, it was a dragon. Teacher Ming had initially desired to refrain from elaborating on the matter, yet he recognized the difficulty in keeping such a secret from Su Fei and Mu Jian. With a serious expression, he turned to them. "You must remember, do not disclose tonight's events to anyone, especially you, Mu Jian. You must not spread this information. Otherwise, the Mu family will face grave peril." So serious? Mu Jian looked at Teacher Ming with suspicion. What exactly is going on? Why is there a dragon in the full moon pool? Teacher Ming stroked his white beard thoughtfully, hesitating for a moment before sighing. This story is rather lengthy. In brief, the less you know about these matters, the better. If possible, it is best not to ask at all. Oh, Mu Jian lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment. Perhaps Teacher Ming had his reasons, or perhaps these matters were indeed not for them, the younger generation, to inquire about. After some contemplation, she smiled brightly and said, well, regardless, the poison of a mother and her 1,000 offspring has finally been eradicated. That dragon was quite helpful. Teacher Ming, I promise not to ask anything further. However, when do you intend to reveal the truth to us? Well, Teacher Ming continued to stroke his beard, appearing somewhat troubled. Let's say this. Once your cultivation reaches level 60, I shall divulge all the truths. All right, it's settled then. As the daughter of the clan leader, Mu Jian was well aware that Teacher Ming was the Grand Sword Emperor. Such a distinguished figure would not lie to a junior of less than level 30. Thus, she decided not to press the matter further. As the evening deepened, she turned and began her journey towards the Chongqing Palace. Good night, Teacher Ming, she called out without glancing back. Good night, Su Fei. Her voice was soft, indifferent to whether Mu Jian could hear her. At that moment, Su Fei felt the dragon mark on his chest stirring with unusual energy. Though Ming Dao Run stood beside him, he refrained from lifting his clothing to inspect it. However, as the Grand Sword Emperor, Ming Dao Run had already sensed the agitation of the dragon spirit within Su Fei, likely influenced by the immense dragon they had encountered earlier. In Mu Jian's eyes, the dragon had departed due to its inherent kindness. Yet, Ming Dao Run held a differing opinion. He speculated that Su Fei's possession of half of Ji Tsong's dragon spirit might have compelled the dragon to retreat in recognition of Su Fei's formidable essence. Nevertheless, this was merely conjecture on Ming Dao Ren's part. Indeed, Su Fei understood that, as the Grand Sword Emperor, Ming Dao Ren must have discerned the presence of dragon energy within him long ago. After all, even a mere sword master from Baiyun could perceive it effortlessly, let alone Ming Dao Ren. However, both master and disciple maintained a tacit understanding, and during their return to the Ziwagong, neither spoke a word. Upon arriving at the Ziwagong, Ming Dao Ren quietly retreated to his room to rest, while Su Fei continued to meditate on the large blue stone outside the Luyuan. He had initially planned to commence the development of his system that night, but it appeared that could not come to fruition just yet. The dragon spirit mark on his chest was restless, and even the dragon energy within his dantian felt the effects of this disturbance. He needed to enter a meditative state to stabilize the dragon spirit and energy within him. Since acquiring half of Ji Tsong's dragon spirit, a telepathic connection had formed between them. Just as he was about to enter meditation, he suddenly heard Ji Tsong's voice. Master, do not fear. The one you encountered is a member of my clan. Every full moon, she visits the ice domain gate to gather information. Her appearance was merely to confirm my existence. She has already sensed the dragon spirit within you and verified that I still walk among the living. Once your cultivation reaches level 60, you may attempt to visit the ice domain gate to seek her assistance in enhancing your dragon spirit. Oh, who is she? That she can aid me in elevating my dragon spirit? Su Fei inquired, his curiosity piqued. You will learn in due course when you arrive at the ice domain gate. Yitsang replied enigmatically. By the way, you mentioned the ice domain gate? What exactly is that place? Su Fei communicated with Ji Tsong through his consciousness. Ji Tsong said, as for the matters concerning the ice domain gate, it is best that you remain uninformed for the time being. Otherwise, it may invite perilous consequences. Even Ji Tsong has spoken thus. Su Fei's curiosity deepened. What secrets lie within the ice domain gate? It seems one could enter at level 60, so it shouldn't be anything extraordinary. Ji Tsong continued, what you do not know, my master, is that the ice domain gate is the only passage leading to the land of ice. The people of the Qin Kingdom have long sought to locate this gate, their intent being to venture into the land of ice to slay dragons. However, these matters are not for you to concern yourself with at present. I sought you out to inform you that the agitation of the dragon soul within you is merely temporary and warrants no undue worry. Chapter 65. The Formation of a Sword Heart. Indeed, this evening, both Ming Dao Run and Ji Tsong maintained a taciturn demeanor, uttering only a few words. It appears that the ice domain gate conceals a momentous and unfathomable mystery. Ji Tsong had mentioned that many from the Qin Kingdom were in search of the ice domain gate, with the purpose of slaying dragons in the land of ice. But why slay dragons? It was later revealed that the Great Sword Emperor sought to break through the 130-level barrier and ascend to the 140-level Sword Sovereign. To achieve this, he needed to acquire the dragon essence of the Azure Dragon. Only through the refinement of the Azure Dragon's essence could one elevate their body to a strength sufficient to bear the power of a Sword Sovereign. A Sword Sovereign possesses the might to move mountains and fill seas. With a single swing of their sword, they can shake the heavens and the earth. Consequently, the power harbored within a Sword Sovereign is a terrifying force indeed. Should one attempt to forcibly breach the Sword Sovereign barrier without adequate bodily strength, it would be tantamount to courting one's own demise. The only possible outcome would be a catastrophic explosion of the body. It is no wonder that Ming Dao Ran, as the Great Sword Emperor, has not made further advancements in his realm over the years. It appears he has yet to refine the Azure Dragon essence. Regardless, at this moment, Su Fei had confirmed that the fluctuations of the dragon's soul within him posed no threat, and the dragon Qi in his dantian seemed to be gradually calming. Noticing that the hour was late, he rose and made his way into the library of the Ziwagong. This night, with Ming Dao Ren's return, the Elder Council would no longer send anyone to guard Su Fei. The library was empty, making it an ideal setting for Su Fei to develop his system. He opened his spatial ring and retrieved a piece of waste crystal ore. Simultaneously, he took out a smokeless furnace from his system backpack. This smokeless furnace could automatically absorb spiritual energy, igniting it to produce high-temperature spiritual flames. Reflecting on it, this furnace was left behind by Su Qianma when he had rescued him from the Lingyan Pavilion, hidden in a cave on the back mountain of the Su family. Upon hearing the call of Qianma, as I departed from the cave, I instinctively took the smokeless furnace along and placed it in my system's backpack. Now, it proves to be quite useful. I ignited the smokeless furnace and placed the waste crystal ore upon it, allowing it to roast. The crackling sound emerged as the flames engulfed the chunk of waste crystal, roughly the size of a fist. Based on experience, if this waste crystal can endure 3 hours atop the smokeless furnace while maintaining its hardness and transforming into a purplish-red hue, there exists an 80% probability of extracting the element desired by Su Fei, alongside a 50% chance of creating the system. In truth, even if the system elements are successfully extracted, electricity is still required. The Holy Ding continent is not a technological world. Here, the means to harness electricity surpasses that of Su Fei's previous life. Thunder beasts, lightning, and cultivators skilled in manipulating thunder and lightning can all provide the electrical power necessary for Su Fei to fabricate the system. In the past, during his time at the Su family estate, he lacked a thunder beast and did not know any cultivators who could control lightning. Yet he did not wait for the lightning to strike. For Su Fei at that time, lightning was an exceedingly perilous entity. A mere misstep could lead to his demise. He crafted a small generator using the smokeless furnace, a device akin to the commonplace alcohol generators from his former world. Although the electricity produced might be less than 20 watts, it suffices for the creation of the system. With everything prepared, all that remains is to wait. Recently, Su Fei was brimming with energy, utterly unaware of fatigue. During the waiting period, with nothing else to occupy his mind, he sat cross-legged beside the smokeless furnace and once again entered the inner realm of the system. Opening the tome titled How the Sword Heart is Formed to continue his reading. The preface of the text states, "The sword heart, much like the human heart, is divided between righteousness and malevolence. A sword dedicated to goodness embodies the essence of justice. Some righteous swords cannot even be wielded to slay foes. Even if the wielder harbors murderous intent and pierces another's body with such a sword, it may not inflict fatal harm. Conversely, a sword inclined towards evil becomes a demonic weapon. A demonic sword is bloodthirsty by nature, even if its wielder is not inherently a killer. The sword itself can manipulate its bearer to harbor murderous thoughts, transforming them into an instrument of death. Thus, how does a sword cultivator discern the righteousness or malevolence of the sword heart? The answer is rather simple. When a righteous sword is held, the wielder's mind will attain serenity, free from chaotic and malevolent thoughts. In contrast, when a demonic sword is grasped, humanity is lost, and only an insatiable thirst for blood remains, devoid of familial bonds. Upon reaching this juncture, Su Fei could not suppress his curiosity. He activated the summoning technique and called forth the level 1 sacred spirit sword. Holding it in his hand, he endeavored to sense its essence. His mindset remained unchanged, always serene. It appears that this sword is indeed a sword of justice. The text mentions that some swords of justice, even when piercing a person's body, do not inflict fatal harm. Clearly, the sword in Su Fei's possession does not belong to that category. Last time at the gate of the other world, he effortlessly annihilated a team from the Leaf family. Sheathing the sword, he continued reading. How the sword heart is formed. Section 1. The text states that a high-grade sword can even evolve into a vibrant, living entity possessing a sword heart. Only swords of high caliber can possess such a heart. So, how is the quality of a sword determined? It is in fact quite simple. The grades of swords are divided into 1,200 levels, similar to the classification of swordsmen. However, the distinction lies in the fact that sword grades increase in increments of 5. Level 1, Level 5, Level 10, Level 15, Level 195, Level 200. Only when a sword reaches Level 40 can it be considered high grade, at which point it will develop a sword heart. If a sword begins at Level 1 and accompanies a swordsman, its sword heart is likely to be influenced by the swordsman's own disposition. If the swordsman embodies justice, the sword's growth will likely reflect a positive trajectory. Conversely, if the swordsman is consumed by malevolence, the sword's evolution may turn it into an instrument of evil. In such a case, the mutual influence between the swordsman and the sword heart could result in the creation of a fearsome demonic sword. Thus, Su Fei gained insight from this passage. It seems he must find ways to enhance the sword's level. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the smokeless furnace. Su Fei quickly withdrew from his spiritual realm within the system, and upon closer inspection, he found that the waste crystal or on the smokeless furnace could not withstand the persistent high temperature of the spiritual fire and had split in two. Alas, it appears that the first piece of waste crystal or is of no further use. He then retrieved the second piece of waste crystal or from his spatial ring and placed it on the smokeless furnace for roasting in the same manner. As he gazed at the blazing spiritual fire, a hint of confusion flickered in Su Fei's eyes. In the past, he had spent 14 years crafting only 2 systems. He wondered how much time this endeavor would consume. Chapter 66. The Clan Assembly of 1,000 Autumns. Unfortunately, the subsequent pieces of waste crystal were also failed the test. As dawn broke and the birds in the forest chirped in a cacophony, they reminded Su Fei to quickly tidy up the surroundings to avoid detection. As the scene was being tidied up, it became apparent that, inadvertently, over 20 pieces of discarded crystal had transformed into genuine refuse. In the 14 years since, it was the first time Su Fei had conducted such a substantial testing of waste crystal ore. Not only that, it was also the first occasion he had devoted an entire night to reading. While his body was not excessively fatigued, his eyes were indeed weary. Rubbing his eyes, he rose to store the waste materials and the smokeless furnace into his spatial ring. After completing these tasks, he meticulously cleaned the study, striving to leave no trace behind. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that this was not an act of shame, but rather a means to avoid complications, preferring not to offer explanations to anyone. Even if he were to explain, it would undoubtedly involve deception. He had no desire for others to discover that he was relying on these seemingly inconsequential pieces of crystal to alter his fate. As dawn broke, the toxic mother in the Zaiwu River had been eradicated overnight. The morning at the Mu residence was no longer shrouded in the somber atmosphere of the past few days. Many rose early to celebrate in the streets, grateful that the Mu family had surmounted yet another challenge. Furthermore, the foreign guests who had come to participate in the White Tiger rankings had all departed before nightfall the previous day. Life at the Mu residence resumed its usual rhythm. Those who practiced their cultivation did so. Those who read engaged in their studies. Those on guard maintained their posts. And those who labored continued their work, creating a scene of flourishing vitality. After finishing breakfast, Su Fei stood on the bare plateau outside the Zaiwu Palace, witnessing the unfolding events below with a sense of joy. Although no one knew that it was Su Fei who had worked tirelessly to eliminate the poisonous mother, he believed it was better that way. Having received immense kindness from the Mu family, he felt content to contribute to their well-being. The more he did for the Mu family now, the less he would feel indebted should he ever leave them. In life, the most crucial aspect is to have a clear conscience. If such opportunities arise again in the future, he would still feel compelled to assist. Meanwhile, in the Qinshu Hall, Mu Jian rose early and promptly informed the Grand Elder of Su Fei's nocturnal endeavor at the full moon pool to eradicate the poisonous mother. The Grand Elder, upon learning this news, was elated. This young man from the Su family has indeed lived up to our expectations. Quickly, go to the Zaiwu Palace and bring him here. He must be publicly commended. With a firm response, Mu Jian set off towards the Zaiwu Palace. 15 minutes later, at the Zaiwu Palace. Jing Zhai and Ming Daorun had already awakened. That morning, Su Fei had cooked several large pancakes, and the trio was gathered together, enjoying their meal and engaging in conversation. Suddenly, Mu Jian appeared in a flowing white gown. The three of them instinctively turned to look, each displaying a different expression. Ming Daoren maintained an impassive demeanor as he continued to savor his cake. Jing Zhai, however, cast a meaningful glance at Su Fei, subtly raising an eyebrow as if to convey a hidden message. Mu Jian had recently been called off from her engagement to a prince, a fact that had rapidly spread throughout the Mu family. Now that Mu Jian was free from her betrothal and had developed a certain fondness for Su Fei, it was evident that he had a significant opportunity ahead of him. Mu Jian, what brings you here? Su Fei, unperturbed by the expressions of his master and senior brother, promptly rose to greet her. What are you eating? Mu Jian approached, her curiosity piqued by the northeast pancake in Su Fei's hand, leaving no time to mention the matter of the Grand Elder. In the Holy Ding continent, such a delicacy had never been prepared before. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizingly crisp and fragrant. This Su Fei hesitated to call it a northeast pancake, is merely a Su family pancake, nothing extraordinary. Is that so? Mu Jian replied, her lovely face brimming with interest. I want to have some. Huh? Before Mu Jian could finish, Su Fei had already devoured the last piece. Meanwhile, Jing Zhai and Ming Daorun, upon hearing her words, suddenly began to ravenously consume the remaining pancakes in their hands. Cough, cough. It seemed they had already been charmed by Su Fei's culinary delights. Observing this scene, Su Fei felt a twinge of regret. Mu Jian, if you wish to eat, I can certainly make more later. You didn't come all this way just for a pancake, did you? Well, all right. Mu Jian, with an exasperated sigh, shot a glance at Jing Zhai and Ming Daorun. She then stated seriously, the Grand Elder mentioned that you cleared the poisonous creatures from the Ziwu River last night, making a tremendous contribution to the Mu family. He wishes to publicly commend your achievements and has sent me to escort you to the Qinqiu Hall. Su Fei had never been one to seek accolades. He understood that the more talented one was, the more one should remain humble. To stand out could only invite envy and ill will, with dire consequences. Thus, he hesitated. Is it possible for me to decline? Not an option. Mu Jian replied earnestly. In the Mu family, no one could defy the Grand Elder's orders. Not even I. Very well, Su Fei conceded. Let us proceed. In the blink of an eye, Su Fei followed Mu Jian to the Qinqiu Hall. This morning, the resplendent hall was filled with people. Upon a cursory glance, there were no fewer than 200 individuals present. Despite the crowd, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The attendees were all elites from the Mu family, standing in 14 distinct formations, each led by the elders of their respective halls. The Grand Elder sat in a golden chair at the head of the hall, radiating warmth, accompanied by 4 esteemed and venerable elders. 14 elders gathered together, including 4 rarely seen dark elders who graced the Qinqiu Hall, an event that had not occurred in quite some time. The last instance of such a gathering was 5 years ago when Mu Jian's father announced his seclusion, entrusting all clan affairs to the Grand Elder. Curiosity filled the hearts of all present. Could there be another significant matter at hand? The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon the appearance of Su Fei. Every face changed, and they collectively turned their gaze towards him, their eyes rife with suspicion. This was the clan assembly of the Qinqiu Hall. Traditionally, only members of the Mu family were permitted to partake. Regardless of Su Fei's extraordinary talents, he remained an outsider. What right did he have to attend the clan assembly? Many silently believed that Su Fei had breached protocol, for an outsider should not be present in such a setting. However, due to the Mu family's strict discipline, no one dared to voice their thoughts within the Qinqiu Hall. Even if confusion swirled within their minds, they could only keep it bottled up. Mu Jian, stand properly. The Grand Elder finally spoke, gesturing for Mu Jian to join the ranks of the Qinqiu Hall. Yes. Mu Jian responded promptly, positioning herself at the forefront of the disciples. Observing her, Su Fei tactfully moved towards the line of the second elder at the Guangwu Hall. Yet, as he took a step forward, the Grand Elder called out, Su Fei, come here. At this, Su Fei walked toward the main seat of the Qinqiu Hall under the watchful eyes of all present. Chapter Shijishan Shidem, Mu Lingfeng. The central golden seat, originally reserved for the clan leader, was now occupied by the Grand Elder, who managed all clan affairs during the leader's seclusion. Thus, the Grand Elder comfortably took his place upon the grand chair. Flanking him were 4 smaller golden chairs, occupied by the 4 esteemed dark elders. each a highly respected figure within the Mu family. These 4 Dark Elders were the 15th Elder, who presided over the Law Enforcement Hall, the 16th Elder of the Linglong Pavilion, the 17th Elder of the Xinghui Palace, and the 18th Elder of the Tai Palace. Initially, Su Fei found himself perplexed by the various halls and pavilions. The Law Enforcement Hall was straightforward in its purpose, serving to enforce clan regulations. Those who violated the rules would face judgment there, thus bestowing considerable authority upon the 15th Elder. As for the Linglong Pavilion, its primary function was to gather intelligence. Inhabited by a cadre of nameless operatives, the disciples of the Linglong Pavilion were shrouded in mystery, seldom making public appearances. Their agility is remarkable. Even without the aid of flying beasts or any aerial apparatus, they can traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Additionally, the Starshine Palace, overseen by Elder 17, is a clandestine assassination organization. The Starshine Palace operates solely under the command of Elder 17, who in turn is subordinate only to the clan leader. Unless the clan leader is in seclusion, even the Grand Elder cannot mobilize the disciples of the Starshine Palace for any task. It is said that the targets of the Starshine Palace are individuals whom the Mu family cannot openly eliminate. Furthermore, there is the Tai Palace, managed by Elder 18. The Tai Palace is responsible for handling the aftermath of events. They maintain a low profile and may appear to be ordinary individuals when walking down the street. However, wherever they appear, significant upheavals have undoubtedly occurred. Their aftermath duties do not always entail benevolence. They may also involve the elimination of hidden masterminds who should have been dealt with by the Starshine Palace, but were not. At this moment, Su Fei remains oblivious to these matters. It is only later, upon learning the truth, that he realizes the Mu family is not as tranquil as it seems. The facade of peace is upheld by numerous hidden experts lurking in the shadows. These shadowy figures are among the most esteemed beings within the Mu family. Thanks to their presence, the descendants of the Mu family can thrive and mature in such a tranquil environment. This is precisely why the 4 shadowy elders are deserving of the epithet esteemed and respected. However, as the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a direct attack, but difficult to guard against treachery, no matter how fortified the defenses may be. They cannot wholly protect against the cunning schemes of deceitful individuals. A prime example is Mu Zhen, a frontline warrior of the Xintian battle team, who suffered a surprise attack by Li Qinghuan in the Broken Army Hall, resulting in the destruction of his spiritual foundation. At this juncture, Su Fei approached the main seat and cast a swift glance over the 4 shadowy elders, who sat upright with expressionless faces and profound gazes, exuding an air of depth and mystery that rendered them inscrutable. Among the elders, they stood out as extraordinary figures. Upon first beholding them, Su Fei immediately sensed their exceptional qualities. He then positioned himself 3 meters away from the Grand Elder, bowing respectfully and saying, "The junior pays his respects." Excellent. The Grand Elder had taken a liking to Su Fei from the very beginning. He even disregarded his status, rising to approach Su Fei with a warm demeanor. He gently patted Su Fei's shoulder and remarked, "The younger generation is formidable. Indeed, Su Fei, you have achieved a remarkable feat this time. The insidious poison that has eluded the Elder Council's efforts for so long, you have managed to eradicate in just one night. Speak up. What reward do you desire? As long as it is within the means of our Qinqiu Hall, it shall be granted without hesitation." In this moment, the Elder did not claim to represent the Mu family, but rather the Qinqiu Hall. At first glance, this statement seems unremarkable and unworthy of further contemplation. However, had he stated that he represented the Mu family, the implications would have been entirely different. The Elder's words clearly indicated that he regarded Su Fei as one of their own within the Mu family. Those present, possessing discernment, could readily perceive the Elder's intent. Although Su Fei lacked understanding of cultivation, he possessed a certain awareness of human relations. He felt grateful for the Elder's esteem, yet simultaneously harbored a profound resistance to such actions. From the outset, his efforts to cleanse the Zaiwu River of the venomous mother and 1,000 offspring were not motivated by a desire for accolades or rewards. Furthermore, he had never contemplated seeking credit for his deeds. Indeed, he wished for the merit to be attributed to Mu Jian instead. Through the reflection on the golden pillars of the Grand Hall, he observed the expressions of several peers from the Mu family, who appeared visibly distressed upon hearing the Elder's remarks. They believed that Su Fei had just secured the top position in the Baihu ranking S individual competition. Although this ranking was relatively trivial compared to the team competition, they felt that, as an outsider, Su Fei had already garnered excessive attention. The very fact that Su Fei, an outsider, could participate in the internal meeting of the Mu family's Chinchou Hall was an extraordinary honor. To their astonishment, the elder was prepared to publicly reward him. Wait, did the elder just claim that it was Su Fei who eradicated the mother and 1,000 offspring poison from the Zaiwa River? Wasn't he merely at level 15? And hailing from a remote town like Damo, how could he possibly possess such knowledge and know how to eliminate the mother and 1,000 offspring poison? Before Su Fei could decline, a 16-year-old youth from the Guangwu Hall stepped forward and boldly declared before the assembly, "Elder, I, Ling Feng, have a question." "What is it?" The elder, still awaiting Su Fei's response, suddenly grew stern upon hearing this interruption. Mu Lingfeng looked at Su Fei with skepticism. "Elder, you just stated that it was Su Fei who eliminated the mother and 1,000 offspring poison from the Zaiwa River. I find this matter quite suspicious. Pray, elaborate." The elder said, stepping away from Su Fei and returning to his grand seat, his demeanor grave. Mu Lingfeng clasped his hands toward the elder. Su Fei's joining the Xintian battle team demonstrates he indeed possesses some skill. Yet I have heard that this mother and 1,000 offspring poison is a signature technique of the renowned poison master, Shangguan Sheng, from Beiki. How could Su Fei, merely a level 15 swordsman, possibly unravel such a formidable poison so effortlessly? Ling Feng had every reason to suspect that either someone had covertly assisted him, or that Su Fei had previously colluded with outsiders to poison the Zaiwa River, thereby creating chaos for the Mu family, only to subsequently emerge as the hero who dispelled the poison, seeking to bask in their admiration. In the grand hall, a multitude of youthful faces exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound contemplation. All eyes turned towards Su Fei, awaiting an explanation from him. However, Su Fei maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed. He observed that Mu Lingfeng's words and actions were quite commendable, revealing a degree of intellect. The strict discipline of the hall rendered Mu Lingfeng's brave emergence, despite his youth, quite remarkable, showcasing his extraordinary courage and marking him as a potential ally. "Lingfeng, have you finished what you wish to say?" The elder, having listened to Mu Lingfeng's remarks, lifted his gaze once more, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. It appeared that the elder shared Su Fei's sentiments, both expressing satisfaction with Mu Lingfeng's performance. Mu Lingfeng, with an air of tranquility, bowed respectfully to the elder. "Indeed, this is what weighs on my mind. This matter is of great significance, and I hope Su Fei can provide a reasonable explanation before the entire clan." The elder stroked his thick beard, pondering for a moment before looking back at Su Fei, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Su Fei, regarding what Ling Feng has stated, I am eager to hear your perspective." Chapter 68. This is what I desire. Elder, this is not solely the achievement of a junior. Ling Feng is correct. If it were merely my efforts, it would indeed be impossible to eradicate the maternal poison in such a short time. Su Fei replied calmly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity crossed Mu Lingfeng's astute face. "In that case, Su Fei, could you clarify for everyone if anyone else was involved in this endeavor aside from yourself?" Su Fei had purified the maternal poison from the Zaiwu River, an act of virtue that was not to be shunned. He was not averse to explaining, yet he was reluctant to divulge too much. To elaborate further might come across as a boastful display of his abilities for a mere token of recognition. Thus, he fell into silence. "What? Why have you ceased speaking?" Mu Lingfeng's expression darkened, casting another glance at Su Fei, his demeanor now tinged with hostility. Yet, Su Fei's face revealed a hint of disdain, and he remained disinclined to respond. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense with the silence. "Ling Feng, enough of this." Just as anticipation hung in the air for Su Fei's explanation, Mu Jian suddenly interjected. "Last night, I witnessed Su Fei eliminating the maternal poison at the full moon pond with my own eyes. As for how he accomplished this, it is necessary to mention Bai Yun, the sword master of the Tianjin sect. Yesterday afternoon, Bai Yun presented Su Fei with a reward from the White Tiger rankings in the arena, during which he personally entrusted him with an 80-level poisonous goo. Were it not for this, given Su Fei's current capabilities, he could hardly achieve such a formidable task with ease." Upon hearing these words, all those who harbored doubts suddenly grasped the situation. The Tianjin sect and the Mu family had maintained a close relationship for generations, since it was members of the Tianjin sect offering assistance. There should be no issue at hand. However, with one enigma resolved, another arose. Did not Su Fei come from Damo Town? What justification did the Tianjin sect have for bestowing such a lavish gift upon him? Mu Lingfeng, though perplexed, directed an apologetic gaze towards Su Fei, clasping his fists in respect and stating, "Young Master Su, please do not take offense. My intentions are solely for the future and safety of the Mu family, considering their recent tribulations. Enough. Lingfeng, you must withdraw." The elder, noticing that Mu Lingfeng was about to utter words best left unspoken, abruptly interjected. Yes. Mu Lingfeng quickly realized that he had indeed spoken too much today. As the saying goes, excessive words lead to missteps. One must know when to refrain. As an ordinary disciple of the Guangwu Hall, to have spoken so freely in such a significant gathering as the Qinxiu Hall family meeting was already a considerable breach. And the elder's lack of reprimand was a testament to his leniency. Having learned the truth from Mu Jian, there was no longer a need to dwell on uncertainties. So he quietly returned to his place within the ranks of the Guangwu Hall. Once Mu Lingfeng withdrew, the elder approached Su Fei once more, his demeanor returning to its previous tranquility. Now that the truth is clear, Su Fei, please do not overthink the matter. This child, Lingfeng, has always been cautious by nature. In fact, he harbors no ill will towards you. Now, let us discuss the reward you seek. Su Fei, with a humble expression, replied, "In truth, I am merely a facilitator in this matter. The real assistance came from the Tianjin sect, so, let us not dwell on the affairs of the Tianjin sect. Since they have expressed an intention to bestow a reward, you must accept it today. Otherwise, I fear the members of the Tianjin sect may claim that I, Muda, have acted irresponsibly." The elder interrupted Su Fei's words. In truth, Su Fei did not consider this to be a significant achievement. He was acutely aware that, as an outsider, he owed his very survival to the great kindness of the Mu family, and thus contributing to their cause was only natural. It would be inappropriate to make excessive demands of the Mu family. Yet, given the elder's insistence, to refuse further would seem overly pretentious. After a moment of contemplation, he countered, "Elder, what do you believe I ought to request as a reward?" Well, in fact, even the elder had not given this matter much thought. For a moment, silence enveloped the hall once more, as no one dared to speak. Yet everyone is pondering what kind of reward Su Fei will ultimately receive for his substantial contributions to the Mu family. At this moment, the sixth elder, who oversees the Hall of Wealth, stepped forward. Being an elder himself, his intervention was not considered impolite. The grand elder inquired, "What suggestions do you have, sixth elder? Pray, enlighten us." The sixth elder clasped his fists and bowed. "Recently, a new treasure has arrived at the Hall of Wealth, which may be quite suitable for Su Fei." "A treasure? What manner of treasure?" "Oishenjialan mystical grade refining furnace." "Oh, a mystical grade refining furnace, which can be utilized to enhance the levels of 1S wielded weapons. Moreover, prior to reaching level 40, the success rate for enhancement is an impressive 100, though it sharply declines to 25 once the weapon exceeds that level. Currently, Su Fei's weapon is merely level 1, and this mystical grade refining furnace could significantly expedite the ascension of his sacred spirit sword." Upon hearing this, the grand elder subtly nodded. "Su Fei, does this mystical grade refining furnace meet your approval?" Su Fei hesitated. With the system he possesses, and having previously examined its operational interface, he realized that it contained relevant functionalities. Thus, this item was evidently of little use to him. Not to mention, even if it were a heavenly grade item, it would merely occupy space unnecessarily. Consequently, he shook his head and replied, "Grand Elder, are there any alternative options?" "Su Fei, you may not fully grasp the significance of refining for cultivators. Every practitioner ought to possess their own refining furnace, hence I understand. But I truly do not require such an item." The Grand Elder recognized that Su Fei was no ordinary individual. Given his repeated insistence on his disinterest, the Grand Elder chose not to press further. "Old Six, do you have any other artifacts?" "Other artifacts?" The sixth elder furrowed his brow in thought. "There is indeed another treasure, but it has a rather troublesome disposition, I fear." "A troublesome disposition? What do you mean?" "It is the small thunder beast that was presented by the Yang family from the Blood Alliance last time. To this day, no one in the Mu family has managed to tame it, and it is quite demanding to care for, requiring substantial quantities of thunder crystals daily. Although our Mu family is affluent, we cannot sustain such a creature indefinitely." When the sixth elder mentioned the thunder beast, it was evident that he harbored considerable grievances. In truth, whenever the elders of the clan brought up the thunder beast, there were moments when they contemplated returning the little creature to the Yang family. However, upon hearing the mention of the Thunder Beast, Su Fei's expression revealed a glimmer of excitement. Sixth Elder, the Thunder Beast you just referred to, is it a beast of the Thunder attribute? Indeed, the Sixth Elder observed Su Fei's apparent interest, his expression shifting to one of skepticism. Su Fei, this Thunder Beast is quite difficult to care for. You wouldn't be considering if it is feasible, then I shall have it. Although Su Fei had yet to lay eyes upon the diminutive creature, he contemplated that possessing this little Thunder Beast would liberate him from the labor of generating power for the system in the future. Chapter 69, 100,000 Soul Coins. The Thunder Beast? Nearly everyone regarded Su Fei's choice as rather impulsive. Yet, Su Fei was resolute. The Grand Elder had repeatedly emphasized that this Thunder Beast was not an indulgence that just anyone could afford. In fact, its existence could even impede a cultivator's own growth rate. Nevertheless, Su Fei remained unwavering in his decision. The Grand Elder, exuding a sense of helplessness, swiftly adopted a serious demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. He then proclaimed to the assembly, "Since Su Fei has decided to claim the Thunder Beast, it shall henceforth belong solely to him." Furthermore, in light of Su Fei's significant contributions, in addition to rewards, he shall also receive a title. Effective immediately, Su Fei is officially promoted to the status of an elite within our clan, second only to the heads of the various halls. What? Upon hearing this, all members of the Mu family present in the hall were utterly astonished. Elite? This signified that from this day forth, Su Fei would be eligible to participate in every future clan assembly. Historically, only members of the Mu family could ascend to such elite status. Foreigners within the Mu clan could only aspire to serve as instructors in the inner courtyard. Yet, attaining elite status would afford Su Fei the opportunity to access the secrets of the Mu family's clandestine division. This was no trivial matter. The Grand Elder. This decision seems rather hasty. After all, Su Fei is merely a... The Fifth Elder of the Broken Army Hall was the first to voice his concerns. Merely a what? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the Grand Elder promptly interrupted the Fifth Elder. Although Su Fei does not bear the Mu surname, his heart undeniably belongs to the Mu family. A person whose heart resides with the Mu clan is, indeed, a member of the Mu family. It is widely acknowledged that without Su Fei's assistance, could the Mu family have surmounted this crisis in such a brief span of time? I believe all present understand that the Li family of Heavenly Maiden Peak harbors ambitions and has long cast a covetous eye upon our Mu clan. Currently, even Prince Zhao's faction has aligned with the Li family. In the future, for our Mu clan to stand resilient in the Qingjin mountain region, we must unite our efforts. I do not care how each of you perceives Su Fei. For all intents and purposes, he is now part of the Mu family, and we must treat him as we would our own kin. In conclusion, let it be remembered, for a family to truly flourish, it must not fall prey to arrogance, nor should it isolate itself from the world. Only by embracing a broader perspective and reaching out into the world can we recognize our own shortcomings and seek new breakthroughs. Otherwise, one would merely become a narrow-minded frog at the bottom of a well, leading a life of limited perspective. Indeed, in the realm of Saint Ding, there exist families that draw their own boundaries, strictly forbidding any association with outsiders. Take the Su family in Damo Town, for instance. Are they not a prime example of this? The Elder's earlier remarks have certainly provoked contemplation among the elite of the Mu family, particularly the Fifth Elder. It is well known that the Fifth Elder has always been one to favor cliques, vehemently opposing any friendships with foreign clans. Deep within the Fifth Elder lies a hereditary conservatism, clinging tightly to exclusionary beliefs. Just the previous night, when Su Fei visited the Hall of Broken Stars to see Mu Jun, he was deliberately obstructed by the Fifth Elder's men at the entrance. Unexpectedly, in the span of merely 2 days, Su Fei has been exceptionally promoted to the elite of the Mu family. After listening to the Elder's discourse, the Fifth Elder ought to feel a sense of shame. However, a trace of displeasure flickered across his countenance. "Elder, I am aware of your favoritism towards Su Fei. While it may be permissible to favor him in trivial matters, this issue is of great significance and violates clan regulations. I advise you to reconsider your actions. As the Elder, you must be accountable for your words and deeds." Enough, Old Five. I have already conferred with the 15th Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall regarding this matter. The 15th Elder maintains a neutral stance, so do not overthink this. The decision has been made. Moreover, the primary reason for gathering everyone today is to announce this development. Additionally, I wish to convey that the Mu family shall no longer remain as frogs at the bottom of the well. It is our honor as elders of the Mu family to guide our kin towards a broader world. Of course, we may not achieve this immediately. Patience is required. Once our Xiantian battle team has truly matured, it will mark the genuine rise of the Mu family. Upon hearing this, the fifth elder seethed with anger. The purpose of the Xiantian battle team is not to compete with the world. We, the Mu family, are nobles of the Qin kingdom. With our family head granted the title of Marquis by the royal court, wielding control over the lives of millions. Elder, how many families in Qin do you think can shake the might of the Mu family? The elder, aware of the fifth elder's antiquated views, realized that persuading him would be a daunting task. Thus, he stroked his beard and calmly replied, "Let us conclude this discussion for today. I have conveyed all that I wish to say. Everyone may disperse now." Wait, the fifth elder turned to the other elders beside him. "Do you all also support the elder's decision?" At this, all the elders fell silent. The fifth elder frowned in discontent, suddenly recalling that the seventh elder had also shown skepticism towards Su Fei. He then looked at the seventh elder. "Old Seven, you speak. Do you believe Su Fei possesses the qualifications to ascend as an elite of our clan?" "Old Five, do you believe my words hold any weight?" Elder Seven, with his peculiar appearance and furtive eyes, does not seem to be a person of integrity. Elder Five replied, "Old Seven, speak your mind, if even you do not oppose. I am left with no further arguments." "Very well, may I speak? Quit the hesitation, just say it." "All right." Elder Seven cast a meaningful glance at Su Fei, stroking his goatee, and continued, "To be candid, I was initially skeptical of Su Fei. However, after observing his conduct recently, I firmly believe he is undeniably qualified to ascend as an elite of our clan. Furthermore, I even foresee the potential for him to become the Hall Master or even a steward in the future." "You." Elder Five's countenance darkened instantly upon hearing this. "Old Seven, how could you too?" "Alas, one must accept the outcome of a wager." Elder Five had placed his bets on Elder Seven, unaware that Elder Seven had already been captivated by Su Fei's unparalleled talent and intellect. This proclamation from Elder Seven infuriated Elder Five to the point he stormed off in indignation. As Elder Five departed, the others also began to disperse. "Su Fei, please stay for a moment." The Grand Elder beckoned Su Fei. "Grand Elder, is there anything you require?" Su Fei paused his steps. The Grand Elder approached him, expressing concern. "Soon you will be heading to the Good Fortune Hall to adopt that little thunder beast, which will undoubtedly require a significant amount of funds." As he spoke, he produced a golden card from his spatial ring and placed it into Su Fei's hands. "This is a card worth 100,000 gold coins. Sufficient for your expenses for a while." "What? 100,000? Su Fei was taken aback. "I cannot accept such a generous gift without merit. Is this not too much? Besides, you have already been exceedingly gracious to a junior like me. How can I accept your money? Just take it for now. 100,000 gold coins is hardly excessive for someone of your caliber. You will require funds in various endeavors ahead. If you feel uncomfortable, consider a loan." The Grand Elder understood Su Fei's strong sense of pride and, fearing he might refuse the gift, devised this excuse. In truth, he had no intention of demanding repayment. For someone of Su Fei's exceptional talent, 100,000 gold coins was indeed a modest sum. Chapter 70, Priceless Value. Today, Su Fei basked in glory. Not only did he publicly receive the Grand Elder's reward, but he was also granted an exceptional promotion to become an elite of the family. In the Saint Ding continent, society is stratified into various ranks. The king, queen, and crown prince belong to the highest echelon. The prince, princess, and secondary consorts constitute the upper middle class. The princess, noble lords, and their spouses are regarded as mid-tier. The dukes, duchesses, and marquises fall into the upper middle class. The marchionesses, earls, and countesses represent the middle tier. Viscount, viscountess, and baron represent the lower to mid-tier societal ranks. The baroness, along with those without titles such as clan leaders and elders, belong to the upper echelon of the lower class. Those without titles such as deacons, hall masters, and elites are classified as lower middle class. Meanwhile, disciples from untitled families, commoners, and servants are considered the lowest tier. In his previous life within the Su family, Su Fei was but a servant, the most despicable existence in the holy Ding continent. However, upon arriving at the Mu family, he quickly ascended from the lowest to the lower middle tier within just a few days. With persistent effort, he believed that one day he would elevate his social standing even further, perhaps even to the esteemed upper class. Subsequently, the Grand Elder generously gifted him 100,000 gold soul coins. After enduring such experiences, he should have been elated, yet his mood suddenly turned grave. The Grand Elder had saved his life and regarded him as kin, a kindness that rendered him incapable of harboring any thoughts of leaving the Mu family. However, according to Jing Zhai, the Mu family was merely an ordinary small noble house within the vast Holy Ding continent. Moreover, Qingjian Mountain was only a level 3 region, and once his cultivation reached a certain height, such a place would evidently fail to provide the necessary training conditions. Even with the assistance of the system for cultivation, without a significantly advantageous environment, achieving greatness would remain elusive. Sighing deeply, he wandered out of the Qinxiu Hall in a daze. Upon stepping outside the Grand Hall, he noticed that the gazes of all the Mu family members in the square had transformed into something far more amiable than before. Clearly, the Grand Elder's words had played a pivotal role. The entire Mu family would now treat Su Fei with the warmth akin to that of family. Was Su Fei pondering so deeply? Mu Jian had been waiting outside the Qinxiu Hall for him, and, noticing his unusual demeanor, was completely at a loss regarding his thoughts. It's nothing. I'm heading to the Shankai Hall now. Would you like to join me? Su Fei Gachuli. Though inwardly, he doubted that Mu Jian had the luxury of time. After all, with the impending Fire Dragon Rankings battle, Mu Jian, as a Grand Forbidden Master, was an exceptionally vital member of the Xiantian combat team. Although her cultivation had reached level 25, being a Grand Forbidden Master meant that she might become the primary target of opponents' attacks during the Fire Dragon Rankings. Thus, she ought to seize every moment to cultivate, hastily enhancing her strength to make a final push for the Divine Dragon Rankings. No, I have many matters to attend to. As expected, she replied. Then I shall take my leave. Wait, Mu Jian called out to him. I wish to know how your preparations regarding Mu Zhan are progressing. Given the many people around, she refrained from speaking openly. Su Fei certainly understood that she was referring to matters concerning the system. Casting a glance towards the direction of the Broken Army Hall, I sighed in resignation and said, I do not know how much longer it will take. In the coming days, I shall refrain from visiting Mu Zhan at the Broken Army Hall. Mu Jian, should you have the opportunity to see him, please convey a few words of comfort on my behalf. Rest assured, I shall speak with him, Mu Jian replied, understanding the complexity of the system that Su Fei was developing. After all, throughout the entirety of the Holy Ding continent, there had never been another soul capable of crafting such a creation. In Mu Jian's eyes, Su Fei was a prodigious genius, unparalleled in this world. Given that Su Fei had indicated he was not yet able to complete it, she chose to refrain from further comment. By the way, Su Fei, we will be departing for the royal city in just over 10 days. During this time, I, Zishi, and Sister Shuang will be in seclusion for training. You must also devote yourself to your training and avoid any sloth. Do you understand? Understood. Su Fei was currently besieged by a whirlwind of responsibilities. He had to develop the system, learn fundamental cultivation knowledge, prepare meals for his teacher, and still find time for his own training. With merely 24 hours in a day, the time he truly dedicated to cultivation was exceedingly scant. After engaging in a brief conversation with Mu Jian, he departed from a Qinxiu Hall and made his way directly to the Shankai Hall. Upon arriving at the Shankai Hall, Su Fei was greeted by 2 silver-armored guards wielding long halberds, who displayed a hint of cordiality upon recognizing him. Master Su, you have come to adopt the little thunder beast, have you not? Yes. Su Fei noted with surprise that the guards addressed him with respect, using the formal you. It made sense, for Su Fei had now attained the status of a lower middle-tier individual, while these guards are merely lower tier. Please follow me. All right. He followed one of the guards into the Shankai Hall, where he found a new supervisor present. The supervisor greeted Su Fei with enthusiasm. Master Su, please come in. Thank you. Su Fei was astonished to find that having been promoted to an elite of his clan, he was met with respect wherever he went. He suddenly felt as though even the supervisor of the Shankai Hall appeared diminished in his presence. Accompanied by the supervisor, he ventured into the spacious courtyard of the Shankai Hall. Unlike other palaces, this courtyard resembled an expansive warehouse. The shelves were adorned with glittering treasures, a veritable cornucopia of riches. The supervisor retrieved a palm-sized orange square beast cage from the shelves and handed it to Su Fei, saying, Master Su, within this cage resides the little thunder beast you seek. Huh? Su Fei exclaimed upon noticing its diminutive size. Do not be deceived by its outward appearance, the supervisor explained. Though this beast cage appears small, it is an orange cage, symbolizing its rank as a profound grade. The profound grade beast cage is quite extraordinary, with ample space within. Ah, I see. This reminded him of the small jade vial that housed the poisonous goo, which seemed to follow a similar principle. He recalled the supervisor mentioning that orange symbolizes the profound grade. The small jade bottle was crimson, prompting Su Fei to inquire curiously, Supervisor, to what rank does this red beast cage belong? Red signifies the earth rank. If it were golden, that would denote the celestial rank, the supervisor patiently explained. Oh, thank you. I have gained much knowledge. Su Fei responded, feeling enlightened. By the way, young Master Su, Elder Six has just instructed that if you're interested, you may also take that Xian rank refining furnace with you. Just as Su Fei was about to depart, the supervisor quickly reminded him. This. Su Fei hesitati momentarily. The supervisor leaned closer, whispering, Young Master Su, do not underestimate this Xian rank refining furnace, even if you have no personal use for it. Its value is considerable and could be sold. Sell? Su Fei mused. Indeed, this item could fetch no less than 200,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Su Fei halted in his tracks. Noticing his reluctance to leave, the supervisor kindly pressed the fist-sized Xian rank refining furnace into Su Fei's hands, saying, Young Master Su, please accept it. It is rightfully yours. Chapter 71, Pinnacle Combat Power. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Please extend my gratitude to Elder Six. No need for formalities. Elder Six has stated that as long as you remain with the Mu family, it is a blessing from our ancestors. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to approach our wealth hall. Elder Six is too kind. I thank you in advance. However, due to pressing matters, I must take my leave. Very well. Young Master Su, please travel safely. Ultimately, Su Fei accepted the Xian rank refining furnace. After all, it was worth 200,000 gold soul coins. And to reject such a valuable item would be foolish. As his cultivation level increased, so too would his expenditures. 200,000 gold soul coins could easily be exhausted in an instant. As night fell, Su Fei, having received his rewards, returned early to the Zhuagong. There, seated cross-legged in the empty library, he continued to ignite the spiritual fire from the smokeless furnace to test the quality of the inferior crystal ore. A sudden loud explosion echoed, followed by crack. Alas, another piece of waste. This night, once again, he had deemed over a dozen pieces of inferior crystal ore as worthless. He wondered if amidst the considerable amount of inferior crystal ore he had procured for 500 gold soul coins, there would be even one or two that were useful. Sigh. There was no alternative. For the sake of Jingzhai and Muzhen, he could not afford to give up, even after countless failures. He resumed testing with the spiritual fire, while simultaneously continuing to read within the system regarding his cultivation realm. How the sword heart is formed. Having completed the book, Su Fei found himself perplexed by the myriad of profound concepts contained within its pages, which he struggled to comprehend. Thus far, he had only grasped the content of the initial pages, specifically those pertaining to swords of level 40 and below. A level 40 sword is regarded as a high-grade weapon, capable of awakening the sword heart. Once a sword possesses a sword heart, it can communicate with its wielder, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Su Fei was eager to discover what form his sword heart would take once his sword ascended to level 40. He flipped back to the latter pages of how the sword heart is formed, only to find himself still unable to fathom its essence. In a bid to gain insight, he attempted to access the system's character interface, navigated to the equipment section, and removed his level 1 Holy Spirit sword. Subsequently, he opened the system's primary interface, forging. This interface is divided into 5 categories: reinforcement, refinement, casting, weapon soul, and magic array. He had previously taken the time to familiarize himself with the functions of each category. Following the system's automatic upgrade, he now had access to the refinement and casting interfaces. The refinement interface serves to enhance the durability of equipment. According to the system's description, the stronger the durability, the higher the longevity, making it less prone to damage. The refinement level, akin to the sword's level, progresses in increments of 5, with a maximum level of 200. For every 5 levels of refinement, one gains an additional 50 points of durability. This translates directly into 50 points of combat power. Thus, Should one directly achieve a refinement level of 200, it would result in an astounding increase of 10,000 points of combat power. What does 10,000 points signify? Currently, Su Fei's combat power is fixed at 4,000 points, which has inexplicably remained unchanged. However, 4,000 points already seem formidable, enabling him to effortlessly annihilate even level 40 red beasts. Therefore, should he enhance his power by 10,000 points, his total would soar to 14,000. To enter the Fire Dragon rankings with 14,000 points would surely be a cataclysmic display of strength. Regrettably, elevating the refinement level comes with prerequisites. The refinement level must correspond with the equipment level, as well as the character's cultivation level. At present, Su Fei's cultivation level stands at a mere 15, meaning he can only refine his equipment up to level 15, before he could enhance the refinement level. It was evident that he must first elevate the level of the Holy Spirit Sword itself. Within the forging interface, the casting section in the secondary interface is precisely what is colloquially known in the Holy Ding continent as the smithing furnace. Upon accessing the casting interface, he inserted the level 1 Holy Spirit Sword and noticed an upgrade button nearby. He clicked on the upgrade option. Hello. Suddenly, a highly anthropomorphized voice resembling that of a small aircraft echoed in my ears. Master, to upgrade your equipment, you require crafting stones. I have checked, and you currently possess none. You may choose to purchase them at the nearby marketplace. Can you operate independently? Su Fei Wei. Absolutely, Master, the small aircraft responded. Then proceed on your own. Cost is not an issue. Please elevate this sword to level 15. Thank you. Su Fei instructed. Of course, Master, the small aircraft affirmed. Then, there was yet another wait. Ever since the system upgrade, the progress bar had ceased to display. Ding! Suddenly, a prompt from the system chimed in. Congratulations, Master. The Holy Spirit Sword has successfully upgraded to level 15, boasting a strength of 150 points at the cost of 32,000 gold soul coins. What? 32,000? Just to reach level 15 requires 32,000 gold soul coins? Su Fei was momentarily taken aback. Are crafting stones truly so expensive? Indeed, Master. The price for one crafting stone is 20 gold soul coins. Level 15 necessitates the consumption of 100 crafting stones, which totals to 2,000 gold soul coins. Level 510 requires 500 refining stones, amounting to 10,000 gold soul coins. Level 1015 demands 1,000 refining stones, costing 20,000 gold soul coins. Thus, 2,000 plus 10, 000 plus 20, 000 equal 32, 000 gold soul coin. Do you have any further questions, Master? After absorbing this information, Su Fei felt a buzzing in his head. The expenditure was indeed alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, the 100,000 gold soul coins bestowed by the Grand Elder had dwindled by 13, and at this rate, he would soon find himself a veritable pauper. Su Fei felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed imperative to devise ways to earn money going forward. Master, shall I proceed with upgrading the refining level? The small aircraft inquired after a brief pause. What's the price of refining stones? Su Fei asked. 10 gold soul coins each, the small aircraft replied. And what is the quantity required? Su Fei mused, apprehensive about the potential costs. If the required quantity were excessive, it might be temporarily impossible to elevate the refining level to 15. The quantity required is indeed equivalent to that of crafting stones. Do you have any further inquiries, Master? Shall I proceed with upgrading the refining level? This insistent little aircraft seemed more anxious than Su Fei himself. Very well, proceed. Yes, Master. The small aircraft is currently upgrading the refining level of the Holy Spirit Sword. Please hold on. Su Fei calculated that upgrading the Holy Spirit Sword would require 32,000 gold soul coins. The price of refinement stones is precisely half that of forging stones. Therefore, to elevate the refinement level to 15, it should only necessitate 16,000 gold soul coins. Moments later, a sound resonated. Ding. The little aircraft announced, Congratulations, Master. The refinement of the Holy Spirit Sword has been successful. The current refinement level is 15, with a resilience of 150 points, consuming 16,000 gold soul coins. Indeed. Su Fei let out a quiet sigh of relief as he retrieved the level 15 Holy Spirit Sword and placed it within the system's character interface. eagerly awaiting his combat power to escalate to 300 points. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Combat power, 4000 points. What the heck? What is happening? Why has my combat power increased? The little aircraft responded, "Do not fret, master. This is a normal occurrence. Your cultivation level has not yet advanced, and the maximum combat power for a level 15 cultivator is precisely 4000 points. Thus, you have reached the pinnacle of level 15 combat power." What? Pinnacle combat power at level 15? This is absurd. While the term pinnacle sounds appealing, what does this level 15 pinnacle even mean? In the face of true experts, a combat power of 4000 is utterly insufficient. It appears I must urgently consult my teacher to ascertain when I can begin cultivating my spiritual foundation, for that is the most pressing matter at hand.